I mean, that we could just end the show, can't we?
I'm like, I think.
Yo, but for real, when did you know you could jump that high? When did, no, but for real, because I'm not athletic, so I'm jealous, like to even.
Get more stiff.
Can you teach me how to shoot a basketball?
You're putting words in my mouth, Tony. Okay, I'll put something in your mouth, and you know what it is.
Oh man.
Wow.
Okay, well, let's change topics then. You're special. What's it called again?
It's called My Name is Preacher.
That's
Did
right.
you forget?
What's that?
The special name to remember.
Well,
My name is Preacher.
I want to know why you named it that. Why you called your special My Name is Preacher?
I named it first off, it's my name.
Right, I know that.
And yeah, I just think that's what it encapsulates.
Right,
name.
but is there a joke?
I do a joke about
there
it.
It is. Okay.
I do a joke about my name being Preacher.
Right.
Yeah. So
It's great branding.
It is
Yeah.
great,
It
right?
is.
Well, it's a tough thing to title something like that. Like for We've Got Issues, I said, well, what are we all trying to overcome? Issues. And who's trying to overcome them? We are, right? So maybe you guys can stop fucking ganging up on me and just answer a simple fucking question, you high-flying black guy. Now, am I in a hidden camera show? I'm about to fucking bring out Sherry and fuck her in front of everybody. If you don't start shaping up and shipping out, I'm sorry, Preacher.
Yeah.
You know I love you. I'm
love
just
you
trying
too,
to
man.
fucking, I want you to, share the love of your special.
I didn't know that was an actual Dr. Phil book. Man,
It's real.
He's sponsoring you? What is this, man?
Yeah, I had it made for this bit. No, this is it's a real book, Preacher, that I wrote. So let's stick to the script. Player.
Awesome, man.
Wait, but how long have you been doing stand-up again?
15 years.
15 years. It
Yeah.
feels like, is there a time when it gets easier, or is it just the grind of it always pretty consistent?
I feel like everything is always hard. If it's too easy, I think I'm getting lazy.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
I
don't know.
completely agree.
Yeah.
I think a comedian is always petition with themselves to get better and, to kill Tony forever. It's the return.
Summer plans can cause more stress than relaxation. Maybe you're planning a summer vacation and you're juggling everyone's schedules. That's where mood products come in. A mellow THC high for mood sleepy or chill products can help you unwind. Mood's potent product lineup is the perfect companion for whatever you have planned this summer. Their hemp-based THCA flower is the future of legal THC. Try it along with all of Mood's other amazing offerings like flower, gummies, vapes, and more. For a limited time, Mood is giving our listeners a free THCA pre-roll and 20% off your first order. Just visit hellomood.com and use our code KILLTONY.
I love mood. It makes so much sense. What kind of mood do you want to be in? Like, I wanted to get sleepy, so I tried the sleepy strain. Guess what happened, Tony? I got sleepy. It was like magic. It felt great. I got nice and cozy under the covers when it kicked in and listened to some relaxing tunes.
Introducing THCA flower, Mood's latest and most potent breakthrough in the world of legal cannabis. Since THCA converts into THC when you heat it, you get access to the classic marijuana high. Mood has 10 high-inducing strains, the most potent they've ever offered. Mood puts an end to guessing games with federally legal forms of THC extract plants. All of their products are regularly to third-party labs. Add more relaxation to your summer plans with Mood. For a limited time only, get 20% off your first order and a free THCA pre-roll. Just go to hellomood.com and use promo code KILLTONY. That's hellomood.com, code KILLTONY for 20% off your order and a free THCA pre-roll.
Back to the bucket we go. It's been a good bucket tonight so far. Let's see what happens here. A new minute from Pedro Franco. Pedro Franco, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. I'm Brazilian, man. I love America. I really do. I think it's a great place. The only thing I don't like, I get called Mexican all the time. I'd be the tallest Mexican in the world. And I mean, dude, I got called Mexican by a cop. I was like, officer, how many Mexicans do you know that can see over the wall? Are you serious? Makes no sense to me, dude. Trying to be a better person. I quit porn. I think that was huge for me. It's like, porn is just sad, dude. You know, everything about porn is sad. Even the fucking ads are sad. Click on a porn video, the ad comes on. Are you horny and alone? Yeah. Why are you attacking me? I'm using your website. It's the only business that does that. Like, imagine I went to McDonald's, like, oh, you want a McChicken, you fat fuck. Is that right? I don't get it, dude. All I'm saying is we're using their website. You know, they should be hyping us up. Click on the video, like, you ready to jerk off again like a winner? As a matter of fact, I am. Thank you. Appreciate it, huh? Oh, thank you. All right.
Amazing.
All right.
What a fantastic minute. Pedro Franco, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
This is your first time on the show, correct?
Yeah, first
I
time.
would remember you. You have a whole thing to you.
Yeah, the couple weeks ago, right? 2 weeks. I think Shane was drinking, and I ran into him in the street. Remember that?
No.
You don't remember that?
Why do people bring up random things?
I thought that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I was hanging out with a friend of mine that does.
Hold on, just stop.
Sorry.
You're saying that you ran into me and Shane on the street?
Yeah, it was super random.
Yeah, no, it's not random. Sometimes we walk on the street too. How would I remember you from the street? Did you say you did comedy or something?
No, he was like, he was going to drink, and then me and my friend went with him because we were hanging out with Hans.
That's what we're always doing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just stop.
Sorry. That's what you meant. That's right.
No, I was just saying, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How long you been doing stand-up comedy?
6 months.
6 months.
Funny.
All of it here in Austin?
Yeah, pretty much.
Incredible. You know, it's funny because I always thought those ads before porn were like crazy, but I never really had an angle on it. It's one of the first times in forever where I can honestly say I'm kind of jealous of that bit. Like, that's like kind of amazing. It's right there on the surface. But yeah, what the fuck? Those ads are crazy. We're blatantly horny and alone.
Yeah, they don't gotta like highlight that, you know. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, it's like they're fucking with us.
Pretty much.
Hey, are you overwhelmed with pussy? Like, no, I'm about to jerk off. It's pretty blatant. It's a great take, though. That's what I'm saying. Is you have a very natural, it's right there on the surface.
Brazilian porn is arguably one of my favorite categories. But I don't just type in Brazilian. I need like layers. So it's like Brazilian mom comes home early from Iraq to surprise Brazilian stepson who's watching, Air Bud 6. He gets bored, so he, fucks Brazilian stepmom, titties, When did you move? All right, we'll edit this out. When did you move to America?
2016, I think. I've been here 9 years.
First impressions?
Love it, dude. Great place.
Best country on planet Earth.
It is, dude. It is. Yeah.
Yeah. You do jujitsu?
I did it for like 2 months, and then I came to Austin. I don't have time anymore.
Right. Too busy swimming in pussy. What do you do when you're not doing stand-up comedy in Austin?
Dude, I just did this because like my visa's up, so I have to leave. And it's true, I have to leave.
You have to leave.
I gotta leave in 2 months, so I just been focusing on
They're
stand-up.
gonna make you leave.
Yep.
Meanwhile,
I know it's ridiculous. I know. Like, I can leave and walk back in, but I can't stay.
If you want, I know some guy named Adam Ray. He might buy you a hotel if you just tug at his heartstrings.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think buying a hotel is going to help us problem.
It's not going to happen, but I mean, you can reach out,
It's going to be on your bill, the kicked in door by ICE that fucking deports him. God damn it, I didn't think you'd put me down on incidentals, too.
Oh my God!
Are there Brazilian stand-up comics? Like, how do you figure out that this is something that you could do?
Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of like I always loved it, and then a friend of mine like made me do it, and I had a good time. So
Had you seen American comedy?
Yeah.
Well, who'd you like? Who got you fired up?
Louis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Fuck yeah. Absolutely. What do you do for a living? How do you make money?
I work in rental cars.
Rental cars?
Yeah, I don't want to say the name of the place because I mean I'm leaving the country anyways. I work for like an enterprise.
Whoa.
Yeah, so I'm leaving.
Wow.
If they're not sponsoring me, I don't give a shit. You know.
Yeah. They're not going to do it.
Yeah, but that's what I do. It's boring. I don't like it. Just pays my bills. Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Being broke hurts.
And I talk about that in my book, We've Got Issues. You need money to have fun. Go ahead, Tony.
What's your love life like? You're tall, you're Brazilian. I can't even imagine what's going on here.
Single, bro. Single.
If you're vegan, I know a 90-year-old
Sherry,
Iranian woman that fucking...
I was listening in the back. I mean, I need a marriage to stay, so that would be. I'm fucking work out.
Wow.
Let's fucking do it.
Wow.
Anyway,
Can you fucking imagine?
Is there any chance there's a what's it called?
Is there an ordained minister?
Is there an ordained minister here?
Where?
Everybody's point. Wait, there's so many of them. This is crazy. Welcome to Texas, where everybody's like, God bless.
This guy.
Wait a second.
This
Hold
guy.
on.
This guy who looks like a DJ in Grand Theft Auto. You're a minister? You got a badge or something? I don't know.
You got your ID on you?
Wait.
Okay, is Sherry still here?
Is Sherry still here?
Is Sherry back there?
Oh my fucking God. This could actually work.
We're
Because
gonna
she's
get-
kind of what he described, or she described.
It is. Bro, say you're a vegan, dude.
Say you're a vegan and she will open up every door and hole, I swear to God.
We know you beat your meat, but now you got to sneak your meat. Because if your wife finds out, it's not the first time an Iranian woman's been in an arranged marriage, by the way. This is absolutely right on schedule. We're going to tell her you're a Brazilian heir, and she might be down for this. This is absolutely incredible. We're waiting for Sherry. Can we get the little, this guy puts the mini in minister. Come on up here.
Here he
Come on
comes,
up
dude.
here. Go on.
Please welcome to the stage Sean McVay, the coach of the Los Angeles Rams.
This is wild. This could be the first ever Kill Tony.
He's a hot guy. I'm Sean McGay right now, Tony.
Hey. Yeah, you know what?
is this legal?
What's that?
Is that legal?
I don't fucking know. Dude, we're just trying to have some fun.
Whoa.
What's up,
holy
dog?
shit.
Nice to meet you. Player, pleasure.
Wow. We found the Rainy Street serial killer, everybody. This is amazing. Absolutely incredible. What's your name, sir?
Tall.
What is it?
Tall.
Tall? Wow, that's ironic. That's like the guy next to you's name being short.
Hey, my name's Hare. Hit me, Red Band.
And my name's Straight. All right.
Here you go.
Your name is Tall. That is incredible. What do you do for work, Tall?
I work on a credit card.
You work on a what?
A credit card.
You work on a credit card? Holy
I'm
shit.
in charge of getting people to sign up for a credit card.
Oh, okay. All right. What can you probably can't say the company, right?
Amazon.
Wow. Incredible. Well, you're about to probably get somebody a visa here in a second. It's incredible. D Madness has seen enough.
You gonna clean the house?
D Madness's middle name,
So you heard that? He asked me-
2020 Vision, by the way.
He asked me if I'm good at cleaning houses because I'm Latino. Did you hear that? I thought you were.
You guys
That's
have-
no, Latino
Are you
still.
guys having
Same
your
thing.
own podcast over there? What the fuck is going on? Stick with me. Ladies and gentlemen, you know her, you love her. Make some noise again for Sherry Vaseggi, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Now, Sherry, you left such a fucking impact on us that this is the very extremely rare occasion in which we have somebody back on the show. Now, this young man, Pedro Franco, right here, this tall, brown vegan, let me just say,
I need you guys. We don't have instant replay, but I'm going to show you what Sherry did when she found out that he was vegan. Ready? Tell me you're vegan.
I'm vegan.
yeah.
That was hot. Keep going, Sherry.
Yeah.
Did I do that?
Wow, amazing. So, Sherry, we're in a little bit of a situation because Pedro is from Brazil. He's been here since 2016, and he needs to marry an American woman in order to get to stay in America. Now, the man next to you, believe it or not, his name is Tall.
That might be a red flag.
And Sherry, the man next to you, Tall, is an ordained minister. So, with that said, Pedro, I do believe now is the time to pop the question. Ask Sherry. Get down on one knee.
Get down on one knee.
Yeah. He's literally, he got down on one knee. He's still taller than Tall. It's incredible. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Pedro Franco.
Sherry, will you help me stay in the greatest nation of the world?
I believe I'm American enough that I could probably help.
That's right. There you go. That's good enough. That's good.
Tall, what do you say? Do you pronounce them, what do you just say?
Do you? Yeah. Do you? Oh yeah, baby.
That's it. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kill Tony. Wow. Dreams have come true here. Sherry, you are an instant Kill Tony legend. Pedro, you had a fantastic minute. Congratulations. It looks like things may be going your way.
Does she get to do the secret show for this show?
I was literally trying to think of something that we could do for her.
Can she do the roast of Dr. Phil? Would that be
Oh,
possible?
yeah. I'll fly to LA and you can do the roast of Dr.
You
Phil.
gotta have someone new. Sherry, what's the longest set you've ever done?
Oh, I can do 15 to 20 minutes.
Why don't you let her open the show on Thursday?
After Fogo de Chao, why don't you come over to the secret show on Thursday?
You're gonna open it up. Sunset Strip Comedy Club. What is it, 8 p.m.? Oh my goodness gracious. Dreams are coming true here. Tall, did you sign up for the show?
No.
Okay, good. Now, there you go. Thank you, Tall. Thank you, Sherry. And thank you, Pedro, ladies and gentlemen. Pedro, take one of these. Damn, he catches like Sherry. Woo! God damn. What an episode. What an episode so far. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the bucket pulls have been so good that this is fucking crazy. It's time for another one of our regulars, everybody. One of the best to ever be a regular in the history of the show. This young man is on fucking fire. Here with a brand new minute. This is the one and only Cam Patterson.
I'm gonna fuck that guy's wife, man. They just got married, and I'm happy for them, but I like fucking old women, dog. That's not a part of me. I just want to tell y'all that I will fuck that old lady. I don't understand helping the homeless if you're not gonna give them a house. I think that's dumb. My barber likes to go on 6th Street to get home people haircuts, and I think that's fucking stupid. Cause you gotta understand something. They get their money because they look homeless. If you give them a haircut, you just fucking up their uniform, dog. If I see a homeless nigga with a better haircut than me, I might punch his ass. Really? You piece of shit. Like, I'm not gonna get no money to the homeless nigga with no clean ass drop fade. That's not finna happen. Susan, a drop fade when you kind of cut the sides a little bit and then you keep the rest. I'm done. Holy shit.
This is what we do. My goodness gracious.
We doing it, man.
God damn.
Come on, man.
You have done it yet again.
Yeah, it was fun. That was good. I like that. That was fun.
That might be my favorite one so far. That
Thank
was
you,
great.
man.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that.
Natural
Shit.
Cam Patterson.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely unstoppable right now. He is on fire. We did an episode of the Dr. Phil show yesterday.
Oh yeah, baby.
Yeah.
And
Get ready, Tony Kim. At
Hell
the
yeah.
same motherfucking time, baby.
Yeah.
Last night,
yeah.
you guys murdered that shit.
It was fun. What's they had on a thong? That was disturbing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Disturbing
Yeah,
as
somebody
shit.
came out in a thong, and then Cam said the N-word or something. Yeah, but it
That's
was
my
great.
favorite word, man.
You guys murdered it, man. It was fun.
Cam, that is an amazing joke about getting the homeless people haircuts.
Thank you.
Fucking unbelievably fantastic, smart, funny, everything. As always, you came through riding the momentum of
Yeah,
what
yeah.
happened on stage.
That was fucking insane.
yeah.
That was crazy.
It's a wild show.
I was asking in the back, like, can they do that? Can that really happen? Is that legal? He said, hell yeah. That's what he said. You want to get mad? Hell yeah. What the fuck, man? It's not a real thing. It's not real shit.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I don't know if
I just finna kick that nigga door in and steal.
You said
Okay.
you like older women, and Sherry.
Yeah.
Did we find out how old Sherry was?
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
73. So you moved in.
I'm well. Did you sleep well?
Yeah,
Excellent to hear. You ready to take on the day?
yeah, I'm ready to go.
Go get it, girl.
I'm ready. Talk to you later tonight.
Excellent. Take care.
I'm ready, you too.
Bye.
Bye.
176 minus 13, so
There you go.
63.
63. Is that?
Wait,
is that
no, she was born in 63, which means she's
61.
Hell yeah. I'll
All right.
fuck the shit out of that lady.
You would?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. She ain't get the new chlamydia yet. I had that already. You know what I'm saying?
oh wow.
What does that do to you again? Chlamydia does what? Target selling candy bars for their baseball team. Sorry, once it was here, I had to do it.
I don't play baseball, nigga. I play basketball.
That's right. That's
yeah,
right.
bro.
You told me that.
Yeah, come
You
on.
told me
you
that
know
last night on the show. What I love about last night's show, I can't wait for you guys to see this. Cam opened up, man. We got some real deep cut history from you.
Yeah, man.
I don't know. You were such a superstar athlete, and your coach was fucking. That was crazy.
Yeah, man. Fuck Coach Sarge.
Yeah, Coach Sarge, you guys will see. But now, and he hasn't reconnected with you, has he?
Huh? Oh, nah. The funny thing is, we did tell me one time, he always had this saying, he'd be like, y'all understand something. I'm always right. I'm never wrong. I might be wrong in the moment, but I'm always going to be fucking right. And then the last day I seen him, he told me, he said, I don't know why you play basketball, nigga. You should be a comedian, you goofy bitch. And he was right. He was right as shit.
Yep.
So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, I have another question for you, Cam. And don't take this the wrong way. Can you do a backflip? And if you can, appreciate you. I'm going to give a costly assist on that one. But
I can do a backflip.
you can?
We learned it from birth. Yeah. Out the womb, nigga, we just started flipping, dog. Just come out flipping. Like how dolphins come out swimming, we just let's hit it, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's very easy. You can't flip, nigga?
I mean, I can flip a girl over if I'm fucking her on her period.
Come on now. Talk to me. That was weird, but I liked it. You know what I'm saying?
Wait a second.
That was strange.
Well, I talk about it more in my book in chapter 12. We've got issues. Don't let a period stop a Tuesday from being the best day ever.
You got an audio version of that?
I'll sign it for you.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
I got you if you flip for me.
Wait, what? If you flip for me, what kind of fucking weird scenario is this, Dr. Phil? Flip for me, nigga. Flip for me.
Just
Do a flip, nigga, man.
say the N-word or the man thing. I was sincerely trying to make plans for the weekend, all right? I love you, Cam.
Love you too, man.
I need to see Tony a tour and see Cam out there. Is it just bananas when he comes out?
Unbelievable. I don't know why you would use the word banana.
God damn it, Dr. Phil.
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
I swear to God, that one was a mistake.
Yeah. It must be a blast out there. I bet it's just a good old bowl of watermelon out there, huh? I bet it's just like a rotisserie chicken just spinning around. God damn it. God.
The man just said black chicken. He just, what the fuck?
Yo, there's that little bitch. I was just thinking about you. I say to you, I need 5 minutes. I come back 4 minutes and 59 seconds later, and you're gone.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Dr. Phil, you are accidentally out of control tonight.
Yeah, sorry, my ass.
Sometimes some things come up.
Dude, nothing came up. You just have the attention span of a cricket and you leave, and it's bothersome.
My radio is the
Yeah, you're everything.
everything.
Yeah, dude. Whenever we talk about any kind of mental disorder, you're like, oh, I've got that.
I only have ADHD and Tourette's.
Okay.
Depression and anxiety.
Shut the fuck up.
You've got issues.
Like I said, like
When
whatever
I
it
talk
is,
about
you've
that
got it.
chapter 16 about my own
Join
personal
everybody
struggles
else on fucking Twitter.
and what I'm doing to overcome them. Thanks for the plug, Tony. You know what plugs feel like, don't you?
That's
All
just
right.
Tourette's I get.
Oh, man.
The other shit.
Red Band, you got a butt plug sound effect or something?
Have you been diagnosed with it? Do you see a doctor?
Okay. All right.
Wait, what did he do? I didn't hear it.
It was a fart noise.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, you're just saying it.
Kids are watching.
I love it. Cam, you did it again. We
That
absolutely
doesn't
love you.
matter,
You're a fucking
dude.
freak of nature.
Like I said, you've got everything. Anybody can say they have that.
Absolute bananas. The best. Cam Patterson, ladies and gentlemen. And back to the bucket we go. Not easy to follow that. And so, on a mission, 60 seconds from Christian Alexander. Here we go.
What's up? How we doing? We can all agree there's a homeless epidemic. Like the other day, I saw a homeless lady with a fat ass. She came up to me. Can I have $1? I was like, what ass like that? I'll give you a home, bitch. Poor thing barely spoke a lick of English. I was like, what's your name? She goes, ruh, 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 ruh. What a beautiful name. Took her home, hosed her down. Mom, this is rural. She'll be staying here a while. She helped me start believing in God. I busted a
It's
nut
not
inside
like
of
a
her, right?
cost thing.
And I was
You
like,
just
God,
need
if
to
you
go see a
real.
doctor and be
Please don't let her
diagnosed
be
with it.
pregnant.
So whatever.
And exactly a week later, her ass got hit by a car. Won't he do it? Nah, fuck that. My car did get totaled. I'm not gonna get a homeless bitch pregnant. What the fuck? Thank you.
Wow. Yet another
What's up?
good set. Christian Alexander, welcome.
What's
Your
up?
first time on the show.
Yes, sir. What's up?
How old are you?
23.
23 years old. How long you been doing stand-up?
2 years consistently, but 4 years is my first time.
You from Texas?
Yes, sir. Houston.
Austin?
Houston.
Houston. And that's where you live now?
Yep.
With your mom?
Oh, 100%.
Hell yeah.
The fuck? Free rent?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I had
What do
to
you do
earn
for
those
work?
shots. I didn't I wasn't given them.
I work at Adidas, and it's great because I got a foot fetish. So I see a lot of hoses' toes. You feel me?
That's what's up.
Oh shit.
That's what's
Look
up.
at that.
What's your what size do you like?
Size 7.
Yeah.
Wow. He knew exactly what he's into there. Is that a size 7 in men's or women's?
Women only. Ooh.
Yeah.
Men's is disgusting.
Let me do it pretty your feet. Is there something about the foot? Like, what do you love about it?
The stank. The stank.
Wow. You're a dirty little boy.
Look.
My goodness, Christian. Do you have a girlfriend?
No.
Why do you say it like that?
Because inflation.
Very cheap for a guy that lives with his mother.
Oh.
Inflation. Do you know what that means?
Kinda. Kinda.
What do you do for fun? What does a 23-year-old like Christian Alexander do for fun?
I hate this whole.
Drink and drive.
Really?
Practice it. Practice.
Wow. The Houston pastime of drinking and driving. What else? Do you like to drink, Christian? You a tequila guy?
Soda. Yeah, I was
It's
trying
hard
to get a
get
shot
past the
back there,
first
but I was thirsty.
Uh-huh.
Can't demand shit.
Have you been drinking today?
Oh, yeah. It's Austin.
Maybe.
What?
This is Austin.
Uh-huh.
Hey, inflation, Tony.
Yeah. Do you have to drive home tonight to Houston?
No, I got my dad's credit card, so I ain't really paying nothing.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
New
Feel me.
Amazon credit card. All right, so mom and
You're right.
dad are still together.
Yeah, but I wish they weren't.
Why?
Cause I don't know, maybe my mom might be cheating.
What makes you say that?
She's a Walmart couponer,
There
but
you
she
go.
never has coupons.
Oh fuck.
She goes like every day, like, where the coupons at, bitch? You know what I mean?
No, we don't.
No.
All right. What the fuck? You go to Walmart every day, you bring back like nothing. You say you're a couponer, but you never see any coupons.
Oh, gotcha. So she's saying that she's looking for the discounts and the deals,
I don't
but
think so.
she never comes home with any
My shop
actual
sucks.
items. Yeah.
No. She goes back like the same cereal.
What kind of cereal?
Reese's Puffs. That's probably her boyfriend's favorite. Who
Oh
knows?
shit.
Wow, it's very suspicious. What does dad do for work?
I don't know.
You
No.
know what
He's
you're-
a manager, but like, yeah, I don't know what he works at She-Rock. I don't ask. We don't talk. You know what I mean? He's my
Okay.
dad. He's
So
next.
got your 400th
Well,
win.
why don't you and your dad talk anymore?
We don't watch wrestling anymore. You know?
Aw, you used to watch wrestling together?
Yeah, it was cool.
You didn't catch
That's
this last
DFU. You
WrestleMania?
got
I
your
did.
400th
Oh
win.
my god, it was crazy.
It was
I
crazy.
prevented you from
I
getting it
jumped up
earlier
and down.
today.
When Cena came up,
What was your favorite part? Cena.
no, the Cena, I was like, oh my god, John Cena.
Yeah,
And then Undertaker came out, and my heart sank to my ass.
that's
Yeah.
true.
I got
You
400
got me.
wins
You
when I
got the
was
best of me
I
too.
jumped up.
prepubescent.
It got me.
I didn't like Randy Orton though. He was a little too like fat. I feel too
Okay, we're
thick.
getting off subject.
Right.
We're going a little too inside baseball. Christian,
Leslie?
what's your love life like?
Desperate.
Really?
A little bit, yeah. I like taller women.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because I
I like them all, but mostly.
somehow, some way have more
So,
than more
wait,
of a
do you
life
like a
than you
big
do.
foot? Or you want a tall girl with little feet?
And she got skinny ones with veins on it.
you talking about her foot?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
So you like a veiny, stinky
You've played
foot?
more games than I have.
She works hard.
But
I
you
got her
have
thing. You know what I mean?
less wins
She
than I
works
do.
a lot.
Little hair? Well, she's gonna have to
Hair?
work hard
Ooh,
with your
no hair.
lazy ass. Fucking incredible.
When's the
That's
last
true.
time you spoke to your father, Christian?
I told him I loved him the other day. Man, he's paying for a lot of shit that I
Not good.
gotta be appreciative and grateful.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Well, I feel like there's a lot of stuff you haven't said to him.
Yeah.
And Red Band, if you could hit me with some soft piano music, I would love to role play a little conversation to warm you up for the real one you should be having soon. Okay?
That's three.
Red Band, hit me. I'm going to play Christian's dad. And Christian, you play yourself in this.
There's no way you could fuck it up, Christian. This is your father. What's your dad's name?
Mayo.
They don't really spam people,
Ah.
but Blue Sky has a thing that marks
All
my
right. So
messages as
here,
spam.
I'm going to, you
So
knock
it's
on the
fucking
door.
me up. So I've had to go to follow
Hey, who
people.
is it? This is Mayo. Is that the pizza delivery guy?
Yeah,
Oh,
everybody
shit,
knows
Christian.
that.
What's up, dog? How's Adidas treating you, player?
Dude, what the
How's
fuck,
the
man?
foot, man?
What
You
the
smell some
fuck?
good feet lately?
Dude, what the fuck?
No, I just
That
kid.
actually
I kid. I love you. I said, come on.
Did you see that shot?
I miss you, dog. We never watch wrestling anymore. Remember John Cena? Remember when John Cena
I
came on
remember that.
I know you remember. I know. I used to take you to wrestling all the time, but you know, inflation. You know, I can't take you anymore.
You've never talked to me this much.
That was a bad shot.
Oh my God.
Holy shit. Another one.
That was also a bad
My
shot.
goodness. Christian Alexander. Before we let you go, what's something about your life that would really surprise us? You ever, like the craziest thing that's ever happened to you that you think makes you different than everybody else? You ever almost die or
I
something?
was molested as a child.
Is that true?
Yeah, it was a fucked up time, man. I remember I came home.
Way too hard.
The hoodoo.
You just lost.
Were you
another
really?
Kinda. It's by a woman. It don't really count. You know what I mean?
Who was the woman?
Idea. We're still friends on Facebook too. So it's
Like,
Stop,
like
stop,
Tyler
stop.
Perry?
bigger.
Wait, what?
He said Medea, not Medea.
Oh, I thought you said Medea.
Medea.
Oh,
Idea.
it's a classic Medea IKEA kerfuffle. Wait, how old was she when you were getting? How old
Are
were
you gonna
you?
hit the ball, or are you gonna sit here tricking yourself wrong?
What do you remember about this? What did she do to you?
Everything, dude. Nah. Fuck.
What did she do to you? It's okay.
You just put on a little porn. I was like, we're gonna do what they're
Zoo.
doing.
Oh, Jesus!
Wait a
Christ.
second.
And I was like, let's do it.
Your Tia for the white people. Can you explain what your Tia is?
They know what's up. This is Texas. You know what I'm saying?
And also millions on the internet. Right now. So go ahead and explain what the fuck a Tia is.
My dad's sister.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You had ants in your pants.
Thank you.
That's respect right there.
Top 5
How about- I like it when you hit the fucking ball.
That is true.
You're on fire tonight.
That was unbelievable. Oh my God. Hey, keep talking about your trauma. We'll think of more puns.
You can read all about it in my book. We've got tissues.
Oh.
You know what?
Oh my God.
It's a big joke book, my
Make
friend.
it.
And you know what? Since you were molested when you were little, here's a little joke book too. First person to ever get 2 joke books. Make some noise for Christian Alexander, ladies and gentlemen.
Great job, baby. Keep at it, player. Keep at it. Great to see you. Great jokes. Great interview.
All right. You know, before we get to this bucket pool, actually, we have someone special. The molestation thing reminded me. There is a young teen who.
I can't believe I didn't ask him who touched you. You know?
What do you mean?
Christian, who touched you? That's how I got famous, was who touched
Oh.
you. I didn't ask him.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Can we bring him back out? I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was his Tia.
Right, what's that?
It was his Tia.
I know, but I don't know what that is.
He just explained it.
His paternal.
No, but I don't know. I should have asked before he said it.
It was his aunt.
Right, but I should have asked before he
One of
said
the
it.
greatest shots I've ever had in the history of mankind.
Can the music get louder somehow?
I just had a perfect game of loop.
I can't hear you, Tony. I can't hear you.
Hold on. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, so moving forward, not backward. There's a young teen who wanted to talk with you, Dr. Phil. He's trying to solve some issues in his life. And he just so happens to be on a hit podcast with a new friend of the show, Tony Hawk. Ladies and gentlemen, from the podcast Hawk versus Wolf, here to talk it out with Dr. Phil. Make some noise for the great Jason Ellis, ladies and gentlemen. Jason Ellis.
Dude, is today your day?
Molestation. That's what we're going with. How many
Beat the
books do I get?
greatest-
I got molested by like 5 people when I was growing up. How many books
Literati
do I
player.
get?
Now's your chance, Dr. Phil.
You've ever played.
Who was your favorite?
No. Jesus Christ.
Dude, the greatest. The greatest.
Wait. Who touched you? Sidebar was your favorite. Right?
I think the older ones, the women were my favorite. 'Cause I'm not as gay as I used to be.
How old are we talking? And how old were you when it was transpiring?
First ones were real little, like 4 to like 6, and then oh, who cares? I'm fine.
Now, what do they do to you when you're that young? Because you can't get hard that young, right?
You'd be surprised, Tony.
I mean, you seem like the kind
Dude,
of guy that
I
actually
just took
probably
all
could
the
get
wind out of
hard
your
at 4
sails.
years old, Jason.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
It's not.
It's not.
It's
Well, then
not.
fuck
It is.
you
You're
again.
like a tough guy. You seem like a
Yeah,
tough
you're a
guy.
tough
Like
guy.
you could get hard when you were
Tough guys
young.
get hard when they're 4. That's right.
I'm
That's
a
right.
West Side gangster.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so now I like your shirt, by the way.
What?
Is this one of the girls that did it? Oh,
I'm
that's
just.
mine.
I'm trying to show you that I'm into women.
Hell yeah.
Speaking of women, Sherry, if that wedding, that thing doesn't go well, I'll drop some bombs in
Yeah,
her
definitely.
Baghdad.
Oh shit! I like that. Oh shit! Jason Ellis ready to pound out a little sand
Can we
rabbit
not
pussy.
include
You know
voice
what I'm
acting?
saying? A little bit of that fucking
That was my nickname in middle school.
yeah.
Mark
Trying to
Hamill.
find out the some fun from the. All right. Like three jokes hit me at once. I short circuited there. I love it. So, you said you're not gay anymore. Why don't you tell us?
I'm not. I wasn't gay. I don't know who's gayer, you or me. Seriously. Like, just because I admit it, that might be the only difference.
No, you're gayer than me.
Yeah,
You do
fair
gay
enough.
shit.
I think the only difference between you and I being gay and people making fun of
Dude,
this is
the
I
score's
back it up.
currently 38-6.
Goddamn right.
That's why I didn't do a minute, everybody.
But an interesting thing happened. You told me about it earlier. You were kind of gay.
Bye.
You were bi.
Or pan if you want to be like super gay about it.
And then you quit drinking, and what happened?
He's the voice
You're
in
gonna
the
find this
Batman
interesting,
cartoon.
Dr. Phil.
Can't wait.
He's the
I
voice
don't really
of
like
the-
it anymore.
Joker in the Batman.
The taste or what it
character.
does to your or what it does to your mind.
That's a valid
That's what
point.
Yeah,
I'm saying.
I just don't feel like doing it anymore. I used to want to fuck everybody all the time.
That's what I'm
Anybody,
saying.
like trans girls, guys,
Okay.
everybody. I was kind of like the more the better.
How about hermaphrodites?
Yeah, fuck it. If you got one.
Well, I know a couple. Yeah.
I knew a guy that was born a girl and he had a vagina and a half a penis with a rubber one stuck on it, and they made balls out of his clit. So he had balls, a dick, and a vagina, and no boobs, and a beard.
Whoa!
Yeah.
The beard really throws it off.
Yeah, I'm single, by the way. Can you believe that?
Wait, so a ball, a vagina, and a cock.
And there was a button in between the balls. If you pressed it, he would come. No joke.
Are you serious?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
That's called a butthole, Jason. Hate to break it to you, but a butthole is also a button.
He
And I
had
talk
one of
about
those.
that in my book, chapter 22, the butthole button.
It's true.
You can get a copy.
I might need that, especially after this fucking thing.
Well, no, you're an open book, and I like that. You always have been, right? I think you're a pretty fearless guy on stage and off stage.
Yeah, it looks like it, right?
Yeah. What do the tattoos mean? Something?
No, I mean, just to protect my small child fear, like terrified self inside. I went therapy for that.
I love that.
Yeah.
Are any of the tattoos pre or post gay?
They're all gay, actually.
Okay. What's on your head?
A wolf.
I love that.
And then an eagle on the back and some snake around. Like I like animals.
Me too.
Small world.
Yeah.
TheJasonEllis.com. You're going on tour. What are you doing on this tour, Jason?
Comedy.
I love it.
Yeah, accidentally. Like I got fired from Sirius. That was a really cool moment.
Right.
I used to think that was what I was going to be as a radio person for the rest of my life. And then Sam Tripoli was like, you should do comedy. And I was like, I work. Like, how would that work? And then they fired me. And I was like, now would be a good time to try comedy. And then because I got fired, it was like really depressing. And I felt like I hated myself, which made me fit right into comedy.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, I got a lot of good friends and we all hate each other and ourselves. It's great.
How long have you been trying comedy now for?
Like 4 years now.
And you love it?
I fucking, the best thing about it is I get nervous, I get scared like I do with skateboarding and fighting. Yeah. But when I fuck up, I don't have to go to hospital.
Right. Yeah.
I just get like really depressed and go home and like, get sad like, well, you guys used to before you were good.
It's true.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's a shame there's not a button that makes things all better.
Oh, there is. It's just, I don't want to press it anymore.
Jason, thank you for swinging by.
Thanks for having me,
versus Wolf, available everywhere. He's on tour at TheJasonEllis.com. One more time for Jason Ellis, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, make some noise for Jason Ellis, everybody.
Very funny.
Another bucket pull. We are moving smoothly through it. Make some noise. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Avery Hutto. Avery Hutto, everybody. Here we go. Clap for Avery, everyone.
So I actually used to date a girl who's bisexual. It's kind of like a medium gay. You want to know something embarrassing? When her and I first started dating, she had actually slept with more women than I have. But here's the deal. I grew up like a super strict Catholic, so I fucked way more dudes. Yeah, she broke up with me because I eat her all the time in board games. Yeah, we'd be playing Monopoly. She'd start to win. I'd get super amped up, and then I'd punch her in the face. Yeah. I'm trying not to do cocaine anymore. It's making me too powerful. Yeah, my favorite thing to do on cocaine was try to stand completely still. It makes you feel like you're hitting a grind on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. You got any ketamine fans in the audience? Dude, fucking losers, dude. Fucking losers, dude. There's nothing worse than anybody who likes ketamine. Ketamine's for people who got punched in the face and they're like, oh yeah, that was awesome. Right, thank you.
Okay, Avery Hutto. This is your first time on the show?
Yes.
I love it. Welcome, welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 6 years.
6 years. Where at?
I started in Detroit, then Chicago, then here.
How long have you been here?
About 2 years now.
You love it?
I love it. It's so much fun.
What made you pick Austin, Texas?
I was in Chicago, broke up with a girl. I had some friends who moved down here, and I'm like, fuck it, let's go.
Nice. I love it. What do you do for work?
I work at a cowboy boot company.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Allen's?
Chisos.
Okay.
Chisos cowboy boots.
Where's that at?
South First.
Okay. Chisos.
You should come in and get some cowboy boots.
I think I might.
Okay, I would love that. I'm there at the store. So
I love it. Absolutely. It's going to be good to have someone that speaks English.
Was that the dream to work selling cowboy boots? What was the real dream, Avery?
Cowboy. There you go. Honestly, once you get into cowboy boots, it's hard to see anything else.
It really is pretty cool.
Look at,
I'm serious.
Dr. Phil, check these bad boys out.
Yeah, those
are fucking sweet.
Those are some badass cowboy boots.
Checks out.
What sort of, you got all different types? Are they made from animals, or where do you get them from?
This is going to be a genuine cowhide leather. That's a retired dairy cow. We also make AAA grade ostrich, if you're interested.
I'm not.
Okay.
Dr. Phil, aren't you from Houston?
Yep.
You wear boots.
I don't know. Yeah.
Why aren't you interested in this guy's boots?
I don't know, because I sometimes I go in and out of being interested.
What's happening right now?
I don't know.
You're gonna make my mustache fall off.
After Cam tried to steal my wallet, I got frazzled. All right. Wait, now Avery, you said you had a girlfriend or no?
Not anymore. No.
Is comedy? Did you get into it for the gal factor, or are you not trying to focus on that part?
I do not get girls with my comedy.
How about at the cowboy boot store?
More
girls?
Some Latina baddies.
Some Latina baddies. What do they say to you?
Hola.
Oh yeah.
What do you say?
Hola.
Pretty hot.
The rest is history.
That's how it goes.
I love. What do you do for fun, Avery?
I like to read and write. That's big book guy. I like to hang out at the library with the homeless.
Sounds suspiciously like what a guy that can't read would say.
The words are good.
I love it. What else? What about the wild side of Avery?
Yeah, so I've had problems with cocaine my whole life. I grew up in Detroit, and I may have been a wayward child smoking crack on the east side.
Oh,
wow.
Shit.
You. All right.
God damn, Detroit got white crackheads? What the fuck? Wow, that's crazy. That city's falling apart. You didn't do meth or anything? Just straight to crack?
Just straight to crack. They don't call it crack, so it sounds like more fun. They're like, hey, you want some girl? And you're like, oh, we're having a party.
They call it girl?
Yeah, boy and girl, crack and heroin.
Wow, that is amazing. I can't believe you're on such hard stuff. You look like you would have play a Game Boy or something like that.
The stress, because I was so stress-free from all the drugs. I
So
just eased
Austin
my
isn't the best place to stay off of cocaine at. When's the last time you did something?
So I've been in and out, but it's been a couple months now.
Okay. The last time you did it, where was that? How does that happen? How do you give in to temptation?
Oh, I don't like to do cocaine with other people. I don't think that's fun. I get it, and then I go back to my house, and then I do lines, and then I just for hours and read books. I'm a crazy person.
Like suicide notes, or what do you write?
Just journal.
Is the stuff that you write, do you ever read it back?
It's not bad.
You got any on you?
I don't have any on me. I can bring it.
If
I can
Dr.
get some.
Phil did a line of blow right now, I would absolutely lose my mind.
I mean, I've never done it. I was just kidding. But
Dude, if
I
you
think
do that, I'm not going to continue to play with you.
I think that there's. What are you doing to your pants?
I'm just readjusting.
Okay. I thought you were gonna pull coke out of your cock or something.
You can have amazing
Avery,
comebacks. You came back down 3-0, and
you said you write when you're. Do you ever do something stupid on coke?
I mean, I got into a relationship, and you think you love the other person, but really you love the cocaine.
Q in the right
Right.
spot.
She do it too.
Get an X in the
Okay, so
right
you guys were just a
spot.
matchmaker.
Game over.
What the fuck? Yeah. You guys have sex on coke?
We did. We would write love letters to each other on cocaine, and then we would have sex.
Well, was the sex weird or was it great?
It was really good.
I've never heard anyone make coke sound gayer.
Nothing better than ripping a fat line and writing a love letter.
The fuck? It feels good, dude. Drugs are bad because you get sad and lonely, but if you're filled with love on drugs, you're like, everything's pretty good.
Wow. Listen to how lonely those women are over there. Aww. Wow.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Absolutely
He's wrong.
incredible. Alex, fun times. You made your Kill Tony debut. Here's a joke book. There you go.
Good job, dude.
And keep it moving along. All right.
You bet it.
Make some noise for your next bucket poll, ladies and gentlemen. It's Angela K. Angela K, everyone. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? Lovely Heidi. Follow her at Gina with 3A's.HG. And how about one more time for Angela K, everyone?
So I had a colonoscopy recently, and there's really not a whole lot that's pleasant about being molested by Wally. And what's even worse than that is like the whole process to get ready for it. Like you gotta fast with a liquid diet for 24 hours and drink a whole gallon of this crap that I can only describe as Satan's jizz. Like, holy Jesus balls bad, man. That stuff is so bad that they even tell you to mix it with like some sweet tea or some Crystal Light or something. So I did. I mixed it with some Crystal Light. You know what it tasted like? Tasted like Satan jizzed inside some raspberry lemonade. On a positive note, though, I did like that Sleepy Time cocktail that they gave me. That shit will make you not give a fuck, man. Like it is. Woo! I didn't even care when I woke up in the middle of the procedure, man. Like I saw them messing with this nasty, fat, nasty, juicy polyp, and I was like, ooh, that's gross. And then I woke up. It was the next day. But now I get to have surgery. It's awesome. Like they're gonna turn my colon into a semicolon. Okay, thank you. I'm Angela Kay.
Okay, Angela Kay. Finally, a bucket full that wasn't good. All night it took us to get there. Fucking incredible. Everything's right back on schedule again. It's been
I was getting distraught at how good they were.
Yeah.
Thank God you bombed.
That is amazing.
Angela, how did you feel that went?
I had fun with it.
Good.
I feel like I just got roasted by Elf on a Shelf, but
There you go. Yeah. I wore a red vest tonight, everybody. Indeed, you got me.
I love you, Tony. You're awesome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was one shitty colonoscopy set.
Thank you. It was a shitty time.
There you go. Got it.
Yeah.
That's the joke I just made. How long you been doing stand-up?
5 years.
Where at?
Just here and there. I'm not like.
What do you do for work? What convenience store are you a cashier at?
I shop for Instacart.
Oh, I was very close.
Yeah, very close.
Okay.
Customer service. I'm all about it.
Okay.
Did they, what sort of weird deliveries have you made? Like, someone shows up and maybe it's Hans Kim and he's like, "Hey, where's my condom?" Or I don't know. What does Hans order? Probably
rice.
Yep. So, thanks, Red Man. If someone comes to the door and they're being, I guess, how do you handle that?
Well, I actually haven't had that happen. I like to just throw their shit on the door and leave.
Okay.
Take a picture. Bye. See you later.
Hey, let me ask you something. All that talk about colonoscopies probably kill at a hospice type of setup.
Probably.
What's wrong with your asshole?
Well, you heard of the contaminated water at Camp Lejeune?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I lived there when I was a baby.
Oh
so.
my God! So you have Instacart and InstaShart.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Something like that.
incredible. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
So what's going on with your butt? You got an old leaky bum now?
No, there's a polyp in my cecum that they can't get with the little things. So they
Polyp
gotta.
in your cecum?
Yes.
Oh, it's called a cecum?
Yeah, there's you got a cecum too.
Where's it at?
Over on the right side, like right by where the small intestines meet the large intestines.
Okay. It's an interesting name for something like that. It's called the cecum. I'm going to have to seek it out.
No one knows.
Okay. Cecum jokes.
Can you just leave the pull-up? Like, do you have to do anything with it?
Good question, Red Man.
Wait, do I what? Say that.
I mean, since it's just a pull-up, do you have to get it removed, or can you just keep it? I mean,
No, because if I keep it, it'll turn to cancer.
Oh, so they got to pull up on your polyp.
Yeah.
All right. And what are they going to do? They're going to suck it out, cut it out? These people are all have to go vomit right now. The line of people going to vomit.
Ain't a little polyp talk. What's wrong with you?
No, they're gonna. They're just they're gonna cut it out, and then I gotta sit around.
So
for
Camp
a few weeks.
Lejeune, we always hear about this, right?
Yeah.
In infomercials. Oh, there's some fans.
Yeah.
Tell us about it. What was it? There's contaminated water?
Yeah, contaminated water, from a dry cleaner, and then the fucking Marines were putting their weapons cleaners in the groundwater and all that fun shit. Yeah, hoorah! Yeah,
They're very proud. Again, a huge fan of Camp Lejeune and ruining people's assholes.
Who would that be?
People's assholes, people's kidneys, all that fun shit.
How about the people's elbow?
I couldn't answer that.
Finishing maneuver from The Rock. Another thing that happened at this past WrestleMania, all within 10 minutes of John Cena and The Undertaker coming out. It's absolutely incredible. Back to the insides of your dark asshole.
They're doing a reboot.
So when are you planning on having this procedure done?
Well, I have
Frankie
the consult
Munoz is
next
a
Monday,
race car
so
driver.
I'll know after
We have a
that.
special
I
surprise
get what
for
you're
you. We had the
saying,
first
okay.
wedding here on
I get it.
Kiltony. We're about to have the first
I'm
okay.
not going to disagree with that. Jane Kazmarek, though, she's done some
Doctor.
shit.
I got some gloves. Done it before. I'll do it again.
America, Mom.
Now,
She's
is
done
there?
some
Are you
shit.
nervous to get the procedure? Do you like going under like that, or is that? Is it
I have
putting on
no
good
idea,
drugs,
but I'm sure
right?
she's done
Well, I
something.
mean, yeah, the drugs are fun.
The thing is,
but
they don't need to work. They
Yeah,
work-
I'm
they have
ready to get it over with.
Good.
You know,
And then what?
writing jokes about it is actually helping.
Well, good for, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. You got to turn something
They
like
residuals.
that around for your benefit. Are you going to put on
It
some
means
jams?
checks
They
that
let you
come to
use
their
it?
house once
To
a month.
put their
that pay
fist
them.
inside. Or what?
Yeah.
What do they put inside you to grab it?
Well,
Good
it's
asshole jokes.
There you
know,
go. That's
Dark
what-
side of the moon, perhaps.
Shitty jokes.
Baby, come back. Okay, I'm bombing now. This is great.
Right,
Is Camp Lejeune contagious? This is an
Syndication.
airborne disease. All right. We have a little joke book, but you know what? I'm going to be honest with you.
When's the last time you know someone
Bones, I
bought a
made
DVD?
extra tiny joke books. Can you catch this?
When's the last time you know
There
someone
you
bought a
go. We're going to keep it moving. There goes Angela Kay, ladies and gentlemen.
DVD? Anything.
An action-packed episode this has been. There's only one way to put a ribbon on something like this. Ladies and gentlemen, some people call him the Memphis Strangler. Some people call him the Yankee from Yabuki. Some people call him the Grand Rapids Wrangler. The Big Red Machine, the Vanilla Gorilla. This is indeed Lights Out, William Montgomery.
You know the answer to that question. We just talked
Hillary
about
Clinton said that if Trump wins the election, he'll start killing his enemies, which is honestly a little ironic because if there's one thing that bitch knows about, it's killing your enemies. Fuck! I don't know if y'all have been following the Trump trial up in New York, but Trump's case went up in flames last week. Wait, no, it wasn't Trump's case, but the dumbass protester who set himself on fire in front of the courthouse.
Dude, focus
But
on
seriously,
not
that
getting
gallon
your
of
ass
gas
whooped.
cost the guy
Normally you'd be better than
$8.5. So if he would have just waited until Trump got reelected, he could have burned himself up for half that much. Okay, that's my time. Thank you.
Huge applause break to close. All four people at the table clapping with their hands up at the same time. Almost seems like this next election's a no-brainer. William, an unbelievable set. You did it yet again. How do you feel?
I feel pretty other than finding out I got to go to the dermatologist again. I have skin cancer again right on my nose. So, Tony, I'm really not in a very good spot right now.
Oh, my goodness. Is it in your cecum?
Yeah, it's in my cecum. It's behind my cecum. The doctor said, let me see your cecum. And I let him see the cecum, and it's behind it.
Did you guys play hide and go cecum?
Uh-huh.
Oh, good cecum joke. 5 minutes after I needed it.
Either a cecum.
Okay.
Okay.
Billy boy, you have skin cancer.
Yeah, I have it again.
You have it again. Where's it at?
It's right on my nose. It's on the left
How do
side
you
of my
know that?
nostril.
Can you point to it?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see, but
Can you pick it off or?
no, it starts to bleed. I accidentally scratched it last night and it started bleeding. So yeah, it's real downer when I'm fucking looking out of the window. I have just all these people. I honestly have been looking. A lot of people moving out, coming in. It's a lot of people to watch the fucking the gate. The front gate hasn't been working for like fucking 2 weeks. So it's been a free for all for all these freaks coming in, fucking stealing shit from the trash can. And yeah, it's sad. I mean, when I can't be looking out because I'm dealing with blood coming out of my nose, it's sad. I mean, that's what I live for, Akash.
Well, skin cancer is one of the rougher ones to get sympathy for too, right?
It is.
Like,
oh yeah, do you agree, you fucking idiot? Who are you with? Your daughter tonight? Who is that? Okay.
Wow, William, so much going on. We shocked the world on Friday night, took you back to your home state of Tennessee to perform at literally the greatest venue on planet Earth, the Ryman Auditorium, a.k.a. the Grand Ole Opry, a.k.a. the Mother Church. And
Woo! How did it make you feel up there?
It was wonderful. It was a wonderful feeling being able to go back to Tennessee, where sadly my best friend Swoo died. He was from Nashville. It was sad. I revisited his house that I went to that he had found his body in. He died on the couch. Yeah, it was really bad. You can't mix cocaine and Xanax. But yeah, I went back to the house, went back to the scene. It was really, I was
very
crying.
special, sad interview with William Montgomery.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Got
It's so
cancer. Oh, performing at the best venue in the world? Yes, my friend died miles from there. It's kind of incredible. You could have said anything in the world just then. Partying with Jelly Roll, the Black Keys, Winona Judd, but you're still thinking about Swoon, it seems.
Swoo, yeah. Also, Hans Kim, he threw me a vape with shit on it, so that was horrible. He was like, "No, there's shit on it. Drop it." And I was like, "What'd you just fucking do, you idiot?" And I go wash my hands. There's doo doo all over my right hand, so I'm gonna get Hans back. Why he did that?
What are you gonna do?
I don't know. I might fucking break into his place. I know where he lives and just wait in his closet. He has a gun that I know I could get from his fucking ass. So we'll see.
Yeah, I guess we will. Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not in the mood for it tonight, Dr. Phil. I'm in a real nasty mood tonight.
No, I can tell.
Real nasty tonight.
Whoa, it's fired up.
I swear to God, I wish I was feeling better, but I got cancer again. I'm feeling real nasty tonight. Swoo is dead.
You know what, William?
He's never coming back.
William, you seen the new Barbie movie?
No, I saw the fucking Civil War movie, and I thought it was about the 1800s. It was not about that.
What was it about?
War photographers. I thought it was going to be like the fucking Civil War, but it wasn't.
And you're a big fan, obviously, of the Confederacy, so... William, you know,
let's keep this moving. Aboard.
William,
about to
it was
win.
an
Just fucking put
unbelievable
something
set.
down.
But it seems like the interview portion this evening's a little bit serious, a little bit dramatic.
Sure.
So, you know what maybe we should do? I think
What?
maybe you should have a seat at the table, and maybe we put a ribbon on this episode with a brand new minute from, I don't know, maybe, just maybe, the 2023 Guest of the Year. And a guy, I don't know, I don't want to make any bold predictions, but I would say off of this episode alone, a guy who appears to be the front runner for 2024 Guest of the Year. Why don't we pull a little switcheroo, joining the panel, William Montgomery, and closing out the show, this is Dr. Phil.
One more time for William Montgomery, everybody. Here he is right here. William Montgomery, dressed like a guy who works at a bowling alley, but it's also going to kill himself on his last day of work.
Yeah.
A couple of jokes down here. A couple about William. I said, William looks like you have sex with girls and then you give them fleas. Thought that was funny. Said, probably say that again to myself later. William lies a lot, mostly on cardboard boxes at bus stops. So put that one in the keeper cake. Let's see, Tony Hinchcliffe. Tony, okay, how can we call this Kill Tony? You look like you died 2 weeks ago. All right, sounded better in my head on the drive over. Tony, you look like the second coolest kid in homeschool.
All right, let's see if I get 400 points.
Pretty good. Yeah, this guy liked it. I like that guy for liking it. Tony, you look like the kid on the milk carton who went missing, then got found, then got molested. So in that order. So check the game tape if you're a psychopath. Brian Redband's here, or as I like to call him, Judd Appetizer. Let's see. Brian is my favorite guy. Brian, you look like you smell like deli meats. What's going on, player? No, Brian's one of my favorite people. Brian, you were my favorite character, Men in Black. Did you ever get that Shearwater to? All right, we'll leave it there. There's more to it, but I'll send you a link. Congrats on the engagement, by the way, Brian. You look exactly like a guy who would be engaged to an Asian. No, you're the sweetest, and I'm happy for you both. Brian, you're like a cuddly teddy bear. That bear had a sex doll. What else we got? Cam Passion was here. Give it up for Cam Patterson, everybody.
Dude,
Cam is short for camp counselor who touches the kids. All right. Casey Rocket, Casey boy. One more time for Casey Rocket. Now that guy is just Kill Tony has really given him a platform to be himself, and now he's going to take his talents to the garden and just cause a scene. Casey, you look like you're doing a walkathon for schizophrenia. Casey, you look like you name a flavor for your boogers before you eat them. Yeah, I like that one. I like that one a lot.
For the next game?
Casey, you look like a model train conductor. I don't know. Casey's got more lithium than a Tesla battery. And then I just wrote "fuck Hans Kim" at the end here. So that's it. That's my time, everybody. Thank you so much, Dr. Phil. I love you guys. You guys are an amazing crowd tonight. Kill Tony. Best show in the fucking world. I love you guys.
Dude, you ready for the next game?
Akash Singh's new special Gaslit at Akash Singh Comedy on YouTube. Thank you to Connect Mobile Health, the ID Drips, Talkspace, Squarespace, Gel Blaster, Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Hall Law Firm, Ninja Buses. The drawing from Ryan J. Belt is in, and it is incredible. Let's see the drawing from Chris Rogers. Whoa! A brand new William Montgomery. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land? Follow these guys. Watch them live. Do everything. Follow them. Have fun this week in Austin, Texas, those of you visiting. Make sure you catch the stream of Los Angeles live, the forum and the YouTube theater. A lot of crazy stuff happening there. You're not going to believe it. You're not going to want to wait for it to come out on YouTube. So just buy it. Support the show. It's a huge production. We got the director from the UFC doing it. A very, very expensive, high-level production. We're going all out for these shows at Madison Square Garden in the forum, trying to go to another level with this crazy show, which sounds fucking crazy, but I don't know. I believe in it. A lot of special stuff happening. Another shout out to Jason Ellis, thejasonellis.com, Hawk vs. Wolf, Akash's special Gaslit, out now at Akash Sing Comedy. And Preacher Lawson's new special, My Name is Preacher, at Preacher Lawson on YouTube.
Yourself.
Red Band?
I'll be in San Diego with Casey Rocket in July. Go to AmericanComedyCo.com. Love you guys.
So much stuff happening. Go to killmerch.com. I designed the new NASA hoodie, which I love, and I already have 2 of. And a lot of other really cool stuff at killmerch.com. KillTonyLive.com for the live streams. One more time for Akash singing Dr. Phil. We love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Because I'm better at it than you are. You played him, dog. I think he's a little bit better than you.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Good boy. joy is back. The bounce is back.
It makes some noise for the great and powerful Cam Patterson, everybody.
So I got my very first apartment because of stand-up comedy, and that's great, you know what I'm saying? I love it. But I got roaches real bad. I got roaches so bad I got a home, but he had roaches. But I asked him, I said, how do you get rid of them? He said, I just trained them. And I was like, nigga, that's not possible. Bitch, you can't train roaches. But I said, train my roaches. Because at my house, I had 3 roaches. They'd be on their side of the room. I'd be on my side of the room. We'd have a good night. Wouldn't bother each other. But I brought a girl over one time, and there was 72 roaches in my room doing TikToks and shit. They were making podcasts, nigga. They were moonwalking. They were crazy, right? And at one point, me and the girl was watching a movie, and I was killing roaches as I watched the movie. So I watched the movie, and I murdered a roach. Then I watched the movie, and I murdered a roach. And at one point, she came up to me and said, Cam, it was a big ass Lizzo roach that walked into the middle of the TV. And I couldn't avoid this bitch. And she was like, Cam, it's okay. I got roaches too. And I was like, ew, bitch, that's nasty. You dirty slut. Hell yeah.
Fuck yes.
What's up, nigga?
Fucking
What's up, nigga? Come on, nigga.
Patterson.
Come on with me.
The Kill Tony debut of Cam Patterson. Unbelievable performance. The set of the night. Absolutely amazing.
That love, nigga.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
So my older brother very racist. He would always tell me, Cam, don't you ever in your life date no white bitch. You can fuck her. You can put your dick in her mouth. You can nut on her face. But y'all two never, and I mean never, date one. And I never understood that because I was only 6 years old.
You need an incredible comeback right here. You got one. Focus. You
so
got
as a
2.
child, I was perplexed. That's my first time using that word, sir, and I like it. It means confused, nigga. I will tell y'all this though. When I was in high school, I dated a white girl, and I love that stupid bitch. But I let my whole family down.
Fuck.
I remember they came up to me and
This
she
should be a great
was like,
comeback.
she was
Down
stupid. She never
5-1.
understood black culture. She never got black. I had flat top of high school. I could put pick in my
You're
hair,
done.
but she never saw me use the pick. So I just saw the
I'm gonna
pick that was
catch
in
you.
my
You're at
hair. And when
19
she
wins.
came
I'm
up
gonna
to me,
beat
she
you.
was like, Cam, that's an extremely weird place to keep a knife. And I was like, what the fuck? So I stabbed her. Thank y'all so much. Shut up. So I just moved to Austin, and I love Austin, you know, cause everybody lied to me when I got here. They were like, Cam, you gonna love Austin. It's so diverse. Look at y'all. I've only seen 6 other black people since I've been here, and they've all been crackheads. And one of them saw me, got happy, said, oh shit, another one. He was like, nephew, come here, nephew. I want to show you something around this corner, nephew, follow me. And I didn't want to follow him around the corner because I knew he was going to blow crack dust in my face. And if y'all did not know, that's how you make crackheads. Did you know that, sir? Welcome to the club, nigga. You live outside forever now.
You have 0 points.
Wow. Wow.
When I was in high school, I had a basketball coach. He smoked crack for real. And he the only coach that ever believed in me in my life. The only coach that ever believed in me. And he was a real deal crack smoker. That's what he did. I remember one day he came up to the last time I ever saw him. He came up to me and said, "Cam, if I'd had you for all
Now you
4
get
years,
shut off.
you'd have been an All-American." Then he walked away. Then the head coach walked up like, "Let me know. Listen, let me tell you something. This nigga actually smokes crack. You can't listen to this nigga, dog. He told the stripper she's gonna be a doctor last week. You can't listen to this nigga. This nigga's a crazy person."
Yo, pimp. Welcome.
I only tell
What
that
up,
joke.
Temper?
I broke somebody's heart one time. I used to go to Target. And my coworker always told me to be like, "Cam, going to your shows and shit made me chase my dreams." I like, "What you want to be in?" Like,
Kicking
I
ass,
want to
taking
go
names.
to the NBA.
I'm embarrassing your
This
friend.
nigga was
at
45 years old.
Games. I'm embarrassing your friend.
That's it. Hey, that's it.
Man, unbelievable yet again.
From yesterday?
They go from the Ku Klux Klan to a nigga. What a transition. This shit is beautiful.
Okay. Dude, this is
I
your
used
friend?
I used to play sports in high school, and if I think I play like basketball, football, you a racist.
Do you know Zoot, Temper?
Because I play water polo and lacrosse.
Zoot, you're full of shit. How you living? How you living, Temper?
I'm glad you did it, because I'm lying. I played basketball in high school, but I remember after my season, one of my teammates came out and said he was gay. Now I had no problem
What's
with
good, Temper?
at all. You love who you love, you know what I'm saying? But I had to ask him. I said, "Hey man, will you step on my ass?"
Living the dream. Every day, 3 meals a feast.
That like a gay
Just playing
thing?
some mini golf, some mini games.
Like a basketball thing. I said, "No man, that was strictly a basketball thing." I said, "Okay, I
More
understand,
than
but
3.5 years going back to the pandemic. Weird, dog.
Hey nigga, you
What's good in your life?
There he is again.
I used to want to be a thug before I became a comedian. It's not funny, bitch. I could have been a good thug, white lady. I could have been a great thug. But I know I could be a thug. And one day I brought her called some real thugs, and the car got shot up. And that's when I realized that I was a bitch. Because I was the only one crying. And they were mad. Like, "Nigga, why are you crying? And they shooting at us. What do you mean?" The worst thing about them, if you notice, not certain people shoot at you, they spin back. You know that? They always come back when they shoot at you. So they would shoot at us and they was coming back, and I took my shirt off. And I'm like, "Hey, nigga, we surrender. We quit. Leave us alone." And all my homeboys was like, "Hey, nigga, we need to retaliate."
Dog
Like,
with hat.
that's wrong word. Me, Cameron Patterson, I would like to retire.
Boom. 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 Oh shit. The real deal.
My dick ain't that big. That's not funny, bitch. That's why I envy lesbians. Any lesbians in here? Good. You got a lesbian, bitch. You a cowboy, fuck nigga. But I envy lesbians for real, dog. They get to pick their dick, and I ain't get that choice. Let me explain. Like a lesbian can have sex with her girlfriend, she go, "Oh my gosh, this is so good. Go deeper." All she gotta do is detach her 6, go to her arsenal real quick, put on a 10, and now she finna fuck her life up. I'm having sex with my girlfriend, and she tell me to go deeper. I'ma just call my homeboy. Cause I know Daquan dick way bigger than mine, dog.
Wow. Exactly 1 minute.
Yeah. That nigga arm crazy as shit. Beautiful. You can't put that nigga right there. That's kind of crazy. Fuck you, nigga. We not the same bitch. I used to work at a grocery store, and I hated it, dog. There's a lot of people like, Like y'all there, you know? A lot of y'all, too many of y'all, but it wasn't like y'all, it was like y'all parents. Like we had a bunch of old white people, like old to the point where like I think they remember when slavery ended, you know what I'm saying? That's how old it was. There's a lady who would come in every day and she was in a wheelchair. And I always help her and I hated that bitch. Because every time I would help her, I would think that she thought to herself, this just like the good old times. And one day I helped her, right? And she was like, thank you so much, Jeffrey. Are you behaving yourself? Now, y'all know my name is Cameron. Who the fuck is Jeffrey? So I stole that bitch wheelchair. Thank y'all. Yeah.
Beats on beats on beats. An unbelievable appetite for destruction.
You ever had a problem with your man? Like you know what I'm saying? You met with the STDs and shit. I remember I was fucking that girl one time, like when Cole was in there, we were fucking like for a little minute. And she could tell me to take the condom off, and I was like, no, because I could smell it. And that's a bad idea when you fucking your dick take over, and I just felt my hand just slip down to my hand, and I demasked myself, right? And so now I'm just swimming in treacherous waters. Now I'm just going crazy when I swim in treacherous waters. In 2 weeks after I fucked her, right? I was at work and I was pissing lava, and I went to the doctor. And we did all the tests just right when COVID was in there. And I had already got my vaccine shot. I'm not happy about that, but I got it, right? And then he was like, hey man, did you just take the vaccine? I was like, yeah, I did. He was like, oh, don't worry about it, just the side effect of that. I was like, for real? He said, no, nigga, you got chlamydia. Hey guys, look.
There it is, 58 seconds. The throw.
If you can't tell by my sideways hat and my slides, I am a scientist. And I've been studying which race get the best head. White women. You know how I know it's white women? Because 2 weeks ago, a white girl changed my life, dog. She sucked my dick for the first time. And she sucked my dick so good, I watched The Office now. That's how good it is, dog. I be it's a hoot. I be saying,
dude, are you gonna join this fucking game or not?
This your lady? Can she suck a dick? Hypothesis proven. You know what I'm saying? So fucking genius, dog. You black? Never mind.
She said she's half black. He said, never mind. Another amazing minute from the great Cam Patterson.
I don't care how good that gay nigga say, you can't say nigga, dog. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It's not allowed. Y'all ever been racially profiled?
Yo, pimp.
By a crackhead? Just me? I was on 6th Street and the crackhead see me say, hey, nigga. I know you. I'm like, bro, you don't know me. He said, I know you. You sell crack, don't you? I'm like, nah, bro, I do not sell crack. He said, no, nigga, you sell crack. I said, bro, he said, you telling me that nigga over there is a liar. He was pointing at a brick wall. I'm like, bro, I do not sell crack. He said, well, you could have fooled me, bitch, and just walked away. Let me tell y'all something. I'm a good person. So I sold him crack.
A force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, shut up, bitch. I gotta talk now. My favorite social media app is Twitter. I know they changed that shit to X, but go wait. I wrote this shit when it was Twitter. Now, I like Twitter because that's the only place you can see people like debate over their political beliefs, and like scroll down a little bit and see like a girl stuff a butt plug in her ass. Like that's how I found out about all my my news and shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I found out about the Russia-Ukraine situation. Like, I didn't know what was going on. I was like, oh, this shit is crazy. And I scrolled, I was like, I should go get nutted on. 2 scrolls later. Look, some real shit. You know why I like porn? But you can make up any type of name you want for a porno. I seen a porno there. It was a porno because it was a white girl gets gang banged by well-hung niggers part 3. And I had to watch it because the white girl getting gang banged well-hung niggers part 1 was so good, they made 2 more. That's my time.
Cam motherfucking Patterson.
What's up, nigga? How y'all doing? That nigga was not 42, dog. Ain't no fucking way. Like I know I bite people for real. And the only reason I bite people is because I got a little sister, and she not, my little sister is 6'2", 280.
All right, go do what you need to do.
Bitch, dog.
Be back in 5 minutes.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when we was a little kid, she would always beat the fuck out of me, like, every day. You know what I'm saying? She would always beat me up. And my biggest fear is that she come when they go camera. My boyfriend just hit me, come do something about it. And I was back home a couple weeks ago, and she called me. She was like, Cam, my boyfriend just hit me. I need you to come handle it. And I was like, bitch, call the police. I can't help you, you fucking slut. I can't help you. But that's my little sister, and I love her. So, you know, so I went over there, right? I went to the house, and I was like, hey, fuck, nigga. That's what I said. I'm scared. Hey, fuck, nigga. How did you beat this bitch?
There you have it.
I hate my niece. She a bitch. Cause she be bragging about shit she know I can't do. Like I was back home a couple weeks ago. She like, Uncle Cameron, guess what? I passed the 3rd grade. And I'm like, I don't care, bitch. If you were so goddamn smart, you did it twice like I did. I only did it twice though because I couldn't read. That ain't funny, bitch. I couldn't read so I couldn't read, dog. Let me ask y'all a question. You know how hard it is to learn how to read when you can't read? That shit is damn near impossible. Hey guys, somebody,
Yes. Another minute from Cam Patterson.
So my life ain't crazy, so I got a therapist. Thank you, white women. Thank y'all for inventing that shit. I really needed one. Cause you like yell in the mirror like you a fuck nigga, you gonna die. That don't help. Don't help at all. Don't help at all. So I got a therapist, but we don't get shit done cause she pretty. So I just be lying to this bitch. Like she's like, what's your biggest problem? My dick too big. That's a big issue for me. What weighs down a lot? My dick weighs me down. That's pretty cool. You know how weird it is to put like gas in it hurts. It's real hard to put fucking gas in a Bugatti, bitch. You know what I'm saying? That's damn near impossible.
There you go. Cam Patterson.
No. I be fucking chatting at old wife. I fucking up.
Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up, my Tony! Let's go!
Are you
guys
back,
ready
you
to have
little
the best
bitch?
goddamn Monday night of your lives right now?
All right, well, then come back.
Yeah, we're here, everybody. Make some noise for my friend Brian Redband.
Hey, everybody.
This is Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose. How about a hand for that goddamn band? Am I right, people? We are here in Austin, Texas, with some unbelievable local musicians. Of course, that's the great Michael Gonzalez on the drums over there. This is our friend Muling on the electric tonight. And, of course, the great D Madness right here on the bass guitar. With a gigantic mic stand that I almost knocked over into him awkwardly starting the episode. Very close call there. You son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. That is the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony band. Also Kill Tony, brought to you by local legends here, Deep Eddy Vodka, which we absolutely love. I mix all their different flavored vodkas with a bunch of different things because I can admit that I like a good feminine beverage. And Deep Eddy is delicious. Sometimes I mix it with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, have a little whiskey vodka. Just fucking support our sponsors. You know what I mean? Wake up the next morning, drink a little liquid IV for the hangover, hire some people on ZipRecruiter, and it's a fucking day. How many of you flew from somewhere else to be here tonight? See, this is a regular thing here that we don't talk about very often. People are like, oh, you're going to move to Austin. Oh, there's going to be the same audience every night. Oh, it's fucking idiots. Now they're all in hell. All our favorite places are closing in LA and fucking... Anyway, who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter. We made the right decision. It's good to be here in beautiful Texas on a 135-degree day. Here's a little bit more about the amazing other sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey, y'all. Indeed, it is Tony Hinchcliffe here, telling you that I am back out on tour with my stand-up comedy. Lugging a bunch of my funniest friends with me all around the country. We're back at it. Tampa, Florida, July 15th and 16th. Houston, Texas, July 28th, 29th, and the 30th. Dallas, Texas, the 12th and 13th of August, and August 26th and 27th. San Antonio, Texas. Nashville, Tennessee, making my long-awaited return September 29th, 30th, and October 1st. That's tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com, and we'll see you out there. Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? Ladies and gentlemen, two of the best comedians in the country, two return guests to Kill Tony. They are here from New York City. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Shane Gillis and Mark Norman. Oh my God. Oh shit. It's one of those nights. Mark Norman, one of the best in the world. And Shane Gillis, everybody. Holy shit.
Hey,
Just a random ass Monday in Austin, Texas.
Oh, I got you there. All right, comedy.
The city is wild, folks. These guys already taped an episode of the Joe Rogan Experience earlier today where Shane famously drank 18 beers.
Yeah, and Ari died. Ari's dead.
Mark had a bunch of whiskeys, and
Oh, yeah.
Ari Shafir, there's a slight chance that you were here the day that Ari was supposed to be on the show with these two and passed away.
He was old. He was on his way out, that old Hebe.
He told Shane that he could stick with him.
He's in Jewish hell.
I don't think
Germany.
Oh, yeah. We're doing this shit tonight. Absolutely.
Yeah, we are.
You guys know how it works. You guys have been guests on the show numerous times. There's a bunch of people that signed up to get their chance to do 60 seconds uninterrupted. And then I interview them afterwards, and we all talk to them. We find out more about them. You know, the 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. And that's how that works. You guys ready to start tonight's episode, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, to start tonight's show, a man that has been kicking off every episode of the show for a year straight. One of the strongest Kill Tony regulars in the history of the show. This man writes and performs a brand new minute every week. It's the one and only Hans Kim.
Hey, what's up? I love talking to chicks, but I was talking to this one chick, and she kept talking about her PTSD, and I had to walk away from her because she was triggering my PTSD of listening to people with PTSD tell boring stories. Holy shit, cut to the chase. Sometimes shitty things happen to shitty storytellers. I don't know what to tell you. But gonna be here in Texas, very hot. You know, I like how there's two temperatures. There's like feels like temperature and whatever the other temperature is, which I don't get the point of that because the only way I interact with temperature is by feeling it. The fuck is this other number doing? Feels like 72, but sounds like 45 and smells like 12. But good to be here. I think that if guns are legal, then traps should be legal. You should be able to trap a motherfucker. You know? If you bend down to pick up a Supreme hat, you should go up in a net. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Hans Kim. All right. Hans really saving it there at the end. That was getting close. We were in Trek.
The following is a conversation with Nick Bostrom, a philosopher at University of Oxford and the director of the Future of Humanity Institute. He has worked on fascinating and important ideas in existential risk, simulation hypothesis, human enhancement ethics, and the risks of superintelligent AI systems, including in his book, Superintelligence. I can see talking to Nick multiple times in this podcast, many hours each time, because he has done some incredible work in artificial intelligence, in technology space, science, and really philosophy in general. But we have to start somewhere. This conversation was recorded before the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic that both Nick and I'm sure, will have a lot to say about next time we speak. And perhaps that is for the best, because the deepest lessons can be learned only in retrospect, when the storm has passed. I do recommend you read many of his papers on the topic of existential risk, including the technical report titled Global Catastrophic Risks Survey that he co-authored with Anders Sandberg. For everyone feeling the medical, psychological, and financial burden of this crisis, I'm sending love your way. Stay strong. We're in this together. We'll beat this thing. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. Since Cash App does fractional share trading, let me mention that the order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders is an algorithmic marvel. So big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface that takes a step up to the next abstraction over the stock market, making trading more accessible for new investors and diversification much easier. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store, Google Play, and use the code LEXPODCAST, you get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, an organization that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Nick Bostrom. At the risk of asking the Beatles to play Yesterday or the Rolling Stones to play Satisfaction, let me ask you the basics. What is the simulation hypothesis?
That we are living in a computer simulation.
is a computer simulation? How are we supposed to even think about that?
Well, so the hypothesis is meant to be understood in a literal sense, not that we can kind of metaphorically view the universe as an information processing physical system, but that there is some advanced civilization who built a lot of computers, and that what we experience is an effect of what's going on inside one of those computers, so that the world around us, our own brains, everything we see and perceive and think and feel would exist because this computer is running certain programs.
So do you think of this computer as something similar to the computers of today, these deterministic sort of Turing machine type things? Is that what we're supposed to imagine, or we're supposed to think of something more like a quantum mechanical system, something much bigger, something much more complicated, something much more mysterious from our current perspective? So
the ones we have today, would you find them bigger? Certainly, you'd need more
size.
memory and more processing power. I don't think anything else would be required. Now, it might well be that they do have maybe they have quantum computers and other things that would give them even more oomph. It's kind of plausible, but I don't think it's a necessary assumption in order to get to the conclusion that a technologically mature civilization would be able to create these kinds of computer simulations with conscious beings inside them.
So do you think the simulation hypothesis is an idea that's most useful in philosophy, computer science, physics? So where do you see it having valuable kind of starting point in terms of a thought experiment of it?
Is it useful? I guess it's more informative and interesting and maybe important. But it's not designed to be useful for something.
Interesting, sure. But is it philosophically interesting, or is there some kind of implications of computer science and physics?
I think not so for computer science or physics per se. Certainly it would be of interest in philosophy. I think also to say cosmology or physics, in as much as you're interested in the fundamental building blocks of the world and the rules that govern it. If we are in a simulation, there is then the possibility that, say, physics at the level where the computer running the simulation could be different from the physics governing phenomena in the simulation. So I think it might be interesting from point of view of religion, or just for kind of trying to figure out what the heck is going on. So we mentioned the simulation hypothesis so far. There is also simulation argument, which I tend to make a distinction. So simulation hypothesis, we are living in a computer simulation. Simulation argument, this argument that tries to show that one of three propositions is true, one of which is the simulation hypothesis, but there are two alternatives in the original simulation argument, which we can get to.
Yeah, let's go there. By the way, confusing terms, because people will, I think, probably naturally think simulation argument equals simulation hypothesis.
Yeah.
That's just terminology-wise, but let's go there. So simulation hypothesis means that we are living in a simulation. The hypothesis that we're living in a simulation. Simulation argument has these three complete possibilities that cover all possibilities. So what are they?
Yeah, so it's like a disjunction. It says at least one of these three is true, although it doesn't on its own tell us which one. So the first one is that almost all civilizations at our current stage of technological development go extinct before they reach technological maturity. So there is some great filter that makes it so that basically none of the civilizations throughout, maybe vast cosmos will ever get to realize the full potential of technological development.
And this could be, theoretically speaking, this could be because most civilizations kill themselves too eagerly or destroy themselves too eagerly, or it might be super difficult to build a simulation. So the span of time.
Theoretically, it could be both. Now, I think it looks like we would technologically be able to get there in a time span that is short compared to, say, the lifetime of planets and other sort of astronomical processes.
Your intuition is to build a simulation is not.
Well, so this is interesting concept of technological maturity. It's kind of an interesting concept to have for other purposes as well. We can see, even based on our current limited understanding, what some lower bound would be on the capabilities that you could realize by just developing technologies that we already see are possible. So, for example, one of my research fellows here, Eric Drexler, back in the 80s, studied molecular manufacturing. That is, you could analyze using theoretical tools and computer modeling the performance of various molecularly precise structures we didn't then and still don't today have the ability to actually fabricate. But you could say that, well, if we could put these atoms together in this way, then the system would be stable and it would, rotate at this speed and have these computational characteristics. And he also outlined some pathways that would enable us to get to this kind of molecularly manufacturing in the fullness of time. And you could do other studies we've done. You could look at the speed at which, say, it would be possible to colonize the galaxy if you had mature technology. We have an upper limit, which is the speed of light. We have sort of a lower current limit, which is how fast current rockets go. We know we can go faster than that by just, making them bigger and have more fuel and stuff. And you can then start to describe the technological affordances that would exist once a civilization has had enough time to develop even at least technologies we already know are possible. Then maybe they would discover other new physical phenomena as well that we haven't realized that would enable them to do even more. But at least there is this kind of basic set of capabilities.
Can you just linger on that? How do we jump from molecular manufacturing to deep space exploration to mature technology? Like, what's the connection?
Well, so these would be two examples of technological capability sets that we can have a high degree of confidence are physically possible in our universe, and that a civilization that was allowed to continue to develop its science and technology would eventually attain.
You can intuit, like, we can kind of see the set of breakthroughs that are likely to happen. So you can see, like, what did you call it, the technological set?
With computers, maybe it's easiest. The one is we could just imagine bigger computers using exactly the same parts that we have, so you can kind of scale things that way, right? But you could also make processors a bit faster. If you had this molecular nanotechnology that Eric described, he characterized a kind of crude computer built with these parts that would perform, at 1 million times the human brain while being significantly smaller, the size of a sugar cube. And he made no claim that that's the optimum computing structure. Like, for what you could build faster computers that would be more efficient, but at least you could do that if you had the ability to do things that were atomically precise. Yes. So you can then combine these two. You could have this kind of nanomolecular ability to build things atom by atom, and then say at a spatial scale that would be attainable through space colonizing technology. You could then start, for example, to characterize a lower bound on the amount of computing power that a technologically mature civilization would have if it could grab resources, planets and so forth, and then use this molecular nanotechnology to optimize them for computing. You'd get a very, very high lower bound on the amount of compute.
So sorry, just to define some terms. So technologically mature civilization is one that took that piece of technology to its lower bound. What is a technologically mature civilization?
Okay, so it's a strong concept that we really need for the simulation hypothesis. I just think it's interesting in its own right. Yeah. So it would be the idea that there is some stage of technological development where you basically maxed out. You developed all those general purpose, widely useful technologies that could be developed, or at least kind of come very close to the 99.9% there or something. So that's an independent question. You can think either that there is such a ceiling, or you might think it just goes the technology tree just goes on forever.
Where does your sense fall?
I would guess that there is a maximum that you would start to asymptote towards.
So new things won't keep springing up, new ceilings.
And in terms of basic technological capabilities, I think that there's like a finite set of those that can exist in this universe. Moreover, I mean, I wouldn't be that surprised if we actually reached close to that level fairly shortly after we have, say, machine superintelligence. So I don't think it would take millions of years for a human originating civilization to begin to do this. I think it's like more likely to happen on historical timescales. But that's an independent speculation from the simulation argument. I mean, for the purpose of the simulation argument, it doesn't really matter whether it goes indefinitely far up or whether there's a ceiling, as long as we know we could at least get to a certain level. And it also doesn't matter whether that's going to happen in 100 years or 5,000 years or 50 million years. Like the timescales really don't make any difference.
Can you linger on that a little bit? Like there's a big difference between 100 years and 10 million years.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really not matter, because you just said, does it matter if we jump scales to beyond historical scales? So you described that. So for the simulation argument, sort of, doesn't it matter that we, if it takes 10 million years, it gives us a lot more opportunity to destroy civilization in the meantime?
Yeah, well, so it would shift around the probabilities between these three alternatives. That is, if we are very, very far away from being able to create these simulations, if it's like, say, billions of years into the future, then it's more likely that we will fail ever to get there. There's more time for us to kind of, go extinct along the way. And so this is similarly for other civilizations.
So it is important to think about how hard it is to build a simulation.
In terms of figuring out which of the disjuncts. But for the simulation argument itself, which is agnostic as to which of these three alternatives is true.
Yeah, okay.
It's like you don't have to like the simulation argument would be true whether or not we thought this could be done in 500 years or it would take 500 million years.
No, for sure. The simulation argument stands. I mean, I'm sure there might be some people who oppose it, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's very nice those three cases covered, but not saying what the probabilities are, but kind of thinking about, kind of intuiting, reasoning about like what's more likely, what are the kind of things that would make some of the arguments less and more. So like, but let's actually, I don't think we went through them. So number one is we destroy ourselves before we ever create simulation.
Right. So that's kind of sad, but we have to think not just what might destroy us. I mean, so there could be some whatever disasters or meteors slamming the Earth a few years from now that could destroy us, right? But you'd have to postulate, in order for this first disjunct to be true, that almost all civilizations throughout the cosmos also failed to reach technological maturity.
And the underlying assumption there is that there is likely a very large number of other intelligent civilizations.
Well, if there are, then they would virtually all have to succumb in the same way. I mean, then that leads off another. I guess there are a lot of little digressions that are
Definitely,
interesting.
Let's go there.
So
let's go there. Let's keep
mean,
dragging us back.
Well, there's a set of basic questions that always come up in conversations with interesting people.
Yeah.
Like the Fermi paradox. Like there's like, you could almost define whether a person is interesting, whether at some point the question of the Fermi paradox comes up. Like, well, so for what it's worth, it looks to me that the universe is very big. I mean, in fact, according to the most popular current cosmological theory, is infinitely big. And so then it would follow pretty trivially that it would contain a lot of other civilizations, in fact, infinitely many. If you have some local stochasticity and infinitely many, it's like, infinitely many lumps of matter, one next to another, there's kind of random stuff in each one, then you're going to get all possible outcomes with probability 1 infinitely repeated. So then certainly there would be a lot of extraterrestrials out there. Even short of that, if the universe is very big, that might be a finite but large number. If we were literally the only one, yeah, then of course, if we went extinct, then all of civilizations at our current stage would have gone extinct before becoming technological mature. So then it kind of becomes trivially true that a very high fraction of those went extinct. But if we think there are many, I mean, it's interesting because there are certain things that possibly could kill us, like if you look at existential risks, and it might be a different, like the best answer to what would be most likely to kill us might be a different answer than the best answer to the question, if there is something that kills almost everyone, what would that be? Because that would have to be some risk factor that was kind of uniform overall possible civilization.
Yeah, so in this, for the sake of this argument, you have to think about not just us, but like every civilization dies out before they create the simulation.
Yeah, or something very close to everybody.
Okay, so what's number 2 in the?
Well, so number 2 is the convergence hypothesis. That is that maybe like some of these civilizations do make it through to technological maturity, but out of those who do get there, they all lose interest in creating these simulations. So they have the capability of doing it, but they choose not to. And not just a few of them decide not to, but out of a million, maybe not even a single one of them would do it.
And I think when you say lose interest, that sounds like unlikely, like they get bored or whatever, but it could be so many possibilities within that. I mean, losing interest could be it could be anything from it being exceptionally difficult to do to fundamentally changing the sort of the fabric of reality if you do it. There's ethical concerns, all those kinds of things could be exceptionally strong pressures.
Well, certainly, I mean, ethical concerns. I mean, not really too difficult to do. I mean, in a sense, that's the first assumption that you get to technological maturity where you would have the ability, using only a tiny fraction of your resources, to create many simulations. So it wouldn't be the case that they would need to spend half of their GDP forever in order to create one simulation, and they had this like difficult debate about whether they should invest half of their GDP for this. It would more be like, well, if any little fraction of the civilization feels like doing this at any point during maybe their millions of years of existence, then there would be millions of simulations. But certainly there could be many conceivable reasons for why there would be this many possible reasons for not running ancestor simulations or other computer simulations, even if you could do so cheaply.
By the way, what's an ancestor simulation?
Well, that would be the type of computer simulation that would contain people like those we think have lived on our planet in the past and like ourselves in terms of the types of experiences they have, and where those simulated people are conscious. So like not just simulated in the same sense that a non-player character would be simulated in the current computer game, where it kind of has like an avatar body and then a very simple mechanism that moves it forward or backwards, but something where the simulated being has a brain, let's say, that's simulated at a sufficient level of granularity that it would have the same subjective experiences as we have.
So where does consciousness fit into this? Do you think simulation, like, is there different ways to think about how this can be simulated, just like you're talking about now? Do we have to simulate each brain within the larger simulation? Is it enough to simulate just the brain, just the minds, and not the simulation, like not the big universe itself? Like, is there different ways to think about this?
Yeah, I guess there is a kind of premise in the simulation argument rolled in from philosophy of mind, that is that it would be possible to create a conscious mind in a computer, and that what determines whether some system is conscious or not is not like whether it's built from organic biological neurons, but maybe something like what the structure of the computation is that it implements. So we can discuss that if we want, but I think it would be, for what it's worth, my view that it would be sufficient, say, if you had a computation that was identical to the computation in the human brain down to the level of neurons. So if you had a simulation with 100 billion neurons connected in the same way as the human brain, and you then roll that forward with the same kind of synaptic weights and so forth, so you actually had the same behavior coming out of this as a human with that brain would have done, then I think that would become. Now, it's possible you could also generate consciousness without having that detailed assimilation. There, I'm getting more uncertain exactly how much you could simplify or abstract away.
Can you look on that? What do you mean? So, I missed where you're placing consciousness in this second.
Well, so if you are a computationalist, you think that what creates consciousness is the implementation of a computation.
Some property, emergent property of the computation itself.
Yeah,
that's the idea.
Yeah, you could say that. But then the question is, what's the class of computations such that when they are run, consciousness emerges? So if you just have like something that adds 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, like a simple computation, you think maybe that's not going to have any consciousness. If on the other hand the computation is one like our human brains are performing, where as part of the computation there is like, you know, a global workspace, a sophisticated attention mechanism, there is like self-representations of other cognitive processes and a whole lot of other things, that possibly would be conscious. And in fact, if it's exactly like ours, I think definitely it would. But exactly how much less than the full computation that the human brain is performing would be required is a little bit, I think, of an open question. And he asked another interesting question as well, which is, would it be sufficient to just have, say, the brain, or would you need the environment?
Right, that's a nice way.
In order to generate the same kind of experiences that we have. And there is a bunch of stuff we don't know. I mean, if you look at, say, current virtual reality environments, one thing that's clear is that we don't have to simulate all details of them all the time in order for, say, the human player to have the perception that there is a full reality in there. You can have, say, procedurally generated, where you might only render a scene when it's actually within the view of the player character. And so similarly, if this environment that we perceive is simulated, it might be that only the parts that come into our view are rendered at any given time. And a lot of aspects that never come into view, say the details of this microphone I'm talking into, exactly what each atom is doing at any given point in time, might not be part of the simulation, only a more coarse-grained representation.
So that to me is actually, from an engineering perspective, why the simulation hypothesis is really interesting to think about.
Right.
Is how difficult is it to fake, sort of in a virtual reality context, I don't know if fake is the right word, but to construct a reality that is sufficiently real to us to be immersive in the way that the physical world is. I think that's actually probably an answerable question of psychology, of computer science, of where's the line where it becomes so immersive that you don't want to leave that world.
Yeah, or that you don't realize while you're in it that it is a virtual world.
Yeah, those are two actually questions. Yours is the more sort of the good question about the realism. But mine, from my perspective, what's interesting is it doesn't have to be real, but it how can we construct a world that we wouldn't want to leave?
Yeah, I mean, I think that might be too low a bar. I mean, if you think, say, when people first had Pong or something like that, like, I'm sure there were people who wanted to keep playing it fun, and they wanted to be in this. I'm not sure we would say it's immersive. I mean, I guess in some sense it is, but like an absorbing activity doesn't even have to be.
But they left that world, though. That's the so, like, I think that bar is deceivingly high. So they eventually so you can play Pong or StarCraft or whatever more sophisticated games for hours, for months. While World of Warcraft could be a big addiction, but eventually they escape that.
So you mean when it's absorbing enough that you would choose to spend your entire life in there,
and then thereby changing the concept of what reality is.
Right.
Because your reality becomes the game, not because you're fooled, but because you've made that choice.
Yeah, and different people might have different preferences regarding that. Some might, even if you had any perfect virtual reality, might still prefer not to spend the rest of their lives there. In philosophy, there's this experience machine thought experiment. Have you come across this? So Robert Nozick had this thought experiment where you imagine some crazy super duper neuroscientists of the future have created a machine that could any experience you want if you step in there. And for the rest of your life, you can kind of pre-program it in different ways. So your fondest dreams could come true. You could dream you want to be a great artist, a great lover, like have a wonderful life. All of these things, if you step into the experience machine, will be your experiences. Constantly happy, and but you would kind of disconnect from the rest of reality, and you would float there in a tank. And so Nozick thought that most people would choose not to enter the experience machine. I mean, many might want to go there for a holiday, but they wouldn't want to sort of check out of existence permanently. And so he thought that was an argument against certain views of value, according to what we value is a function of what we experience. Because in the experience machine, you can have any experience you want, and yet many people would think that would not be much value. So therefore, what we value depends on other things than what we experience. So,
okay, can you take that argument further? I mean, what about the fact that maybe what we value is the up and down of life? So
you could have up and downs in the experience machine, right? But what can't you have in the experience machine? Well, I mean, that then becomes an interesting question to explore. But for example, real connection with other people. If the experience machine is a solo machine where it's only you, like that's something you wouldn't have there. You would have this subjective experience that would be like fake people.
Yeah.
But if you gave somebody flowers, there wouldn't be anybody there who actually got happy. It would just be a little simulation of somebody smiling, but the simulation would not be the kind of simulation I'm talking about in the simulation argument, where the simulated creature is conscious. It would just be a kind of smiley face that would look perfectly real to you.
So we're now drawing a distinction between appear to be perfectly real and actually being real.
Yeah. So that could be one thing. I mean, like a big impact on history maybe was also something you won't have if you check into this experience machine. So some people might actually feel the life I want to have for me is one where I have a big positive impact on how history unfolds. So you could kind of explore these different possible explanations for why it is you wouldn't want to go into the experience machine if that's what you feel. And one interesting observation regarding this Nozick thought experiment and the conclusions he wanted to draw from it is how much is a kind of a status quo effect. So a lot of people might not want to jettison current reality to plug into this pre-machine. But if they instead were told, well, what you've experienced up to this point was a dream. Now, do you want to disconnect from this and enter the real world when you have no idea maybe what the real world is? Or maybe you could say, well, you're actually a farmer in Peru growing, peanuts, and you could live for the rest of your life in this. Or would you want to continue your dream life as Lex Friedman, going around the world, making podcasts and doing research? So if the status quo was that they were actually in the experience machine, I think a lot of people might then live the life that they are familiar with rather than sort of bail out into. So
Essentially, the change itself, the leap.
Yeah,
whatever.
so it might not be so much the reality itself that we're after, but it's more that we are maybe involved in certain projects and relationships, and we have, a self-identity and these things that our values are kind of connected with carrying that forward. And then whether it's inside a tank or outside a tank in Peru, or whether inside the computer or outside the computer, that's kind of less important to what we ultimately care about.
Yeah, but still, so just to linger on it, it is interesting. I find maybe people are different, but I find myself quite willing to take the leap to the farmer in Peru, especially as the virtual reality system become more realistic. I find that possibility, and I think more people would take that leap.
But so in this thought experiment, just to make sure we are on the same. So in this case, the farmer in Peru would not be a virtual reality. That would be the real, your life, like before this whole experience machine started.
Well, I kind of assumed from that description, you're being very specific, but that kind of idea just like washes away the concept of what's real. I'm still a little hesitant about your kind of distinction between real and illusion, because when you can have an illusion that looks real, I don't know how you can definitively say something is real or not. Like, what's a good way to prove that something is real in that context?
Well, so I guess in this case it's more a stipulation. In one case, you're floating in a tank with these wires by the super duper neuroscientist plugging into your head, giving you Lex Friedman experiences. Yeah. In the other, you're actually tilling the soil in Peru, growing peanuts, and then those peanuts eaten by other people all around the world who buy the exports. And
that's
so these are different possible situations in the one and the same real world that you could choose to occupy.
But just to be clear, when you're in a vat with wires and the neuroscientists, you can still go farming in Peru, right?
But you could if you wanted to, you could have the experience of farming in Peru, but there wouldn't actually be any peanuts grown.
Well, but what makes a peanut so a peanut could be grown, and you could feed things with that peanut. And why can't it be done in a simulation?
I hope, first of all, that they actually have what if you add the fact that there would be other people in there and you would interact with them? Well, it starts to make it more attractive, right? Then you could add in, well, what if you could also have important long-term effects on human history and the world, and you could actually do something useful even though you were in there? That makes it maybe even more attractive. Like you could actually have a life that had a purpose and consequences. And so as you sort of add more into it, it becomes more similar to the baseline reality that you were comparing it to.
Yeah, but I just think inside the experience machine, and without taking those steps you just mentioned, you still have an impact on long-term history of the creatures that live inside that, of the quote-unquote fake creatures that live inside that experience machine. And that, like, at a certain point, if there's a person waiting for you inside that experience machine, maybe your newly found wife, and she dies, she has fear, she has hopes, and she exists in that machine. When you plug out, when you unplug yourself and plug back in, she's still there, going on about her life.
Oh, well, in that case, yeah, she starts to have more of an independent existence.
Independent existence.
But it depends, I think, on how she's implemented in the experience machine. Take one limit case where all she is a static picture on the wall, a photograph. So you think, well, I can look at her, right? But that's it. There's no... But then you think, well, it doesn't really matter much what happens to that, any more than a normal photograph. If you tear it up, right, it means you can't see it anymore, but you haven't harmed the person whose picture you tore up. But if it's actually implemented, say, at a neural level of detail, so that she's a fully realized digital mind with the same behavioral repertoire as you have, then very plausibly she would be a conscious person like you are. And then what you do in this experience machine would have real consequences for how this other mind felt. So you have to specify which of these experience machines you're talking about. I think it's not entirely obvious that it would be possible to have an experience machine that gave you a normal set of human experiences, which include experiences of interacting with other people, without that also generating consciousnesses corresponding to those other people. That is, if you create another entity that you perceive and interact with that to you looks entirely realistic, not just when you say hello, they say hello back, but you have a rich interaction, many days, deep conversations. It might be that the only possible way of implementing that would be one that also has a side effect, instantiated this other person in enough detail that you would have a second consciousness there. I think that's to some extent an open question.
So you don't think it's possible to fake consciousness and fake?
Well, it might be. I mean, I think you can certainly fake, if you have a very limited interaction with somebody, you could certainly fake that. That is, if all you have to go on is somebody said hello to you, that's not enough for you to tell whether there was a real person there or a pre-recorded message or, a very superficial simulation that has no consciousness. Because that's something easy to fake. We could already fake it now. You can record a voice recording and, But if you have a richer set of interactions where you're allowed to ask open-ended questions and probe from different angles that couldn't you couldn't give canned answer to all of the possible ways that you could probe it, then it starts to become more plausible that the only way to realize this thing in such a way that you would get the right answer from any which angle you probe it would be a way of instantiating it where you also instantiated a conscious mind.
Yeah, I'm with you on the intelligence part, but there's something about me that says consciousness is easier to fake. I've recently gotten my hands on a lot of Rubas. Don't ask me why or how, but and I've made them. There's just a nice robotic mobile platform for experiments, and I made them scream or moan in pain, so on, just to see when they're responding to me. And it's just a sort of psychological experiment on myself, and I think they appear consciously pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. To me, at least, my brain can be tricked quite easily.
Right.
So if I introspect, it's harder for me to be tricked that something is intelligent. So I just have this feeling that inside this experience machine, just saying that you're conscious and having certain qualities of the interaction, like being able to suffer, like being able to hurt, like being able to wonder about the essence of your own existence, not actually, creating the illusion that you're wondering about it, is enough to create the feeling of consciousness and the illusion of consciousness, and because of that, create a really immersive experience to where you feel like that is the real world.
So you think there's a big gap between appearing conscious and being conscious? Or is it that you think it's very easy to be conscious?
I'm not actually sure what it means to be conscious. All I'm saying is the illusion of consciousness is enough for this to create a social interaction that's as good as if the thing was conscious. meaning I'm making it about myself. But,
right. Yeah. I mean, I guess there are a few different things. One is how good the interaction is, which might, I mean, if you don't really care about like probing hard for whether the thing is conscious, maybe it would be a satisfactory interaction, whether or not you really thought it was conscious. Now, if you really care about it being conscious in like inside this experience machine,
yes.
How easy would it be to fake it? And you say it sounds fairly easy,
yeah.
But then the question is, would that also mean it's very easy to instantiate consciousness? Like it's much more widely spread in the world than we have thought. It doesn't require a big human brain with 100 billion neurons. All you need is some system that exhibits basic intentionality and can respond, and you already have consciousness. Like in that case, I guess you still have a close coupling. I guess that case would be where they can come apart, where you could create the appearance of there being a conscious mind without actually not being another conscious mind. I'm somewhat agnostic exactly where these lines go. I think one observation that makes it plausible that you could have very realistic appearances relatively simply, which also is relevant for the simulation argument, and in terms of thinking about how realistic would a virtual reality model have to be in order for the simulated creature not to notice that anything was awry. Well, just think of our own humble brains during the wee hours of the night when we are dreaming. Many times, well, dreams are very immersive, but often you also don't realize that you're in a dream. And that's produced by simple, primitive 3-pound lumps of neural matter effortlessly. So if a simple brain like this can create a virtual reality that seems pretty real to us, then how much easier would it be for a super intelligent civilization with planetary-sized computers optimized over the eons to create a realistic environment for you to interact with?
Yeah, by the way, behind that intuition is that our brain is not that impressive relative to the possibilities of what technology could bring. It's also possible that the brain is the epitome, is the ceiling. Like just because
the ceiling. How is that possible?
Meaning, like, this is the smartest possible thing that the universe could create.
So that seems unlikely to me. Yeah, I mean, for some of these reasons we alluded to earlier, in terms of the designs we already have for computers that would be faster by many orders of magnitude than the human brain.
Yeah, but it could be that the constraints, the cognitive constraints in themselves, is what enables the intelligence. So the more powerful you make the computer, the less likely it is to become super intelligent. This is where I say dumb things to push back on.
I'm not sure I thought that we might. Yeah, I mean, so there are different dimensions of intelligence. A simple one is just speed. Like if you can solve the same challenge faster, in some sense,
yes,
you're like smarter. So there, I think we have very strong evidence for thinking that you could have a computer in this universe that would be much faster than the human brain, and therefore have speed superintelligence, like be completely superior, maybe 1,000,000 times faster. Then maybe there are other ways in which you could be smarter as well, maybe more qualitative ways, right? And there, the concepts are a little bit less clear-cut, so it's harder to make a very crisp, neat, firmly logical argument for why that could be qualitative superintelligence as opposed to just things that were faster, although I still think it's very plausible. And for various reasons that are less than watertight arguments. But you can sort of, for example, if you look at animals and
brain size,
and even within humans, like there seems to be like Einstein versus random person. Like it's not just that Einstein was a little bit faster, but like how long would it take a normal person to invent general relativity? It's like it's not 20% longer than it took Einstein or something like that. It's like I don't know whether they would do it at all, or it would take millions of years, or some totally bizarre. So,
but your intuition is that the compute size would increasing the size of the computer and the speed of the computer might create some much more powerful levels of intelligence that would enable some of the things we've been talking about, with like the simulation, being able to simulate an ultra realistic environment, ultra realistic perception of reality.
Yeah, I mean, strictly speaking, it would not be necessary to have superintelligence in order to have, say, the technology to make these simulations, ancestor simulations, or other kinds of simulations. As a matter of fact, I think if we are in a simulation, it would most likely be one built by a civilization that had superintelligence.
Right.
It certainly would help a lot. I mean, you could build more efficient, larger scale structures if you had superintelligence. I also think that if you had the technology to build these simulations, that's like a very advanced technology. It seems kind of easier to get the technology to superintelligence. So I'd expect by the time that could make these fully realistic simulations of human history with human brains in there, like before that they got to that stage, they would have figured out how to create machine superintelligence or maybe biological enhancements of their own brains if they were biological creatures to start with.
So we talked about the three parts of the simulation argument. One, we destroy ourselves before we ever create the simulation. Two, everybody somehow loses interest in creating a simulation. Three, we're living in a simulation. So you've kind of, I don't know if your thinking has evolved on this point, but you kind of said that we know so little that these three cases might as well be equally probable. So probabilistically speaking, where do you stand on this?
Yeah, I don't think equal necessarily would be the most supported probability assignment.
So how would you, without assigning actual numbers, what's more or less likely in your view?
Well, I mean, I've historically tended to punt on the question of like as between these three.
So maybe actually another way is, which kind of things would make it each of these more or less likely? What kind of
I mean, certainly in general terms, if you take anything that say increases or reduces the probability of one of these, we tend to slosh probability around on the other. So if one becomes less probable, like the other would have to, because it's got to add up to one.
Yes.
So if we consider the first hypothesis, the first alternative, that there's this filter that makes it so that virtually no civilization reaches technological maturity. In particular, our own civilization, if that's true, then it's like very unlikely that we would reach technological maturity. Because if almost no civilization at our stage does it, then it's unlikely that we do it. So hence,
sorry, can you linger on that for a second?
Well, so if it's the case that almost all civilizations at our current stage of technological maturity at our current stage of technological development fail to reach maturity, that would give us very strong reason for thinking we will fail to reach technological maturity.
Oh, and also sort of the flip side of that is the fact that we've reached it means that many other civilizations have reached it.
Yeah, so that means if we get closer and closer to actually reaching technological maturity, there's less and less distance left where we could go extinct before we are there. And therefore, the probability that we will reach increases as we get closer. And that would make it less likely to be true that almost all civilizations at our current stage failed to get there. Like we would have this, the one case we'd studied ourselves, we would be very close to getting there. That would be strong evidence that it's not so hard to get to technological maturity. So to the extent that we feel we are moving nearer to technological maturity, that would tend to reduce the probability of the first alternative and increase the probability of the other two. It doesn't need to be a monotonic change. Like if every once in a while some new threat comes into view, some bad new thing you could do with some novel technology, for example, that could change our probabilities in the other direction.
But that technology, again, you have to think about as that technology has to be able to equally, in an even way, affect every civilization out there.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that strictly speaking is not true. I mean, that could be two different existential risk, and every civilization, one or the other. But none of them kills more than 50%.
But
gotcha. Incidentally, So in some of my other work, I mean, on machine superintelligence, like pointed to some existential risks related to sort of superintelligent AI and how we must make sure, to handle that wisely and carefully. It's not the right kind of existential catastrophe to make the first alternative true, though. Like, it might be bad for us if the future lost a lot of value as a result of it being shaped by some process that optimized for some completely non-human value. But even if we got killed by machine superintelligence, that machine superintelligence might still attain technological maturity. So,
I see. So you're not human exclusive. This could be any intelligent species that achieves. Like, it's all about the technological maturity. It's not that the humans have to attain it.
Right.
So, like, superintelligence can replace us, and that's just as well for the simulation argument.
Still, yeah. I mean, it could interact with the second alternative. Like, if the thing that replaced us was either more likely or less likely than we would be to have an interest in creating ancestor simulations, that could affect probabilities. But yeah, to a first order, that if we all just die, then yeah, we won't produce any simulations because we are dead. But if we all die and get replaced by some other intelligent thing that then gets to technological maturity, the question remains, of course, if might not that thing then use some of its resources to do this stuff.
So can you reason about this stuff? So given how little we know about the universe, is it reasonable to reason about these probabilities? So, like, how little? Well, maybe you can disagree, but to me, it's not trivial to figure out how difficult it is to build a simulation. We kind of talked about it a little bit. We also don't know, like, as we try to start building it, like start creating virtual worlds and so on, how that changes the fabric of society. Like, there's all these things along the way that can fundamentally change just so many aspects of our society, about our existence, that we don't know anything about. Like, the kind of things we might discover when we understand to a greater degree the physics, like the theory. If we have a breakthrough, have a theory and everything, how that changes stuff, how that changes deep space exploration and so on.
Yeah.
So, like, is it still possible to reason about probabilities given how little we know?
Yes, I think though there will be a large residual of uncertainty that we'll just have to acknowledge, and I think that's true for most of these big picture questions that we might wonder about. It's just we are small, short-lived, small-brained, cognitively very limited humans with little evidence, and it's amazing we can figure out as much as we can, really, about the cosmos.
But okay, so there's this cognitive trick that seems to happen where I look at the simulation argument, which for me, it seems like case 1 and 2 feel unlikely. I want to say feel unlikely as opposed to sort of like, it's not like I have too much scientific evidence to say that either 1 or 2 are not true. It just seems unlikely that every single civilization destroys itself. And it feels unlikely that the civilizations lose interest. So naturally, without necessarily explicitly doing it, but the simulation argument basically says it's very likely we're living in a simulation. Like, to me, my mind naturally goes there. I think the mind goes there for a lot of people. Is that the incorrect place for it to go?
Well, not necessarily. I think the second alternative, which has to do with the motivations and interests of technological and mature civilizations, I think there is much we don't understand about that.
Can you talk about that a little bit? What do you think? I mean, this is a question that pops up when you build an AGI system or build a general intelligence, or how does that change our motivations? Do you think it'll fundamentally transform our motivations?
Well, it doesn't seem that implausible once you take this leap to technological maturity. I mean, I think it involves creating machine superintelligence, possibly. That would be sort of on the path for basically all civilizations, maybe before they are able to create large numbers of ancestor simulations. That possibly could be one of these things that quite radically changes the orientation of what a civilization is in fact optimizing for. There are other things as well. So at the moment, we have not perfect control over our own being, our own mental states, our own experiences are not under our direct control. So for example, if you want to experience pleasure and happiness, you might have to do a whole host of things in the external world to try to get into the stage, into the mental state where you experience pleasure. Like some people get some pleasure from eating great food. Well, they can't just turn that on. They have to kind of actually go to a nice restaurant, and then they have to make money to. So there's like all this kind of activity that maybe arises from the fact that we are trying to ultimately produce mental states, but the only way to do that is by a whole host of complicated activities in the external world. Now, at some level of technological development, I think we'll become autopotent in the sense of gaining direct ability to choose our own internal configuration and enough knowledge and insight to be able to actually do that in a meaningful way. So then it could turn out that there are a lot of instrumental goals that would drop out of the picture and be replaced by other instrumental goals, because we could now serve some of these final goals in more direct ways. And who knows how all of that shakes out after civilizations reflect on that and converge on different attractors and so on and so forth. And that could be new instrumental considerations that come into view as well, that we are just oblivious to, that would maybe have a strong shaping effect on actions, like very strong reasons to do something or not to do something. And we just don't realize they're there because we are so dumb, bumbling through the universe. But if almost inevitably en route to attaining the ability to create many ancestor simulations, you do have this cognitive enhancement or advice from superintelligences or you yourself, then maybe there's like this additional set of considerations coming into view, and just it's obvious that the thing that makes sense is to do X. Whereas right now it seems, you could X, Y, or Z, and different people will do different things, and we are kind of random in that sense.
Yeah, because at this time, with our limited technology, the impact of our decisions is minor. I mean, that's starting to change in some ways, but
well, I'm not sure it follows that the impact of our decisions is minor.
Well, it's starting to change. I mean, I suppose 100 years ago was minor. It's starting to.
It really depends on how you view it. So, what people did 100 years ago still have effects on the world today.
Oh, as a civilization in the togetherness.
Yeah. So it might be that the greatest impact of individuals is not at technological maturity or very far down. It might be earlier on when there are different tracks civilization could go down. I mean, maybe the population is smaller, things still haven't settled out. If you count the indirect effects, that those could be bigger than the direct effects that people have later on.
So part 3 of the argument says that so that leads us to a place where eventually somebody creates a simulation. Now, I think you had a conversation with Joe Rogan. I think there's some aspect here where you got stuck a little bit. How does that lead to we're likely living in a simulation? So this kind of probability argument, if somebody eventually creates a simulation, why does that mean that we're not in a simulation?
What you get to if you accept alternative 3 first is there would be more simulated people with our kinds of experiences than non-simulated ones. Like if in kind of if you look at the world as a whole, by the end of time, as it were, you just count it up, there would be more simulated ones than non-simulated ones. Then there is an extra step to get from that, if you assume that, suppose for the sake of the argument that that's true, how do you get from that to the statement, we are probably in a simulation? So here you're introducing an indexical statement, like it's that this person right now is in a simulation. There are all these other people, that are in simulations, and some that are not in a simulation. But what probability should you have that you yourself is one of the simulated ones? Right. And that's set up. So I call it the bland principle of indifference, which is that in cases like this, when you have two, I guess, sets of observers, one of which is much larger than the other, and you can't, from any internal evidence you have, tell which set you belong to, you should assign a probability that's proportional to the size of these sets, so that if there are 10 times more simulated people with your kinds of experiences, you would be 10 times more likely to be one of those.
Is that as intuitive as it sounds? I mean, so that seems kind of, if you don't have enough information, you should rationally just assign the same probability as the size of the set.
It seems pretty plausible to me.
Where are the holes in this? Is it at the very beginning, the assumption that everything stretches, sort of, you have infinite time, essentially?
You don't need infinite time.
You should need how long does the time?
Well, however long it takes, I guess, for a universe to produce an intelligent civilization that then attains the technology to run some ancestor simulations.
Gotcha. At some point, when the first simulation is created, that stretch of time just a little longer than they'll all start creating simulations. Kind of like
I mean, there might be different. It might differ if you think of there being a lot of different planets, and some subset of them have life, and then some subset of those get to intelligent life, and some of those maybe eventually start creating simulations. They might get started at quite different times. Like maybe on some planet it takes 1 billion years longer before you get like monkeys, or before you get even bacteria, than on another planet. So this might happen kind of at different cosmological epochs.
Is there a connection here to the doomsday argument and that sampling there?
Yeah, there is a connection in that they both involve an application of anthropic reasoning, that is, reasoning about these kind of indexical propositions. But the assumption you need in the case of the simulation argument is much weaker than the assumption you need to make the doomsday argument go through.
What is the doomsday argument? And maybe you can speak to the anthropic reasoning in more general.
Yeah, so that's a big and interesting topic in its own right, anthropics. But the doomsday argument is this really first discovered by Brandon Carter, who was a theoretical physicist, and then developed by philosopher John Leslie. I think it might have been discovered initially in the 70s or 80s, and Leslie wrote this book, I think, in 96. And there are some other versions as well by Richard Gott, who's a physicist, but let's focus on the Carter-Leslie version, where it's an argument that we have systematically underestimated the probability that humanity will go extinct soon. Now, I should say most people probably think at the end of the day there is something wrong with this doomsday argument, that it doesn't really hold. It's like there's something wrong with it, but it's proved hard to say exactly what is wrong with it, and different people have different accounts. My own view is it seems inconclusive, but and I can say what the argument is.
That would be great.
Yeah, so maybe it's easiest to explain via an analogy to sampling from urns. So imagine you have a big, imagine you have 2 urns in front of you, and they have balls in them that have numbers. So there's the 2 urns look the same, but inside one there are 10 balls. Ball number 1, 2, 3, up to ball number 10. And then in the other urn, you have 1 million balls, numbered 1 to 1 million. And somebody puts one of these urns in front of you and ask you to guess what's the chance it's the 10-ball urn. And you say, well, 50-50. I can't tell which urn it is. But then you're allowed to reach in and pick a ball at random from the urn. And let's suppose you find that it's ball number 7. So that's strong evidence for the 10-ball hypothesis. Like, it's a lot more likely that you would get such a low numbered ball if there are only 10 balls in the urn. Like, it's in fact 10% then, right? Then if there are a million balls, it would be very unlikely you would get number 7. So you perform a Bayesian update, and if your prior was 50-50 that it was the 10-ball urn, you become virtually certain after finding the random sample was 7 that it only has 10 balls in it. So in the case of the urns, this is uncontroversial, just elementary probability theory. The doomsday argument says that you should reason in a similar way with respect to different hypotheses about how many balls there will be in the urn of humanity, as it were, how many humans there will ever be by the time we go extinct. So to simplify, let's suppose we only consider 2 hypotheses, either maybe 200 billion humans in total or 200 trillion humans in total. You could fill in more hypotheses, but it doesn't change the principle here. So it's easiest to see if we just consider these 2. So you start with some prior based on ordinary empirical ideas about threats to civilization and so forth. And maybe you say it's a 5% chance that we will go extinct by the time there will have been 200 billion only. You're kind of optimistic, let's say. I think probably we'll make it through, colonize the universe. And but then, according to this doomsday argument, you should your own birth rank as a random sample. So your birth rank is your sequence in the position of all humans that have ever existed. And it turns out you're about a human number of 100 billion. Give or take. That's like roughly how many people have been born before you.
That's fascinating because we each have a number. We
would each have a number in this. I mean, obviously, the exact number would depend on where you started counting, like which ancestors was human enough to count as human. But those are not really important. There are relatively few of them. So, so you're roughly 100 billion. Now, if there are only going to be 200 billion in total, that's a perfectly unremarkable number. You're somewhere in the middle, right? Run-of-the-mill human, completely unsurprising. Yes. Now, if they're going to be 200 trillion, you would be remarkably early. What are the chances out of these 200 trillion human that you should be human number 100 billion? That seems it would have a much lower conditional probability. And so, analogously to how in the urn case, you thought after finding this low numbered random sample, you updated in favor of the urn having few balls. Similarly, in this case, you should update in favor of the human species having a lower total number of members. That is doomed soon.
You said doomed soon? That's
that would be the hypothesis in this case, that it will end after 100 billion.
I just like that term for that hypothesis.
So what it kind of crucially relies on, the doomsday argument, is the idea that you should reason as if you were a random sample from the set of all humans that will ever have existed. If you have that assumption, then I think the rest kind of follows. The question then is, why should you make that assumption? In fact, you're 100 billion, so where do you prior? And there is like a literature on that, different ways of supporting that assumption. And
it's just one example of anthropic reasoning, right? That seems to be kind of convenient when you think about humanity, when you think about sort of even like existential threats and so on, is it seems that quite naturally that you should assume that you're just an average case.
That you're kind of a typical randomly sampled. Now, in the case of the doomsday argument, it seems to lead to what intuitively we think is the wrong conclusion, or at least many people have this reaction, that there's got to be something fishy about this argument, because from very, very weak premises, it gets this very striking implication that we have almost no chance of reaching size 200 trillion humans in the future. And how could we possibly get there just by reflecting on when we were born? It seems you would need sophisticated arguments about the impossibility of space colonization, blah, blah. So one might be tempted to reject this key assumption. I call it the self-sampling assumption. The idea that you should reason as if you're a random sample from all observers or in your some reference class. However, it turns out that in other domains, it looks like we need something like this self-sampling assumption to make sense of bona fide scientific inferences. In contemporary cosmology, for example, we have these multiverse theories. And according to a lot of those, possible human observations are made. And if you have a sufficiently large universe, you will have a lot of people observing all kinds of different things. So if you have two competing theories, say about the value of some constant, it could be true according to both of these theories that there would be some observers observing the value that corresponds to the other theory, because there will be some observers that have hallucinations, so there's a local fluctuation or a statistically anomalous measurement. These things will happen. And if enough observers make enough different observations, there will be some that sort of by chance make these different ones. And so what we would want to say is, well, many more observers, a larger proportion of the observers will observe as it were the true value. And a few will observe the wrong value. If we think of ourselves as a random sample, we should expect with a low probability to observe the true value, and that will then allow us to conclude that the evidence we actually have is evidence for the theories we think are supported. It kind of then is a way of making sense of these inferences that clearly seem correct, that we can make various observations and infer what the temperature of the cosmic background is and the fine structure constant and all of this. But it seems that without rolling in some assumption similar to the self-sampling assumption, this inference just doesn't go through. And there are other examples. So there are these scientific contexts where it looks like this kind of anthropic reasoning is needed and makes perfect sense. And yet, in the case of the Doomsday argument, it has this weird consequence, and people might think there's something wrong with it there. So there's then this project that would consist in trying to figure out what are the legitimate ways of reasoning about these indexical facts when observer selection effects are in play. In other words, developing a theory of anthropics. And there are different views of looking at that, and it's a difficult methodological area. But to tie it back to the simulation argument, the key assumption there, this bland principle of indifference, is much weaker than the sampling assumption. So if you think about, in the case of the Doomsday argument, it says you should reason as if you're a random sample from all humans that will ever have lived, even though, in fact, you know that you are about number 100 billionth human and you're alive in the year 2020. Whereas in the case of the simulation argument, it says that, well, if you actually have no way of telling which one you are, then you should assign this kind of uniform probability.
Yeah. Your role as the observer in the simulation argument is different, it seems like. Who's the observer? I mean, I keep assigning the individual consciousness.
Yeah, I mean,
when you say you,
but a lot of observers in the simulation, in the context of the simulation argument,
but they're all
the relevant observers would be A, the people in original histories, and B, the people in simulations. So this would be the class of observers that we need. I mean, there are also maybe the simulators, but we can set those aside for this. So the question is, given that class of observers, a small set of original history observers and a large class of simulated observers, which one should you think is you? Where are you amongst this set of observers?
I'm maybe having a little bit of trouble wrapping my head around the intricacies of what it means to be an observer in the different instantiations of the anthropic reasoning cases that we mentioned. I mean, does it have to be?
It may be an easier way of putting it is just like, are you simulated or are you not simulated? Yeah. Given this assumption that these two groups of people exist.
Yeah, in the simulation case, it seems pretty straightforward.
The key point is the methodological assumption you need to make to get the simulation argument to where it wants to go is much weaker and less problematic than the methodological assumption you do make to get the doomsday argument to its conclusion. Maybe the doomsday argument is sound or unsound, but you need to make a much stronger and more controversial assumption to make it go through. In the case of the doomsday argument, simulation argument, I guess one maybe way intuition pub to like support this bland principle of indifference is to consider a sequence of different cases where the fraction of people who are simulated to non-simulated approaches 1. So in the limiting case where everybody is simulated, right, obviously you can deduce with certainty that you are simulated, right? If everybody with your experiences is simulated, then you know you're going to be one of those. You don't need a probability at all. You just kind of logically conclude it, right?
Right.
So then, as we move from a case where, say, 90% of everybody is simulated, 99%, 99.9%, it should seem plausible that the probability assigned should sort of approach 1 certainty as the fraction approaches the case where everybody is in a simulation.
Yeah,
that's exactly. So, like, you wouldn't like expect it to be a discrete. Well, if there's one non-simulated person, then it's 50-50. But if we move that, then it's 100%. Like, it should kind of. There are other arguments as well one can use to support this blind principle of indifference, but that might be enough to.
But in general, when you start from time equals 0 and go into the future, the fraction simulated, if it's possible, simulated worlds, the fraction simulated worlds will go to 1.
Well,
I mean, is that an obvious kind of
go all the way to 1? In reality, there would be some ratio. Although maybe a technological mature civilization could run a lot of simulations using a small portion of its resources. It probably wouldn't be able to run infinitely many. I mean, if we take, say, the observed, the physics in the observed universe, if we assume that that's also the physics at the level of the simulators, there would be limits to the amount of information processing that any one civilization could perform in its future trajectory.
Right. I mean,
that's like, well, first of all, there's limited amount of matter you can get your hands off, because with the positive cosmological constant, the universe is accelerating. There's like a finite sphere of stuff, even if you travel with the speed of light, that you could ever reach. You have a finite amount of stuff. And then if you think there's like a lower limit to the amount of loss you get when you perform an erasure of a computation, or if you think, for example, just matter gradually over cosmological timescales decay, maybe protons decay, other things, and you radiate out gravitational waves. Like, there's all kinds of seemingly unavoidable losses that occur. So eventually we'll have something like a heat death of the universe, or a cold death, or whatever. But
so it's finite, but of course we don't know which, if there's many ancestral simulations, we don't know which level we are. So there couldn't there be like an arbitrary number of simulations that spawned ours, and those had more resources in terms of physical universe to work with?
So what do you mean that there could be?
Sort of. Okay, so if simulations spawn other simulations,
right,
it seems like each new spawn has fewer resources to work with.
Yeah.
But we don't know at which level, at which step along the way we are at.
Right.
Any one observer doesn't know whether we're in level 42 or 100 or 1. Or does that not matter for the resources? I mean,
it's true that there would be uncertainty as to, you could have stacked simulations.
Yes, that's right.
And there could then be uncertainty as to which level we are at. As you remarked, also, all the computations performed in a simulation within a simulation also have to be expended at the level of the simulation.
Right.
So the computer in basement reality, where all these simulations with the simulations are taking place, like that computer ultimately its CPU or whatever it is, like that has to power this whole tower, right? So if there is a finite compute power in basement reality, that would impose a limit to how tall this tower can be. And if each level kind of imposes a large extra overhead, you might think maybe the tower would not be very tall, that most people would be low down in the tower.
I love the term basement reality. Let me ask, one of the popularizers, you said there's many, there's this, when you look at sort of the last few years of the simulation hypothesis, just like you said, it comes up every once in a while, some new community discovers it and so on. But I would say one of the biggest popularizers of this idea is Elon Musk. Do you have any kind of intuition about what Elon thinks about when he thinks about simulation? Why is this of such interest? Is it all the things we've talked about, or is there some special kind of intuition about simulation that he has?
I mean, you might have a better. I think. I mean, why it's of interest. I think it's like seems pretty obvious why, if to the extent that one thinks the argument is credible, why it would be of interest. It would, if it's correct, tell us something very important about the world, one way or the other, whichever of the three alternatives for a simulation. That seems like arguably one of the most fundamental discoveries, right? Now, interestingly, in the case of someone like Elon, so there's like the standard arguments for why you might want to take the simulation hypothesis seriously, the simulation argument, right? In the case that if you're actually Elon Musk, let us say, there's a kind of an additional reason in that what are the chances you would be Elon Musk? Like, it seems like maybe there would be more interest in simulating the lives of very unusual and remarkable people. So if you consider not just simulations where all of human history or the whole of human civilization are simulated, but also other kinds of simulations which only include some subset of people. Like in those simulations that only include a subset, it might be more likely that they would include subsets of people with unusually interesting or consequential lives.
You're Elon Musk.
You got to wonder,
it's
right?
More likely.
Yeah, or if you're like if you're Donald Trump, or if you're Bill Gates, or you're like some particularly like distinctive character. You might think that I mean, if you just think of yourself into the shoes, right? It's got to be like an extra reason to think, that's kind of
so interesting.
Right.
So on a scale of like farmer in Peru to Elon Musk, the more you get towards the Elon Musk, the higher the probability.
You'd imagine there would be some extra boost from that.
There's an extra boost. So he also asked the question of what he would ask an AGI. So the question being, what's outside the simulation? Do you think about the answer to this question? If we are living in a simulation, what is outside the simulation? So the programmer of the simulation.
Yeah, I mean, I think it connects to the question of what's inside the simulation. In that, if you had views about the creators of the simulation, it might help you make predictions about what kind of simulation it is, what might happen, what happens after the simulation, if there is some after, but also like a kind of setup. So these two questions would be quite closely intertwined.
But do you think it would be very surprising to like? Is the stuff inside the simulation, is it possible for it to be fundamentally different than the stuff outside?
Yeah.
Like another way to put it, can the creatures inside the simulation be smart enough to even understand or have the cognitive capabilities or any kind of information processing capabilities enough to understand the mechanism that created them?
They might understand some aspects of it. I mean, it's a level of, it's kind of, there are levels of explanation, like degrees to which you can understand. So does your dog understand what it is to be human? Well, it's got some idea, like humans are these physical objects that move around and do things. And like a normal human would have a deeper understanding of what it is to be a human. And maybe some very experienced psychologist or great novelist might understand a little bit more about what it is to be human. And maybe super intelligence could see right through your soul. So similarly, I do think that we are quite limited in our ability to understand all of the relevant aspects of the larger context that we exist in.
But there might be hope for some.
I think we understand some aspects of it. How much is that? If there's like one key aspect that changes the significance of all the other aspects. So we understand maybe 7 out of 10 key insights that you need, but the answer actually varies completely depending on what like number 8, 9, and 10 insight is. It's like whether you want to suppose that the big task were to guess whether a certain number was odd or even, like a 10-digit number. And if it's even, the best thing for you to do in life is to go north, and if it's odd, the best thing for you is to go south. Now we are in a situation where maybe through our science and philosophy we figured out what the first 7 digits are. So we have a lot of information, right? Most of it we figured out, but we are clueless about what the last 3 digits are. So we are still completely clueless about whether the number is odd or even, therefore whether we should go north or go south. I feel that's an analogy, but I feel we're somewhat in that predicament. We know a lot about the universe. We've come maybe more than half of the way there to kind of fully understanding it, but the parts we're missing are plausibly ones that could completely change the overall upshot of the thing, and including change our overall view about what the scheme of priorities should be, or which strategic direction would make sense to pursue.
Yeah, I think your analogy of us being the dog trying to understand human beings is an entertaining one and probably correct. The closer the understanding tends from the dog's viewpoint to us human psychologists' viewpoint, the steps along the way there will have completely transformative ideas of what it means to be human. So the dog has a very shallow understanding. It's interesting to think that, to analogize that a dog's understanding of a human being is the same as our current understanding of the fundamental laws of physics in the universe. Oh, man. Okay, we spent an hour and 40 minutes talking about the simulation. I like it. Let's talk about superintelligence, at least for a little bit. And let's start at the basics. What to you is intelligence?
Yeah, I tend not to get too stuck with the definitional question. I mean, the common sense understanding, like the ability to solve complex problems, to learn from experience, to plan, to reason, some combination of things like that.
Is consciousness mixed up into that, or no? Is consciousness mixed up into that, or is it?
Well, I don't think. I think you could be fairly intelligent at least without being conscious, probably. And
so then, what is superintelligence? So
yeah, that would be like something that was much more
of that
had much more general cognitive capacity than we humans have. So if we talk about general superintelligence, it would be much faster learner, be able to reason much better, make plans that are more effective at achieving its goals, say in a wide range of complex, challenging environments.
In terms of, as we turn our eye to the idea of sort of existential threats from superintelligence, do you think superintelligence has to exist in the physical world, or can it be digital only? Sort of, we think of our general intelligence as us humans, as an intelligence that's associated with a body that's able to interact with the world, that's able to affect the world directly with physically.
I mean, digital only is perfectly fine, I think. I mean, it's physical in the sense that obviously the computers and the memories are physical.
But its capability to affect the world sort of
can be very strong, even if it has a limited set of actuators. If it can type text on the screen or something like that, that would be, I think, ample.
So in terms of the concerns of existential threat of AI, how can an AI system that's in the digital world have existential risk? Sort of, what are the attack vectors for a digital system?
Well, I mean, I guess maybe to take one step back, so I should emphasize that I also think there's this huge positive potential from machine intelligence, including superintelligence, and I want to stress that because, like, some of my writing has focused on what can go wrong. And when I wrote the book Superintelligence, at that point, I felt that there was a kind of neglect of what would happen if AI succeeds, and in particular, a need to get a more granular understanding of where the pitfalls are, so we can avoid them. I think that since the book came out in 2014, there has been a much wider recognition of that, and a number of research groups are now actually working on developing, say, AI alignment techniques and so on and so forth. So, I'd like, I think now it's important to make sure we bring back onto the table the upside as well.
And there's a little bit of a neglect now on the upside, which is, I mean, if you look at, I was talking to a friend, if you look at the amount of information that is available, or people talking and people being excited about the positive possibilities of general intelligence, it's far outnumbered by the negative possibilities in terms of our public discourse.
Possibly, yeah. It's hard to measure.
So, can you linger on that for a little bit? What are some, to you, possible big positive impacts of general intelligence, super intelligence?
Well, I mean, so I get, because I tend also to distinguish these two different contexts of thinking about AI and AI impacts, the kind of near term and long term, if you want, both of which I think are legitimate things to think about, and people should, discuss both of them. But they are different, and they often get mixed up, and then you get confusion. Like, I think you get simultaneously, like, maybe an overhyping of the near term and then underhyping of the long term. And so I think as long as we keep them apart, we can have like two good conversations, but or we can mix them together and have one bad conversation.
Can you clarify just the two things we're talking about, the near term and the long term?
Yeah, and
what are the distinctions?
Well, it's a blurry distinction. But say the things I wrote about in this book, Superintelligence, long term, things people are worrying about today with, I don't know, algorithmic discrimination, or even things, self-driving cars and drones and stuff, more near term. And then of course you could imagine some medium term where they kind of overlap and one evolves into the other. But at any rate, I think both, the issues look kind of somewhat different depending on which of these contexts.
So I think it would be nice if we can talk about the long term, and think about a positive impact or a world because of the existence of the long-term superintelligence. Yeah. Do you have views of such a world?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a little hard to calculate, because it seems obvious that the world has a lot of problems as it currently stands, and it's hard to think of any one of those which it wouldn't be useful to have a friendly, aligned superintelligence working on.
So from health, to the economic system, to be able to sort of improve the investment and trade and foreign policy decisions, all that kind of stuff.
All that kind of stuff, and a lot more.
I mean, what's the killer app?
Well, I don't think there is one. I think AI, especially artificial general intelligence, is really the ultimate general purpose technology. So it's not that there is this one problem, this one area where it will have a big impact, but if and when it succeeds, it will really apply across the board in all fields where human creativity and intelligence and problem solving is useful, which is pretty much all fields, right? The thing that it would do is give us a lot more control over nature. It wouldn't automatically solve the problems that arise from conflict between humans. Fundamentally political problems. Some subset of those might go away if you just had more resources and cooler tech, but some subset would require coordination that is not automatically achieved just by having more technological capability. But anything that's not of that sort, I think you just get like an enormous boost with this kind of cognitive technology once it goes all the way. Now, again, that doesn't mean I'm like thinking, people don't recognize what's possible with current technology, and like sometimes things get overhyped. But I mean, those are perfectly consistent views to hold. The ultimate potential being enormous, and then it's a very different question of how far are we from that, or what can we do with near-term technology.
Yeah. So, what's your intuition about the idea of intelligence explosion? So, there's this when you start to think about that leap from the near term to the long term, the natural inclination, like for me, sort of building machine learning systems today, it seems like it's a lot of work to get to general intelligence. But there's some intuition of exponential growth, of exponential improvement, of intelligence explosion. Can you maybe try to try to talk about what's your intuition about the possibility of an intelligence explosion, that it won't be this gradual, slow process, that might be a phase shift?
Yeah, I think it's we don't know how explosive it will be. I think for what it's worth, it seems fairly likely to me that at some point there will be some intelligence explosion, like some period of time where progress in AI becomes extremely rapid, roughly in the area where you might say it's kind of humanish equivalent in core cognitive faculties. That the concept of human equivalent, it starts to break down when you look too closely at it. But and just how explosive does something have to be for it to be called an intelligence explosion? Like, does it have to be like overnight, literally, or a few years, or so? But overall, I guess if you plotted the opinions of different people in the world, I guess I would be somewhat more probability towards the intelligence explosion scenario than probably the average, AI researcher, I guess.
So, and then the other part of the intelligence explosion, or just forget explosion, just progress, is once you achieve that gray area of human level intelligence, is it obvious to you that we should be able to proceed beyond it to get to super intelligence?
Yeah, that seems, as much as any of these things can be obvious, given we've never had one, people have different views, more people have different, some degree of uncertainty always remains for any big futuristic, philosophical, grand question, that just we realize humans are fallible, especially about these things. But it does seem, as far as I'm judging things based on my own impressions, that it seems very unlikely that there would be a ceiling at or near human cognitive capacity.
And that's such a, I don't know, that's such a special moment. It's both terrifying and exciting to create a system that's beyond our intelligence. So maybe you can step back and say, like, how does that possibility make you feel? That we can create something. It feels like there's a line beyond which it steps. It'll be able to outsmart you, and therefore it feels like a step where we lose control.
Well, I don't think the latter follows. That is, you could imagine, and in fact, this is what a number of people are working towards, making sure that we could ultimately project higher levels of problem-solving ability while still making sure that they are aligned, like they are in the service of human values. So losing control, I think, is not a given that would happen. Now, you asked how it makes me feel. To some extent, I've lived with this for so long, since as long as I can remember being an adult or even a teenager. It seemed to me obvious that at some point AI will succeed.
And so I actually misspoke. I didn't mean control. I meant because the control problem is an interesting thing, and I think the hope is, at least we should be able to maintain control over systems that are smarter than us. But we do lose our specialness.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of we'll lose our place as the smartest, coolest thing on Earth, and there's an ego involved with that humans are very good at dealing with. I value my intelligence as a human being. It seems like a big transformative step to realize there's something out there that's more intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see that as such a fundamentally...
Yeah, I think, yes, a lot. I think it really small. I think there are already a lot of things out there that are, certainly if you think the universe is big, there's going to be other civilizations that already have super intelligences, or that just naturally have brains the size of beach balls and are like completely leaving us in the dust. And
We haven't come face to face with.
We haven't come face to face, but I mean that's an open question. What would happen in a kind of post-human world? Like how much day to day would these super intelligences be involved in the lives of ordinary? I mean, you could imagine some scenario where it would be more like a background thing that would help protect against some things, but you wouldn't like that. There wouldn't be this intrusive kind of like making you feel bad by like making clever jokes on your expense. Like there's like a whole sort of things that maybe in the human context would feel awkward about that. You don't want to be the dumbest kid in your class. Everybody picks it. Like a lot of those things, maybe you need to abstract away from if you're thinking about this context where we have infrastructure that is in some sense beyond any or all humans. I mean, it's a little bit like, say, the scientific community as a whole. If you think of that as a mind, it's a little bit of a metaphor. But I mean, obviously, it's going to be like way more capacious than any individual. So in some sense, there is this mind-like thing already out there that's like just vastly more intelligent than any individual is, and we think, okay, you just accept that as a fact.
That's the basic fabric of our existence. There's super intelligent.
Yeah, you get used to a lot of.
I mean, there's already Google and Twitter and Facebook. These recommender systems that are the basic fabric of our.
Yeah.
And I could see them becoming. I mean, do you think of the collective intelligence of these systems as already perhaps reaching super intelligence level?
Well, I mean, so here it comes to the concept of intelligence and the scale. And what human level means. The kind of vagueness and indeterminacy of those concepts starts to dominate how you would answer that question. So, like, say the Google search engine has a very high capacity of a certain kind, like remembering and retrieving information.
Yeah.
Particularly, like text or images that are you have a kind of string, a word string key, like obviously superhuman at that, but a vast set of other things it can't even do at all, not just not do well, but so you have these current AI systems that are superhuman in some limited domain and then like radically subhuman in all other domains. So same way that chess, like, are just a simple computer that can multiply really large numbers, right? So it's going to have this like one spike of super intelligence and then a kind of a zero level of capability across all other cognitive fields. And
yeah, I don't necessarily think the generalness, I mean, I'm not so attached with it, but I could sort of, it's a gray area and it's a feeling, but to me, sort of Alpha Zero is somehow much more intelligent, much more intelligent than Deep Blue.
Mm-hmm.
And to say which dimension, you could say, well, these are both just board games. They're both just able to play board games. Who cares if they're going to do better or not? But there's something about the learning, the self-play, that makes it crosses over into that land of intelligence that doesn't necessarily need to be general. In the same way, Google is much closer to Deep Blue currently in terms of its search engine than it is to sort of Alpha Zero. And the moment these recommender systems really become more like Alpha Zero, but being able to learn a lot without the constraints of being heavily constrained by human interaction, that seems like a special moment in time.
And certainly learning ability seems to be an important facet of general intelligence. That you can take some new domain that you haven't seen before and you weren't specifically pre-programmed for, and then figure out what's going on there and eventually become really good at it. So that's something Alpha Zero has much more of than Deep Blue had. And in fact, I mean, systems like Alpha Zero can learn not just Go, but other, like, in fact, probably beat Deep Blue in chess and so forth, right? So you do see this general, and it matches the intuition. We feel it's more intelligent, and it also has more of this general purpose learning ability. And if we get systems that have even more general purpose learning ability, it might also trigger an even stronger intuition that they're actually starting to get smart.
So if you were to pick a future, what do you think a utopia looks like with AGI systems? Sort of, is it the Neuralink brain-computer interface where we're kind of really interlinked with AI systems? Is it possibly where AGI systems replace us completely while maintaining the values and the consciousness? Is it something like it's a completely invisible fabric, like you mentioned, a society where it just aids in a lot of stuff that we do, like curing diseases and so on? What is utopia if you get to pick?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question and a deep and difficult one. I'm quite interested in it. I don't have all the answers yet, or might never have, but I think there are some different observations one can make. One is if this scenario actually did come to pass, it would open up this vast space of possible modes of being. On one hand, material and resource constraints would just be like expanded dramatically. So there would be a big pie, let's say, right? Also, it would enable us to do things, including to ourselves, or like that. It would just open up this much larger design space and option space than we have ever had access to in human history. So I think two things follow from that. One is that we probably would need to make a fairly fundamental rethink of what ultimately we value. Like think things through more from first principles. And the context would be so different from the familiar that we could have just take what we've always been doing and then like, oh, well, we have this cleaning robot that like cleans the dishes in the sink and a few other small things. And like, I think we would have to go back to first principles. And
so even from the individual level, go back to the first principles of what is the meaning of life, what is happiness, what is fulfillment.
Yeah. And then also connected to this large space of resources is that it would be possible, and I think something we should aim for is to do well by the lights of more than one value system. That is, we wouldn't have to choose only one value criterion and say we're going to do something that scores really high on the metric of, say, hedonism, and then is like a 0 by other criteria, like kind of wire-headed brains in a vat, and it's like a lot of pleasure, that's good, but then like no beauty, no achievement, like no, or pick it up. I think to some significant, not unlimited sense, but a significant sense, it would be possible to do very well by many criteria. Like maybe you could get like 98% of the best according to several criteria at the same time, given this this great expansion of the option space. And so
have competing value systems, competing criteria as a sort of forever, just like our Democrat versus Republican, there seems to be this always multiple parties that are useful for our progress in society, even though it might seem dysfunctional inside the moment, but having the multiple value systems seems to be beneficial for, I guess, a balance of power.
So that's not exactly what I have in mind. That it although it can maybe in an indirect way it is, but that if you had the chance to do something that scored well on several different metrics, our first instinct should be to do that rather than immediately leap to the thing. Which ones of these value systems are we going to screw over? Like, so I think our first let's first try to do very well by all of them.
Yeah.
Then it might be that you can't get 100% of all, and you would have to then like have the hard conversation about which one will only get 97%.
There you go. There's my cynicism that all of existence is always a trade-off. But you say maybe it's not such a bad trade-off. Let's first at least try.
Well, this would be a distinctive context in which at least some of the constraints would be removed. So there's probably still be trade-offs in the end. It's just that we should first make sure we at least take advantage of this abundance. So in terms of thinking about this, like, one should think, I think, in this kind of frame of mind of generosity and inclusiveness to different value systems, and see how far one can get there first. And I think one could do something that would be very good according to many different criteria.
We kind of talked about AGI fundamentally transforming the value system of our existence, the meaning of life. But today, what do you think is the meaning of life? The silliest or perhaps the biggest question? What's the meaning of life? What's the meaning of existence? What gives your life fulfillment, purpose, happiness, meaning?
Yeah, I think these are I guess a bunch of different but related questions in there that one can ask.
Yes, happiness, meaning.
Yeah,
all
like you could imagine somebody getting a lot of happiness from something that they didn't think was meaningful. Like mine was like watching runs on some television series about junk food. Like maybe some people that gives pleasure, but they wouldn't think it had a lot of meaning. Whereas conversely, something that might be quite loaded with meaning might not be very fun always. Like some difficult achievement that really helps a lot of people maybe requires self-sacrifice and hard work, and so these things can, I think, come apart, which is something to bear in mind also if you're thinking about these utopia questions that you might to actually start to do some constructive thinking about that. You might have to isolate and distinguish these different kinds of things that might be valuable in different ways. Make sure you can sort of clearly perceive each one of them, and then you can think about how you can combine them.
And just as you said, hopefully come up with a way to maximize all of them together.
Yeah, or at least maximize or get like a very high score on a wide range of them, even if not literally all. You can always come up with values that are exactly opposed to one another, right? But I think for many values, they're kind of opposed with if you place them within a certain dimensionality of your space. Like there are shapes that are kind of you can't untangle like in a given dimensionality, but if you start adding dimensions, then it might in many cases just be that they are easy to pull apart, and you could. So we'll see how much space there is for that, but I think that there could be a lot in this context of radical abundance if ever we get to that.
I don't think there's a better way to end it, Nick. You've influenced a huge number of people to work on what could very well be the most important problems of our time. So it's a huge honor. Thank you so much for talking.
Well, thank you for coming by, Lex. That was fun. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Nick Bostrom, and thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Please consider supporting the podcast by downloading Cash App and using code LEXPODCAST. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words from Nick Bostrom. Our approach to existential risks cannot be one of trial and error. There's no opportunity to learn from errors. The reactive approach, see what happens, limit damages, and learn from experience, is unworkable. Rather, we must take a proactive approach. This requires foresight to anticipate new types of threats and a willingness to take decisive preventative action and to bear the costs, moral and economic, of such actions. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Sean Carroll. He's a theoretical physicist at Caltech, specializing in quantum mechanics, gravity, and cosmology. He's the author of several popular books, one on the arrow of time called From Eternity to Here, one on the Higgs boson called Particle at the End of the Universe, and one on science and philosophy called The Big Picture, on the origins of life, meaning, and the universe itself. He has an upcoming book on quantum mechanics that you can pre-order now called Something Deeply Hidden. He writes one of my favorite blogs on his website, preposterousuniverse.com. I recommend clicking on the greatest hits link that lists accessible, interesting posts on the arrow of time, dark matter, dark energy, the Big Bang, general relativity, string theory, quantum mechanics, and the big meta questions about the philosophy of science, God, ethics, politics, academia, and much, much more. Finally, and perhaps most famously, he's the host of a podcast called Mindscape that you should subscribe to and support on Patreon. Along with the Joe Rogan Experience, Sam Harris's Making Sense, and Dan Carlin's Hardcore History, Sean's Mindscape podcast is one of my favorite ways to learn new ideas or explore different perspectives and ideas that I thought I understood. It was truly an honor to meet and spend a couple hours with Sean. It's a bit heartbreaking to say that for the first time ever, the audio recorder for this podcast died in the middle of our conversation. There are technical reasons for this having to do with phantom power that I now understand and will avoid. It took me 1 hour to notice and fix the problem. So, much like the universe is 68% dark energy, roughly the same amount from this conversation was lost, except in the memories of the two people involved and in my notes. I'm sure we'll talk again and continue this conversation on this podcast or on Sean's. And of course, I look forward to it. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, here's my conversation with Sean Carroll. What do you think is more interesting and impactful? Understanding how the universe works at a fundamental level or understanding how the human mind works?
You know, of course, this is a crazy, meaningless, unanswerable question in some sense, because they're both very interesting and there's no absolute scale of interestingness that we can rate them on. There's a glib answer that says the human brain is part of the universe, right? And therefore understanding the universe is more fundamental than understanding the human brain.
But do you really believe that once we understand the fundamental way the universe works at the particle level, the forces, we'll be able to understand how the mind works?
No, certainly not. We cannot understand how ice cream works just from understanding how particles work, right? So I'm a big believer in emergence. I'm a big believer that there are different ways of talking about the world beyond just the most fundamental microscopic one. You know, when we talk about tables and chairs and planets and people, we're not talking the language of particle physics and cosmology. So, but understanding the universe, you didn't say just at the most fundamental level, right? So understanding the universe at all levels is part of that. I do think, you know, to be a little bit more fair to the question, there probably are general principles of complexity, biology, information processing, memory, knowledge, creativity that go beyond just the human brain, right? And maybe one could count understanding those as part of understanding the universe. The human brain, as far as we know, is the most complex thing in the universe. So it's certainly absurd to think that by understanding the fundamental laws of particle physics, you get any direct insight on how the brain works.
But then there's this step from the fundamentals of particle physics to information processing, which a lot of physicists and philosophers maybe a little bit carelessly take when they talk about artificial intelligence. Do you think of the universe as a kind of a computational device?
No. To be like, the honest answer there is no. There's a sense in which the universe processes information, clearly. There's a sense in which the universe is like a computer, clearly. But in some sense, I think I tried to say this once on my blog and no one agreed with me, but the universe is more like a computation than a computer, because the universe happens once. A computer is a general purpose machine, right, that you can ask it different questions, even a pocket calculator, right? And it's set up to answer certain kinds of questions. The universe isn't that. So information processing happens in the universe, but it's not what the universe is. Because I know your MIT colleague Seth Lloyd feels very differently about this, right?
Well, you're thinking of the universe as a closed system.
I am.
So what makes a computer more like a PC, like a computing machine, is that there's a human that everyone's comes up to it and moves the mouse around.
Yeah.
So input gives it input, and and that's why you're saying it's just a computation, a deterministic thing that's just unrolling. But the immense complexity of it is nevertheless like processing. There's a state, and it changes with with rules. And there's a sense for a lot of people that if the human brain operates within that world, then it's simply just a small subset of that. And so there's no reason we can't build arbitrarily great intelligences.
Yeah.
Do you think of intelligence in this way?
Intelligence is tricky. I don't have a definition of it offhand. So I remember this panel discussion that I saw on YouTube. I wasn't there, but Seth Lloyd was on the panel, and so was Martin Rees, the famous astrophysicist. And Seth gave his shtick for why the universe is a computer, and explained this, and Martin Rees said, so what is not a computer? And Seth was like, that's a good question. I'm not sure, because if you have a sufficiently broad definition of what a computer is, then everything is, right? And the simile or the analogy gains force when it excludes some things. Is the moon going around the Earth performing a computation? I can come up with definitions in which the answer is yes, but it's not a very useful computation. I think that it's absolutely helpful to think about the universe in some situations, certain contexts, as an instant processing device. I'm even guilty of writing a paper called Quantum Circuit Cosmology, where we modeled the whole universe as a quantum circuit.
As a circuit.
As a circuit. And
with qubits kind of thing?
Qubits, basically, right. Yeah. So qubits becoming more and more entangled. So do we want to digress a little bit? This is kind of fun. So here, the mystery about the universe is so deep and profound that nobody talks about it. Space expands, right? And we talk about, in a certain region of space, a certain number of degrees of freedom, a certain number of ways that the quantum fields and the particles in that region can arrange themselves. That number of degrees of freedom in a region of space is arguably finite. We actually don't know how many there are, but there's a very good argument that says it's a finite number. So as the universe expands and space gets bigger, are there more degrees of freedom? If it's an infinite number, it doesn't really matter. Infinity times 2 is still infinity. But if it's a finite number, then there's more space, there's more degrees of freedom. So where did they come from? That would mean the universe is not a closed system. There's more degrees of freedom popping into existence. Mm-hmm. So what we suggested was that there are more degrees of freedom. And it's not that they're not there to start, but they're not entangled to start. So the universe that you and I know of, the 3 dimensions around us that we see, we said those are the entangled degrees of freedom making up space-time. As the universe expands, there's a whole bunch of qubits in their zero state that become entangled with the rest of space-time through the action of these quantum circuits.
So what does it mean that there is now more degrees of freedom as they become more entangled?
Yeah, so
as the universe expands.
That's right. So there's more and more degrees of freedom that are entangled, that are playing the role of parts of the entangled space-time structure. So the underlying philosophy is that space-time itself arises from the entanglement of some fundamental quantum degrees of freedom.
Wow. Okay. So at which point is most of the entanglement happening? Are we talking about close to the Big Bang? Or are we talking about throughout the time of the
throughout history? Yeah. So the idea is that at the Big Bang, almost all the degrees of freedom that the universe could have were there, but they were unentangled with anything else. And that's a reflection of the fact that the Big Bang had a low entropy. It was a very simple, very small place. And as space expands, more and more degrees of freedom become entangled with the rest of the world.
Well, I have to ask John Carroll, what do you think of the thought experiment from Nick Bostrom that we're living in a simulation? So I think, let me contextualize that a little bit more. I think people don't actually take this thought experiment. I think it's quite interesting. It's not very useful, but it's quite interesting. From the perspective of AI, a lot of the learning that can be done usually happens in simulation. For examples, so it's a constructive question to ask. How difficult is our real world to simulate? Right. Which is kind of a dual part of, if we're living in a simulation and somebody built that simulation, how hard, if you were to try to do it yourself, how hard would it be?
So obviously we could be living in a simulation. If you just want the physical possibility, then I completely agree that it's physically possible. I don't think that we actually are. So take this one piece of data into consideration. We live in a big universe, okay? There's 2 trillion galaxies in our observable universe, with 200 billion stars in each galaxy, etc. It would seem to be a waste of resources to have a universe that big going on just to do a simulation. So in other words, I want to be a good Bayesian. I want to ask, under this hypothesis, what do I expect to see? So the first thing I would say is I wouldn't expect to see a universe that was that big. Okay. The second thing is I wouldn't expect the resolution of the universe to be as good as it is. So it's always possible that if our superhuman simulators only have finite resources, that they don't render the entire universe, right? That the part that is out there, the 2 trillion galaxies, isn't actually being simulated fully. Okay. But then the obvious extrapolation of that is that only I am being simulated fully. Like the rest of you are just non-player characters, right? I'm the only thing that is real. The rest of you are just chatbots. Beyond this wall, I see the wall, but there is literally nothing on the other side of the wall. That is sort of the Bayesian prediction. That's what it would be like to do an efficient simulation of me. So, like, none of that seems quite realistic. I don't see. I hear the argument that it's just possible and easy to simulate lots of things. I don't see any evidence from what we know about our universe that we look like a simulated universe. Now, maybe you can say, well, we don't know what it would look like, but that's just abandoning your Bayesian responsibilities. Like your job is to say, under this theory, here's what you would expect to see.
Yeah, so certainly if you think about simulation as a thing that's like a video game where only a small subset is being rendered. But say all the laws of physics, the entire closed system of the quote-unquote universe, it had a creator.
Yeah, it's always possible.
Right, so that's not useful to think about when you're thinking about physics. The way Nick Bostrom phrases it, if it's possible to simulate a universe, eventually we'll do it.
Right.
And you can use that, by the way, for a lot of things.
Well, yeah.
But I guess the question is, how hard is it to create a universe?
I wrote a little blog post about this, and maybe I'm missing something, but there's an argument that says not only that it might be possible to simulate a universe, but probably if you imagine that you actually attribute consciousness and agency to the little things that we're simulating, to our little artificial beings, there's probably a lot more of them than there are ordinary organic beings in the universe, or there will be in the future, right? So there's an argument that not only is being a simulation possible, it's probable, because in the space of all living consciousnesses, most of them are being simulated, right? Most of them are not at the top level. I think that argument must be wrong, because it follows from that argument that, if we're simulated, but we can also simulate other things. Well, but if we can simulate other things, they can simulate other things, right? If we give them enough power and resolution. And ultimately, we'll reach a bottom, because the laws of physics in our universe have a bottom. We're made of atoms and so forth. So there will be the cheapest possible simulations. And if you believe the original argument, you should conclude that we should be in the cheapest possible simulation, because that's where most people are. But we don't look like that. It doesn't look at all like we're at the edge of resolution, that we're 16-bit, things. But it seems much easier to make much lower level things than we are. So, and also I question the whole approach to the anthropic principle that says we are typical observers in the universe. I think that's not actually, I think that there's a lot of selection that we can do that we're typical within things we already know, but not typical within all.
So do you think there is intelligent life, however you would like to define intelligent life, out there in the universe?
My guess is that there is not intelligent life in the observable universe other than us. Simply on the basis of the fact that the likely number of other intelligent species in the observable universe, there's 2 likely numbers, 0 or billions. And if there had been billions, we would have noticed already. For there to be literally like a small number, like, Star Trek, there's, a dozen intelligent civilizations in our galaxy, but not a billion. That's weird. That's sort of bizarre to me. It's easy for me to imagine that there are 0 others, because it's just a big bottleneck to making multicellular life or technological life or whatever. It's very hard for me to imagine that there's a whole bunch out there that have somehow been hidden from us.
The question like to ask is, what would intelligent life look like? What I mean by that question and where it's going is, what if intelligent life is just fundamental? It's in some very big ways different than the one that has on Earth. That there's all kinds of intelligent life that operates at different scales of both size and temporal.
Right. That's a great possibility, because I think we should be humble about what intelligence is, what life is. We don't even agree on what life is, much less what intelligent life is, right? So that's an argument for humility, saying there could be intelligent life of a very different character, right? Like, you can imagine that dolphins are intelligent but never invent space travel because they live in the ocean and they don't have thumbs, right? So they never invent technology, they never invent smelting. Maybe the universe is full of intelligent species that just don't make technology, right? That's compatible with the data, I think. And I think maybe what you're pointing at is even more out there versions of intelligence. You know, intelligence in clouds, or on the surface of a neutron star, or in between these in giant things where the heartbeat is 100 million years. On the one hand, yes, we should be very open-minded about those things. On the other hand, we all of us share the same laws of physics. There might be something about the laws of physics, even though we don't currently know exactly what that thing would be, that makes meters and years the right length and time scales for intelligent life. Maybe not, but we're made of atoms. Atoms have a certain size. We orbit stars. Stars have a certain lifetime. It's not impossible to me that there's a sweet spot for intelligent life that we find ourselves in. So I'm open-minded in either way. I'm open-minded either being humble, and there's all sorts of different kinds of life, or no, there's a reason we just don't know it yet, why life like ours is the kind of life that's out there.
Yeah, I'm of two minds too, but I often wonder if our brains is just designed to, quite obviously, to operate and see the world on these time scales, and we're almost blind, and the tools we've created for detecting things are blind to the kind of observation needed to see intelligent life at other scales.
Well, I'm totally open to that, but so here's another argument I would make. We have looked for intelligent life, but we've looked for it in the dumbest way we can, right? By turning radio telescopes to the sky. And why in the world would a super advanced civilization randomly beam out radio signals wastefully in all directions into the universe? That just doesn't make any sense. Especially because in order to think that you would actually contact another civilization, you would have to do it forever. You'd have to keep doing it for millions of years. That sounds like a waste of resources. If you thought that there were other solar systems with planets around them where maybe intelligent life didn't yet exist but might someday, you wouldn't try to talk to it with radio waves. You would send a spacecraft out there and you would park it around there, and it would be like, from our point of view, it would be like 2001, where there's an monolith. But there could be an artifact. In fact, the other way works also, right? There could be artifacts in our solar system that have been put there by other technologically advanced civilizations, and that's how we will eventually contact them. We just haven't explored the solar system well enough yet to find them. The reason why we don't think about that is because we're young and impatient, right? Like, it would take more than my lifetime to actually send something to another star system and wait for it and then come back. So, but if we start thinking on hundreds of thousands of years or million-year timescales, that's clearly the right thing to do.
Are you excited by the thing that Elon Musk is doing with SpaceX in general? But the idea of space exploration, even though your species is young and impatient?
Yeah. No, I do think that space travel is crucially important, long term, even to other star systems. And I think that many people overestimate the difficulty because they say, look, if you travel 1% the speed of light to another star system, we'll be dead before we get there, right? And I think that it's much easier. And therefore, when they write their science fiction stories, they imagine we can go faster than the speed of light because otherwise they're too impatient, right? We're not going to go faster than the speed of light, but we could easily imagine that the human lifespan gets extended to thousands of years. And once you do that, then the stars are much closer, effectively, right? And what's a 100-year trip, right? So I think that that's going to be the future, the far future, not my lifetime once again, but baby steps. And
unless your lifetime gets extended.
Well, it's in a race against time, right? A friend of mine who actually thinks about these things said, you and I are going to die, but I don't know about our grandchildren. I don't know. For predicting the future is hard, but that's at least a plausible scenario. And so, I think that as we discussed earlier, there are threats to the Earth, known and not unknown, right? Having spread humanity and biology elsewhere is a really important long-term goal.
What kind of questions can science not currently answer, but might soon? When you think about the problems and the mysteries before us, that may be within reach of science.
I think an obvious one is the origin of life. We don't know how that happened. There's a difficulty in knowing how it happened historically, actually, literally on Earth. But starting life from non-life is something I kind of think we're close to, right? We're really.
You really think so? How difficult is it to start life?
Well, I've talked to people, including on the podcast, about this. Life requires three things. So life as we know it. So there's a difference between life, who knows what it is, and life as we know it, which we can talk about with some intelligence. So life as we know it requires compartmentalization. You need like a little membrane around your cell. Metabolism, you take in food and eat it and let that make you do things. And then replication. Okay, so you need to have some information about who you are that you pass down to future generations. In the lab, compartmentalization seems pretty easy. Not hard to make lipid bilayers that come into little cellular walls pretty easily. Metabolism and replication are hard, but replication we're close to. People have made RNA-like molecules in the lab that I think the state of the art is they're not able to make one molecule that reproduces itself, but they're able to make two molecules that reproduce together.
Yeah.
So that's okay. That's pretty close. Yeah. Metabolism is harder, believe it or not, even though it's sort of the most obvious thing. But you want some sort of controlled metabolism, and the actual cellular machinery in our bodies is quite complicated. It's hard to see it just popping into existence all by itself. It'll probably take a while. But we're making progress. And in fact, I don't think we're spending nearly enough money on it. If I were the NSF, I would flood this area with money because it would change our view of the world if we could actually make life in the lab and understand how it was made originally here on Earth.
And I'm sure it have some ripple effects that help cure disease and so on. I mean, just that understanding.
Right. So synthetic biology is a wonderful big frontier where we're making cells. Right now, the best way to do that is to borrow heavily from existing biology, right? Craig Ventnor, several years ago, created an artificial cell, but all he did was, not all he did, it was a tremendous accomplishment, but all he did was take out the DNA from a cell and put in entirely new DNA and let it boot up and go.
What about the leap to creating intelligent life on Earth?
Yeah.
However, again, we define intelligence, of course, but let's just even say Homo sapiens, the modern intelligence in our human brain. Do you have a sense of what's involved in that leap and how big of a leap that is?
So AI would count in this, or you really want life? You want really an organism in some sense?
AI would count, I think.
Okay.
Of course AI would count. But
well, let's say artificial consciousness, right? So I do not think we are on the threshold of creating artificial consciousness. I think it's possible. I'm not, again, very educated about how close we are, but my impression is not that we're really close because we understand how little we understand of consciousness and what it is. So if we don't have any idea what it is, it's hard to imagine we're on the threshold of making it ourselves. But it's doable. It's possible. I don't see any obstacles in principle. So, yeah, I would hold out some interest in that happening eventually.
I think in general, consciousness, I think we'll be just surprised how easy consciousness is once we create intelligence.
Yeah.
I think consciousness is a thing that that's just something we all fake.
Well, good. No, actually, I like this idea that, in fact, consciousness is way less mysterious than we think.
Yeah.
Because we're all at every time, at every moment, less conscious than we think we are, right? We can fool things. And I think that plus the idea that you not only have artificial intelligent systems, but you put them in a body, right? Give them a robot body. That will help the faking a lot.
Yeah, I think creating consciousness in artificial consciousness is as simple as asking a Roomba to say, I'm conscious. and refusing to be talked out of it.
Could be.
And I mean, that I'm almost being silly, but that's what we do. That's what we do with each other. This is the kind of that consciousness is also a social construct, and a lot of our ideas of intelligence is a social construct. And so, reaching that bar involves something that's beyond. That's not doesn't necessarily involve the fundamental understanding of how you go from electrons to neurons to cognition.
No, actually, I think that is an extremely good point. And in fact, what it suggests is, so yeah, you referred to Kate Darling, who I had on the podcast, and who does these experiments with very simple robots, but they look like animals, and they can look like they're experiencing pain, and we human beings react very negatively to these little robots looking like they're experiencing pain. And what you want to say is, yeah, but they're just robots. It's not really pain, right? It's just some electrons going around. But then you realize, you and I are just electrons going around, and that's what pain is also. And so what I would have an easy time imagining is that there is a spectrum between these simple little robots that Kate works with and a human being, where there are things that sort of by some strict definition, Turing test level thing, are not conscious, but nevertheless walk and talk like they're conscious. And it could be that the future is, Siri is close, right? And so it might be the future has a lot more agents like that. And in fact, rather than someday going, aha, we have consciousness, we'll just creep up on it with more and more accurate reflections of what we expect.
And in the future, maybe the present, for example, we haven't met before, and you're basically assuming that I'm human. It's
a high probability
at this time, because but in the future there might be question marks around that, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Certainly videos are almost to the point where you shouldn't trust them already. Photos you can't trust, right? Videos is easier to trust, but we're getting worse. But, we're getting better at faking them, right?
Getting better at faking.
So physical, embodied people, what's so hard about faking that? So it's very depressing, this conversation we're having right now. So,
to me, it's exciting.
To me, you're doing it, so it's exciting to you, but it's a sobering thought. We're very bad, right, at imagining what the next 50 years are going to be like when we're in the middle of a phase transition as we are right now.
Yeah, and in general, I'm not blind to all the threats.
Yeah.
I am excited by the power of technology to protect us against the threats as they evolve. I'm not as much as Steven Pinker optimistic about the world, but in everything I've seen, all of the brilliant people in the world that I've met are good people. So the army of the good, in terms of the development of technology, is large.
Okay, you're way more optimistic than I am. I think that goodness and badness are equally distributed among intelligent and unintelligent people. I don't see much of a correlation.
Interesting. Neither of us have proof.
Yeah, exactly. Again, the opinions are free, right?
Nor definitions of good and evil. We come without definitions or without data. Opinions. So what kind of questions can science not currently answer and may never be able to answer in your view?
Well, the obvious one is what is good and bad. What is right and wrong. I think that there are questions that science tells us what happens, what the world is, and what it does. It doesn't say what the world should do or what we should do because we're part of the world. But we are part of the world, and we have the ability to feel like something's right, something's wrong. And to make a very long story very short, I think that the idea of moral philosophy is systematizing our intuitions of what is right and what is wrong. And science might be able to predict ahead of time what we will do, but it won't ever be able to judge whether we should have done it.
So, you're kind of unique in terms of scientists. It doesn't have to do with podcasts, but even just reaching out, I think you referred to as sort of doing interdisciplinary science. So you reach out and talk to people that are outside of your discipline, which I always hope that's what science was for. In fact, I was a little disillusioned when I realized that academia is very siloed.
Yeah.
And so the question is, how, at your own level, how do you prepare for these conversations? How do you think about these conversations? How do you open your mind enough to have these conversations? And then maybe a little bit broader, how can you advise other scientists to have these kinds of conversations? Not at the podcast, The fact that you're doing a podcast is awesome. Other people get to hear them.
Yeah.
But it's also good to have it without mics in general.
It's a good question, but a tough one to answer. I think about, a guy I know is a personal trainer, and he was asked on a podcast, how do we, psych ourselves up to do a workout? How do we make that discipline to go and work out? Like, I can't stop working. Like, I don't need to psych myself up. So, and likewise, he asked me, like, how do you get to like have interdisciplinary conversations and all sorts of different things with all sorts of different people? I'm like, that's what makes me go, right? Like I couldn't stop doing that. I did that long before any of them were recorded. In fact, a lot of the motivation for starting recording it was making sure I would read all these books that I had purchased, right? Like all these books I wanted to read, not enough time to read them. And now if I have motivation, because I'm going to, interview Pat Churchland, I'm going to finally read her book, And it's absolutely true that academia is extraordinarily silent, right? We don't talk to people. We rarely do. And in fact, when we do, it's punished. Like the people who do it successfully generally first became very successful within their little silo discipline, and only then did they start expanding out. If you're a young person, I have graduate students. I try to be very, very candid with them about this, that it's, most graduate students cannot become faculty members, right? It's a tough road. And so live the life you want to live, but do it with your eyes open about what it does to your job chances. And the more broad you are and the less time you spend hyper specializing in your field, the lower your job chances are. That's just an academic reality. It's terrible. I don't like it, but it's a reality. And for some people, that's fine. Like there's plenty of people who are wonderful scientists who have zero interest in branching out and talking to anyone outside their field. But it is disillusioning to me. Some of the romantic notion I had of the intellectual academic life is belied by the reality of it. The idea that we should reach out beyond our discipline, and that is a positive good, is just so rare in universities that it may as well not exist at all.
But that said, even though you're saying you're doing it like the personal trainer because you just can't help it, you're also an inspiration to others. Like, I can speak for myself. I also have a career I'm thinking about, right?
Yeah.
And without your podcast, I may have not have been doing this at all, right? So it makes me realize that these kinds of conversations is kind of what science is about. In many ways, the reason we write papers, this exchange of ideas, is it's much harder to do interdisciplinary papers, I would say.
Yeah,
right.
Correct.
And conversations are easier. So conversations is a beginning, and in the field of AI, it's obvious that we should think outside of pure computer vision competitions on a particular data sets. We should think about the broader impact of how this can be, reaching out to physics, to psychology, to neuroscience, and having these conversations. So that you're an inspiration, and so.
Well, thank you very much. That's very sweet. But
never know how the world changes. I mean, the fact that this stuff is out there, and I've a huge number of people come up to me, grad students, really loving the podcast, inspired by it, and they will probably have that. There'll be ripple effects when they become faculty as well. So we can end on a balance between pessimism and optimism. And Sean, thank you so much for talking today. It was awesome.
No, Lex, thank you very much for this conversation. It was great.
The following is a conversation with Rajat Manga. He's an engineer and director at Google, leading the TensorFlow team. TensorFlow is an open source library at the center of much of the work going on in the world in deep learning, both the cutting edge research and the large scale application of learning based approaches. But it's quickly becoming much more than a software library. It's now an ecosystem of tools for the deployment of machine learning in the cloud, on the phone, in the browser, on both generic and specialized hardware, TPU, GPU, and so on. Plus, there's a big emphasis on growing a passionate community of developers. Raja, Jeff Dean, and a large team of engineers at Google Brain are working to define the future of machine learning with TensorFlow 2.0, which is now in alpha. I think the decision to open source TensorFlow was a definitive moment in the tech industry. It showed that open innovation can be successful and inspired many companies to open source their code, to publish, and in general engage in the open exchange of ideas. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Rajat Manga. You were involved with Google Brain since its start in 2011 with Jeff Dean. It started with Disbelief, the proprietary machine learning library, and turned to TensorFlow in 2014, the open source library. So what were the early days of the Brain like? What were the goals, the missions? How do you even proceed forward once there's so much possibilities before you?
It was interesting back then, when I started, or when you were even just talking about it. The idea of deep learning was interesting and intriguing in some ways. It hadn't yet taken off, but it held some promise, and it showed some very promising and early results. I think the idea where Andrew and Jeff had started was, what if we can take this, what people are doing in research, and scale it to what Google has in terms of the compute power, and also put that kind of data together? What does it mean? And so far the results have been, if you scale the compute, scale the data, it does better. And would that work? And so that was the first year or two. Can we prove that out, right? And with Disbelief, when we started the first year, we got some early wins, which is always great.
What were the wins like? What was the wins where there's some promise to this is going to be good?
I think there are two early wins where one was speech, that we collaborated very closely with the speech research team, who was also getting interested in this. And the other one was on images, where we, the cat paper, as we call it, that was covered by a lot of folks.
And the birth of Google Brain was around neural networks. It was deep learning from the very beginning. That was the whole mission.
Yep.
So what would, in terms of scale, what was the sort of dream of what this could become? Like, were there echoes of this open source TensorFlow community that might be brought in? Was there a sense of TPUs? Was there a sense of like machine learning is now going to be at the core of the entire company, is going to grow into that direction?
Yeah, I think so. So that was interesting. And like, if I think back to 2012 or 2011, and first was, can we scale it? In the year or so, we had started scaling it to hundreds and thousands of machines. In fact, we had some ones even going to 10,000 machines, and all of those shows great promise. In terms of machine learning at Google, the good thing was Google's been doing machine learning for a long time. Deep learning was new, but as we scaled this up, we showed that yes, that was possible, and it was going to impact lots of things. Like, we started seeing real products wanting to use this. Again, speech was the first. There were image things that photos came out of, and many other products as well. So that was exciting. As we went into with that a couple of years, externally also academia started to, there was lots of push on, okay, deep learning is interesting, we should be doing more, and so on. And so by 2014, we were looking at, okay, this is a big thing, it's going to grow. And not just internally, externally as well. Yes, maybe Google's ahead of where everybody is, but there's a lot to do. So a lot of this start to make sense and come together.
So the decision to open source, I was just chatting with Chris Glatner about this. The decision to go open source for TensorFlow, I would say, so for me personally, seems to be one of the big seminal moments in all of software engineering ever. I think that's when a large company like Google decides to take a large project that many lawyers might argue has a lot of IP, just decide to go open source with it, and in so doing lead the entire world and saying, you know what, open innovation is a pretty powerful thing, and it's okay to do. That was, I mean, that's an incredible moment in time. So do you remember those discussions happening? Whether open source should be happening? What was that like?
I would say, I think, so the initial idea came from Jeff, who's a big proponent of this. I think it came off of two big things. One was research-wise, we were a research group. We were putting all our research out there. We were building on others' research, and we wanted to push the state-of-the-art forward. And part of that was to share the research. That's how I think deep learning and machine learning has really grown so fast. So the next step was, okay, now would software help with that? And it seemed like there were existing a few libraries out there, Theano being one, Torch being another, and a few others. But they were all done by academia, and so the level was significantly different. The other one was, from a software perspective, Google had done lots of software or that we used internally, and we published papers. Often there was an open source project that came out of that somebody else picked up that paper and implemented, and they were very successful. Back then, it was like, okay, there's Hadoop, which has come off of tech that we've built. We know the tech we've built is way better for a number of different reasons. We've invested a lot of effort in that. And turns out we have Google Cloud, and we are now not really providing our tech, but we are saying, okay, we have Bigtable, which is the original thing. We're going to now provide HBase APIs on top of that, which isn't as good, but that's what everybody's used to. So there's like, can we make something that is better and really just provide? Helps the community in lots of ways, but also helps push a good standard forward.
So how does cloud fit into that? There's a TensorFlow open source library, and how does the fact that you can use so many of the resources that Google provides in the cloud fit into that strategy?
So TensorFlow itself is open, and you can use it anywhere, right? And we want to make sure that continues to be the case. On Google Cloud, we do make sure that there's lots of integrations with everything else, and we want to make sure that it works really, really well there. So
you're leading the effort. Can you tell me the history and the timeline of TensorFlow project in terms of major design decisions, so like the open source decision, but really, what to include and not? There's this incredible ecosystem that I'd like to talk about. There's all these parts, but what if you just some sample moments that defined what TensorFlow eventually became through its, I don't know if you were allowed to say history when it's just, but in deep learning, everything moves so fast that just a few years is already history.
Yes. So looking back, we were building TensorFlow. I guess we open sourced it in 2015, November 2015. We started on it in summer of 2014, I guess. And somewhere like late 2014, by then we had decided that, okay, there's a high likelihood we'll open source it. So we started thinking about that and making sure we're heading down that path. By that point, we'd seen a few, lots of different use cases at Google. So there were things like, okay, yes, we want to run in at large scale in the data center. Yes, we need to support different kind of hardware. We had GPUs at that point. We had our first TPU at that point, or was about to come out, roughly around that time. So the design sort of included those. We had started to push on mobile, so we were running models on mobile. At that point, people were customizing code, so we wanted to make sure TensorFlow could support that as well, so that sort of became part of that overall design.
When you say mobile, you mean like pretty complicated algorithms running on the phone?
That's correct. So when you have a model that you deploy on the phone and run it there, right?
So already at that time, there was ideas of running machine learning on the phone.
That's correct. We already had a couple of products that were doing that. Right. And in those cases, we had basically customized, handcrafted code or some internal libraries that we used.
So I was actually at Google during this time in a parallel, I guess, universe, but we were using Theano and Cafe.
Yep.
Was there some degree to which you were balancing, like trying to see what Cafe was offering people, trying to see what Theano was offering, that you want to make sure you're delivering on whatever that is. Perhaps the Python part of thing, maybe did that influence any design decisions?
Totally. So when we built this belief, and some of that was in parallel with some of these libraries coming up. I mean, Theano itself is older, but we were building this belief focused on our internal thing because our systems were very different. By the time we got to this, we looked at a number of libraries that were out there. Theano, there were folks in the group who had experience with Torch, with Lua. There were folks here who had seen Cafe. I mean, actually, Yangqing was here as well. There's what other libraries? I think we looked at a number of things. Might even have looked at Chainer back then. I'm trying to remember if it was there. In fact, yeah, we did discuss ideas around, okay, should we have a graph or not? And they were, so putting all these together was definitely, there were key decisions that we wanted. We had seen limitations in our prior disbelief things. A few of them were just in terms of research was moving so fast. We wanted the flexibility. The hardware was changing fast. We expected to change that. So those probably were two things. And yeah, I think the flexibility in terms of being able to express all kinds of crazy things was definitely a big one then.
So what the graph decisions, so now with moving towards TensorFlow 2.0, there's more, by default, it'll be eager execution. So sort of hiding the graph a little bit because it's less intuitive in terms of the way people develop and so on. What was that discussion like in terms of using graphs? It seemed it's kind of the Theano way. Did it seem the obvious choice?
So I think where it came from was our disbelief had a graph-like thing as well. A much more it wasn't a general graph. It was more like a straight line, thing. More like what you might think of Cafe, I guess, in that sense. But the graph was, and we always cared about the production stuff. Like even with disbelief, we were deploying a whole bunch of stuff in production. So graph did come from that when we thought of, okay, should we do that in Python? And we experimented with some ideas where it looked a lot simpler to use, but not having a graph meant, okay, how do you deploy now? So that was probably what tilted the balance for us, and eventually we ended up with a graph.
And I guess the question there is, did you, so production seems to be the really good thing to focus on, but did you even anticipate the other side of it where there could be, what are the numbers? Something crazy, 41 million downloads?
Yep.
So, was that even like a possibility in your mind that it would be as popular as it became?
So I think we did see a need for this a lot from the research perspective and early days of deep learning in some ways. 41 million, no, I don't think I imagined this number then. It seemed like there's a potential future where lots more people would be doing this, and how do we enable that? I would say this kind of growth I probably started seeing somewhat after the open sourcing, where it was like, okay, deep learning is actually growing way faster for a lot of different reasons, and we are in just the right place to push on that and leverage that and deliver on lots of things that people want.
So what changed once you open source? Like how, this incredible amount of attention from a global population of developers, how did the project start changing? I know you actually remember it during those times. I know looking now, there's really good documentation. There's an ecosystem of tools. There's a community, there's a blog, there's a YouTube channel now, right? It's very, very community driven. Back then, I guess 0.1 version. Is that the version?
I think we called it 0.6 or 5, something like that. I forget.
What changed leading into 1.0?
It's interesting. I think we've gone through a few things there. When we started out, when we first came out, people loved the documentation we have because it was just a huge step up from everything else, because all of those were academic projects, people doing, we don't think about documentation. I think what that changed was, instead of deep learning being a research thing, some people who were just developers could now suddenly take this out and do some interesting things with it, right? Who had no clue what machine learning was before then. And that, I think, really changed how things started to scale up in some ways and pushed on it. Over the next few months, as we looked at, how do we stabilize things, as we look at not just researchers, now we want stability, people want to deploy things. That's how we started planning for 1.0, and there are certain needs for that perspective. And so again, documentation comes up, designs, more kinds of things to put that together. And so that was exciting to get that to a stage where more and more enterprises wanted to buy in and really get behind that. And I think post 1.0 and over the next few releases, that enterprise adoption also started to take off. I would say between the initial release and 1.0, it was researchers, of course, then a lot of hobbyists and early interest people excited about this who started to get on board, and then over the 1.x thing, lots of enterprises.
I imagine anything that's below 1.0 gets pressure to be enterprise probably wants something that's stable.
Exactly.
And do you have a sense now that TensorFlow is stable? Like, it feels like deep learning in general is extremely dynamic field. So much is changing. Do you have and TensorFlow has been growing incredibly. Do you have a sense of stability at the helm of it? I mean, I know you're in the midst of it, but
yeah, it's. I think in the midst of it, it's often easy to forget what an enterprise wants and what some of the people on that side want. There's still people running models that are 3 years old, 4 years old. So Inception is still used by tons of people. Even ResNet 50 is a couple of years old now or more. But there are tons of people who use that, and they're fine. Yeah. They don't need the last couple of bits of performance or quality. They want some stability and things that just work. And so there is value in providing that with that kind of stability and making it really simple, because that allows a lot more people to access. And then there's the research crowd, which wants, they want to do these crazy things exactly like you're saying, right? Not just deep learning in the straight up models that used to be there. They want RNNs, and even RNNs are maybe old. They're transformers now, and now it needs to combine with RL and GANs and so on. So there's definitely that area that, like, the boundary that's shifting and pushing the state of the art. But I think there's more and more of the past that's much more stable, and even stuff that was 2-3 years old is very, very usable by lots of people. So that part makes it a little easier.
So I imagine, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, one of the biggest use cases is essentially taking something like ResNet 50 and doing some kind of transfer learning on a very particular problem that you have. It's basically probably what majority of the world does. And you want to make that as easy as possible.
That's right. So I would say, for the hobbyist perspective, that's the most common case, right? In fact, the apps on phones and stuff that you'll see, the early ones, that's the most common case. I would say there are a couple of reasons for that. One is that everybody talks about that. It looks great on slides.
Yeah.
That's a part of the presentation. Yeah, exactly. What enterprises want is part of it, but that's not the big thing. Enterprises really have data that they want to make predictions on. This is often what they used to do with the people who were doing ML was just regression models, linear regression, logistic regression, linear models, or maybe gradient boosted trees and so on. Some of them still benefit from deep learning, but they want that's the bread and butter, like the structured data and so on. So depending on the audience you look at, they're a little bit different.
And they just have, the best of enterprise probably just has a very large data set where deep learning could probably shine.
That's correct. That's right. And then I think the other pieces that they want, again, with 2.0, or the developer summit we put together, is the whole TensorFlow extended piece, which was the entire pipeline. They care about stability across doing their entire thing, and simplicity across the entire thing. I don't need to just train a model. I need to do that every day, again, over and over again.
I wonder to which degree you have a role in, I don't know. So I teach a course on deep learning. I have people like lawyers come up to me and say, say, when is machine learning going to enter the legal realm? The same thing in all kinds of disciplines, immigration, insurance. Often when I see what it boils down to is these companies are often a little bit old school in the way they organize the data. So the data is just not ready yet. It's not digitized. Do you also find yourself being in the role of an evangelist for like, let's organize your data, folks, and then you'll get the big benefit of TensorFlow? Do you have those conversations?
So yeah, I I get all kinds of questions there from, okay, what do I need to make this work, right? Do we really need deep learning? I mean, there are all these things. I already use this linear model. Why would this help? I don't have enough data, let's say, or I want to use machine learning, but I have no clue where to start. So it varies. That to all the way to the experts who ask for very specific things. So it's interesting.
Is there a good answer? It boils down to oftentimes digitizing data. So whatever you want automated, whatever data you want to make prediction based on, you have to make sure that it's in an organized form. Like within the TensorFlow ecosystem, you're providing more and more data sets and more pre-trained models. Are you finding yourself also the organizer of data sets?
Yes, I think the TensorFlow data sets that we just released, that's definitely come up where people want these data sets. Can we organize them and can we make that easier? So that's definitely one important thing. The other related thing I would say is I often tell people, you know what, don't think of the most fanciest thing, that the newest model that you see. Make something very basic work and then you can improve it. There's just lots of things you can do with it.
Yeah, start with the basics. True. Yeah. One of the big things that makes TensorFlow even more accessible was the appearance, whenever that happened, of Keras, the Keras standard, sort of outside of TensorFlow. Yeah. I think it was Keras on top of Theano at first only, and then Keras became on top of TensorFlow. Do you know when Keras chose to also add TensorFlow as a backend, was it just the community that drove that initially? Do you know if there was discussions, conversations?
Yeah, so Francois started the Keras project before he was at Google, and the first thing was Theano. I don't remember if that was after TensorFlow was created or way before. And then at some point, when TensorFlow started becoming popular, there were enough similarities that he decided to create this interface and put TensorFlow as a backend. I believe that might still have been before he joined Google. So we weren't really talking about that. He decided on his own and thought that was interesting and relevant to the community. In fact, I didn't find out about him being at Google until a few months after he was here. He was working on some research ideas and doing Keras on his nights and weekends project and stuff.
Oh, interesting. So he wasn't like part of the TensorFlow. He didn't join initially.
He joined research and he did some amazing research. He has some papers on that and research. He's a great researcher as well. And at some point we realized, he's doing this good stuff. People seem to like the API and he's right here. So we talked to him and he said, okay, why don't I come over to your team and work with you for a quarter and let's make that integration happen. And we talked to his manager and he said, sure, like quarter's fine. And that quarter's been something like 2 years now. And so he's fully on this.
So Keras got integrated into TensorFlow like in a deep way.
Yeah.
And now with 2.0, TensorFlow 2.0, sort of Keras is kind of the recommended way for a beginner to interact with TensorFlow, right. Which makes that initial sort of transfer learning or the basic use cases, even for enterprise, super simple, right?
That's right. That's right.
So what was that decision like? That seems like it's kind of a bold decision as well.
We did spend a lot of time thinking about that one. We had a bunch of APIs, some built by us. There was a parallel layers API that we were building. And when we decided to do Keras in parallel, so they were like, okay, two things that we are looking at. And the first thing we was trying to do is just have them look similar, like be as integrated as possible, share all of that stuff. There were also like 3 other APIs that others had built over time because we didn't have a standard one. But one of the messages that we kept hearing from the community, okay, which one do we use? And they kept seeing like, okay, here's a model in this one, and here's a model in this one, which you're like, hey, So that's sort of like, okay, we had to address that straight on with 2.0. The whole idea was we need to simplify. We had to pick one. Based on where we were like, okay, let's see what do the people like. And Keras was clearly one that lots of people loved. There were lots of great things about it. So we settled on that. And
organically, that's kind of the best way to do it. It was great. It was surprising there were a lot of bring in and I mean, there was a feeling like Keras might be almost like a competitor in a certain kind of to TensorFlow, and in a sense, it became an empowering element of TensorFlow.
That's right. Yeah, it's interesting how you can put two things together which can align, right? And in this case, I think Francois, the team, and I, a bunch of us have chatted, and I think we all want to see the same kind of things. We all care about making it easier for the huge set of developers out there, and that makes a difference.
So Python has Guido van Rossum, who until recently held the position of benevolent dictator for life, right? So does a huge, successful open source project like TensorFlow need one person who makes a final decision? So you've did a pretty successful TensorFlow Dev Summit just now, the last couple of days. There's clearly a lot of different new features that be incorporated, an amazing ecosystem, and so on. How are those design decisions made? Is there a BDFL in TensorFlow, and or is it more distributed and organic?
I think it's somewhat different. I would say I've always been involved in the key design directions, but there are lots of things that are distributed where there are a number of people, Martin Wick being one, who's really driven a lot of our open source stuff, a lot of the APIs, and there are a number of other people who've been, pushed and been responsible for different parts of it. We do have regular design reviews. Over the last year, we've really spent a lot of time opening up to the community and adding transparency. We're setting more processes in place, so RFCs, special interest groups, really grow that community and scale that. I think the kind of scale that the ecosystem is in, I don't think we could scale with having me as the lone point of decision maker. So
I got it. So yeah, the growth of that ecosystem. Maybe you can talk about it a little bit. First of all, when it started with Andre Karpathy when he first did ComNet.js. The fact that you can train a neural network in the browser in JavaScript was incredible.
Yep.
So now TensorFlow JS is really making that a serious, a legit thing, a way to operate, whether it's in the back end or the front end. Then there's the TensorFlow Extended, like you mentioned. There's TensorFlow Lite for mobile. And all of it, as far as I can tell, it's really converging towards being able to save models in the same kind of way. You can move around, you can train on the desktop and then move it to mobile and so on.
That's right.
So there's that cohesiveness. So can you maybe give me whatever I missed, a bigger overview of the mission of the ecosystem that's trying to be built and where is it moving forward?
Yeah. So in short, the way I like to think of this is our goal is to enable machine learning. And in a couple of ways, one is we have lots of exciting things going on in ML today. We started with deep learning, but we now support a bunch of other algorithms too. So one is to, on the research side, keep pushing on the state of the art. Can we, how do we enable researchers to build the next amazing thing? So BERT came out recently. It's great that people are able to do new kinds of research. There are lots of amazing research that happens across the world. So that's one direction. The other is, how do you take that across all the people outside who want to take that research and do some great things with it and integrate it to build real products, to have a real impact on people? And so if that's the other axis in some ways. At a high level, one way I think about it is there are a crazy number of compute devices across the world. And we often used to think of ML and training and all of this as, okay, something you do either in the workstation or the data center or cloud. but we see things running on the phones. We see things running on really tiny chips, and we had some demos at the Developer Summit. And so the way I think about this ecosystem is, how do we help get machine learning on every device that has the compute capability? And that continues to grow. And so in some ways, this ecosystem is looked at, various aspects of that and grown over time to cover more of those. And we continue to push the boundaries. In some areas, we've built more tooling and things around that to help you. I mean, the first tool we started was TensorBoard. You wanted to learn just the training piece. TFX or TensorFlow Extended to really do your entire ML pipelines if you're, care about all that production stuff. But then going to the edge, going to different kinds of things. And it's not just us now. We're at a place where there are lots of libraries being built on top. So there's some for research, maybe things like TensorFlow agents or TensorFlow probability that started as research things, or for researchers for focusing on certain kinds of algorithms. They're also being deployed or used by production folks. And some have come from within Google, just teams across Google who wanted to build these things. Others have come from just the community, because there are different pieces that different parts of the community care about. And I see our goal as enabling even that, right? It's not, we cannot and won't build every single thing. That just doesn't make sense. But if we can enable others to build the things that they care about, and there's a broader community that cares about that, and we can help encourage that, and that's great. That really helps the entire ecosystem, not just those. One of the big things about 2.0 that we're pushing on is, okay, we have these so many different pieces, right? How do we help make all of them work well together? So there are a few key pieces there that we're pushing on. One being the core format in there, and how we share the models themselves through Save Model and TensorFlow Hub and so on. And a few of the pieces that we really put this together.
I was very skeptical that's, when TensorFlow JS came out, it didn't seem, or Deep Learning JS, as was earlier.
Yeah, that was the first.
It seemed like technically a very difficult project. As a standalone, it's not as difficult, but as a thing that integrates into the ecosystems is very difficult. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of aspects of this you're making look easy, but on the technical side, how many challenges have to be overcome here?
A lot.
And still have to be overcome.
Yes,
That's
yes.
the question here, too.
There are lots of steps to it, right? And we've iterated over the last few years, so there's a lot we've learned. Often when things come together well, things look easy, and that's exactly the point. It should be easy for the end user, but there are lots of things that go behind that. If I think about still challenges ahead, there are, we have a lot more devices coming on board, for example, from the hardware perspective. How do we make it really easy for these vendors to integrate with something like TensorFlow, right? So there's a lot of compiler stuff that others are working on. There are things we can do in terms of our APIs and so on that we can do. As we, TensorFlow started as a very monolithic system, and to some extent it still is. There are lots of tools around it, but the core is still pretty large and monolithic. One of the key challenges for us to scale that out is, how do we break that apart with clearer interfaces? It's in some ways it's software engineering 101, but for a system that's now 4 years old, I guess, or more, and that's still rapidly evolving and that we're not slowing down with, it's hard to, change and modify and really break apart. It's sort of like, as people say, right? It's like changing the engine with a car running, or if it kind of fix that. That's exactly what we're trying to do.
So there's a challenge here, because the downside of so many people being excited about TensorFlow and coming to rely on it in many of their applications is that you're kind of responsible, like it's the technical debt. You're responsible for previous versions to some degree still working. So when you're trying to innovate, I mean, it's probably easier to just start from scratch every few months.
Absolutely.
So do you feel the pain of that? 2.0 does break some back compatibility, but not too much. It seems like the conversion is pretty straightforward. Do you think that's still important given how quickly deep learning is changing? Can you just the things that you've learned, can you just start over, or is there pressure to not?
It's a tricky balance. So if it was just a researcher writing a paper who a year later will not look at that code again, sure, it doesn't matter. There are a lot of production systems that rely on TensorFlow, both at Google and across the world. And people worry about this. I mean, these systems run for a long time.
Right.
So it is important to keep that compatibility and so on. And yes, it does come with a huge cost. We have to think about a lot of things as we do new things and make new changes. I think it's a trade-off, right? You might slow certain kinds of things down, but the overall value you're bringing because of that is much bigger, because it's not just about breaking the person yesterday. It's also about telling the person tomorrow that, you know what, this is how we do things. We're not going to break you when you come on board, because there are lots of new people who are also going to come on board. One way I like to think about this, and I always push the team to think about as well, when you want to do new things, you want to start with a clean slate. Design with a clean slate in mind, and then we'll figure out how to make sure all the other things work. And yes, we do make compromises occasionally, but unless you design with the clean slate and not worry about that, you will never get to a good place.
Oh, that's brilliant. So even if you are responsible when you're in the idea stage, when you're thinking of new, to put all that behind you. That's okay. That's really, really well put. So I have to ask this because a lot of students, developers ask me how I feel about PyTorch versus TensorFlow. So I've recently completely switched my research group to TensorFlow. I wish everybody would just use the same thing, and TensorFlow is as close to that, I believe, as we have. But do you enjoy competition? So TensorFlow is leading in many ways, on many dimensions, in terms of ecosystem, in terms of number of users, momentum, power, production level, so on. But a lot of researchers are now also using PyTorch. Mm-hmm. Do you enjoy that kind of competition, or do you just ignore it and focus on making TensorFlow the best that it can be?
So just like research or anything people are doing, right, it's great to get different kinds of ideas. And when we started with TensorFlow, like I was saying earlier, it was very important for us to also have production in mind. We didn't want just research, right? And that's why we chose certain things. Now, PyTorch came along and said, you know what, I only care about research. This is what I'm trying to do. What's the best thing I can do for this? And it started iterating and said, okay, I don't need to worry about graphs. Let me just run things. I don't care if it's not as fast as it can be, but let me just make this part easy. And there are things you can learn from that, right? They again had the benefit of seeing what had come before, but also explored certain different kinds of spaces, and they had some good things there, building on, say, things like Chainer or so on before that. So competition is definitely interesting. This is an area that I thought about, like I said, very on. Over time, we had revisited this a couple of times. Should we add this again? At some point, we said, you know what? It seems like this can be done well. So let's try it again. And that's how we started pushing on eager execution and how do we combine these two together, which has really come very well together in 2.0, but it took us a while to get all the things together and so on.
So let me ask, put another way, I think eager execution is a really powerful thing that was added. You think it wouldn't have been, Muhammad Ali versus Frazier, right? Do you think it wouldn't have been added as quickly if PyTorch were there?
It might have taken longer.
Longer.
Yeah. It was, we tried some variants of that before, so I'm sure it would have happened, but it might have happened.
I'm grateful that TensorFlow responded the way they did. It's doing some incredible work last years. What other things that we didn't talk about are you looking at in 2.0 that it comes to mind? So we talk about some of the ecosystem stuff, making it easily accessible to Keras, eager execution. Is there other things that we missed?
Yeah, so I'd say one is just where 2.0 is, and with all the things that we've talked about. I think as we think beyond that, there are lots of other things that it enables us to do and that we're excited about. So what it's setting us up for, okay, here are these really clean APIs. We've cleaned up the surface for what the users want. What it also allows us to do a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes once we are ready with 2.0. So for example, in TensorFlow with graphs and all the things you could do, you could always get a lot of good performance if you spent the time to tune it, right? And we've clearly shown that, lots of people do that. With 2.0, with these APIs, where we can give you a lot of performance just with whatever you do. You know, because we see these, it's much cleaner. We know most people are going to do things this way. We can really optimize for that and get a lot of those things out of the box. And it really allows us, both for single machine and distributed and so on, to really explore other spaces behind the scenes after 2.0 in the future versions as well. So right now the team's really excited about that over time I think we'll see that. The other piece that I was talking about in terms of just restructuring the monolithic thing into more pieces and making it more modular, I think that's going to be really important for a lot of the other people in the ecosystem or the organizations and so on that want to build things.
Can you elaborate a little bit what you mean by making TensorFlow more ecosystem more modular?
So the way it is today is, one, there are lots of repositories in the TensorFlow organization at GitHub. The core one where we have TensorFlow, it has the execution engine, it has the key bands for CPUs and GPUs, it has the work to do distributed stuff, and all of these just work together in a single library or binary. There's no way to split them apart easily. I mean, there are some interfaces, but they're not very clean. In a perfect world, you would have clean interfaces where, okay, I want to run it on my fancy cluster with some custom networking, just implement this and do that. I mean, we kind of support that, but it's hard for people today. I think as we are starting to see more interesting things in some of these spaces, having that clean separation will really start to help. And again, going to the large size of the ecosystem and the different groups involved there, enabling people to evolve and push on things more independently just allows it to scale better.
And people, you mean individual developers and organizations?
That's right.
So the hope is that everybody sort of major, Pepsi, like major corporations go to TensorFlow, this kind of.
Yeah, if you look at enterprises like Pepsi or these, a lot of them are already using TensorFlow. They are not the ones that do the development or changes in the code. Some do, but a lot of them don't. I mean, that's small pieces. There are lots of these, some of them being, let's say, hardware vendors who are building their custom hardware and they want their own pieces.
Got it.
Or some of them being bigger companies, say IBM. I mean, they're involved in some of our special interest groups, and they see a lot of users who want certain things and they want to optimize for that. So folks like that often.
Autonomous vehicle companies, perhaps.
Exactly, yes.
So, like I mentioned, TensorFlow has been downloaded 41 million times, 50,000 commits, almost 10,000 pull requests, and 1,800 contributors. So, I'm not sure if you can explain it, but what does it take to build a community like that? In retrospect, what do you think? What is the critical thing that allowed for this growth to happen, and how does that growth continue?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I wish I had all the answers there, I guess, so we could replicate it. I think there are a number of things that need to come together, right? One, just like any new thing, it is about, there's a sweet spot of timing, what's needed, does it grow with what's needed? So in this case, for example, TensorFlow is not just grown because it was a good tool, it's also grown with the growth of deep learning itself. So those factors come into play. Other than that, though, I think just listening to the community out there, to what they need, being open to, like in terms of external contributions, we've spend a lot of time in making sure we can accept those contributions well. We can help the contributors in adding those, putting the right process in place, getting the right kind of community, welcoming them, and so on. Like over the last year, we've really pushed on transparency. That's important for an open source project. People want to know where things are going, and we're like, okay, here's a process where you can do that. Here are RFCs and so on. So thinking through, there are lots of community aspects that come into that you can really work on. As a small project, it's maybe easy to do because there's like 2 developers and you can do those. As you grow, putting more of these processes in place, thinking about the documentation, thinking about what do developers care about, what kind of tools would they want to use, all of these come into play, I think.
So one of the big things I think that feeds the TensorFlow fire is people building something on TensorFlow, and implement a particular architecture that does something cool and useful, and they put that on GitHub, and so it just feeds this growth. Do you have a sense that with 2.0 and 1.0 that there may be a little bit of a partitioning like there is with Python 2 and 3, that there'll be a code base in the older versions of TensorFlow that will not be as compatible easily? Or are you pretty confident that this kind of conversion is pretty natural and easy to do?
So we're definitely working hard to make that very easy to do. There's lots of tooling that we talked about at the Developer Summit this week, and we'll continue to invest in that tooling. It's, when you think of these significant version changes, that's always a risk, and we are really pushing hard to make that transition very, very smooth. I think, so at some level, people want to move when they see the value in the new thing. They don't want to move just because it's a new thing. I mean, some people do, but most people want a really good thing. And I think over the next few months, as people start to see the value, we'll definitely see that shift happening. So I'm pretty excited and confident that we'll see people moving. As you said earlier, this field is also moving rapidly, so that'll help because we can do more things, and all the new things will clearly happen in 2.x. So people will have lots of good reasons to move.
So what do you think TensorFlow 3.0 looks like? Are things happening so crazy that even at the end of this year seems impossible to plan for? Or is it possible to plan for the next 5 years?
I think there are some things that we can in terms of, okay, yes, change is going to happen. Are there some things going to stick around and some things not going to stick around? I would say the basics of deep learning, say convolutional models or the basic kind of things, they'll probably be around in some form still in 5 years. Will RL and GAN stay? Very likely, based on where they are. Will we have new things? Probably, but those are hard to predict. And directionally, some things that we can see as, in things that we're starting to do, right, with some of our projects right now, is just 2.0 combining eager execution in graphs, where we're starting to make it more like just your natural programming language. You're not trying to program something else. Similarly with Swift for TensorFlow, we're taking that thing round up, right? So some of those ideas seem like, okay, that's the right direction. In 5 years, we expect to see more in that area. Other things we don't know is, will hardware accelerators be the same? Will we be able to train with 4 bits instead of 32 bits?
And I think the TPU side of things is exploring that. I mean, TPU is already on version 3. It seems that the evolution of TPU and TensorFlow are sort of, they're co-evolving almost in terms of both are learning from each other and from the community and from the applications where the biggest benefit is achieved.
That's right.
You've been trying to sort of, with Ego, with Keras, to make TensorFlow as accessible and easy to use as possible. What do you think for beginners is the biggest thing they struggle with? Have you encountered that, or is basically what Keras is solving is that eager, like we talked about?
Yeah, for some of them, like you said, right, the beginners want to just be able to take some image model. They don't care if it's Inception or ResNet or something else, and do some training or transfer learning or their kind of model. Being able to make that easy is important. So in some ways, if you do that by providing them simple models with, say, in Hub or so on, they don't care about what's inside that box, but they want to be able to use it. So we're pushing on, I think, different levels. If you look at just a component that you get, which has the layers already smushed in, the beginners probably just want that. Then the next step is, okay, look at building layers with layers. If you go out to research, then they are probably writing custom layers themselves or their own loops. So there's a whole spectrum there.
And then providing the pre-trained models seems to really decrease the time from you trying to start. So you could basically in the Colab notebook achieve what you need. So I'm basically answering my own question because I think what TensorFlow delivered on recently is trivial for beginners. So I was just wondering if there was other pain points you're trying to ease, but I'm not sure there would.
No, those are probably the big ones. I mean, I see high schoolers doing a whole bunch of things now, which is pretty amazing.
It's both amazing and terrifying. So,
yes,
in a sense that when they grow up, it's some incredible ideas will be coming from them. So there's certainly a technical aspect to your work, but you also have a management aspect to your role with TensorFlow, leading the project, a large number of developers and people. So what do you look for in a good team? What do you think? Google has been at the forefront of exploring what it takes to build a good team, and TensorFlow is one of the most cutting edge technologies in the world. So in this context, what do you think makes for a good team?
It's definitely something I think a fair bit about. I think in terms of the team being able to deliver something well, one of the things that's important is a cohesion across the team. So being able to execute together and doing things. It's not like at this scale, an individual engineer can only do so much. There's a lot more that they can do together, even though we have some amazing superstars across Google and in the team. But there's, often the way I see it is the product of what the team generates is way larger than the whole or, each individual put together. And so how do we have all of them work together, the culture of the team itself? Hiring good people is important. But part of that is it's not just that, okay, we hire a bunch of smart people and throw them together and let them do things. It's also people have to care about what they're building. People have to be motivated for the right kind of things. That's often an important factor. And, finally, how do you put that together with a somewhat unified vision of where we want to go? So are we all looking in the same direction or each of us going all over? And sometimes it's a mix. Google's a very bottom-up organization in some sense, also research even more so, and that's how we started. But as we've become this larger product and ecosystem, I think it's also important to combine that well with a mix of, okay, here's the direction we want to go in. There's exploration we'll do around that, but let's keep staying in that, just all over the place.
And is there a way you monitor the health of the team? Sort of like, is there a way you know you did a good job? The team was good? Like, you're you're saying nice things, but it's sometimes difficult to determine how aligned.
Yes.
Because it's not binary. It's not like there's tensions and complexities and so on. And the other element of it is that you mentioned superstars. There's so much, even at Google, such a large percentage of work is done by individual superstars too. So there's and sometimes those superstars can be against the dynamic of a team and those tensions. I'm sure in TensorFlow it might be a little bit easier because the mission of the project is so sort of beautiful. You're at the cutting edge, so it's exciting.
Yeah.
But have you had struggled with that? Has there been challenges?
There are always people challenges in different kinds of ways. That said, I think what's good about getting people who care and are, have the same kind of culture, and that's Google in general to a large extent. But also, like you said, given that the project has had so many exciting things to do, there's been room for lots of people to do different kinds of things and grow, which does make the problem a bit easier, I guess.
Yeah.
And it allows people, depending on what they're doing, if there's room around them, then that's fine. But yes, we do care about whether a superstar or not, that they need to work well with the team across Google.
That's interesting to hear. So it's like superstar or not, productivity broadly is about the team.
Yeah. I mean, they might add a lot of value, but if they're hurting the team, then that's a problem.
So in hiring engineers, it's so interesting, right? The hiring process. What do you look for? How do you determine a good developer or a good member of a team from just a few minutes or hours together?
So
again, no magic answers, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, Google has a hiring process that we've refined over the last 20 years, I guess, and that you've probably heard and seen a lot about. So we do work with the same hiring process, and that's really helped. For me in particular, I would say, in addition to the core technical skills, what does matter is their motivation in what they want to do. Because if that doesn't align well with where we want to go, that's not going to lead to long-term success for either them or the team. And I think that becomes more important the more senior the person is, but it's important at every level. Like even the junior most engineer, if they're not motivated to do well at what they're trying to do, however smart they are, it's going to be hard for them to succeed.
Does the Google hiring process touch on that passion? So like trying to determine, because I think, as far as I understand, maybe you can speak to it, that the Google hiring process sort of helps in the initial, like determines the skill set there. Is your puzzle solving ability, problem solving ability good? But like, I'm not sure, but it seems that the determining whether the person has like fire inside them that burns to do anything, really, it doesn't really matter. It's just some cool stuff. I'm going to do it. That I don't know. Is that something that ultimately ends up when they have a conversation with you, or once it gets closer to?
So one of the things we do have as part of the process is just a culture fit, like part of the interview process itself, in addition to just the technical skills. And each engineer or whoever the interviewer is supposed to rate the person on the culture and the culture fit with Google and so on. So that is definitely part of the process. Now, there are various kinds of projects and different kinds of things. So there might be variants in the kind of culture you want there and so on. And yes, that does vary. So for example, TensorFlow has always been a fast moving project, and we want people who are comfortable with that. But at the same time now, for example, we are at a place where we are also a very full-fledged product, and we want to make sure things that work really, really work, right? You can't cut corners all the time. So that balancing that out and finding the people who are the right fit for those is important. And I think those kind of things do vary a bit across projects and teams and product areas across Google. And so you'll see some differences there in the final checklist. But a lot of the core culture, it comes along with just the engineering excellence and so on.
What is the hardest part of your job? I'll take your pick, I guess.
It's fun, I would say. Right, hard, yes. I mean, lots of things at different times. I think that does vary.
So let me clarify that difficult things are fun.
Yeah,
when you solve them, right? Right. So
yes,
it's fun in that sense.
I think the key to a successful thing across the board, and in this case, it's a large ecosystem now, but even a small product, is striking that fine balance across different aspects of it. Sometimes it's how fast do you go versus how perfect it is. Sometimes it's how do you involve this huge community? Who do you involve, or do you decide, okay, now is not a good time to involve them because it's not the right fit? Or sometimes it's saying no to certain kinds of things. Those are often the hard decisions. Some of them you make quickly because you don't have the time. Some of them you get time to think about them, but they're always hard.
So when both choices are pretty good, it's those decisions. Yeah. What about deadlines? Do you find TensorFlow to be driven by deadlines to a degree that a product might, or is there still a balance to where it's less deadline? You had the Dev Summit that came together incredibly. It looked like there's a lot of moving pieces and so on. So that did that deadline make people rise to the occasion, releasing TensorFlow 2.0 Alpha?
Yeah,
I'm sure that was done last minute as well. I mean, like the up to the up to the last point.
Yes. Again, it's one of those things that you need to strike the good balance. There's some value that deadlines bring. That does bring a sense of urgency to get the right things together instead of getting the perfect thing out. You need something that's good and works well. And the team definitely did a great job in putting that together. So I was very amazed and excited by everything, how that came together. That said, across the year, we try not to put artificial deadlines. We focus on key things that are important, figure out how much of it's important, and when we are developing in the open, both internally and externally, everything's available to everybody, so you can pick and look at where things are. We do releases at a regular cadence, so fine if something doesn't necessarily end up with this month, it'll end up in the next release in a month or two, and that's okay. But we want to keep moving as fast as we can in these different areas. Because we can iterate and improve on things. Sometimes it's okay to put things out that aren't fully ready. We'll make sure it's clear that, okay, this is experimental, but it's out there if you want to try and give feedback. That's very, very useful. I think that quick cycle and quick iteration is important. That's what we often focus on rather than here's a deadline where you get everything else.
Is 2.0, is there pressure to make that stable? Or like, for example, WordPress 5.0 just came out, and there was no pressure to. It was a lot of build updates that delivered it way too late, and they said, okay, well, but we're going to release a lot of updates really quickly to improve it. Do you see TensorFlow 2.0 in that same kind of way, or is there this pressure to once it hits 2.0, once you get to the release candidate and then you get to the final, that's going to be the stable thing?
So it's going to be stable in just like when Node-X was, where every API that's there is going to remain and work. It doesn't mean we can't change things under the covers. It doesn't mean we can't add things. So there's still a lot more for us to do, and we'll continue to have more releases. So in that sense, there's still. I don't think we'd be done in like 2 months when we release this.
I don't know if you can say, but is there, there's not external deadlines for TensorFlow 2.0, but is there internal deadlines, artificial or otherwise, that you try and just set for yourself? Or is it whenever it's ready?
So we want it to be a product, right? And that's a big, important piece for us. TensorFlow is already out there. We have 41 million downloads for 1.x, so it's not like we have to have this. Yeah, exactly. So it's not like a lot of the features that we've really polishing and putting them together are there. We don't have to rush that just because. So in that sense, we want to get it right and really focus on that. That said, we have said that we are looking to get this out in the next few months, in the next quarter, and we, as far as possible, we'll definitely try to make that happen.
Yeah, my favorite line was spring is a relative concept. I love it.
Yes.
Spoken like a true developer. So, something I'm really interested in your previous line of work is before TensorFlow, you led a team at Google on search ads. I think this is a very interesting topic on every level, on a technical level, because at their best, ads connect people to the things they want and need.
Yep.
So, and at their worst, they're just these things that annoy the heck out of you, to the point of ruining the entire user experience of whatever you're actually doing. So they have a bad rep, I guess. And so on the other end, so that this connecting users to the thing they need and want is a beautiful opportunity for machine learning to shine. Like huge amounts of data that's personalized, and you kind of map to the thing they actually won't get annoyed. So what have you learned from this Google that's leading the world in this aspect? What have you learned from that experience? And what do you think is the future of ads? take you back to that.
Yes, it's been a while, but I totally agree with what you said. I think the search ads, the way it was always looked at, and I believe it still is it's an extension of what search is trying to do. The goal is to make the information and make the world's information accessible. That it's not just information, but maybe products or other things that people care about. And so it's really important for them to align with what the users need. And in search ads, there's a minimum quality level before that ad would be shown. If we don't have an ad that hits that quality bar, it will not be shown, even if we have it. And okay, maybe we lose some money there. That's fine. That is really, really important, and I think that is something I really liked about being there. Advertising is a key part. I mean, it as a model, it's been around for ages, right? It's not a new model. It's been adapted to the web and became a core part of search in many other search engines across the world. I do hope, like you said, there are aspects of ads that are annoying, and I go to a website and if it just keeps popping an ad in my face not to let me read, that's going to be annoying, clearly. So I hope we can strike that balance between showing a good ad where it's valuable to the user and provides the monetization to the service. And this might be search, this might be a website. All of these, they do need the monetization for them to provide that service. But if it's done in that good balance between showing just some random stuff that's distracting versus showing something that's actually valuable.
So do you see it moving forward as to continue being a model that that funds businesses at Google? That's a significant revenue stream, because that's one of the most exciting things, but also limiting things in the internet is nobody wants to pay for anything.
Yeah.
And advertisements, again, coupled at their best, are actually really useful and not annoying. Do you see that continuing and growing and improving, or do you see sort of more Netflix type models where you have to start to pay for content?
I think it's a mix. I think it's going to take a long while for everything to be paid on the internet, if at all. Probably not. I mean, I think there's always going to be things that are sort of monetized with things like ads. But over the last few years, I would say we've definitely seen that transition towards more paid services across the web, and people are willing to pay for them because they do see the value. And Netflix is a great example. We have YouTube doing things. People pay for the apps they buy. More people, I find, are willing to pay for newspaper content, for the good news websites across the web. That wasn't the case even a few years ago, I would say. And I just see that change in myself as well, and just lots of people around me. So definitely hopeful that we'll transition to that mixed model where maybe you get to try something out for free, maybe with ads, but then there's a more clear revenue model that sort of helps go beyond that.
So speaking of revenue, how is it that a person can use the TPU in a Google Colab for free? So what's I guess the question is, what's the future of TensorFlow in terms of empowering, say, I teach a class of 300 students, and they amassed by MIT, what is going to be the future of them being able to do their homework in TensorFlow? Like, where are they going to train these networks, right?
Right.
What's that future look like with TPUs, with cloud services, and so on?
I think a number of things there. I mean, TensorFlow, open source, you can run it wherever. You can run it on your desktop, and your desktops always keep getting more powerful, so maybe you can do more. My phone is like, I don't know how many times more powerful than my first desktop.
You probably train it on your phone now. Yeah, that's right.
Right. So in that sense, the power you have in your hands is a lot more. Clouds are actually very interesting from, say, students or courses perspective, because they make it very easy to get started. I mean, Colab, the great thing about it is go to a website and it just works. no installation. You're just there and it's working. That's really the power of cloud as well. And so I do expect that to grow. Again, Colab is a free service. It's great to get started, to play with things, to explore things. That said, with free you can only get so much. Yeah. So just like we were talking about, free versus paid, and there are services you can pay for and get a lot more.
Great. So if I'm a complete beginner interested in machine learning and TensorFlow, what should I do?
Probably start with going to our website and playing there.
So just go to tensorflow.org and start clicking on things.
Yep. Check out tutorials and guides. There's stuff you can just click there and go to a Colab and do things. No installation needed. You can get started right there.
Okay, awesome. Rajat, thank you so much for talking today.
Thank you, Lex.
Fun.
It was great.
The following is a conversation with Peter Abil. He's a professor at UC Berkeley and the director of the Berkeley Robotics Learning Lab. He's one of the top researchers in the world working on how we make robots understand and interact with the world around them, especially using imitation and deep reinforcement learning. This conversation is part of the MIT course in Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence podcast. If you enjoy it, please subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or your podcast provider of choice, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Peter Abil. You've mentioned that if there was one person you could meet, it would be Roger Federer. So let me ask, when do you think we'll have a robot that fully autonomously can beat Roger Federer at tennis? Roger Federer level player at tennis?
Well, first, if you could make it happen for me to meet Roger, let me know. In terms of getting a robot to beat him at tennis, it's kind of an interesting question because for a lot of the challenges we think about in AI, the software is really the missing piece. But for something like this, the hardware is nowhere near either. Like, to really have a robot that can physically run around, the Boston Dynamics robots are starting to get there, but still not really human level ability to run around and then swing a racket.
So you think that's a hardware problem?
I don't think it's a hardware problem only. I think it's a hardware and a software problem. I think it's both. And I think they'll have independent progress. So I'd say the hardware maybe in 10, 15 years.
On clay, not grass. I mean, grass is
with the
probably
sliding.
hard. Yeah.
Well, the clay, I'm not sure what's harder, grass or clay. The clay involves sliding, which might be harder to master, actually. Yeah.
But you're not limited to bipedal. I mean, I'm sure there's
Well, if we can build a machine, it's a whole different question, of course. If you can say, okay, this robot can be on wheels, it can move around on wheels, and can be designed differently, then I think that can be done sooner probably than a full humanoid type of setup.
What do you think of swing a rack? So you've worked at basic manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
How hard do you think is the task of swinging a racket with be able to hit a nice backhand or a forehand?
Let's say we just set up stationary, a nice robot arm. Let's say a standard industrial arm, and can watch the ball come and then swing the racket. It's a good question. I'm not sure it would be super hard to do. I mean, I'm sure it would require a lot. If we do it with reinforcement learning, it would require a lot of trial and error. It's not going to swing it right the first time around. But yeah, I don't see why I couldn't
so you think
swing it the right way. I think it's learnable. I think if you set up a ball machine, let's say on one side, and then a robot with a tennis racket on the other side, I think it's learnable. And maybe a little bit of pre-training and simulation. Yeah, I think that's feasible. I think the swinging the racket is feasible. It'd be very interesting to see how much precision it can get. Because I mean, that's where, I mean, some of the human players can hit it on the lines, which is very high precision.
With spin. The spin is an interesting, whether RL can learn to put a spin on the ball.
Well, you got me interested. Maybe someday we'll set this up.
Sure.
But got me intrigued.
Your answer is basically, okay, for this problem it sounds fascinating, but for the general problem of a tennis player, we might be a little bit farther away. What's the most impressive thing you've seen a robot do in the physical world?
So, physically, for me, it's the Boston Dynamics videos always just ring home, and I'm just super impressed. Recently, the robot running up the stairs, doing the parkour type thing. I mean, yes, we don't know what's underneath. They don't really write a lot of detail, but even if it's hard-coded underneath, which it might or might not be, just the physical abilities of doing that parkour, that's a very impressive.
So,
right there.
Have you met Spot Mini or any of those robots in person?
Met Spot Mini last year in April at the Mars event that Jeff Bezos organizes. They brought it out there, and he was nicely following around Jeff. When Jeff left the room, they had it following him along, which is pretty impressive.
So I think there's some confidence to know that there's no learning going on in those robots. The psychology of it. So while knowing there's not, if there's any learning going on, it's very limited. I met Spot Mini earlier this year, and knowing everything that's going on, having one-on-one interaction, so I got to spend some time alone. And there's immediately a deep connection on the psychological level. Even though you know the fundamentals, how it works, there's something magical. So do you think about the psychology of interacting with robots in the physical world? Even you just showed me the PR2, the robot, and there was a little bit something like a face. It had a little bit something like a face. There's something that immediately draws you to it. Do you think about that aspect of the robotic problem?
Well, it's very hard with Brett. We give him a name, Berkeley robot, for the elimination of tedious task. It's very hard to not think of the robot as a person, and it seems like everybody calls him a he for whatever reason, but that also makes it more a person than if it was a it. And it seems pretty natural to think of it that way. This past weekend really struck me. I've seen Pepper many times on videos, but then I was at an event organized by Fidelity, and they had scripted Pepper to help moderate some sessions. And it had scripted Pepper to have the personality of a child a little bit. And it was very hard to not think of it as its own person in some sense, because it was just going to jump in. It would just jump into conversation, making it very interactive. Moderator would be saying, Pepper would just jump in, hold on, how about me? Can I participate in this too? And you're just like, okay, this is like a person. And that was 100% scripted. And even then it was hard not to have that sense of somehow there is something there.
So as we have robots in this physical world, that's a signal that could be used in reinforcement learning. You've worked a little bit in this direction, but do you think that psychology can be somehow pulled in?
Yes, that's a question, let's say, a lot of people ask. And I think part of why they ask it is they're thinking about how unique are we really still as people? Like after they see some results, they see a computer play Go, they say a computer do this, that. They're like, okay, but can it really have emotion? Can it really interact with us in that way? And then once you're around robots, you already start feeling it. And I think that kind of maybe methodologically, the way that I think of it is, if you run something like reinforcement learning, it's about optimizing some objective. And there's no reason that the object couldn't be tied into how much does a person like interacting with this system, and why could not the reinforcement learning system optimize for the robot being fun to be around? And why wouldn't it then naturally become more and more interactive and more maybe like a person or like a pet? I don't know what it would exactly be, but more and more have those features and acquire them automatically.
As long as you can formalize an objective of what it means to like something, how you exhibit, what's the ground truth? How do you get the reward from human? Because you have to somehow collect that information from your human. But you're saying if you can formulate as an objective, it can be learned.
There's no reason it couldn't emerge through learning. And maybe one way to formulate as an objective, you wouldn't have to necessarily score it explicitly. So standard rewards are numbers. Numbers are hard to come by. This is a 1.5 or 1.7 on some scale. Do for a person. But much easier is for a person to say, okay, what you did the last 5 minutes was much nicer than what you did the previous 5 minutes. And that now gives a comparison. And in fact, there have been some results on that. For example, Paul Cristiano and collaborators at OpenAI had the Hopper, Majoko Hopper, a one-legged robot,
The
learns to do
backflip.
backflips
Yeah.
purely from feedback. I like this better than that. That's kind of equally good. And after a bunch of interactions, it figured out what it was the person was asking for, namely a backflip. And so I think the same thing.
Oh, it wasn't trying to do a backflip. It was just getting a score from the comparison score from the person based on
person having in mind, in their own mind, I wanted to do a backflip, but the robot didn't know what it was supposed to be doing. It just knew that sometimes the person said, this is better, this is worse. And then the robot figured out what the person was actually after was a backflip. And I'd imagine the same would be true for things like more interactive robots, that the robot would figure out over time, oh, this kind of thing apparently is appreciated more than this other kind of thing.
So when I first picked up Richardson's reinforcement learning book, before sort of this deep learning, before the reemergence of neural networks as a powerful mechanism for machine learning, RL seemed to me like magic. It was beautiful. So that seemed like what intelligence is, RL, reinforcement learning. So how do you think we can possibly learn anything about the world when the reward for the actions is delayed, is so sparse? Like, why do you think RL works? Why do you think you can learn anything under such sparse rewards, whether it's regular reinforcement learning or deep reinforcement learning? It's your intuition.
The counterpart of that is, why is RL, why does it need so many samples, so many experiences to learn from? Because really what's happening is when you have a sparse reward, you do something, maybe for like, I don't know, you take 100 actions and then you get a reward. Or maybe you get like a score of 3. And now you're like, okay, 3, not sure what that means. You go again and now you get 2. And now you know that that sequence of 100 actions that you did the second time around somehow was worse than the sequence of 100 actions you did the first time around. But that's tough to now know which one of those were better or worse. Some might have been good and bad in either one. And so that's why you need so many experiences. But once you have enough experiences, effectively RL is teasing that apart. It's trying to say, okay, what is consistently there when you get a higher reward and what's consistently there when you get a lower reward? And then kind of the magic of sometimes the policy gradient update is to say, now let's update the neural network to make the actions that were kind of present when things are good more likely, and make the actions that are present when things are not as good less likely.
So that is the counterpoint, but it seems like you would need to run it a lot more than you do. Even though right now people could say that RL is very inefficient, but it seems to be way more efficient than one would imagine on paper. That the simple updates to the policy gradient, that somehow you can learn is exactly you just said. What are the common actions that seem to produce some good results? That somehow can learn anything. It seems counterintuitive, at least. Is there some intuition behind it?
Yeah, so I think there's a few ways to think about this. The way I tended to think about it mostly originally when we started working on deep reinforcement learning here at Berkeley, it was maybe 2011, 12, 13, around that time. John Schulman was a PhD student initially kind of driving it forward here. And kind of the way we thought about it at the time was, if you think about rectified linear units or kind of rectifier type neural networks, what do you get? You get something that's piecewise linear feedback control. And if you look at the literature, linear feedback control is extremely successful, can solve many, many problems surprisingly well. I remember, for example, when we did helicopter flight, if you're in a stationary flight regime, not a non-stationary, but a stationary flight regime like hover, you can use linear feedback control to stabilize a helicopter, very complex dynamical system, but the controller is relatively simple. And so I think that's a big part is that if you do feedback control, even though the system you control can be very, very complex, often relatively simple control architectures can already do a lot, but then also just linear is not good enough. And so one way you can think of these neural networks is that in some sense they tile the space, which people were already trying to do more by hand or with finite state machines. Say, this linear controller here, this linear controller here. Neural network learns to tile the space and say linear controller here, another linear controller here, but it's more subtle than that. And so it's benefiting from this linear control aspect, it's benefiting from the tiling, but it's somehow tiling it one dimension at a time. Because if, let's say, you have a 2-layer network, if in that hidden layer, you make a transition from active to inactive or the other way around, that is essentially one axis, but not axis aligned, but one direction that you change. And so you have this kind of very gradual tiling of the space where you have a lot of sharing between the linear controllers that tile the space. And that was always my intuition as to why to expect that this might work pretty well. It's essentially leveraging the fact that linear feedback control is so good, but of course not enough. And this is a gradual tiling of the space with linear feedback controls that share a lot of expertise across them.
So that's really nice intuition. But do you think that scales to the more and more general problems of we start going up the number of control dimensions when you start going down in terms of how often you get a clean reward signal? Does that intuition carry forward to those crazier, weirder worlds that we think of as the real world?
So I think where things get really tricky in the real world compared to the things we've looked at so far with great success in reinforcement learning is the time scales, which takes us to an extreme. So when you think about real world, I mean, I don't know, maybe some student decided to do a PhD here, right? Okay, that's a decision. That's a very high level decision. But if you think about their lives, I mean, any person's life, it's a sequence of muscle fiber contractions and relaxations, and that's how you interact with the world. And that's a very high frequency control thing, but it's ultimately what you do and how you affect the world. Until I guess we have brain readings, you can maybe do it slightly differently, but typically that's how you affect the world. And the decision of doing a PhD is like so abstract relative to what you're actually doing in the world. And I think that's where credit assignment becomes just completely beyond what any current RL algorithm can do. And we need hierarchical reasoning at a level that is just not available at all yet.
Where do you think we can pick up hierarchical reasoning? By which mechanisms?
Yeah, so maybe let me highlight what I think the limitations are of what already was done 20, 30 years ago. In fact, you'll find reasoning systems that reason over relatively long horizons, but the problem is that they were not grounded in the real world. So people would have to hand design some kind of logic, dynamic descriptions of the world, and that didn't tie into perception. And so it didn't tie into real objects and so forth. And so that was a big gap. Now with deep learning, we start having the ability to really see with sensors, process that, and understand what's in the world. And so it's a good time to try to bring these things together. I see a few ways of getting there. One way to get there would be to say deep learning can get bolted on somehow to some of these more traditional approaches. Now, bolted on would probably mean you need to do some kind of end-to-end training where you say, my deep learning processing somehow leads to a representation that in turn uses some kind of traditional underlying dynamical systems that can be used for planning. And that's, for example, the direction Aviv Tamar and Tenard Kuritaj here have been pushing with causal infogan, and of course other people too. That's one way. Can we somehow force it into the form factor that is amenable to reasoning? Another direction we've been thinking about for a long time and didn't make any progress on was more information theoretic approaches. So the idea there was that what it means to take high-level action is to take and choose a latent variable now that tells you a lot about what's going to be the case in the future, because that's what it means to take a high-level action. So what I decide I'm going to navigate to the gas station because I need to get gas for my car. Well, that'll now take 5 minutes to get there. But the fact that I get there, I could already tell that from the high-level action I took much earlier. That we had a very hard time getting success with. Not saying it's a dead end necessarily, but we had a lot of trouble getting that to work. And then we start revisiting the notion of what are we really trying to achieve? What we're trying to achieve is not necessarily hierarchy per se, but you can think about what does hierarchy give us? We hope it would give us is better credit assignment. Kind of what does better credit assignment is giving us? It gives us faster learning, right? And so faster learning is ultimately maybe what we're after. And so that's what we ended up with the RL squared paper on learning to reinforcement learn, which at the time Rocky Dwan led. And that's exactly the meta-learning approach where you say, okay, we don't know how to design hierarchy. We know what we want to get from it. Let's just end-to-end optimize for what we want to get from it and see if it might emerge. And we saw things emerge. The maze navigation had consistent motion down hallways, which is what you want. A hierarchical control should say, I want to go down this hallway. And then when there is an option to take a turn, I can decide whether to take a turn or not and repeat. Even had the notion of where have you been before or not, to not revisit places you've been before. It still didn't scale yet to the real world kind of scenarios I think you had in mind, but it was some sign of life that maybe you can meta learn these hierarchical concepts.
I mean, it seems like through these meta learning concepts, we get at what I think is one of the hardest and most important problems of AI, which is transfer learning. So it's generalization. How far along this journey towards building general systems are we? Being able to do transfer learning well. So there's some signs that you can generalize a little bit, but do you think we're on the right path, or is totally different breakthroughs are needed to be able to transfer knowledge between different learned models?
Yeah, I'm pretty torn on this. In that I think there are some very impressive. Well, there's just some very impressive results already, right? I mean, yes. I would say even with the initial kind of big breakthrough in 2012 with AlexNet, right? The initial thing is, okay, great. This does better on ImageNet, hence image recognition. But then immediately thereafter, there was of course the notion that, wow, what was learned on ImageNet, and you now want to solve a new task, you can fine-tune AlexNet for new tasks. And that was often found to be the even bigger deal, that you learn something that was reusable, which was not often the case before. Usually machine learning, you learn something for one scenario and that was it.
And that's really exciting. I mean, that's a huge application. That's probably the biggest success of transfer learning today, in terms of scope. And
that was a huge breakthrough. And then recently, I feel like similar kind of, by scaling things up, it seems like this has been expanded upon. Like people training even bigger networks, they might transfer even better. If you looked at, for example, some of the OpenAI results on language models and some of the recent Google results on language models, they are learned for just prediction, and then they get reused for other tasks. And so I think there is something there where somehow if you train a big enough model and enough things, it seems to transfer some DeepMind results that I thought were very impressive, the Unreal results, where it was learned to navigate mazes in ways where it wasn't just doing reinforcement learning, but it had other objects was optimized for. So I think there's a lot of interesting results already. I think maybe where it's hard to wrap my head around is to which extent or when do we call something generalization, right? Or the levels of generalization involved in these different tasks. Right. So
you draw this, by the way, just to frame things. I've heard you say somewhere it's the difference between learning to master versus learning to generalize. That it's a nice line to think about, and I guess you're saying this gray area of what learning to master and learning to generalize, where one starts.
I think I might have heard this. I heard it somewhere else, and I think it might have been one of your interviews, maybe the one with Yoshua Benjamin. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. But I like the example, and I'm not sure who it was, but the example was essentially if you use current deep learning techniques, what we're doing to predict, let's say, the relative motion of our planets, it would do pretty well. But then now if a massive new mass enters our solar system, it would probably not predict what will happen, right? And that's a different kind of generalization. That's a generalization that relies on the ultimate simplest explanation that we have available today to explain the motion of planets, whereas just pattern recognition could predict our current solar system motion pretty well, no problem. And so I think that's an example of a kind of generalization that is a little different from what we've achieved so far. And it's not clear if just, regularizing more and forcing it to come up with a simpler explanation. Say, look, this is not simple. But that's what physics researchers do, right? They say, can I make this even simpler? How simple can I get this? What's the simplest equation that can explain everything, right? Yeah. The master equation for the entire dynamics of the universe. We haven't really pushed that direction as hard in deep learning, I would say. Not sure if it should be pushed, but it seems a kind of generalization you get from that you don't get in our current methods so far.
So I just talked to Vladimir Vapnik, for example, who's a statistician, statistical learning, and he kind of dreams of creating the E equals MC squared for learning, right? The general theory of learning. Do you think that's a fruitless pursuit in near term, within the next several decades?
I think that's a really interesting pursuit, and in the following sense, in that there's a lot of evidence that the brain is pretty modular. And so I wouldn't maybe think of it as the theory, maybe the underlying theory, but more kind of the principle, where there have been findings where people who are blind will use the part of the brain usually used for vision or other functions. And even after if people get rewired in some way, they might be able to reuse parts of their brain for other functions. And so what that suggests is some kind of modularity, and I think it is a pretty natural thing to strive for, to see, can we find that modularity? Can we find this thing? Of course, it's not every part of the brain is not exactly the same. Not everything can be rewired arbitrarily. But if you think of things like the neocortex, which is a pretty big part of the brain, that seems fairly modular from what the findings so far. Can you design something equally modular? And if you can just grow it, it becomes more capable, probably. I think that would be the kind of interesting underlying principle to shoot for that is not unrealistic.
Do you think you prefer math or empirical trial and error for the discovery of the essence of what it means to do something intelligent? So reinforcement learning embodies both groups, right? Just prove that something converges, prove the bounds, and then at the same time, a lot of the successes are, well, let's try this and see if it works. So which do you gravitate towards? How do you think of those two parts of your brain?
Maybe I would prefer we could make the progress with mathematics. And the reason maybe I would prefer that is because often if you have something you can mathematically formalize, you can leapfrog a lot of experimentation. And experimentation takes a long time to get through. And a lot of trial and error kind of reinforcement in your research process. But you need to do a lot of trial and error before you get to a success. So if you can leapfrog that, to my mind, that's what the math is about. And hopefully once you do a bunch of experiments, you start seeing a pattern. You can do some derivations that leapfrog some experiments. But I agree with you. I mean, in practice, a lot of the progress has been such that we have not been able to find the math that allows it to leapfrog ahead. And we are kind of making gradual progress one step at a time. A new experiment here, a new experiment there that gives us new insights and gradually build, but not getting to something yet. We're just, okay, here's an equation that now explains how, that would have been 2 years of experimentation to get there, but this tells us what the result's going to be. Actually, not so much yet.
Not so much yet, but your hope is there. In trying to teach robots or systems to do everyday tasks or even in simulation, what do you think you're more excited about? Imitation learning or self-play? So robots learn from humans, or letting robots play on their own, try to figure out in their own way, and eventually interact with humans, or whatever the problem is. What's exciting to you? What's promising, you think, as a research direction?
So when we look at self-play, what's so beautiful about it goes back to kind of the challenges in reinforcement learning. So the challenge in reinforcement learning is getting signal. And if you never succeed, you don't get any signal. In self-play, you're on both sides. So one of you succeeds. And the beauty is also one of you fails. And so you see the contrast. You see the one version of me that did better than the other version. And so every time you play yourself, you get signal. And so whenever you can turn something into self-play, you're in a beautiful situation where you can naturally learn much more quickly than in most other reinforcement learning environments. So I think if somehow we can turn more reinforcement learning problems into self-play formulations, that would go really, really far. So far, self-play has been largely around games where there is natural opponents. But if we could do self-play for other things, let's say, I don't know, a robot learns to build a house. I mean, that's a pretty advanced thing to try to do for a robot, but maybe it tries to build a hut or something. If that can be done through self-play, it would learn a lot more quickly if somebody can figure that out. And I think that would be something where it goes closer to kind of the mathematical leapfrogging, where somebody figures out a formalism to say, okay, any RL problem by playing this and this idea, you can turn it into a self-play problem where you get signal a lot more easily. Reality is, many problems we don't know how to turn to self-play. And so either we need to provide detailed reward that doesn't just reward for achieving a goal, but rewards for making progress, and that becomes time-consuming. And once you're starting to do that, let's say you want a robot to do something, you need to give all this detailed reward. Well, why not just give it demonstration? Right. Because why not just show the robot? And now the question is, how do you show the robot? One way to show is to tally operate the robot, and then the robot really experiences things. And that's nice because that's really high signal-to-noise ratio data. And we've done a lot of that. And you teach your robot skills in just 10 minutes. You can teach your robot a new basic skill, like, okay, pick up the bottle, place it somewhere else. That's a skill. No matter where the bottle starts, maybe it always goes onto a target or something. That's fairly easy to teach your robot with tally-op. Now, what's even more interesting if you can now teach your robot through third-person learning, where the robot watches you do something and doesn't experience it, but just watches it and says, okay, well, if you're showing me that, that means I should be doing this. And I'm not going to be using your hand because I don't get to control your hand, but I'm going to use my hand. I do that mapping. And so that's where I think one of the big breakthroughs has happened this year. This was led by Chelsea Finn here. It's almost like learning a machine translation for demonstrations, where you have a human demonstration and the robot learns to translate it into what it means for the robot to do it. And that was a meta-learning formulation, learn from one to get the other. And that, I think, opens up a lot of opportunities to learn a lot more quickly.
So my focus is on autonomous vehicles. Do you think this approach of third-person watching is the autonomous driving is amenable to this kind of approach?
So for autonomous driving, I would say it's third person is slightly easier. And the reason I'm going to say it's slightly easier to do with third person is because the power dynamics are very well understood. So
easier than first person, you mean? Or
I think the distinction between third person and first person is not a very important distinction for autonomous driving. They're very similar, because the distinction is really about who turns the steering wheel, or maybe let me put it differently: how to get from a point where you are now to a point, let's say, a couple meters in front of you. And that's a problem that's very well understood. And that's the only distinction between third and first person there. Whereas with robot manipulation, interaction forces are very complex, and it's still a very different thing. For autonomous driving, I think there is still the question, imitation versus RL. So imitation gives you a lot more signal. I think where imitation is lacking and needs some extra machinery is it doesn't, in its normal format, doesn't think about goals or objectives. And of course, there are versions of imitation learning, inverse reinforcement learning type imitation learning, which also thinks about goals. I think then we're getting much closer. But I think it's very hard to think of a fully reactive car generalizing well. If it really doesn't have a notion of objectives to generalize well to the kind of generality that you would want. You'd want more than just that reactivity that you get from just behavioral cloning / supervised learning.
So a lot of the work, whether it's self-play or even imitation learning, would benefit significantly from simulation, from effective simulation. and you're doing a lot of stuff in the physical world and in simulation. Do you have hope for greater and greater power of simulation being boundless eventually, to where most of what we need to operate in the physical world could be simulated to a degree that's directly transferable to the physical world, or are we still very far away from that?
So I think we could even rephrase that question in some sense.
Please.
And then, so the power of simulation, right? As simulators get better and better, of course, becomes stronger, and we can learn more in simulation. But there's also another version, which is where you say the simulator doesn't even have to be that precise, as long as it's somewhat representative. And instead of trying to get one simulator that is sufficiently precise to learn in and transfer really well to the real world, I'm going to build many simulators.
Ensemble of simulators?
Ensemble of simulators. Not any single one of them is sufficiently representative of the real world such that it would work if you train in there. But if you train in all of them, then there is something that's good in all of them. The real world will just be, another one of them that's, not identical to any one of them, but just another one of them.
Another sample from the distribution of simulators.
Exactly.
We do live in a simulation, so this is just one other one.
I'm not sure about that, but yeah. It's definitely a very advanced simulator if it is.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. I've talked to Stuart Russell. It's something you think about a little bit too. Of course, you're really trying to build these systems, but do you think about the future of AI? A lot of people have concern about safety. How do you think about AI safety as you build robots that are operating in the physical world? What is how do you approach this problem in an engineering kind of way, in a systematic way?
So when a robot is doing things, you kind of have a few notions of safety to worry about. One is that the robot is physically strong and, of course, could do a lot of damage. Same for cars, which we can think of as robots too in some way. And this could be completely not the kind of long-term AI safety concerns that, okay, AI is smarter than us and now what do we do? But it could be just very practical. Okay, this robot, if it makes a mistake, what are the results going to be? Of course, simulation comes in a lot there to test in simulation. It's a difficult question. And I'm always wondering, let's say you look at, let's go back to driving, because a lot of people know driving well, of course. What do we do to test somebody for driving, right? To get a driver's license? What do they really do? I mean, you fill out some test, and then you drive. And I mean,
for a few
in
minutes.
suburban California, that driving test is just you drive around the block, pull over, you do a stop sign successfully, and then, you pull over again, and you're pretty much done. And you're like, okay, if a self-driving car did that, would you trust it that it can drive? And I'd be like, no, that's not enough for me to trust it. But somehow for humans, we've figured out that somebody being able to do that is representative of them being able to do a lot of other things. And so I think somehow for humans, we figured out representative tests of what it means if you can do this, what you can really do. Of course, testing humans don't want to be tested at all times. Self-driving cars or robots could be tested more often, probably. You can have replicas that get tested and are known to be identical because they use the same neural net and so forth. But still, I feel like we don't have this kind of unit tests or proper tests for robots. And I think there's something very interesting to be thought about there, especially as you update things. Your software improves. You have a better self-driving car suite. You update it. How do you know it's indeed more capable on everything than what you had before, that you didn't have any bad things creep into it? So I think that's a very interesting direction of research that there is no real solution yet, except that somehow for humans we do. Because we say, okay, you have a driving test, you passed. You can go on the road now. And humans have accidents every million or 10 million miles, something pretty phenomenal compared to that short test that is being done.
So let me ask, you've mentioned that Andrew Ng, by example, showed you the value of kindness. And do you think the space of good policies for humans and for AI is populated by policies that with kindness, or ones that are the opposite: exploitation, even evil. So if you just look at the sea of policies we operate under as human beings, or if AI system had to operate in this real world, do you think it's really easy to find policies that are full of kindness, like we naturally fall into them? Or is it like a very hard optimization problem?
I mean, there is kind of two optimizations happening for humans, right? So for humans, there's kind of the very long-term optimization, which evolution has done for us, and we're kind of predisposed to like certain things. And that's in some sense what makes our learning easier, because I mean, we know things like pain and hunger and thirst. And the fact that we know about those is not something that we were taught. That's kind of innate. When we're hungry, we're unhappy. When we're thirsty, we're unhappy. When we have pain, we're unhappy. And ultimately, evolution built that into us to think about those things. And so I think there is a notion that it seems somehow humans evolved in general to prefer to get along in some ways, but at the same time also to be very territorial and kind of centric to their own tribe. Like, it seems like that's the kind of space we converged onto. I mean, I'm not an expert in anthropology, but it seems like we're very kind of good within our own tribe, but need to be taught to be nice to other tribes.
Well, if you look at Steven Pinker, he highlights this pretty nicely in Better Angels of Our Nature, where he talks about violence decreasing over time consistently. So whatever tension, whatever teams we pick, it seems that the long arc of history goes towards us getting along more and more. So
I hope so.
So do you think it's possible to teach RL-based robots this kind of kindness, this kind of ability to interact with humans, this kind of policy? Even to let me ask a fun one. Do you think it's possible to teach RL-based robot to love a human being and to inspire that human to love the robot back? So to like a RL-based algorithm that leads to a happy marriage.
That's an interesting question. Maybe I'll answer it with another question, right? Because I mean, but I'll come back to it. So another question you can have is, okay, I mean, how close does some people's happiness get from interacting with just a really nice dog? Like, I mean, dogs, you come home, that's what dogs do. They greet you. They're excited. Makes you happy when you come home to your dog. You're just like, okay, this is exciting. They're always happy when I'm here. I mean, if they don't greet you because maybe whatever, your partner took them on a trip or something, you might not be nearly as happy when you get home, right? And so it seems like the level of reasoning a dog has is pretty sophisticated, but then it's still not yet at the level of human reasoning. And so it seems like we don't even need to achieve human level reasoning to get like very strong affection with humans. And so my thinking is, why not, right? Why couldn't, with an AI, couldn't we achieve the kind of level of affection that humans feel among each other or with friendly animals and so forth? It's a question, is it a good thing for us or not? That's another thing, right? Because, I mean, but I don't see why not.
Why not? Yeah. So Elon Musk says love is the answer. Maybe he should say love is the objective function, and then RL is the answer, right?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, Peter, thank you so much. I don't want to take up more of your time. Thank you so much for talking today.
Well, thanks for coming by. Great to have you visit.
The following is a conversation with Peter Rabbi. He's a professor at UC Berkeley and the director of the Berkeley Robotics Learning Lab. He's one of the top researchers in the world working on how we make robots understand and interact with the world around them, especially using imitation and deep reinforcement learning. This conversation is part of the MIT course in Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence podcast. If you enjoy it, please subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or your podcast provider of choice, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Peter Abil. You've mentioned that if there was one person you could meet, it would be Roger Federer. So let me ask, when do you think we'll have a robot that fully autonomously can beat Roger Federer at tennis? Roger Federer level player at tennis?
Well, first, if you could make it happen for me to meet Roger, let me know. In terms of getting a robot to beat him at tennis, it's kind of an interesting question because for a lot of the challenges we think about in AI, the software is really the missing piece. But for something like this, the hardware is nowhere near either. Like, to really have a robot that can physically run around, the Boston Dynamics robots are starting to get there, but still not really human level ability to run around and then swing a racket.
So you think that's a hardware problem?
I don't think it's a hardware problem only. I think it's a hardware and a software problem. I think it's both. And I think they'll have independent progress. So I'd say the hardware maybe in 10, 15 years.
On clay, not grass. I mean, grass
with
is
the sliding.
Hard. Yeah.
Oh, the clay. I'm not sure what's harder, grass or clay. The clay involves sliding, which might be harder to master, actually. Yeah.
But you're not limited to bipedal. I mean, I'm sure there's
Well, if I can build a machine, it's a whole different question, of course. You know, if you can say, okay, this robot can be on wheels, it can move around on wheels, and can be designed differently, then I think that can be done sooner probably than a full humanoid type of setup.
What do you think of swing a racket? So you've worked at basic manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
How hard do you think is the task of swinging a racket with be able to hit a nice backhand or a forehand?
Let's say we just set up stationary, a nice robot arm. Let's say standard industrial arm, and can watch the ball come and then swing the racket. It's a good question. I'm not sure it would be super hard to do. I mean, I'm sure it would require a lot. If we do it with reinforcement learning, it would require a lot of trial and error. It's not going to swing it right the first time around. But yeah, I don't see why I couldn't
so you think
swing it the right way. I think it's learnable. I think if you set up a ball machine, let's say on one side, and then a robot with a tennis racket on the other side, I think it's learnable and maybe a little bit of pre-training and simulation. Yeah, I think that's feasible. I think the swinging the racket is feasible. It'd be very interesting to see how much precision it can get. Because I mean that's where some of the human players can hit it on the lines, which is very high precision
with spin. The spin is an interesting. Whether RL can learn to put a spin on the ball.
Well, you got me interested. Maybe someday we'll set this up.
Sure.
You got me intrigued.
Your answer is basically, okay, for this problem it sounds fascinating, but for the general problem of a tennis player, we might be a little bit farther away. What's the most impressive thing you've seen a robot do in the physical world?
So, physically, for me, it's the Boston Dynamics videos. Always just ring home and just super impressed. Recently, the robot running up the stairs, doing the parkour type thing. I mean, yes, we don't know what's underneath. They don't really write a lot of detail, but even if it's hard-coded underneath, which it might or might not be, just the physical abilities of doing that parkour, that's a very impressive.
So
right there.
Have you met Spot Mini or any of those robots in person?
Met Spot Mini last year in April at the Mars event that Jeff Bezos organizes. They brought it out there, and he was nicely following around Jeff. When Jeff left the room, they had it following him along, which is pretty impressive.
So I think there's some confidence to know that there's no learning going on those robots. The psychology of it, so while knowing there's not, if there's any learning going on, it's very limited. I met Spot Mini earlier this year, and knowing everything that's going on, having one-on-one interaction, so I got to spend some time alone. And there's immediately a deep connection on the psychological level. Even though you know the fundamentals, how it works, there's something magical. So do you think about the psychology of interacting with robots in the physical world? Even you just showed me the PR2, the robot, and there was a little bit something like a face. Had a little bit something like a face. There's something that immediately draws you to it. Do you think about that aspect of the robotics problem?
Well, it's very hard with Brett here. We give him a name, Berkeley Robot for the Elimination of Tedious Tasks. It's very hard to not think of the robot as a person, and it seems like everybody calls him a he for whatever reason, but that also makes it more a person than if it was a it. And it seems pretty natural to think of it that way. This past weekend really struck me. I've seen Pepper many times on videos, but then I was at an event organized by Fidelity, and they had scripted Pepper to help moderate some sessions, and they had scripted Pepper to have the personality of a child a little bit, and it was very hard to not think of it as its own person in some sense, because it was just kind of it would just jump into conversation, making it very interactive. Moderator would be saying, Pepper would just jump in, hold on, how about me? Can I participate in this too? And you're just like, okay, this is like a person. And that was 100% scripted. And even then it was hard not to have that sense of somehow there is something there.
So as we have robots interact in this physical world, is that a signal that could be used in reinforcement learning? You've worked a little bit in this direction, but do you think that psychology can be somehow pulled in?
Yes, that's a question, let's say, a lot of people ask. And I think part of why they ask it is they're thinking about how unique are we really still as people? Like after they see some results, they see a computer play Go, they say computer do this, that. They're like, okay, but can it really have emotion? Can it really interact with us in that way? And then once you're around robots, you already start feeling it. And I think the kind of maybe method, the way that I think of it is, if you run something like Ream, it's about optimizing some objective. And there's no reason that the object couldn't be tied into how much does a person like interacting with this system, and why could not the reinforcement learning system optimize for the robot being fun to be around? And why wouldn't it then naturally become more and more interactive and more maybe like a person or like a pet? I don't know what it would exactly be, but more and more have those features and acquire them automatically.
As long as you can formalize an objective of what it means to like something, how you exhibit, what's the ground truth? How do you get the reward from human? because you have to somehow collect that information from you, human. But you're saying if you can formulate as an objective, it can be learned.
There's no reason it couldn't emerge through learning, and maybe one way to formulate as an objective, you wouldn't have to necessarily score it explicitly. So standard rewards are numbers. Numbers are hard to come by. This is a 1.5 or 1.7 on some scale. It's very hard to do for a person. But much easier is for a person to say, okay, what you did the last 5 minutes was much nicer than what you did the previous 5 minutes. And that now gives a comparison. And in fact, there have been some results on that. For example, Paul Cristiano and collaborators at OpenAI had the Hopper, Majoko Hopper, a one-legged robot, learns little backflips purely from feedback. I like this better than that. That's kind of equally good. And after a bunch of interactions, it figured out what it was the person was asking for, namely a backflip. And so I think the same thing.
Oh, it wasn't trying to do a backflip. It was just getting a score from the comparison score from the person based on
person having in mind, in their own mind, I wanted to do a backflip, but the robot didn't know what it was supposed to be doing. It just knew that sometimes the person said, this is better, this is worse. And then the robot figured out what the person was actually after was a backflip. And I'd imagine the same would be true for things like more interactive robots, that the robot would figure out over time, oh, this kind of thing apparently is appreciated more than this other kind of thing.
So when I first picked up Richard Sutton's reinforcement learning book, before sort of this deep learning, before the reemergence of neural networks as a powerful mechanism for machine learning, RL seemed to me like magic. It was beautiful. So that seemed like what intelligence is, RL, reinforcement learning. So how do you think we can possibly learn anything about the world when the reward for the actions is delayed, is so sparse? Like why do you think RL works? Why do you think you can learn anything under such sparse rewards, whether it's regular reinforcement learning or deep reinforcement learning? It's your intuition.
The counterpart of that is, why is RL, why does it need so many samples, so many experiences to learn from? Because really what's happening is when you have a sparse reward, you do something, maybe for like, I don't know, you take 100 actions and then you get a reward. Or maybe you get like a score of 3. And now you're like, okay, 3, not sure what that means. You go again and now you get 2. And now you know that that sequence of 100 actions that you did the second time around somehow was worse than the sequence of 100 actions you did the first time around. But that's tough to now know which one of those were better or worse. Some might have been good and bad in either one. And so that's why you need so many experiences. But once you have enough experiences, effectively RL is teasing that apart. It's trying to say, okay, what is consistently there when you get a higher reward, and what's consistently there when you get a lower reward? And then kind of the magic of, this is the policy gradient update, is to say, now let's update the neural network to make the actions that were kind of present when things are good more likely, and make the actions that are present when things are not as good less likely.
So that is the counterpoint, but it seems like you would need to run it a lot more than you do. Even though right now people could say that RL is very inefficient, but it seems to be way more efficient than one would imagine on paper. That the simple updates to the policy gradient, that somehow you can learn is exactly as you just said. What are the common actions that seem to produce some good results? That somehow can learn anything. It seems counterintuitive, at least. Is there some intuition behind it?
Yeah, so I think there's a few ways to think about this. The way I tended to think about it mostly originally when we started working on deep reinforcement learning here at Berkeley, which was maybe 2011, 12, 13, around that time. John Schulman was a PhD student initially kind of driving it forward here. And the way we thought about it at the time was, if you think about rectified linear units or kind of rectifier type neural networks, what do you get? You get something that's piecewise linear feedback control. And if you look at the literature, linear feedback control is extremely successful. It can solve many, many problems surprisingly well. I remember, for example, when we did helicopter flight, if you're in a stationary flight regime, not a non-stationary, but a stationary flight regime like hover, you can use linear feedback control to stabilize a helicopter. Very complex dynamical system, but the controller is relatively simple. And so I think that's a big part of it, is that if you do feedback control, even though the system you control can be very, very complex, often relatively simple control architectures can already do a lot. But then also just linear is not good enough. And so one way you can think of these neural networks is that in some sense they tile the space, which people were already trying to do more by hand or with finite state machines. Say, this linear here, this linear controller here. Learns to tile the space, linear controller here, another linear controller here, but it's more subtle than that. Yeah. And so it's benefiting from this linear control aspect, it's benefiting from the tiling, but it's somehow tiling it one dimension at a time. Because if, let's say, you have a 2-layer network, even that hidden layer, you make a transition from active to inactive or the other way around. That is essentially one axis, but not axis aligned, but one direction that you change. And so you have this kind of very gradual tiling of the space where you have a lot of sharing between the linear controllers that tile the space. And that was always my intuition as to why to expect that this might work pretty well. It's essentially leveraging the fact that linear feedback control is so good, but of course not enough. And this is a gradual tiling of the space with linear feedback controls that share a lot of expertise across them.
So that's really nice intuition. But do you think that scales to the more and more general problems of when you start going up the number of control dimensions, when you start going down in terms of how often you get a clean reward signal? Does that intuition carry forward to those crazier, weirder worlds that we think of as the real world?
So I think where things get really tricky in the real world compared to the things we've looked at so far with great success in reinforcement learning is the time scales, which takes us to an extreme. So when you think about the real world, I mean, I don't know, maybe some student decided to do a PhD here, right? Okay, that's a decision. That's a very high level decision. But if you think about their lives, I mean, any person's life, it's a sequence of muscle fiber contractions and relaxations, and that's how you interact with the world. And that's a very high frequency control thing, but it's ultimately what you do and how you affect the world. Until I guess we have brain readings, you can maybe do it slightly differently, but typically that's how you affect the world. And the decision of doing a PhD is like so abstract relative to what you're actually doing in the world. And I think that's where credit assignment becomes just completely beyond what any current RL algorithm can do. And we need hierarchical reasoning at a level that is just not available at all yet.
Where do you think we can pick up hierarchical reasoning? By which mechanisms?
Yeah, so maybe let me highlight what I think the limitations are of what already was done 20, 30 years ago. In fact, you'll find reasoning systems that reason over relatively long horizons, but the problem is that they were not grounded in the real world. So people would have to hand design some kind of logical, dynamical descriptions of the world, and that didn't tie into perception. And so it didn't tie into real objects and so forth. And so that was a big gap. Now with deep learning, we start having the ability to really see with sensors, process that, and understand what's in the world. And so it's a good time to try to bring these things together. I see a few ways of getting there. One way to get there would be to say deep learning can get bolted on somehow to some of these more traditional approaches. Now, bolted on would probably mean you need to do some kind of end-to-end training where you say, my deep learning processing somehow leads to a representation that in turn uses some kind of traditional underlying dynamical systems that can be used for planning. And that's, for example, the direction Aviv Tamar and Tenard Kuritach here have been pushing with causal infogan, and of course other people too. That's one way. Can we somehow force it into the form factor that is amenable to reasoning? Another direction we've been thinking about for a long time and didn't make any progress on was more information theoretic approaches. So the idea there was that what it means to take high-level action is to choose a latent variable now that tells you a lot about what's going to be the case in the future, because that's what it means to take a high-level action. So I decide I'm going to navigate to the gas station because I need to get gas for my car. Well, that'll now take 5 minutes to get there. But the fact that I get there, I could already tell that from the high-level action I took much earlier. That we had a very hard time getting success with. Not saying it's a dead end necessarily, but we had a lot of trouble getting that to work. And then we started revisiting the notion of what are we really trying to achieve? What we're trying to achieve is not necessarily hierarchy per se, but you can think about what does hierarchy give us? We hope it would give us is better credit assignment. Kind of what does better credit assignment is giving us? It gives us faster learning, right? And so faster learning is ultimately maybe what we're after. And so that's what we ended up with the RL squared paper on learning to reinforcement learn, which at the time Rocky Dwan led. And that's exactly the meta learning approach where you say, okay, we don't know how to design hierarchy. We know what we want to get from it. Let's just end-to-end optimize for what we want to get from it and see if it might emerge. And we saw things emerge. The maze navigation had consistent motion down hallways, which is what you want. A hierarchical control should say, I want to go down this hallway. And then when there is an option to take a turn, I can decide whether to take a turn or not and repeat. Even had the notion of where have you been before or not, to not revisit places you've been before. It still didn't scale yet to the real world kind of scenarios I think you had in mind, but it was some sign of life that maybe you can meta learn these hierarchical concepts.
I mean, it seems like through these meta learning concepts, we get at what I think is one of the hardest and most important problems of AI, which is transfer learning. So it's generalization. How far along this journey towards building general systems are we? Being able to do transfer learning well. So there's some signs that you can generalize a little bit, but do you think we're on the right path, or is totally different breakthroughs are needed to be able to transfer knowledge between different learned models?
Yeah, I'm pretty torn on this. And I think there are some very impressive. Well, there's just some very impressive results already, right? I mean, yes. I would say even with the initial kind of big breakthrough in 2012 with AlexNet, right? The initial thing is, okay, great. This does better on ImageNet, hence image recognition. But then immediately thereafter, there was, of course, the notion that, wow, what was learned on ImageNet and you now want to solve a new task, you can fine-tune AlexNet for new tasks. And that was often found to be the even bigger deal, that you learn something that was reusable, which was not often the case before. Usually machine learning, you learn something for one scenario and that was it.
And that's really exciting. I mean, that's a huge application. That's probably the biggest success of transfer learning to date, if in terms of scope. And
that was a huge breakthrough. And then recently, I feel like similar kind of, by scaling things up, it seems like this has been expanded upon. Like people getting even bigger networks, they might even better. If you looked at, for example, some of the OpenAI results on language models and some of the recent Google results on language models, they're learned for just prediction, and then they get reused for other tasks. And so I think there is something there where somehow if you train a big enough model on enough things, it seems to transfer some DeepMind results that I thought were very impressive, the Unreal results, where it was learning to navigate mazes in ways where it wasn't just doing reinforcement learning, but it had other objectives, was optimizing for. So I think there's a lot of interesting results already. I think maybe where it's hard to wrap my head around is to which extent or when do we call something generalization, right? Or the levels of generalization involved in these different tasks, right? So
you draw this, by the way, just to frame things. I've heard you say somewhere, it's the difference between learning to master versus learning to generalize. That it's a nice line to think about, and I guess you're saying it's a gray area of what learning to master and learning to generalize, where one starts.
I think I might have heard this. I heard it somewhere else, and I think it might have been one of your interviews, maybe the one with Yoshua Benjamin. I'm not 100% sure, but I like the example. I'm not sure who it was, but the example was essentially if you use current deep learning techniques, what we're doing to predict, let's say, the relative motion of our planets, it would do pretty well. But then now, if a massive new mass enters our solar system, it would probably not predict what will happen, right? And that's a different kind of generalization. That's a generalization that relies on the ultimate simplest explanation that we have available today to explain the motion of planets, whereas just pattern recognition could predict our current solar system motion pretty well, no problem. And so I think that's an example of a kind of generalization that is a little different from what we've achieved so far. And it's not clear if just, regularizing more and forcing it to come up with a simpler explanation. Say, look, this is not simple, but that's what physics researchers do, right? They say, can I make this even simpler? How simple can I get this? What's the simplest equation that can explain everything, right? Yeah. The master equation for the entire dynamics of the universe. We haven't really pushed that direction as hard in deep learning, I would say. Not sure if it should be pushed, but it seems a kind of generalization you get from that you don't get in our current methods so far.
So I just talked to Vladimir Vapnik, for example, who's a statistician, statistical learning, and he kind of dreams of creating the E equals MC squared for learning, right? The general theory of learning. Do you think that's a fruitless pursuit in near term, within the next several decades?
I think that's a really interesting pursuit, and in the following sense, in that there's a lot of evidence that the brain is pretty modular. And so I wouldn't maybe think of it as the theory, maybe, the underlying theory, but more kind of the principle, where there have been findings where people who are blind will use the part of the brain usually used for vision or other functions. And even after some kind of, if people get rewired in some way, they might be able to reuse parts of their brain for other functions. And so what that suggests is some kind of modularity. And I think it is a pretty natural thing to try for, to see, can we find that modularity? Can we find this thing? Of course, it's not every part of the brain is not exactly the same. Not everything can be rewired arbitrarily. But if you think of things like the neocortex, which is a pretty big part of the brain, that seems fairly modular from what the findings so far. Can you design something equally modular? And if you can just grow it, it becomes more capable, probably. I think that would be the kind of interesting underlying principle to shoot for that is not unrealistic.
Do you think you prefer math or empirical trial and error for the discovery of the essence of what it means to do something intelligent? So reinforcement learning embodies both groups, right? To prove that something converges, prove the bounds, and then at the same time, a lot of the successes are, well, let's try this and see if it works. So which do you gravitate towards? How do you think of those two parts of your brain?
So maybe I would prefer we could make the progress with mathematics. And the reason maybe I would prefer that is because often if you have something you can mathematically formalize, you can leapfrog a lot of experimentation. And experimentation takes a long time to get through. And a lot of trial and error kind of reinforcement in your research process. But you need to do a lot of trial and error before you get to a success. So if you can leapfrog that, to my mind, that's what the math is about. And hopefully once you do a bunch of experiments, you start seeing a pattern. You can do some derivations that leapfrog some experiments. But I agree with you. I mean, in practice, a lot of the progress has been such that we have not been able to find the math that allows it to leapfrog ahead. And we are kind of making gradual progress one step at a time. A new experiment here, a new experiment there that gives us new insights and gradually building up, but not getting to something yet where we're just, okay, here's an equation that now explains how, that would have been 2 years of experimentation to get there, but this tells us what the result's going to be. Unfortunately, not so much yet.
Not so much yet, but your hope is there. In trying to teach robots or systems to do everyday tasks or even in simulation, what do you think you're more excited about? Imitation learning or self-play? So letting robots learn from humans, or letting robots plan their own, try to figure out in their own way, and eventually eventually interact with humans or solve whatever problem is? What's the more exciting to you? What's more promising, you think, as a research direction?
So when we look at self-play, what's so beautiful about it goes back to kind of the challenges in reinforcement learning. So the challenge in reinforcement learning is getting signal. And if you never succeed, you don't get any signal. In self-play, you're on both sides. So one of you succeeds. And the beauty is also one of you fails. And so you see the contrast. You see the one version of me that did better than the other version. And so every time you play yourself, you get signal. And so whenever you can turn something into self-play, you're in a beautiful situation where you can naturally learn much more quickly than in most other reinforcement learning environments. So I think if somehow we can turn more reinforcement learning problems into self-play formulations, that would go really, really far. So far, self-play has been largely around games where there is natural opponents. But if we could do self-play for other things, let's say, I don't know, a robot learns to build a house. I mean, that's a pretty advanced thing to try to do for a robot, but maybe it tries to build a hut or something. If that can be done through self-play, it would learn a lot more quickly if somebody can figure that out. And I think that would be something where it goes closer to kind of the mathematical leapfrogging, where somebody figures out a formalism to say, okay, any RL problem, by playing this and this idea, you can turn it into a self-play problem where you get signal a lot more easily. Reality is, many problems we don't know how to turn to self-play. And so either we need to provide detailed reward that doesn't just reward for achieving a goal, but rewards for making progress, and that becomes time-consuming. And once you're starting to do that, let's say you want a robot to do something, you need to give all this detailed reward. Well, why not just give a demonstration?
Right.
Because why not just show the robot? And now the question is, how do you show the robot? One way to show is to tele-operate the robot, and then the robot really experiences things. And that's nice because that's really high signal-to-noise ratio data. And we've done a lot of that. And you teach your robot skills in just 10 minutes. You can teach a robot a new basic skill, like, okay, pick up the bottle, place it somewhere else. That's a skill. No matter where the bottle starts, maybe it always goes onto a target or something. That's fairly easy to teach a robot with teleop. Now, what's even more interesting if you can now teach a robot through third-person learning, where the robot watches you do something and doesn't experience it, but just watches it and says, okay, well, if you're showing me that, that means I should be doing this. And I'm not going to be using your hand because I don't get to control your hand, but I'm going to use my hand. I do that mapping. And so that's where I think one of the big breakthroughs has happened this year. This was led by Chelsea Finn here. It's almost like learning a machine translation for demonstrations, where you have human demonstration and the robot learns to translate it into what it means for the robot to do it. And that was a meta-learning formulation. Learn from one to get the other. And that, I think, opens up a lot of opportunities to learn a lot more quickly.
So my focus is on autonomous vehicles. Do you think this approach of third-person watching is the autonomous driving is amenable to this kind of approach?
So for autonomous driving, I would say it's third person is slightly easier. And the reason I'm going to say it's slightly easier to do with third person is because the power dynamics are very well understood. So
easier than first person, you mean?
I think the distinction between third person and first person is not a very important distinction for autonomous driving. They're very similar, because the distinction is really about who turns the steering wheel, or maybe let me put it differently: how to get from a point where you are now to a point, let's say, a couple meters in front of you, and that's a problem that's very well understood, and that's the only distinction between third and first person there. Whereas with robot manipulation, interaction forces are very complex, and it's still a very different thing. For autonomous driving, I think there's still the question, imitation versus RL. So imitation gives you a lot more signal. I think where imitation is lacking and needs some extra machinery is it doesn't, in its normal format, doesn't think about goals or objectives. And of course, there are versions of imitation learning, inverse reinforcement learning type imitation learning, which also thinks about goals. I think then we're getting much closer. But I think it's very hard to think of a fully reactive car generalizing well. If it really doesn't have a notion of objectives to generalize well to the kind of generality that you would want. You'd want more than just that reactivity that you get from just behavioral.
How you living, pimp? What's good? Fluff jamming. Yo, bro. How you living, pimp? How are you? How'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me? Yeah, we met like a month ago or something like that. How'd you find out about me? Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. How are you? Tight. What's new? Playing Scrabble. Yo, dog, what'd you say?
Role cloning / supervised learning.
So a lot of the work, whether it's self-play or even imitation learning, would benefit significantly from simulation, from effective simulation. And you're doing a lot of stuff in the physical world and in simulation. Do you have hope for greater and greater power of simulation being boundless eventually, to where most of what we need to operate in the physical world could be simulated to a degree that's directly transferable to the physical world? Or are we still very far away from that?
So I think we could even rephrase that question in some sense.
Please.
And then, so the power of simulation, right? As simulators get better and better, of course, becomes stronger, and we can learn more in simulation. But there's also another version, which is where you say the simulator doesn't even have to be that precise, as long as it's somewhat representative. And instead of trying to get one simulator that is sufficiently precise to learn in and transfer really well to the real world, I'm going to build many simulators.
Ensemble of simulators.
Ensemble of simulators. Not any single one of them is sufficiently representative of the real world such that it would work if you train in there. But if you train in all of them, then there is something that's good in all of them. The real world will just be, another one of them that's, not identical to any one of them, but just another one of them.
Another sample from the distribution of simulators.
Exactly.
We do live in a simulation, so this is just one other one.
I'm not sure about that, but yeah. It's definitely a very advanced simulator if it is.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. I've talked to Stuart Russell. It's something you think about a little bit too. Of course, you're really trying to build these systems, but do you think about the future of AI? A lot of people have concern about safety. How do you think about AI safety as you build robots that are operating in the physical world? What is how do you approach this problem in an engineering kind of way, in a systematic way?
So when a robot is doing things, you kind of have a few notions of safety to worry about. One is that the robot is physically strong and, of course, could do a lot of damage. Same for cars, which we can think of as robots too in some way. And this could be completely unintentional. So it could be not the kind of long-term AI safety concerns that, okay, AI is smarter than us and now what do we do? But it could be just very practical. Okay, this robot, if it makes a mistake, what are the results going to be? Of course, simulation comes in a lot there to test in simulation. It's a difficult question. And I'm always wondering, let's say you look at, let's go back to driving, because a lot of people know driving well, of course. What do we do to test somebody for driving, right? To get a driver's license? What do they really do? I mean, you fill out some tests. and then you drive. And I mean,
For a few
in
minutes.
suburban California, that driving test is just you drive around the block, pull over, you do a stop sign successfully, and then you pull over again, and you're pretty much done. And you're like, okay, if a self-driving car did that, would you trust it that it can drive? I'd be like, no, that's not enough for me to trust it. But somehow for humans, we've figured out that somebody being able to do that is representative of them being able to do a lot of other things. And so I think somehow for humans, we figured out representative tests of what it means if you can do this, what you can really do. Of course, testing humans don't want to be tested at all times. Self-driving cars or robots could be tested more often, probably. You can have replicas that get tested and are known to be identical because they use the same neural net and so forth. But still, I feel like we don't have this kind of unit tests or proper tests for robots. And I think there's something very interesting to be thought about there, especially as you update things. Your software improves. You have a better self-driving car suite. You update it. How do you know it's indeed more capable on everything than what you had before, that you didn't have any bad things creep into it? So I think that's a very interesting direction of research that there is no real solution yet, except that somehow for humans we do, because we say, okay, you have a driving test, you passed. You can go on the road now, and humans have accidents every like 1 million or 10 million miles, something pretty phenomenal compared to that short test that is being done.
So let me ask, you've mentioned that Andrew Ng, by example, showed you the value of kindness. And do you think the space of good policies for humans and for AI is populated by policies that with kindness, or ones that are the opposite, exploitation, even evil? So if you just look at the sea of policies we operate under as human beings, or if AI system had to operate in this real world, do you think it's really easy to find policies that are full of kindness, like would naturally fall into them? Or is it like a very hard optimization problem?
I mean, there is kind of two optimizations happening for humans, right? So for humans, there's kind of the very long-term optimization, which evolution has done for us, and we're kind of predisposed to like certain things. And that's in some sense what makes our learning easier, because I mean, we know things like pain and hunger and thirst. And the fact that we know about those is not something that we were taught. That's kind of innate. When we're hungry, we're unhappy. When we're thirsty, we're unhappy. When we have pain, we're unhappy. And ultimately, evolution built that into us to think about those things. And so I think there is a notion that it seems somehow humans evolved in general to prefer to get along in some ways, but at the same time also to be very territorial and kind of centric to their own tribe. It seems like that's the kind of space we converged onto. I mean, I'm not an expert in anthropology, but it seems like we're very kind of good within our own tribe, but need to be taught to be nice to other tribes.
Well, if you look at Steven Pinker, he highlights this pretty nicely in Better Angels of Our Nature, where he talks about violence decreasing over time consistently. So whatever tension, whatever teams we pick, it seems that the long arc of history goes towards us getting along more and more. So
I hope so.
So do you think it's possible to teach RL-based robots this kind of kindness, this kind of ability to interact with humans, this kind of policy? Even to let me ask a fun one. Do you think it's possible to teach RL-based robot to love a human being and to inspire that human to love the robot back? So to like a RL-based algorithm that leads to a happy marriage.
That's an interesting question. Maybe I'll answer it with another question, right? Because I mean, but I'll come back to it. So another question you can have is, okay, I mean, how close does some people's happiness get from interacting with just a really nice dog? Like, I mean, dogs, you come home, that's what dogs do. They greet you. They're excited. Makes you happy when you come home to your dog. You're just like, okay, this is exciting. They're always happy when I'm here. I mean, if they don't greet you because maybe whatever, your partner took them on a trip or something, you might not be nearly as happy when you get home, right? And so it seems like the level of reasoning a dog has is pretty sophisticated, but then it's still not yet at the level of human reasoning. And so it seems like we don't even need to achieve human level reasoning to get like very strong affection with humans. And so my thinking is, why not, right? Why couldn't, with an AI, couldn't we achieve the kind of level of affection that humans feel among each other or with friendly animals and so forth? It's a question, is it a good thing for us or not? That's another thing, right? Because, I mean, but I don't see why not.
Why not? Yeah. So Elon Musk says love is the answer. Maybe he should say love is the objective function, and then RL is the answer, right?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, Peter, thank you so much. I don't want to take up more of your time. Thank you so much for talking today.
Well, thanks for coming by. Great to have you visit.
The following is a conversation with Thomas Sandholm. He's a professor at SameU and co-creator of Libratus, which is the first AI system to beat top human players in the game of Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em. He has published over 450 papers on game theory and machine learning, including a best paper in 2017 at NIPS, now renamed to New Rips, which is where I caught up with him for this conversation. His research and companies have had wide-reaching impact in the real world, especially because he and his group not only propose new ideas, but also build systems to prove that these ideas work in the real world. This conversation is part of the MIT course on Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Thomas Sandholm. Can you describe at the high level the game of poker, Texas Hold'em, Heads Up Texas Hold'em, for people who might not be familiar with this card game?
Yeah, happy to. So Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em has really emerged in the AI community as a main benchmark for testing these application-independent algorithms for imperfect information game solving. And this is a game that's actually played by humans. You don't see that much on TV or casinos because, well, for various reasons, but you do see it in some expert-level casinos, and you see it in the best poker movies of all time. It's actually an event in the World Series of Poker, but mostly it's played online, and typically for pretty big sums of money. And this is a game that usually only experts play. So if you go to your home game on a Friday night, it probably is not going to be Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em. It might be No Limit Texas Hold'em in some cases, but typically for a big group, and it's not as competitive. While Heads Up means it's two players, so it's really like me against you. Am I better or are you better? Much like chess or Go in that sense, but an imperfect information game, which makes it much harder because I have to deal with issues of you knowing things that I don't know, and I know things that you don't know, instead of pieces being nicely laid on the board for both of us to see.
So in Texas Hold'em, there's two cards that you only see that belong to you.
Yeah.
And they gradually lay out some cards that add up overall to 5 cards that everybody can see.
Yeah.
So the imperfect nature of the information is the 2 cards that you're holding
up front. Yeah. So as you said, you first get 2 cards in private each, and then there's a betting round. Then you get 3 cards in public on the table. Then there's a betting round. Then you get the 4th card in public on the table. There's a betting round. Then you get the 5th card on the table. There's a betting round. So there's a total of 4 betting rounds and 4 tranches of information revelation, if you will. Only the first tranche is private, and then it's public from there.
And this is probably by far the most popular game in AI and just the general public in terms of imperfect information. So it's probably the most popular spectator game to watch, right? So, which is why it's a super exciting game to tackle. So it's on the order of chess, I would say, in terms of popularity, in terms of AI setting it as the bar of what is intelligence. So in 2017, Libratus, how do you pronounce it? Libratus beat
Little Latin there.
a little bit of Latin. Libratus beat a few 4 expert human players. Can you describe that event, what you learned from it? What was it like? What was the process in general for people who have not read the papers and studied?
Yeah, so the event was that we invited 4 of the top 10 players, who these are specialist players in Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em, which is very important because this game is actually quite different than the multiplayer version. We brought them in to Pittsburgh to play at the Rivers Casino for 20 days. We wanted to get 120,000 hands in because we wanted to get statistical significance. So it's a lot of hands for humans to play, even for these top pros who play fairly quickly normally. So we couldn't just have one of them play so many hands. 20 days they were playing, basically morning to evening, and I raised 200,000 as a little incentive for them to play. And the setting was so that they didn't all get 50,000. We actually paid them out based on how they did against the AI each. So they had an incentive to play as hard as they could, whether they're way ahead or way behind or right at the mark of beating the AI.
And you don't make any money, unfortunately.
Right. No, we can't make any money. So originally, a couple of years earlier, I actually explored whether we could actually play for money, because that would be, of course, interesting as well, to play against the top people for money. But the Pennsylvania Gaming Board said no. So we couldn't. So this is much like an exhibit, like for a musician or a boxer or something like that.
Nevertheless, you were keeping track of the money, and Libratus won close to $2 million, I think. So if it was for real money, if you were able to earn money, that was a quite impressive and inspiring achievement. Just a few details. What were the players looking at? I mean, were they behind a computer? What was the interface like?
Yes, they were playing much like they normally do. These top players, when they play this game, they play mostly online. So they're used to playing through a UI.
Yes.
And they did the same thing here. So there was this layout. You could imagine there's a table on a screen. There's the human sitting there, and then there's the AI sitting there, and the screen shows everything that's happening, the cards coming out, and shows the bets being made. And we also had history for the human. So if the human forgot what happened in the hand so far, they could reference back and so forth.
Is there a reason they were given access to the betting history for?
Well, we just it didn't really matter that they wouldn't have forgotten anyway. These are top quality people, but we just wanted to put out there so it's not a question of a human forgetting and the AI somehow trying to get advantage of better memory.
So what was that like? I mean, that was an incredible accomplishment. So what did it feel like before the event? Did you have doubt, hope? Where was your confidence at?
Yeah, that's great. So, great question. So 18 months earlier, I had organized a similar Brains versus AI competition with our previous AI called Cloudico, and we couldn't beat the humans. So this time around, it was only 18 months later, and I knew that this new AI, Libratus, was way stronger, but it's hard to say how you'll do against the top humans before you try. So I thought we had about a 50-50 shot. And the international betting sites put us as a 4-1 or 5-1 underdog. So it's kind of interesting that people really believe in people and over AI. Not just people don't just believe in themselves, but they have overconfidence in other people as well compared to the performance of AI. And so we were a 4-1 or 5-1 underdog. And even after 3 days of beating the humans in a row, we were still 50-50 on the international betting sites.
Do you think there's something special and magical about poker in the way people think about it? In the sense even in chess, there's no Hollywood movies. Poker is the star of many movies. And there's this feeling that certain human facial expressions and body language, eye movement, all these tells are critical to poker. Like you can look into somebody's soul and understand their betting strategy and so on. So that's probably why, possibly, do you think that is why people have a confidence that humans will, because AI systems not in this construct perceive these kinds of tells. They're only looking at betting patterns and nothing else, the betting patterns and statistics. So what's more important to you if you step back on human players, human versus human? What's the role of these tells, of these ideas that we romanticize?
Yeah. So I'll split it into 2 parts. So one is, why do humans trust humans more than AI and all have overconfidence in humans?
Yes.
I think that's not really related to the tell question. It's just that they've seen these top players, how good they are, and they're really fantastic. So it's just hard to believe that an AI could beat them.
Yes.
So I think that's where that comes from. And that's actually maybe a more general lesson about AI, that until you've seen it overperform a human, it's hard to believe that it could. But then the tells, a lot of these top players, they're so good at hiding tells that among the top players, it's actually not really worth it for them to invest a lot of effort trying to find tells in each other, because they're so good at hiding them. So yes, at the kind of Friday evening game, tells are going to be a huge thing. You can read other people, and if you're a good reader, you'll read them like an open book. But at the top levels of poker now, the tells become a much smaller and smaller aspect of the game as you go to the top levels.
The amount of strategies, the amount of possible actions is very large, 10 to the power of 100 plus. So there has to be some. I've read a few of the papers related. It has to form some abstractions of various hands and actions. So, what kind of abstractions are effective for the game of poker?
Yeah, so you're exactly right. So when you go from a game tree that's 10 to the 161, especially in an information game, it's way too large directly, even without equilibrium finding algorithms. So you want to abstract it first. And abstraction in games is much trickier than abstraction in MDPs or other single agent settings, because you have these abstraction pathologies that if I have a finer grained abstraction, the strategy that I can get from that for the real game might actually be worse than the strategy I can get from the coarse grained abstraction. So you have to be very careful.
Now, the kinds of abstractions, just to zoom out, we're talking about, there's the hands abstractions, and then there's betting strategies.
Yeah, betting actions, yeah.
Betting actions.
So there's information abstraction, to talk about general games. Information abstraction, which is the abstraction of what chance does. And this would be the cards in the case of poker. And then there's action abstraction, which is abstracting the actions of the actual players, which would be bets in the case of poker.
Yourself and the other players?
Yes, yourself and the other players. And for information abstraction, we were completely automated. So these are algorithms, but they do what we call potential aware abstraction, where we don't just look at the value of the hand, but also how it might materialize into good or bad hands over time. And it's a certain kind of bottom-up process with integer programming there and clustering and various aspects. How do you build this abstraction? And then in the action abstraction, there it's largely based on how humans and other AIs have played this game in the past. But in the beginning, we actually use an automated action abstraction technology, which is provably convergent, that it finds the optimal combination of bet sizes, but it's not very scalable. So we couldn't use it for the whole game, but we used it for the first couple of betting actions.
So what's more important, the strength of the hand, so the information abstraction, or the how you play them, the actions? Does it, the romanticized notion again is that it doesn't matter what hands you have, that the actions, the betting, may be the way you win, no matter what hands you have.
Yeah, so that's why you have to play a lot of hands, so that the role of luck gets smaller. So you could otherwise get lucky and get some good hands, and then you're going to win the match. Even with thousands of hands, you can get lucky because there's so much variance in No Limit Texas Hold'em. Because if we both go all in, it's a huge stack of variance. So there are these massive swings in No Limit Texas Hold'em. So that's why you have to play not just thousands, but over 100,000 hands to get statistical significance.
So let me ask another way this question. If you didn't even look at your hands, but they didn't know that, your opponents didn't know that, how well would you be able to do?
That's a good question. There's actually, I heard this story that there's this Norwegian female poker player called Annette Oberstad, who's actually won a tournament by doing exactly that. But that would be extremely rare. So you cannot really play well that way.
Okay. So the hands do have some role to play. Okay.
Yes.
So Libratus does not use, as far as I understand, use learning methods, deep learning. Is there room for learning in there's no reason why Libratus doesn't, combine with an AlphaGo type approach for estimating the quality for function estimator. What are your thoughts on this? Maybe as compared to another algorithm, which I'm familiar with, DeepStack, the engine that does use deep learning, that is unclear how well it does, but nevertheless uses deep learning. So what are your thoughts about learning methods to aid in the way that Libratus plays the game of poker?
Yeah, so as you said, Libratus did not use learning methods and played very well without them. Since then, we have actually here, we have a couple of papers on things that do use learning techniques.
Excellent.
And deep learning in particular. And sort of the way you're talking about, where it's learning an evaluation function. Mm-hmm. But in imperfect information games, unlike, let's say, in Go or now also in chess and shogi, it's not sufficient to learn an evaluation for a state, because the value of an information set depends not only on the exact state, but it also depends on both players' beliefs. Like, if I have a bad hand, I'm much better off if the opponent thinks I have a good hand. And vice versa, if I have a good hand, I'm much better off if the opponent believes I have a bad hand. Mm-hmm. So the value of a state is not just a function of the cards. It depends on, if you will, the path of play, but only to the extent that is captured in the belief distributions. So that's why it's not as simple as it is in perfect information games. And I don't want to say it's simple there either. It's, of course, very complicated computationally there too, but at least conceptually it's very straightforward. There's a state, there's an evaluation function, you can try to learn it. Here, you have to do something more. What we do is, in one of these papers, we're looking at where we allow the opponent to actually take different strategies at the leaf of the search tree, if you will. And that is a different way of doing it, and it doesn't ask for a particular way that the opponent plays, but it allows the opponent to choose from a set of different continuation strategies, and that forces us to not be too optimistic in a look-ahead search. And that's one way you can do sound look-ahead search in imperfect information games, which is very difficult. And in you were asking about DeepStack.
Yes.
What they did was very different than what we do, either in Libratus or in this new work. They were randomly generating various situations in the game. Then they were doing the look ahead from there to the end of the game, as if that was the start of a different game. Mm-hmm. And then they were using deep learning to learn those values of those states, but the states were not just the physical states, they include the belief distributions.
When you talk about look ahead for DeepStack or with Libratus, does it mean considering every possibility that the game can evolve? Are we talking about extremely sort of like this exponentially growth of a tree?
Yes. So we're talking about exactly that. Much like you do in alpha beta search or Monte Carlo research, but with different techniques. So there's a different search algorithm, and then we have to deal with the leaves differently. So if you think about what Liberatus did, we didn't have to worry about this because we only did it at the end of the game. So we would always terminate into a real situation and we would know what the payout is. It didn't do these depth-limited look-aheads. But now in this new paper, which is called depth-limited, I think it's called depth-limited search for imperfect information games, we can actually do sound depth-limited look-ahead. So we can actually start to do the look-ahead from the beginning of the game on, because that's too complicated to do for this whole long game. So in Liberatus, we were just doing it for the end.
So, and then the other side, this belief distribution. So is it explicitly modeled what kind of beliefs that the opponent might have?
Yeah, it is explicitly modeled, but it's not assumed. The beliefs are actually output, not input. Of course, the starting beliefs are input, but they just fall from the rules of the game because we know that the dealer deals uniformly from the deck. So I know that every pair of cards that you might have is equally likely. I know that for a fact. That just follows from the rules of the game. Of course, except the 2 cards that I have. I know you don't have those.
Yes.
You have to take that into account. That's called card removal, and that's very important.
Is the dealing always coming from a single deck in the heads up? So you can assume
single deck.
So
you know that if I have the ace of spades, I know you don't have an ace of spades.
Right. So in the beginning, your belief is basically the fact that it's a fair dealing of hands, but how do you start to adjust that belief?
Well, that's where this beauty of game theory comes. So Nash equilibrium, which John Nash introduced in 1950, introduces what rational play is when you have more than one player. And these are pairs of strategies, where strategies are contingency plans, one for each player, so that neither player wants to deviate to a different strategy, given that the other doesn't deviate. But as a side effect, you get the beliefs from base rule. So Nash equilibrium really isn't just deriving in these imperfect informations. Nash equilibrium doesn't just define strategies. It also defines beliefs for both of us. And it defines beliefs for each state. So at each state, they call information sets. At each information set in the game, there's a set of different states that we might be in, but I don't know which one we're in. Nash equilibrium tells me exactly what is the probability distribution over those real-world states in my mind.
How does Nash equilibrium give you that distribution? So why?
So I'll do a simple example. So you know the game rock, paper, scissors. So we can draw it as player 1 moves first, and then player 2 moves. But of course, it's important that player 2 doesn't know what player 1 moved. Otherwise, player 2 would win every time. So we can draw that as an information set where player 1 makes 1 of 3 moves first, and then there's an information set for player 2. So player 2 doesn't know which of those nodes the world is in. But once we know the strategy for player 1, Nash equilibrium will say that you play 1/3 rock, 1/3 paper, 1/3 scissors. From that, I can derive my beliefs on the information set that they're 1/3, 1/3, 1/3.
So Bayes gives you that.
Bayes gives you.
But is that specific to a particular player, or is it something you quickly update with the specific player?
The game theory isn't really player specific. So that's why we don't need any data. We don't need any history how these particular humans played in the past or how any AI or human had played before. It's all about rationality. So we just think the AI just thinks about what would a rational opponent do, and what would I do if I were I am rational, and what that's the idea of game theory. So it's really a data-free, opponent-free approach.
So it comes from the design of the game as opposed to the design of the player.
Exactly. There's no opponent modeling per se. I mean, we've done some work on combining opponent modeling with game theory so you can exploit weak players even more, but that's another strand, and in Liberatus we didn't turn that on. So I decided that these players are too good, and when you start to exploit an opponent, you typically open yourself up to exploitation. You guys have so few holes to exploit, and they're world's leading experts in counter-exploitation. So I decided that we're not going to turn that stuff on.
Actually, I saw a few of your papers on exploiting opponents. It sounded very interesting to explore. Do you think there's room for exploitation generally outside of Liberatus? Is there a subject or people differences that could be exploited, maybe not just in poker, but in general interactions, negotiations, all these other domains that you're considering?
Yeah, definitely. We've done some work on that, and I really like the work that hybridizes the two. So you figure out what would a rational opponent do. And by the way, that's safe in these zero-sum games, two-player zero-sum games, because if the opponent does something irrational, yes, it might throw off my beliefs, but the amount that the player can gain by throwing off my belief is always less than they lose by playing poorly. So it's safe. But still, if somebody's weak as a player, you might want to play differently to exploit them more. So that you can think about it this way: a game theoretic strategy is unbeatable, but it doesn't maximally beat the other opponent. So the winnings per hand might be better with a different strategy. And the hybrid is that you start from a game theoretic approach, and then as you gain data from about the opponent in certain parts of the game tree, then in those parts of the game tree, you start to tweak your strategy more and more towards exploitation, while still staying fairly close to the game theoretic strategy, so as to not open yourself up to exploitation too much.
How do you do that? Do you try to vary up strategies, make it unpredictable? It's like what is it, tit for tat strategies in Prisoner's Dilemma, or?
Well, it hasn't. That's a repeated game, kind of
repeated games.
Simple Prisoner's Dilemma, repeated games.
Yeah.
But even there's no proof that's the best thing. But experimentally, it actually does well.
So, what kind of games are there? First of all, I don't know if this is something that you could just summarize. There's perfect information games where all the information is on the table. There is imperfect information games. There's repeated games that you play over and over. There's zero-sum games. There's non-zero-sum games.
Yeah.
And then there's a really important distinction you're making: two-player versus more players. So what other games are there, and what's the difference, for example, with this two-player game versus more players?
Yeah.
What are the key differences?
Right. So let me start from the basics. So a repeated game is a game where the same exact game is played over and over. In these extensive form games, where think about tree form, maybe with these information sets to represent incomplete information, you can have kind of repetitive interactions. Even repeated games are a special case of that, by the way. But the game doesn't have to be exactly the same. It's like in sourcing auctions. Yes, we're going to see the same supply base year to year, but what I'm buying is a little different every time, and the supply base is a little different every time, and so on. So it's not really repeated. So to find a purely repeated game is actually very rare in the world. So they're really a very coarse model of what's going on. Then if you move up from just simple repeated matrix games, not all the way to extensive form games, but in between, there's stochastic games, where there's these you think about it like these little matrix games, and when you take an action and your opponent takes an action, they determine not which next game I'm going to, but the distribution over next games where I might be going to. So that's the stochastic game, but it's like matrix games repeated, stochastic games, extensive form games. That is from less to more general. And poker is an example of the last one. So it's really in the most general setting, extensive form games. And that's kind of what the AI community has been working on and being benchmarked on with this heads-up no limit Texas Hold'em.
Can you describe extensive form games? What's the model here?
So if you're familiar with the tree form, so it's really the tree form. Like in chess, there's a search tree.
Versus a matrix.
Versus a matrix, yeah. And that the matrix is called the matrix form or bimatrix form or normal form game. And here you have the tree form, so you can actually do certain types of reasoning there that you lose the information when you go to normal form. There's a certain form of equivalence, like if you go from tree form and you say every possible contingency plan is a strategy, then I can actually go back to the normal form, but I lose some information from the lack of sequentiality. Then the multiplayer versus two-player distinction is an important one. So two-player games in zero-sum are conceptually easier and computationally easier. They're still huge like this one, but they're conceptually easier and computationally easier in that conceptually you don't have to worry about which equilibrium is the other guy going to play when there are multiple, because any equilibrium strategy is a best response to any other equilibrium strategy. So I can play a different equilibrium from you and we'll still get the right values of the game. That falls apart even with two players when you have general sum games.
Without cooperation, just
and without cooperation. There's a big gap from two-player zero-sum to two-player general sum, or even to three-player zero-sum. That's a big gap, at least in theory.
Can you maybe non-mathematically provide the intuition why it all falls apart with three or more players? It seems like you should still be able to have a Nash equilibrium that's instructive, that holds.
Okay, so it is true that all finite games have a Nash equilibrium. So this is what John Nash actually proved. So they do have a Nash equilibrium. That's not the problem. The problem is that there can be many. And then there's a question of which equilibrium to select. So, and if you select your strategy from a different equilibrium and I select mine, then what does that mean? And in these non-zero-sum games, we may lose some joint benefit where by being just simply stupid, we could actually both be better off if we did something else.
Yes.
And in three-player, you get other problems also like collusion. Like maybe you and I can gang up on a third player and we can do radically better by colluding. So there are lots of issues that come up there.
So Noah Brown, the student you worked with on this, has mentioned, I looked through the AMA on Reddit, he mentioned that the ability of poker players to collaborate would make the game. He was asked the question of how would you make the game of poker, or both of you were asked the question, how would you make the game of poker beyond being solvable by current AI methods? And he said that there's not many ways of making poker more difficult, but collaboration or cooperation between players would make it to be difficult. So can you provide intuition behind why it is, if you agree with that idea?
Yeah, so I've done a lot of work coalitional games, and we actually have a paper here with my other student, Rele Farina, and some other collaborators on at NIPS on that. Actually just came back from the poster session where we presented this. But so when you have collusion, it's a different problem.
Yes.
And it typically gets even harder then. Even the game representations, some of the game representations don't really allow good computation. So we actually introduced a new game representation for that.
Is that kind of cooperation part of the model? Do you have information about the fact that other players are cooperating, or is it just this chaos where nothing is known?
So there's some things unknown.
Can you give an example of a collusion type game, or is it usually
so like bridge? Yeah, so think about bridge. It's like when you and I are on a team, our payoffs are the same. The problem is that we can't talk. So when I get my cards, I can't whisper to you what my cards are. That would not be allowed. So we have to somehow coordinate our strategies ahead of time, and only ahead of time. And then there's certain signals we can talk about, but they have to be such that the other team also understands them. So that's an example where the coordination is already built into the rules of the game. But in many other situations like auctions or negotiations or diplomatic relationships, poker, it's not really built in, but it still can be very helpful for the colluders.
I've read, you write somewhere, with negotiations, you come to the table with prior, like a strategy that you're willing to do and not willing to do, those kinds of things. So how do you start to, now moving away from poker, moving beyond poker into other applications like negotiations, how do you start applying this to other domains, maybe even real world domains that you've worked on?
Yeah, I actually have two startup companies doing exactly that. One is called Strategic Machine,
and that's for kind of business applications, gaming, sports, all sorts of things like that. Any applications of this to business and to sports and to gaming, to various types of things in finance, electricity markets, and so on. And the other is called strategy robot, where we are taking this to military security, cybersecurity, and intelligence applications.
I think you worked a little bit in how do you put it? Advertisement, sort of suggesting ads, kind of thing.
Yes,
auction.
That's another company, Optimized Markets. But that's much more about a combinatorial market and optimization-based technology. That's not using these game theoretic reasoning technologies.
I see. Okay, so what high level do you think about our ability to use game theoretic concepts to model human behavior? Do you think human behavior is amenable to this kind of modeling? So outside of the poker games, and where have you seen it done successfully in your work?
I'm not sure. The goal really is modeling humans. Like, for example, if I'm playing a zero-sum game, I don't really care that the opponent is actually following my model of rational behavior, because if they're not, that's even better for me.
Right. So see, with the opponents in games, the prerequisite is that you formalize the interaction in some way that can be amenable to analysis. I mean, you've done this amazing work with mechanism designing games that have certain outcomes. But so I'll tell you an example from my world of autonomous vehicles. Right,
Okay.
We're studying pedestrians and cars negotiate in this nonverbal communication. There's this weird game dance of tension where pedestrians are basically saying, "I trust that you won't kill me, and so as a jaywalker, I will step onto the road even though I'm breaking the law." And there's this tension, and the question is, we really don't know how to model that well in trying to model intent. And so people sometimes bring up ideas of game theory and so on. Do you think that aspect of human behavior can use these kinds of imperfect information approaches, modeling? How do you start to attack a problem like that when you don't even know how design the game to describe the situation in order to solve it?
Okay, so I haven't really thought about jaywalking, but one thing that I think could be a good application in autonomous vehicles is the following. So let's say that you have fleets of autonomous cars operating by different companies. So maybe here's the Waymo fleet and here's the Uber fleet. If you think about the rules of the road, they define certain legal rules, but that still leaves a huge strategy space open. Like, as a simple example, when cars merge, you know how humans merge, they slow down and look at each other and try to merge. Wouldn't it be better if these situations would already be pre-negotiated, so we can actually merge at full speed and we know that if this is the situation, this is how we do it, and it's all going to be faster? But there are way too many situations to negotiate manually. So you could use automated negotiation. This is the idea, at least. You could use negotiation to negotiate all of these situations, many of them in advance. And of course, it might be that, hey, maybe you're not going to always let me go first. Maybe you said, okay, well, in these situations, I'll let you go first. But in exchange, you're going to give me too much. You're going to let me go first in these situations.
Yes.
So it's this huge combinatorial negotiation.
And do you think there's room in that example of merging to model this whole situation as an imperfect information game, or do you really want to consider it to be a perfect?
No, that's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question.
Do you pay the price of assuming that you don't know everything?
Yeah, I don't know. It's certainly much easier. Games with perfect information are much easier. So if you can get away with it, you should. But if the real situation is of imperfect information, then you're going to have to deal with imperfect information.
Great. So what lessons have you learned? The annual computer poker competition, an incredible accomplishment of AI. You look at the history of Deep Blue, AlphaGo, these kind of moments when AI stepped up in an engineering effort and a scientific effort combined to beat best of human players. So what do you take away from this whole experience? What have you learned about designing AI systems that play these kinds of games? What does that mean for AI in general, for the future of AI development?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So there's so much to say about it. I do like this type of performance-oriented research, although in my group we go all the way from like idea to theory to experiments to big system building to commercialization. So we span that spectrum. But I think that in a lot of situations in AI, you really have to build the big systems and evaluate them at scale before you know what works and doesn't. And we've seen that in the computational game theory community, that there are a lot of techniques that look good in the small, but then they cease to look good in the large. And we've also seen that there are a lot of techniques that look superior in theory. And I really mean in terms of convergence rates, better, like first order methods, better convergence rates like the CFR-based algorithms, yet the CFR-based algorithms are the fastest in practice. So it really tells me that you have to test this in reality. The theory isn't tight enough, if you will, to tell you which algorithms are better than the others. And you have to look at these things in the large, because any sort of projections you do from the small can, at least in this domain, be very misleading. So that's kind of from a kind of a science and engineering perspective. From personal perspective, it's been just a wild experience in that with the first poker competition, the first brains versus AI, man-machine poker competition that we organized. There had been, by the way, for other poker games, there had been previous competitions, but this was, for Heads Up No Limit, this was the first. And I probably became the most hated person in the world of poker. And I didn't mean to.
Why is that? For cracking the game for something.
Yeah, it was a lot of people felt that it was a real threat to the whole game, the whole existence of the game. If AI becomes better than humans, people would be scared to play poker because there are these superhuman AIs running around taking their money and all of that. So it's just really aggressive. The comments were super aggressive. I got everything just short of death threats.
Do you think the same was true for chess? Because right now they just completed the world championships in chess, and humans just started ignoring the fact that there's AI systems now that outperform humans, and they still enjoy the game. It's still a beautiful game.
That's what I think. Yeah. And I think the same thing happens in poker. And so I didn't think of myself as somebody who was going to kill the game. I don't think I did.
Yeah.
I've really learned to love this game. I'm a poker player before, but learned so many nuances about from these AIs, and they've really changed how the game's played, by the way. So they have these very Martian ways of playing poker, and the top humans are now incorporating those types of strategies into their own play. So if anything, to me, our work has made poker a richer, more interesting game for humans to play, not something that is going to steer humans away from it entirely.
Just a quick comment on something you said, which is, if I may say so, in academia is a little bit rare sometimes. It's pretty brave to put your ideas to the test in the way you described, saying that sometimes good ideas don't work when you actually try to apply them at scale. So where does that come from? I mean, what if you could do advice for people? What drives you in that sense? Were you always this way? I mean, it takes a brave person, I guess is what I'm saying, to test their ideas and to see if this thing actually works against top human players and so on.
Yeah, I don't know about brave, but it takes a lot of work.
Yes,
it takes a lot of work and a lot of time to organize, to make something big and to organize an event and stuff like that.
And what drives you in that effort? Because you could still, I would argue, get a best paper award at NIPS as you did in 2017 without doing this.
That's right. Yes. So in general, I believe it's very important to do things in the real world and at scale, and that's really where the pudding, if you will, proof is in the pudding. That's where it is. In this particular case, it was kind of a competition between different groups for many years as to who can be the first one to beat the top humans at Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em. So it became kind of like a competition who can get there.
Yeah, so a little friendly competition could do wonders for progress.
Yes, absolutely.
So the topic of mechanism design, which is really interesting, also kind of new to me, except as an observer of, I don't know, politics and any. I'm an observer of mechanisms, but you write in your paper an automated mechanism design that I quickly read. So mechanism design is designing the rules of the game so you get a certain desirable outcome. And you have this work on doing so in an automatic fashion as opposed to fine-tuning it. So what have you learned from those efforts? If you look, say, I don't know, at complexes like our political system, can we design our political system to have, in an automated fashion, to have outcomes that we want? Can we design something like traffic lights to be smart, where it gets outcomes that we want? So what are the lessons that you draw from that work?
Yeah, so I still very much believe in the automated mechanism design direction.
Yes.
But it's not a panacea. There are impossibility results in mechanism design, saying that there is no mechanism that accomplishes objective X in class C. So it's not going to, there's no way using any mechanism design tools, manual or automated, to do certain things in mechanism design.
Can you describe that again? So meaning it's impossible to achieve that?
Yeah,
there's
certainly
unlikely.
Impossible. So these are not statements about human ingenuity who might come up with something smart. That if you want to compare this X in class C, that is not doable with any mechanism. The good thing about automated mechanism design is that we're not really designing for a class, we're designing for specific settings at a time. So even if there's an impossibility result for the whole class, it just doesn't mean that all of the cases in the class are impossible. It just means that some of the cases are impossible. So we can actually carve these islands of possibility within these known impossible classes. And we've actually done that. So one of the famous results in mechanism design is the Meyerson-Satterthwaite theorem by Roger Meyerson and Mark Satterthwaite from 1983. It's an impossibility of efficient trade under imperfect information. We show that you can, in many settings, avoid that and get efficient trade anyway.
Depending on how you design the game. Okay, so
depending how you design the game, and of course, it's not. It doesn't in any way contradict the impossibility result. The impossibility result is still there, but it just finds spots within this impossible class where in those spots you don't have the impossibility.
Sorry if I'm going a bit philosophical, but what lessons do you draw towards, like I mentioned, politics or the human interaction and designing mechanisms for outside of just these kinds of trading or auctioning or purely formal games, or human interaction, like a political system? Do you think it's applicable to politics or to business, to negotiations, these kinds of things, designing rules that have certain outcomes?
Yeah, I do think so.
Have you seen successfully done?
There hasn't really. Oh, you mean mechanism design or automated mechanism?
Automated mechanism design.
So mechanism design itself has had fairly limited success so far. There are certain cases, but most of the real-world situations are actually not sound from a mechanism design perspective. Even in those cases where they've been designed by very knowledgeable mechanism design people, the people are typically just taking some insights from the theory and applying those insights into the real world, rather than applying the mechanisms directly. So one famous example of it is the FCC spectrum auctions. So I've also had a small role in that, and very good economists have been excellent economists have been working on that with no game theory. Yet the rules that are designed in practice they're such that bidding truthfully is not the best strategy. Usually in mechanism design, we try to make things easy for the participants. So telling the truth is the best strategy. But even in those very high stakes auctions where you have tens of billions of dollars worth of spectrum being auctioned, truth telling is not the best strategy. And by the way, nobody knows even a single optimal bidding strategy for those options.
What's the challenge of coming up with an optimal? Because there's a lot of players and there's imperfect.
It's not so much a lot of players, but items for sale. And these mechanisms are such that even with just 2 items or 1 item, bidding truthfully wouldn't be the best strategy.
If you look at the history of AI, it's marked by seminal events. AlphaGo beating a world champion human Go player. I would put Libratus winning the Heads Up No Limit Hold'em as one of such event.
Thank you.
And what do you think is the next such event? Whether it's in your life or in the broadly AI community that you think might be out there that would surprise the world?
So that's a great question, and I don't really know the answer. In terms of game solving, Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em really was the one remaining widely agreed upon benchmark. So that was the big milestone. Now, are there other things? Yeah, certainly there are, but there's not one that the community has kind of focused on. So what could be other things? There are groups working on StarCraft. There are groups working on Dota 2. These are video games.
Yes.
Or you could have like Diplomacy or Hanabi, things like that. These are like recreational games, but none of them are really acknowledged as kind of the main next challenge problem, like chess or Go or Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em was. So I don't really know in the game solving space what is or what will be the next benchmark. I kind of hope that there will be a next benchmark, because really the different groups working on the same problem really drove these application-independent techniques forward very quickly over 10 years.
Do you think there's an open problem that excites you, that you start moving away from games into real-world games, like, say, the stock market, trading?
Yeah, so that's kind of how I am. So I am probably not going to work as hard on these recreational benchmarks. I'm doing 2 startups on game solving technology, Strategic Machine and Strategy Robot, and we're really interested in pushing this stuff into practice.
What do you think would be really, a powerful result that would be surprising, that would be, if you can say, I mean, it's 5 years, 10 years from now, something that statistically you would say is not very likely, but if there's a breakthrough, would achieve?
Yeah, so I think that overall we're in a very different situation in game theory than we are in, let's say, machine learning.
Yes.
So in machine learning, it's a fairly mature technology and it's very broadly applied and proven success in the real world. In game solving, there are almost no applications yet. We have just become superhuman, which machine learning, you could argue, happened in the 90s, if not earlier. And at least on supervised learning, certain complex supervised learning applications. Now, I think the next challenge problem, I know you're not asking about it this way, you're asking about the technology breakthrough, but I think the big breakthrough is to be able to show that, hey, maybe most of, let's say, military planning or most of business strategy will actually be done strategically using computational game theory. That's what I would like to see as a next 5 or 10 year goal.
Maybe you can explain to me again, forgive me if this is an obvious question, but machine learning methods, neural networks suffer from not being transparent, not being explainable. Game theoretic methods, Nash equilibria, do they generally, when you see the different solutions, are they, when you talk about military operations, are they, once you see the strategies, do they make sense? Are they explainable, or do they suffer from the same problems as neural networks do?
So that's a good question. I would say a little bit yes and no. And what I mean by that is that these game theoretic strategies, let's say Nash equilibrium, it has provable properties. So it's unlike, let's say, deep learning, where you kind of cross your fingers, hopefully it'll work. And then after the fact, when you have the weights, you're still crossing your fingers, and I hope it will work. Here, you know that the solution quality is there. There's provable solution quality guarantees. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the strategies are human understandable. That's a whole other problem. So I think that deep learning and computational game theory are in the same boat in that sense, that both are difficult to understand. But at least the game theoretic techniques, they have these guarantees of solution quality.
So did you see business operations, strategic operations, and even military in the future being at least the strong candidates being proposed by automated systems? Do you see that?
Yeah, I do. But that's more of a belief than a substantiated fact.
Depending on where you land, optimism or pessimism, that's a really, to me, that's an exciting future, especially if there's provable things in terms of optimality. So looking into the future, there's a few folks worried about especially you look at the game of poker, which is probably one of the last benchmarks in terms of games being solved. They worry about the future and the existential threats of artificial intelligence, so the negative impact in whatever form on society. Is that something that concerns you as much, or are you more optimistic about the positive impacts of AI?
Well, I am much more optimistic about the positive impacts. So just in my own work, what we've done so far, we run the nationwide kidney exchange. Hundreds of people are walking around alive today who wouldn't be. And it's increased employment. You have a lot of people now running kidney exchanges and at the transplant centers, interacting with the kidney exchange. You have extra surgeons, nurses, anesthesiologists, hospitals, all of that. So employment is increasing from that, and the world is becoming a better place. Another example is combinatorial sourcing auctions. We did 800 large-scale combinatorial sourcing auctions from 2001 to 2010 in a previous startup of mine called CombinedNet. And we increased the supply chain efficiency on that $60 billion of spend by 12.6%. So that's over $6 billion of efficiency improvement in the world. And this is not like shifting value from somebody to somebody else, just efficiency improvement, like in trucking, less empty driving, so there's less waste, less carbon footprint, and so on.
It's a huge positive impact in the near term, but sort of to stay in it for a little longer, because I think game theory has a role to play here.
Well, let me actually come back on that. Yes. That is one thing. I think AI is also going to make the world much safer. So that's another aspect that often gets overlooked.
Well, let me ask this question. Maybe you can speak to the safer. So I talked to Max Tegmark and Stuart Russell, who are very concerned about existential threats of AI, and often the concern is about value misalignment. So AI systems basically operating towards goals that are not the same as human civilization, human beings. So it seems like game theory has a role to play there to make sure the values are aligned with human beings. I don't know if that's how you think about it. If not, how do you think AI might help with this problem? How do you think AI might make the world safer?
Yeah, I think this value misalignment is a fairly theoretical worry, and I haven't really seen it in, because I do a lot of real applications. I don't see it anywhere. The closest I've seen it was the following type of mental exercise, really, where I had this argument in the late 80s when we were building these transportation optimization systems, and somebody had heard that it's a good idea to have high utilization of assets. So they told me, hey, why don't you put that as an objective? And we didn't even put it as an objective, because I just showed him that, if you had that as your objective, the solution would be to load your trucks full and drive in circles. Nothing would ever get delivered. You'd have 100% utilization. Right. So yeah, I know this phenomenon. I've known this for over 30 years, but I've never seen it actually be a problem in reality. And yes, if you have the wrong objective, the AI will optimize that to the hilt, and it's going to hurt more than some human who's kind of trying to solve it in a half-baked way with some human insight too. But I just haven't seen that materialize in practice.
There's this gap that you actually put your finger on very clearly just now between theory and reality. That's very difficult to put into words, I think. It's what you can theoretically imagine, the worst possible case, or even, bad cases, and what usually happens in reality. So, for example, to me, maybe it's something you can comment on. Having grown up I grew up in the Soviet Union. There's currently 10,000 nuclear weapons in the world, and for many decades, it's theoretically surprising to me that the nuclear war is not broken out. Do you think about this aspect from a game theoretic perspective in general? Why is that true? Why, in theory, you could see how things would go terribly wrong, and somehow yet they have not.
Yeah.
How do you think about
So I do think about that a lot. I think the biggest two threats that we're facing as mankind, one is climate change, and the other is nuclear war. So those are my main two worries that I work on. I've tried to do something about climate. Thought about trying something for climate change twice. Actually, for two of my startups, I've actually committed what we could do on those things, and we didn't really find a sweet spot. But I'm still keeping an eye out if there's something where we could actually provide a market solution or optimization solution or some other technology solution to problems. Right now, like for example, pollution credit markets was what we were looking at then. And it was much more the lack of political will why those markets were not so successful rather than bad market design. So I could go in and make a better market design, but that wouldn't really move the needle on the world very much if there's no political will. And in the US, the market, at least the Chicago market, was just shut down and so on. So then it doesn't really help how great your market design was.
And on the nuclear side, it's more, so global warming is a more encroaching problem. Nuclear weapons have been here. It's an obvious problem that's just been sitting there. So how do you think about what is the mechanism design there that just made everything seem stable? And are you still extremely worried?
I am still extremely worried. So you probably know the simple game theory of MAD. So this was a mutually assured destruction, and it doesn't require any computation. With small matrices, you can actually convince yourself that the game is such that nobody wants to initiate. Yeah, that's a very coarse-grained analysis, and it really works in a situation where you have two superpowers, a small number of superpowers. Now things are very different. You have a smaller nuke, so the threshold of initiating is smaller, and you have smaller countries and non-nation actors who may get nukes and so on. So I think it's riskier now than it was maybe ever before.
And what application of AI, you've talked about it a little bit, but what is the most exciting to you right now? I mean, you're here at NeurIPS now. You have a few excellent pieces of work, but what are you thinking into the future with several companies you're doing? What's the most exciting thing, or one of the exciting things?
The number one thing for me right now is coming up with these scalable techniques for game solving and applying them into the real world. I'm still very interested in market design as well, and we're doing that in the optimized markets. But I'm most interested if number one right now is strategic machine strategy robot, getting that technology out there and seeing, as you were in the trenches doing applications, what needs to be actually filled, what technology gaps still need to be filled. So it's so hard to just put your feet on the table and imagine what needs to be done. But when you're actually doing real applications, the applications tell you what needs to be done. And I really enjoy that interaction.
Is it a challenging process to apply some of the state-of-the-art techniques you're working on and having the various players in industry or the military or people who could really benefit from it actually use it? What's that process like? Of, in autonomous vehicles, we work with automotive companies, and they're in many ways they're a little bit old-fashioned. It's difficult. They really want to use this technology. There's clearly will have a significant benefit, but the systems aren't quite in place to easily have them integrated in terms of data, in terms of compute, in terms of all these kinds of things. So is that one of the bigger challenges that you're facing, and how do you tackle that challenge?
Yeah, I think that's always a challenge. That's kind of slowness and inertia, really. Let's do things the way we've always done it. You just have to find the internal champions at the customer who understand that, hey, things can't be the same way in the future. Otherwise, bad things are going to happen. And it's in autonomous vehicles. It's actually very interesting that the car makers are doing that, and they're very traditional. But at the same time, you have tech companies who have nothing to do with cars or transportation, like Google and Baidu, really pushing on autonomous cars. I find that fascinating.
Clearly, you're super excited about actually these ideas having an impact in the world. In terms of the technology, in terms of ideas and research, are there directions that you're also excited about? Whether that's on some of the approaches you talked about for the imperfect information games, whether it's applying deep learning to some of these problems, is there something that you're excited in the research side of things?
Yeah. Lots of different things in the game solving. So solving even bigger games, games where you have more hidden action of the player actions as well. Poker is a game where really chance actions are hidden, or some of them are hidden, but the player actions are public. Multiplayer games of various sorts, collusion, opponent exploitation, and even longer games. Some games that basically go forever, but they're not repeated. Mm-hmm. So extensive form games that go forever. What would that even look like? How do you represent that? How do you solve that?
What's an example of a game like that? This is some of the stochastic games that you mentioned.
Let's say business strategy. So it's and not just modeling like a particular interaction, but thinking about the business from here to eternity. Mm-hmm. Or
I see.
Or let's say military strategy. So it's not like war is going to go away. How do you think about military strategy that's going to go forever? How do you even model that? How do you know whether a move was good that you somebody made, and so on? So that's kind of one direction. I'm also very interested in learning much more scalable techniques for integer programming. So we had an ICML paper this summer on that, the first automated algorithm configuration paper that has theoretical generalization guarantees. So if I see this many training examples and I tune my algorithm in this way, it's going to have good performance on the real distribution, which I've not seen. So, which is kind of interesting that, algorithm configuration has been going on now for at least 17 years, seriously, and there has not been any generalization theory before.
Well, this is really exciting, and it's a huge honor to talk to you. Thank you so much, Tomas. Thank you for bringing Libratus to the world and all the great work you're doing.
Well, thank you very much. It's been fun. Good questions.
Following is a conversation with Thomas Sandholm. He's a professor at SameU and co-creator of Libratus, which is the first AI system to beat top human players in the game of Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em. He has published over 450 papers on game theory and machine learning, including a best paper in 2017 at NIPS, now renamed to New RIPS, which is where I caught up with him for this conversation. His research and companies have had wide-reaching impact in the real world, especially because he and his group not only propose new ideas, but also build systems to prove that these ideas work in the real world. This conversation is part of the MIT course on Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter.
What's happened, you bad motherfucker? What's happened, you beautiful savages? The church is in session. Tuesday, the 6th of May. Looking good, feeling good. Everybody's ready to rock. Lee Syad's here looking handsome as a devil. We'll be back, Jack. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, every once in a while you need a little boost in the bedroom. Like me the other night. It was like 15 seconds and I blew a gasket. You know what I'm saying? Blue Chew is the OG brand offering chewable tablets for better sex, and it's now better than ever. Trust me when I'm telling you. Introducing Blue Chew Max, which combines the active ingredients of Viagra, Cialis into one powerful chewable. Ba-bam! Listen, you take one of these things, you put it in your wallet, you bump into a pigeon on the pond, and there you have it. You pop one of these pills, she asks you what it is, you tell her it's a breath mint, and then you go fucking bananas. Great sex is just a few clicks away. Sign up on their website, answer a few questions. It's very easy, all right? And if you're approved, you'll get your prescription in just days. The mailman delivers it, nobody knows nothing, not even your mother. Maybe you live with your grandmother in the basement because you're a mook, but you're a mook who slings dick. You know what I'm saying? Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the church family on a Tuesday morning. You ready for this? Try your first month of Blue Chew for free when you press in promo code Joey. Joey, Joey. Ladies, if you're listening to this, go ahead. What are you going to tell? Put 5 of those in your little purse. You go down the shore, you jump up and down with your men. They're a little lame. They're drinking cocktails. You blast them with some coffee, and you hit them with a Blue Chew. Forget about it. 12 minutes later, you're in the bedroom getting your hair pulled. You follow me? Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. And I want to thank you guys also. Enjoy the episode. Welcome back to church! What's happening, beautiful people? We haven't seen you in a while. Where you been, Lee?
I know. I've been in fucking Maine.
14 days I haven't seen Lee. Something like that.
14 days. Well, close to it,
Close to it, yeah. Like 12
10 days, yeah.
My heart was, I missed my little Jewy.
You miss torturing somebody.
Nah, I always miss you. I worry about you. Things could happen. I don't know if you got mugged yet. So,
trust me, that's like the biggest question on the internet
would you
right
stop?
now.
I
What do
know
you mean,
it's
what
the
I
biggest
you
question.
just brought it up.
But we want to mug you somewhere. Like people are like, you know what? We're just going to mug them on an off state. Like next time you go away with Josh, we'll go mug you in Virginia.
That's exactly where I'll be May 30th.
There you go. See, I can feel it. I can fucking feel it. Yeah, it's been a great couple of weeks. Last week I didn't do shit, guys. I was not feeling it at all. Yeah, I wasn't feeling it last week. I didn't do comedy. I wrote a little bit, but basically just worked out, stayed at home with the girls. I was pretty quiet all weekend, too. I didn't do anything until last night. Last night was the first night I said, you know what? Let me wash my muffler and get out of the house.
No, when you say you didn't do anything, how many milligrams were you taking? It's the only part. I didn't do shit. I did do 1,000 milligrams a night.
Friday night, I think I just ate like a half a mushroom chocolate bar. Like that was it. And I got a little giggly, whatever, but it was just like in passing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Nothing really stuck me. There was no anchors to the ground. But Saturday, I went to a communion party that started at 1. And I knew it was going to be good food.
Oh, yeah.
So I took 600 milligrams at about 11 o'clock in the morning. Just to be ready, tip-top Magoo, as soon as I walked in there, 1, no stories. And sure enough, I sat down. I did a couple sangrias just to loosen up the fucking whatever.
But then, whenever, if I ever am that high and there's food there, I'm not gonna say hi to people when I walk in. I'm just gonna walk straight to the food.
No. I walked in, sat down, said hello, gave the kid his fucking envelope, and then I attacked. You know me, why fuck around?
Dude, you saw me at their house a couple years ago. I walked in, didn't say a word, and then bagels appeared, and it saved my life. But
those were good fucking bagels.
Yeah, if they come in a brown paper bag, I've never seen bagels come in a brown paper bag.
That's the old school way. That's when you know they're real. A Jew never delivers in a fucking silver container. A Jew shows up with a brown paper bag he's been carrying for years in that desert.
Oh,
there's everything in there, mofongo powder, everything, just to keep everything alive. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's
what? God damn it! What's up, dog?
I had some bagels like in Maine, and because before people would be like, "Oh, I had like it's not it." I didn't know what they meant. It was my first like not New York bagel and I was like, "Oh yeah, this is what they're talking about."
You've been eating non-New York bagels since I fucking knew you.
Yeah, but then
this guy
I
used to buy the Sara Lee bagels, the ones you bring home and put in the toaster. I'm like, Lee, you can't do that shit. Again, you live in the great. This is what I'm talking about. Even when you're in the greatest city, you still take the dumbest. You should start hanging out with my brother George more often. Both of you. I don't know what's going on with the circuitry. You don't have bagel. You live on fucking. What do you live? Times Square, right? A couple blocks from Times Square. You said, okay. You don't eat, and all of a sudden you go to Maine, and now you decide you want a fucking bagel up in Bagel.
I eat bagels here. I'm just saying.
What is Maine known for? Grapes or something?
They actually are known for blueberries. I didn't know that.
Blueberries, yeah, I knew it was grapes or something like that. You know, so what makes you want to eat those things?
They brought it to the office.
Well, then just because they brought, if I brought a piece of shit in a fucking hot dog, then when you eat it, no, you're Jewish and you wanted to save the $10, so you hop it in on the food they brought in.
I gotta be honest, it's not even the money that
you don't even eat breakfast, you fuck.
Unless it's free in there.
Oh, okay. Unless it's free in there. That was outside bagels no more. You're a New Yorker now. Maintain it. You're a fucking Marine now. Maintain it. No more puffy bagels. No more Sara Lee bagels. None of that shit. You're in New York. You're a Jew. Act like it.
So what should I pick it up and throw it away?
When you see, don't even pick it up. Just go, I gotta go get a bagel. They'll go, why? There's bagels here. No. This is mushad. This is dog shit. This is dog shit. I'm on the East Coast. I don't deserve to do this to myself anymore. I did it for fucking 23 years in California. I'm not doing this.
Right.
I'm not doing this. And you walk out and slam the door like Clint Eastwood. And make sure you put your scarf behind you. That's when they know you fucking mean business.
I should start wearing a scarf. Why don't I wear a scarf?
Listen, I don't know. You wear a scarf, I'll stab you. But anyway, yeah, I went to this fucking thing. I was stoned when I walked in there. I had hit the pipe. And I got some good weed this week. It was 39, 38, and 36%. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this shit.
That's good?
Oh my God, it fucked me up. And I went in there with the edibles. And at first I started off slow. I took tomatoes off the mozzarella because I love the tomatoes. So I just ate the tomatoes with pepper. I wanted to start off slow. And the base clams came. There were too many breadcrumbs in there. I don't know what's going on with people. How many breadcrumbs? There's a clam this big. And you put 2 teaspoons of breadcrumbs.
Yeah, because you want to hide the clam.
Yeah, no. Hide the clam in what?
In breadcrumbs.
That's like eating a 400-pound chick. You gotta find the clit. You gotta fucking, nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to play find the clit. So it's the same fucking thing, right? Nobody wants to play that game.
Okay.
It's tough enough to find the G-string when it's in there. It gets cupped in between a little fat leg over here, and you gotta pull it out with a fucking scissor and cut it like a umbilical cord. You know what I'm saying?
None of the chubby girls I had ever wore thongs. I was very sad.
You gotta wear it. Listen, the thong is it's a size smaller.
Yeah.
So they eat a lot of donuts, or they get fucked in the ass. It just pops. You know? It's like, look at Lee. It's like a little research.
You buy a chair that I have to fucking dangle my feet with. It's gonna happen.
So yeah, that has the baked clam. Then the chicken came with the fucking potatoes and scarpiella. Not too good. But I ate the chicken to get protein.
Okay.
Chicken off the bone.
0 points.
Remember, you're gonna make steak pizza roll, so he didn't want a red sauce on it. Let me tell you something. It was one of the best cuts of meat I've had all those times. I must have ate 50 pieces of those little meats.
Did you leave the kitchen?
I wasn't in the kitchen. I was in the fucking banquet hall. Like
it was a banquet hall. I thought it was at the house. I don't know.
And then they brought listen to this. They brought baked zeppelins. Baked. The first bite, you're like, oh, this is different. Then you're like, holy shit, there's no grease. I must have ate a whole fucking bag. They had like every table had a bag of them. I kept going over to every table, just stealing one big one. They were like white horns. By my area, there was a circle of white powder. It was like 1987 in my fucking area. There was white powder everywhere on my sweats, my fucking shirt, my jeans. I ate a whole bag of those fucking things. Delicious. I'm gonna tell you what else I ate the other night. I told you I got super high the other night.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see what these Krispy Kremes are all about. I'm gonna stop at McDonald's and get a glazed Krispy Kreme. Dog, tell you what, not bad. I only ate one of them. I gave the rest to the girls. Then we threw them up the next day. 3 of them.
Were they hot? Like, did they warm them up?
Oh, yeah, they were in a little thing. I mean, listen, not bad.
Well, of course, it's a Krispy Kreme. It's always going to be good.
But they only got 3 brands. They got the white one, the clear, the chocolate with the sprinkles, and maybe something else.
Yeah, but it's McDonald's. Like, that's how you know they want us dead. If they had Krispy Kreme at McDonald's when I was going to McDonald's 4 or 5 times a week, I would be dead right now.
Listen, they should just put a casket outside. Like the first guy to get like a business called McDorkins and put it next to McDonald's, a funeral parlor, and then like bury people in their favorite like quarter-pounder casket, fucking McNugget casket, the whole fucking thing. It wouldn't be like right now if you fucking opened up a funeral parlor and just put like caskets made up,
No French fries, yeah, you can put a whole family together.
French fries, put a whole family together. You can put them in the car eating the French fries, bury them, and 200 years from now, exhume them. The skeletons will be dust, but the French fries will still be there in the package, and one finger will be stuck on the bone. By the time you go get it, it just dissolves.
Dude, that's a crazy. Have you seen that? Where like scientists will have like a McDonald's meal under a glass for like 30 years, and there's not even mold on it. Like that's how there's like 3 or 4 of these that I use. There's no. I think I ate more fast food than, like, you know how they have like that Spotify Wrapped, like you're in the top 1% of U2 listeners. I think I was probably for a while in the top 1% of. I would eat fast food every day when I was 300 plus pounds. I love fast food, and it's disgusting. And I still like it.
I heard somebody they told them saying that Wendy's is just
they ruined. It was the best. Wendy's was number 1 when I was growing up. When the cups were yellow, and they had a. They were just talking about this in Are You Garbage? They had a salad bar that had pudding and Jell-O on it for free, and then you could and then the spicy chicken sandwich. This sandwich used to be big, and now it looks like they microwave. I hate Wendy's. Wendy's was number 1, and now it's just
chili.
I never had the chili. Wendy's had chili.
Let me tell you something. The chili kept me together from 1997 to 2000, maybe 2001, because the chili and something else was on the dollar menu.
Probably burger.
The burger, the little, and the baked potato. So fuck, for $6, man, that was lunch for me. I get the chili, the baked potato, which you didn't eat the skin even back then. Like I like the skin,
right?
I always eat the skin first, but not that. The skin looked a little fucked up. The potato is okay, and then I eat the cheeseburger.
I'm surprised you ate the chili. Isn't that just like the day-old cheeseburgers that they just put in there?
Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know. At that time, listen, I was so fucking, I went day to day. So it was whatever I got. I was on that Josh Wolf block. I visited. I even got a turkey burger from Josh Wolf. Fucking, So I went. One of the places I went to was Wendy's, and the other place was, what's a Chinese place down the corner from there? It's well known. Like it's been there for fucking.
Oh, like an LA place.
Yeah, it was right there on the corner with La Brea and Sunset. There's a Chinese.
Oh, is it it's not the Chinese theater, is it?
No, is that the little fucking La Brea?
I don't know where anything is.
Sunset and La Brea has a Chinese place on the corner that I went to for years. I forget what the fuck the name is. I would go there, get lunch, at the same time get my headshots done. There was like 20 things in that area to do. There was 1,000 things in that mall. They taught karate upstairs. Then across the street was the other headshot lady. And she was really hot. Really hot. Asian, and her husband was like Santa Claus. And we were going there every day to make copies, and one day the husband died. And somebody told me, like, the husband died. I'm going to go over there and get dibs on that one. It must have been like 98, 99. And I remember me and my friend Ricky Cruz had the big crush on that Asian woman. We would go over there every day and try to hit her. She wasn't budging, you know what I'm saying? Like, she was like, nah, I'm no move. But she was hot. So we would go over there and make those printing copies. That whole neighborhood was like an actor neighborhood. So everything you needed was in those couple streets. Fuck, it's going to kill me not to know the name of that Chinese joint.
Well, we'll look it up during the break. But so you'd go there and you can get like the lunch special?
Lunch special was huge there.
How is it? Did you get anxiety about that? Like, because I know you didn't. It didn't seem like you minded being broke when you were back then. Like,
I was used to it. It was just, listen, after a while, you get used to it, and you think you're going to be there for the rest of your life, so nothing really matters. You look at your credit card bills and you go, minimum payment, $300, good luck. You know, you used to look at your credit cards and go, I owe $60,000. And you look at this bill and go, I'm never going to get out of that.
Like, that number could be $6 million. At 60 grand.
You're never going to get out of that. Like, at that, there's a number that you could always get yourself on and put an extra job. Pray that your tire doesn't blow up, your engine doesn't blow up, your cat doesn't swallow a needle. You know, I remember being broke, bro. My cat swallowed a fucking needle. And we had to scrape up $600 in like 10 credit cards. Like 32 off one, 18 off the other. You know, but that's the things that set you back. When you're trying to get debt off your fucking mind, it's that fucking flat tire. And they can't get it now. It's a $250 tire. That destroys you.
And it always happened, at least to me, it would always happen like right when I thought I was doing well. Like, it would be like a couple weeks or a month of like, okay, I'm ahead now. It's okay.
Money away. Everything's good. I filled up my tank. I got groceries. And then you hit a pole. I remember one day I hit something. And I called Rabbi to bail me out. I mean, there was no way. I just called him and told him the truth. Rabbi, I don't have a dime. I got no tires, and there ain't no way I can make a living or get anything to eat. He's like, go over to Goodyear and whatever. Tell him I sent you. Tell him to call me up. I'll give him my credit card number. I told him I had to do that. It was just, there was no hope. There was no way I was going to get 4 tires. Even if I went to Las Filas and went to those little Mexican shops with tires at $20, even at that, I couldn't afford $80.
Right. Thought about that a lot because I've been very blessed that, like, you know, things get expensive and I have, you know, money gets tight. But you think about that, like a single mom or anybody who they're like, hey, you got towed, it's $200. And like, I don't.
Yeah, the car's done.
There's no way I'm going to get
$200. The car's done. I'll never see that thing again. Because if I do get $100 and then I'm looking for another $100, I'll buy a gram of Coke because I'm depressed because I didn't get $100. You know, there's always some guys. There's always something. You know, and there comes a time in your life and you go, okay, I'm in this debt. You know, college. Like, I had phone with a friend of mine a couple of weeks ago, and she has been out of college for 10 years, maybe, even longer.
Mm-hmm.
And she was saying she still owes $50 large.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, you walk around every day with a student loan debt of $50 large. I'm not judging.
That's probably
I used
low.
to walk around with a debt of $400,000. And to my phone, I couldn't even get. It took me 12 years to get credit. And it started with Sprint. That's why I'm very loyal to Sprint. Because Sprint sided me for $200 a month. My package was $189. So every time I went over, they shut my fucking phone off and I had to run down and pay $2.25. You know, but Sprint billed me back up.
Right.
And Terry put me on a loan. I paid it back. And fucking, there was just so many things. But I disappeared for so long. Those cards started collapsing in 92. I disappeared. I was like, I'm getting a pager. If these credit card people get a number of a pager, I'm hiring them. They're fucking the because they call me anywhere. I go to the bathroom there. In the room. You, Joey? Yeah. Tell me what. Hey, it's Visa. It's Tom from Visa. Where you been?
You were supposed to send that check last week. We never got it. Listen, your card's going to get cut down this Friday. You got to get a minimum payment in real quick to keep it, you know. And you're like, minimum payment? It's Friday. I got to make rent.
Yep.
Your minimum payment is going to a fucking landlord.
And there's like, they don't work with you at all, really. I've noticed.
No, who's going to work with you? You're a bum. You didn't pay the light bill.
No, but even if you do pay, like
you didn't pay the water bill, you're a bum. You didn't pay it for 6 months, and then you did this. You're a bum in their eyes.
Right.
I sold cars, so I remember the credit reports, how the banks will look at credit reports, and how every time, you know, there's so many things to affect your credit rating to make it stronger, and there's a lot of things you can do that works against it. You don't even know.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like, let's say on the other side, let's say you start doing one, you can start making payments, and you get busy, you're working, and you're late by 2 days, and like, sorry, we're gonna ding your credit report. Sorry, late charge.
Listen, if you've been working, you can call them sometimes.
Every once in a while, but some of them are assholes.
So I know it's like, all right, people tell you not to file for bankruptcy, but if you call those debt consolidation places, they're fucking worse.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they cut a deal, they get it wiped off. So, listen, in my situation, when you look at a bankruptcy, it's you're dead for 7 fucking years. That's a long time to be dead for. That's dead. That's dead. I was dead for like 13 years.
So was it hard for you, like, I mean, you weren't even
I had a
applying
credit
for
card
funds.
that was $250.
Okay.
That was 82%.
Jesus.
So if I put a sandwich on it at the airport, it was just to travel. My wife got me a $250 card just to travel, but it was 30%. So if I got a cheeseburger, it was $42. And that shit was ticking. That's another company that would call me and go, hey, you're at $298. You better make a payment right now. We're going to shut down the card. You know, it was fucking brutal. You know, and then I had that. The pager, which doesn't fucking get you anything. And then a friend of ours opened up a Sprint store in Hollywood on Sunset, right by the comic book store where we did the podcast at.
Yeah.
Right there. There used to be a Sprint store there.
Oh, okay.
And he told me, he goes, come in, I'll get you hooked up. 200, come in. And I was like, I ain't got to do it. He fucking did it. And then that builds up a little bit. And then, you know, guys, who the fuck knows? To this day, I'm still leery of credit cards.
They're very scary.
I'm leery of credit cards. I'm happy they're ATMs. I'm happy that when you go there, you got the money in the bank. And that's it. It's yours. It's not yours. But that other shit, that's the quickest way of shooting yourself down. It's like the other day. And listen, you guys are going to look at me and go, Joe, you're a hypocrite. No, I'm going to tell you the truth. The other day, I'm watching this fucking, some sporting event. And Tam, my wife, goes, that's just weird that there's a sports betting line on the TV. And I go, Tam, this is it. Listen, when you grew up in this area as a child, guys talk gambling all the time. So eventually you put in that first 5-timer, which was $5 to win 25 or lose 30, you know, and you get, and I grew up with 3 or 4 people that have gambling problems. But I predict in the next 10 years, 5 years, the gambling problem is going to be worse than it's ever been. Because it's introduced to these kids at a young age and it's accepted. You know? When I was 18, you had to call a guy, hi, Black Cavalier. Yeah. Now, you just put 200 on your books and you're ready to rock. At 18, 19, little Joey, the kid around the corner had 3 or 4 accounts. He's fucking 10. He's 10. FanDuel and another one, you know. These kids figure it out. I don't give a fuck. The same way we figured out how to get somebody to buy liquor for us, they figure out how to open up. They'll go in front of the mother and take their hand while they're sleeping. And yeah, there's 1,000 things, right?
And even then, like, I'm sure kids get credit cards on their phones now, and all you have to do is attach it to a bank account. I mean, like, luckily, a lot of these major people they verify everything, but you never know. They could get into their parents' account and place bets. I'm sure that happens. It's but The whole, like, even just everything the phone brings to kids is crazy.
Everything in your world is on your fucking phone. Like, somebody steals your phone, they're crafty, you're done. You're done because they've allowed that. They've allowed it to put Apple Pay and this pay and boop pay. I don't pay nothing with my fucking phone. I got an ATM card, I got a pocket. And that's where I pay from. I don't need to king, king like a fucking idiot to be cool in front of your friend. I don't need that. I don't need to order ahead.
You don't order ahead?
No, I don't want them to know I'm coming. Why are you going to call somebody and let them know I'm coming? You're going to shoot me. I'm coming right into your hands. You want to poison me with that coffee or whatever?
Need to go?
I don't do none of that. I show up and you put the order in and you watch them. You look in their eye, you black dog, because they don't know. Who's the order for? Lee. Okay, I don't know fucking Lee unless you go in there every day and you start a relationship with them. But today, nobody talks. They go to a counter, right? There's a food. They put a bag on a thing.
Right.
You walk in, you look at it, thank you, and you walk out. You don't know. They don't know you from Adam.
No, people steal that stuff all the time.
Yeah, I would go. Can you imagine in my day? Shit, I'd be eating for free like a motherfucker right now. Walking into Starbucks, fucking lifting. I see it all the time. And people they leave it there. They wait for the Uber. How many times have I been at Starbucks with my daughter? And there's a couple of those drinks and fucking cherry drinks. And all of a sudden some fucking dude walks in like he just ran out of a track. You know, like he's just getting chased out of the racetrack in Freehold, which is closed. But he comes out and he's like, the Uber. So Uber picks up coffee for you.
Uber will pick up anything you want.
I'm too old school. I can't do it.
No, I don't
order ahead. Unless if I have to order, like there's 2 or 3 things I could order from my favorite restaurant, Osteria. I could order chicken parm and they'll cook it for me. I could order anything and they'll pick it up. And I trust them.
Right.
Everybody else, I don't want to trust them. I want to go there and order and see what they do and how they act, like with a Chinese restaurant.
Right.
I want them to see them make it. It's right there, the kitchen.
But you can't usually see into the kitchen.
There's 2 restaurants in my neighborhood you can see in the kitchen, Chinese places.
I had no idea that was part of like the.
Oh yeah, that's the whole thing. When they get the food on the wok, the cat, they throw gasoline on that motherfucker, the thing blows up. They're yelling, "Atao, atao, beep,
Do they ever get mad at you for just staring at them? Are you like,
no, I'm fucking amazed by them. Listen, if I go to how many restaurants you go to there, a la fresco, whatever the fuck, where the kitchen's wide open, the chef, I would never work one of those.
No?
Like if I was a chef, listen, this is what I need is a bunch of fucking jerk-offs looking at me. Go fuck yourself. El Nido has a 3 tables for VIPs that you just look in the kitchen.
Yeah, they have tables in the kitchen at some restaurants.
No, I'm not doing that. I gotta perform like a seal now. It's hard enough I gotta cook. Now I gotta have 3 idiots like, looking at me with a fucking glass and whatever the fuck they hold. I forgot it was Cinco de Mayo yesterday. What a fucking fucked up holiday.
You didn't like Cinco de Mayo?
Well, it's like a bullshit holiday because it doesn't. Even Mexicans don't do it. It's for white people to drink margaritas. Like right now, if you go anywhere on Route 22, those Mexican explosion, that's what you're gonna see. A bunch of white girls about to get raped. You know what I'm saying? With that fucking tequila and shit, letting themselves off. Somebody slips a roofie with a tequila, you're done. You wake up, what happened? Yeah, I'll tell you what happened. You dumb fuck. You should have stayed home.
It is kind of amazing how like there's so many holidays that if you boil them down, there's people that get fucked up.
But you don't know. You only know 1 year when you puke on that holiday. When you puke on Cinco de Mayo and you wake up the next morning, you're like, what? Dick, I went to a bar, there was no Mexicans there. There was not one Mexican jumping up and down. The only Mexican was the busboy. And they treated him like shit. They were whipping him the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, and but St. Patrick's Day isn't that not like? Do Irish people really care about that?
Yeah, but listen, you don't want to entangle the Irish.
What happened with the Irish?
Just leave them alone. It's that day. St. Patrick is Italian, right? That's how fucked up it is. So just don't worry about it. If they offer you a drink, you take it. Like Mother's Day is bullshit. It just makes me sentimental. I go, what the fuck? Mother's Day is every day.
Right.
In your world, Mother's Day is every fucking day. Calling them, thinking about them, whatever. Right?
You hope so.
And the Father's Day, that's the worst. That's the worst of all the fucking holidays.
You don't like it?
No. Like, I fight hard every day for that little fucking munchkin.
So what? And you don't want? I don't know. It's not nice.
What we gotta do? Go to a park, look around.
You get to grill.
Happy Father's Day. Let's go eat. There's nothing there. It's a homemade holiday.
That's true.
You know, it's like I think they're gonna change a bunch of holidays back. Like they're gonna bring back Columbus Day and something else and something else. No more Androgynous Day. That shit got cut out. That's it.
There's one change that I saw that I wanted to get your opinion on.
Which is?
They're opening Alcatraz.
Okay.
Let's just say they do. Could you imagine, like, being sent there? It's fucked up.
After the guy mugs you, we'll go send him there.
Let's hope. Well, yeah, fuck him.
Have you been to Alcatraz?
Yeah.
Me too. I've been like 2 times. Tremendous. You take the fucking boat out there. I don't think people would survive out there now.
Yeah.
I think it's been a big difference in weather, climate. That's a cold motherfucker out there.
Probably.
I'm going to repeat it. That's a cold motherfucker out there. I'm going to repeat it. That's a cold motherfucker. September, you go to those stadiums, you freeze. I can't even think about October when Barry Bonds was hitting those home runs into the ocean, whatever the fuck.
Right.
Those games were fucking, you freeze to death. You would see those people out there like freezing.
I mean, it's California. I knew it was a little colder. I didn't know it was that cold. You think it's...
Dog, I remember I went up there with Felicia. I left Burbank Airport. It was 100 degrees. I had a white T-shirt on. And I landed in San Francisco, and I had to stop in Fisherman's Wharf and get one of those Welcome to San Francisco sweatshirts. In July, it was fucking sick freezing. The wind comes off that ocean, blazing.
Yeah.
Remember, what's the writer? What's the famous writer? The coldest winter I ever spent was the summer in San Francisco.
Oh, shit, I don't know.
Yeah, the coldest winter he ever spent was the summer in San Francisco. And Mark Twain, there you go. So Alcatraz is a prison, unless they reheat it. You know, it's so outfunctioned now.
Yeah, no, they couldn't put people there now.
But it doesn't. Listen, here's what the purpose of a prison is: punishment.
Right.
It's not for you to go to a vacation or anything like that. That's the real purpose of a fucking prison. And to try to get rehabilitated, they don't give a fuck about it. They think putting you in a hole with no windows is going to rehabilitate you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But, like, what's that Colorado Supermax? You don't even see sunlight there.
Really?
That's under the fucking ground. They built it in.
Oh, shit.
So it's like 2 or 3 floors in.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I wish we had all this shit used so we could show people. But all that shit was a prison that was built down. So it's like either 2 or 3 floors. That's where America's worst are at. All the terrorists, all the people, that's where they put them. You're not ever going to see fucking daylight again.
They might like Alcatraz then.
Who?
It's kind of pretty.
Yeah.
Like to go from in the ground? I didn't know it was in the ground. I'm not even trying to be funny.
No. I'm not talking about Alcatraz. I'm talking about the one in Colorado.
Right.
Supermax, whatever the fuck. And then you're going to open up Alcatraz, which again, it doesn't pertain to me because I'm not planning on doing any crimes.
No, of course not.
There's 2 or 3 I'd like to do. I'd like to do them.
That's all. I would have thought it'd be way more.
That's it. So if they open it, listen, prison in this country is a business.
Uh-huh.
There's no end of topic to it. There's maybe 3 people who will tell you that, yeah, we could do it. People can get better. No, it's not. It's just a business. They open up halfway houses, prisons. You know, it's a business. So, yeah, we got more criminals, so you might as well open up more prisons.
I can't imagine. Like, it just, to be in Alcatraz just seemed extra scary. I didn't.
It's 24 hours.
It's like no one's ever escaped.
Well, they did. Clint Eastwood escaped.
I apologize.
Nobody caught that dude. Nobody found the body. They just found the shackles years later. Okay, the sharks could have fucking ate him, but that dude was never found. So let's just say he didn't really escape. He tried.
Right. There was a bunch of people. I think it was like 12 or 14. I think I read today.
And nobody.
No, only that one guy who like they didn't find. But it's I don't know. But like the amount of money it would cost to rebuild it. Like, like you just said, prison is a business. Do you think we should be spending like our money on like building? I don't know. That's just fucked up.
I mean, who are gonna throw in there? Homeless people?
I guess.
Give them their own island. Homeless island out there. Send the migrants out there with them. You see, today they didn't have the sweatshirt on. Today they had the camouflage hat. I saw like 3 of them walking around with the camouflage hat. My favorite migrants. But no, all jokes aside, listen. It's like anything else. If you build it, they'll come.
Right, yeah.
If you build Alcatraz, rebuild it. I don't know what it's going to cost. I'm not a construction. This is the first I heard about this.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. Listen, keep opening them up. And there's a bunch of other prisons that are fucking shut down, maybe. Ratty. Listen, it's a prison. It's not supposed to be the Four Seasons. It's fucking prison. Yeah, you got your little Lompoc for the Italians up there in Northern California. They go up there and learn how to play tennis and ride horses. You got the one on the East Coast. I forget what it is. You got prison camps that are fucking pretty nice, but you earned your time. You paid for an attorney.
Welcome.
You know what I'm saying? You maintain.
How are you, Maria?
Your bills. Now it's time to celebrate a little bit. You go up to long time. That's where all
Hello.
the pimps go. But not everybody's going to get to go up there.
Right.
So, you know me, dog. I ain't planning on going back to jail, but
fuck me.
So I don't think. And then you have the one in Cuba that they use.
Oh, Guantanamo.
Guantanamo. Aren't they using Guantanamo too? What's that? Oh, it's just for migrants?
I didn't know that. Yeah.
But why are we building? See, again, I don't want to get into politics, but why are we building a jail to put migrants in there? Send them back. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Okay. That makes sense. See, when you're like let's say I didn't have paperwork and I came from Cuba 14 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
I do something wrong, anything. I throw a wrapper on the floor. If a cop pulls me over and takes me down, it's a whatever violation. They could take you back to Cuba.
Damn.
Okay. You get in trouble, you're not throwing a piece of wrapper on the floor, but you know what I'm saying. Like if I commit a heavy duty crime and they take me down to immigration, they can pull me out of here. And then for those people are gonna just shoot me. That's all they do. They just shoot you. You're a traitor to the country. You came here. You left on a raft.
Oh, they to Cuba?
Yeah, they send you back to Cuba. They just shoot you. And everybody knows that. That's why having all these fucking people trying to get human rights violations down there. There's tons of them, and they don't give a fuck. They're a communist country. You think their prisons have TVs and remote controls, and they give you 3 eggs for breakfast, and it's club fed? You think that's what they got down there?
No.
No, it's brutal. There's no air conditioning. That island gets hot. Power goes out. There was a jail that they would just make them walk around naked. Can you imagine that? Being in a prison with men naked. And there's a hole in the floor, and that's where you shit and piss. Good luck getting to that fucking hole.
Especially where I am now. Like I can't. If you grew up there, like I don't know. If you grew up there, is it less crazy, or is it just as crazy?
If you grew up in Cuba,
yeah.
Well, half the people in a Cuban prison aren't there because they're real criminals. It's because they broke a political policy.
They're putting people like that in that kind of prison? Okay. I thought this was like Supermax.
Well, no. They have a couple prisons in Cuba. They have many detention centers and shit like that. But in every province, as they call them, they probably have a prison, right?
Okay.
But if you don't go to school, like I forget what the rules were. If you didn't go to work like 3 days in a row, they put you in jail. They do a ton of shit to you that we don't know about, or some of us do, but they do. But I know when I met people 40 years ago that were just getting out of Cuba from Mariel, it was brutal. On Saturdays and Sundays, you had to go to a meeting place, and Fidel spoke for 8 to 10 hours. And you have to stand there in the heat, and there's people watching in the audiences to see if you're falling asleep. You have to clap after everything he said. You had to do all that shit. If people saw you not clapping, they come over, get you, and throw you in fucking jail, give you a beat. It's fucking brutal. And to think that we're 90 miles from that, and it's been close to 60 years, 70 years, 60 years that nobody has done shit.
Right. I mean, And that's like it's a hard question because we I don't want to get political either. But like there has to be some fine line. Like you were an immigrant, like so you understand where these people are coming from. Like, a lot of people are in fucked up situations, and like that's kind of what America was built on. But it obviously went like a lot too far.
It's really weird how I feel about all that stuff. When I first moved to Jersey, a couple miles away is a Club 35.
Okay.
35 Triple X. It's a club that my friends own, and it's just a strip club that's buck wild. It's buck wild. But the first time I went in there to see him, he said to me, all those girls over there are Cuban. So after a couple minutes, one of them always come up to me and talk to me, and I started talking to one that was young and nice. She was about 25, and I'm looking at this girl, and she's beautiful. I mean, she's beautiful on these streets. He dressed her up and shaved her eyebrows and, got her tightened up. She's a fucking knockout. She was blonde. She was funny. And, I would give her like $30. Just sit here, talk to me. And I would ask her creepy questions about you. And she would wait for me some nights. She'd go, it's Wednesday. Like the whole thing. I liked it. I don't know. Ever since the club closed down, I don't know what those fucking people are doing now. But I would talk to her, man. And it would make me really fucking sad.
Why?
That place is still doing that. Like, these people get on. Like, yeah, now you could leave. Now, if you do the paperwork, you could leave, but you got to leave somebody down there. Like, this girl had her mother down there. Her father lived in Miami, but her mother was down there. And she was taking trips once a month to go down there. That's why she stripped. But they're hookers. But they've been hookers since they were 14.
In Cuba?
14, 13, they're out there with the tourists and all these fucking animals that go down there to fuck 14-year-old hookers.
I didn't know that.
But when these girls come up here, they're buck wild. Cuban chicks, when they go off the rails, they're buck wild. They'll say shit to you that you're like, oh my God. Like she was talking about sucking my ball through my asshole, sucking the true sperm out of it. And I'm like, why are you talking about it? This ain't going to happen. They're on a different fucking level. And I would talk to them, well, how long have you been doing this for? Since I was 14. Sometimes I'd be sitting there watching the game and she'd come over like nothing and go, come on, go have a good time. We'll get your dick sucked. Get any one of these chicks to suck your dick. I mean, it was fucking insane how that's their mentality. But I would ask them about like different things, the food. And man, it's not good. It's not good.
What happened?
Just they don't have no meat.
Really?
Yeah, you get like a laundry list every month of shit. 3 cans of ginger ale, 8 eggs, but you got, that's 30 days. We eat 2 eggs a day, right?
At least.
30 days, that's 60 eggs. They get 8 eggs for 4 people for a month. They could probably get like 2 cups of coffee for a month. You got to keep reusing the filter and figure out, they call it white coffee. That's what they call it in Cuba, white coffee now or some shit. They don't even have the coffee no more. The soil where all the fucking, those great tobaccos were grown, that soil has been abused. There's no good soil there. They've been banking on that soil since fucking 1920. It's 2020. That soil is fucking, that's why they're coming from the Dominican Republic, are they not? There's like Dominican cigars are big.
Really?
Yeah.
I know that.
That's, they got a grid that hasn't been built. That's been, I think a pirate built it. The electrical grid. Every time there's a storm, they lose power for 3 or 4 days.
And it's still a communist country?
Still a communist country, but on the other side of that, again, I'm talking hypocrisy because my cousins are there.
Okay.
My cousins belong to a national Cuban band. And guess what? They don't suffer. They don't suffer. They have beautiful homes, swimming pools. They get great money. My cousin performs everything. I'm not talking shit about it. I'm just telling you the realities of that fucking communist country. These people, they barely eat. They got no shoes. You see the cars in Cuba? Fucking a Cuban can fucking fix a car up, dog.
Right, they're all like 70-year-old cars, right?
Yeah, 70-year-old fucking cars. They still got them on the road with duct tape and elbow grease.
And I just don't know. our problem is they're communist, kind of like, so we don't let anything go in. It's like, is that the deal?
We have an embargo. So nothing American could go in there. We can't help them. We can't do anything. So they would maintain for years off of Russia. And then Russia went broke, and then they cut them off. So I think the only thing Cuba has is sugar. Yeah. They trade, but not sufficient. And the government takes all the big packages. You know what I'm saying? They just give you little buds.
Oh, yeah.
But then again, we're not, listen, we can sit here and talk about Cuba. There's places in Africa that are like that. I mean, listen, man, we goof around a lot and all that, but what's Palestine look like? Think about all these places now on earth. Think about what our fucking freedoms are. We get up and look at a hot dog. We get up and fucking go smoke pot or something like that. But then there's these fucking people and then you have to think about how lucky was I? God let me be born in the United States.
Oh, yeah.
Like, did you ever think about you could have been born in Africa with flies on you and people coming up to you with a dish in their mouth trying to talk to you and shit? And you're like, I don't know what to think. And I'm not saying that's bad. They might be looking at us.
Yeah.
Go and look at those billy goats in America with everything. But you ever think of that? That's when it really gets scary. When you're like, how lucky am I? But I wasn't born during fucking, in India during the fucking the cow scare of 1922 or whatever the fuck it is. You guys don't, you know what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely.
You have to at times go, what? Why was I so lucky that I was born in this country instead of Switzerland? Or fucking somewhere that's not kosher, where you see people like, you ever see that late night commercial? And all those people have the fucked up lips, and you got to send them money,
How
come we weren't born there? How lucky it was. So when you start thinking about that, you go, you know what? I got to do something with my fucking life.
Yeah. We're very lucky.
It's pretty fucking interesting. Let's take a breather. We're going to talk to you about a couple things today. DraftKings, Nick, Blue Chew. You know how we do it. We'll be back. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, I'm trying to class up my life, and that includes nicotine pouches. Nick is the best. So that's what Uncle Joey's going to use. Let me tell you something. These pouches are made with natural coconut fiber instead of wood pulp, and the flavors are amazing. Right now, I'm going to pop my favorite over here. This little raspberry lemonade is tremendous. My favorite. Listen, they got a bunch of flavors and nicotine strengths to choose from. So the world is your oyster. They even have a 0 milligram option available this month, so you can dial in the perfect experience. Listen to me. It's time to upgrade your nicotine pouches with Nick, just like I did. Right now, today, my listeners, the church family, get 35% off when you order through my exclusive link at nykdpouches.com/church, CHURCH. You can use the code up to 3 times. 3 times. Don't wait. Get 35% off right now on nykdpouches.com/church. And check out the church bundle with my favorite flavors. That's nykdpouches.com/church. NYKD products are only for adults of legal age, you little young hooligans. And every order is age verified, so don't even try it. This product contains nicotine. And warning, it's an addictive chemical. But listen, get down with Nick, Jack. Yo, Uncle Joey's here, and UFC 315 is almost here. I almost made that like a little rhyme. We got 2 big title fights with Muhammad versus Della Madelana and Valentin Shevchenko versus Marion Fiorek. It's going to be a good time, so you better get those bets in with DraftKings Sportsbook, and official sports betting partner of the UFC. If you're brand new to DraftKings, here's something big. New customers can bet $5 and get $200. Bang, bang, and bonus bets. That's insane. But we got it going on over at DraftKings. Where else can you get $200 to bet out of nowhere? That's right. Do you want to sit on the sidelines, or you want to get it on the right there under the action? Hear the punches, the kicks. DraftKings got over. DraftKings got how they're going to win. KO, decision, knockout, or submission.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Pressing code Joey, Joey, to get it on the UFC 315 action. That's code Joey for new customers. New customers to score 200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
We're back, bitches. Anyway, Lee Syatt is fucking done. Because he took a week off. He went to training. Everything was good. He went up there with his girlfriend. That means they're on 5 milligram edibles and the whole thing. And then
Do I ever get to defend myself?
Then
No,
his
it's not a
mother's
week
surprise
off.
party.
It's 400 milligrams.
Yeah, but that's why.
Yeah, but what do you mean that's
We
why?
gotta shock the fucking system. You took 10 days off. Didn't even bring an edible up there with you. Dicked around for 2 fucking weeks. You know. Now you want to tell me, I know what I'm talking about. My mother's 76. Listen, leave me alone, all right? You ate Puerto Rican food at some white people's house.
No, Puerto Rican food was really good.
White Puerto Rican.
But yeah, dude, if anyone had 400 milligrams, people come up to me and they tell me, like, I've had doctors come up to me and be like, we're surprised, like, you're okay.
Oh, tell them to go fuck themselves. They're all pussies, dude. These fucking doctors. They're a bunch of fucking pussies. They don't know dick about dick.
They know something.
I'm surprised you're still alive. When they knew so much, how come when I took the 800 milligrams in the hospital and my heart rate was up above the moon, how come they couldn't figure it out, okay?
Because they don't think people
And they looked in my eyes for like 10 minutes. They were
hospital.
looking in my eyes. They had lights in there. I'm like, you find the fucking helmet, you fuck. And they couldn't find it. So don't believe it, doctor. They don't know dick about the THC world. I've been involved in the THC. I'm 62 years old. You got to, at this point, you got to say he's been doing something for 50 fucking years. Because 12 is usually the starting point. I've been in this shit for 50 years. Nobody's died. Nobody's OD'd. Nope. Well, there's a couple people who have become retarded. But God loves them too. You know what I'm saying? God loves the retards too, and I'm one of them. I know it's affected me, but fuck, you know, you're not going to come to me with some Chinese story about reefer. Maybe anything else or pills or whatever. Not reefer. I've been living proof and all across the country. All across the country. From Thai weed in 83 here, all the way over there to the shit from the Golden Triangle before it was even the Golden Triangle.
What's the Golden Triangle?
I'm not going to tell you. It's those 4 cities, like up in Northern California by Humboldt and the other ones, and they grow weed up there.
Okay.
It looked like fucking coke in the 80s. That's how many white powders was in the fucking bag. So now people are going to come tell me about THC. I don't fucking think so. That's why when I go to weed stores, I just get aggravated. When people tell me that, oh, it's 29%, but you got terpenes. Listen, these terpenes don't do nothing. I need torpedoes, not terpenes. Terpenes are for faggots. I need torpedoes to shoot in my fucking brain. You know, we don't even get high on 29, 30% weed. I don't.
No.
I got to put it up there and add mafukia juice to it. And fucking, we've worked hard for this tolerance, and I'm fucking proud of it. So fuck you and fuck them. And fuck the doctor, too, I'm going to tell you. I hate when people, listen, you're not going to tell me that you got a license to smoke weed because your foot hurts. Listen, I'm too old. I'm too old. Just look me in the eye and go, listen, I like getting fucking high. Okay, then. Don't tell me you get high. Not you.
No, I know.
Like I'm accusing you. I'm not accusing you. You're good at it. What I'm saying is that fucking, you know, people want to right away, well, he's been smoking pot. I'm sick and tired of people blaming everything on fucking drugs. You know, maybe you were a retard when you started and you shouldn't have done drugs. Did you ever think of that? Because I know that was my problem. I wasn't ready for drugs, but I indulged in them and then went deep. And I wasn't ready for that. It broke me. And somewhere I made it back. I don't know where the fuck I made it back. I'm not all there, but I'm not fucked up either, hearing things. I live a very normal life. It's not like I'm fucking, you know. What do I care? If the weed keeps my powder dry, so be it. You have to figure out in life what keeps your powder dry. For some people, it's reading a book.
For some people, it's jumping off a fucking building. For some people, it's getting their dick sucked. And for some people, like me, I'm very content when I get to smoke weed at night. Very content. Very content.
And is it something you see yourself doing for the rest of your life?
Fuck yeah. So I'm in that fucking recovery room with the ear cancer and the fucking, you can't smoke in here, the oxygen. Go fuck yourself. I'm blowing the whole place up. Yeah, I'm blowing the whole fucking place up. I'm not going silent at night. I'm Uncle Joey, bitch. Speaking of which, we've discussed this person on the show again over the last couple of months because it's my entertainment right now. I don't have much entertainment. My form of entertainment is to torture certain people. I've been waiting 8 months to torture this girl, and she finally gave me the answer. This morning, I wake up at Monday morning like I do every fucking Monday, 6:15, and I just picked up my phone. I have my Whoop on there for sleep. So I usually do that while I'm waiting for the coffee to brew. I hit the Whoop button, and it tells me how hours I slept, how many times I woke up in the middle of the night. And usually, because I don't do drugs anymore, I don't have anybody calling me later. Every once in a while, I got somebody from California. There's a guy that's a writer that hits me up, but he fucking forgets. Like, I get the text message at 3 in the morning. I'm like, this guy's a fight. And he's from New York. That's what really burns me up. And he still texts me at 12 o'clock thinking it's 9 here. That's how retarded he is. So I got to hit him up every once in a while. Go, what the fuck out? You know, so this morning I woke up to 3 texts. And one of them was from this crazy girl. And I opened it up. And she goes, good morning. I just want to let you know I went to see Palm Reader, one of those people. And he said that you should be in my life. And he told me, or she told me, that I'm from a different planet. And I always knew I was from a different planet. But then I went home and told my mother, and she said that she's honored that that planet let her raise this girl. Nah.
Hold on.
Dog, I don't know what this is. So I put the fucking phone down. I get my glass of water with 22 ice cubes. I drink like 3 glasses of water. I go outside. It was raining this morning, but I still went outside. I had a hooded sweatshirt. So I went outside. I thank God for giving me another day. I'm thankful for what I got, for what I don't got. And then I deal with the world. And then after I finish that cup of coffee, I deal with the world. I didn't even deal with it then. I went downstairs and I sprayed the shit in my lungs and fucking read Yahoo. It was something I wanted to see if Houston won last night. I was looking through all that. And I finally went out, I smoked. When I came in, I go, now I'm ready to look at this fucking text message. Because sometimes I think I can't read. Sometimes I look at text messages and I don't even know who sent them. Like sometimes I can't see that. It's dark in my room when I get up and I just go to the bathroom, peep with my sweats on. So I look at this message again. I got a message from a buddy of mine, some other lunatic. And I look at her message. This is the one I wanted to see again. And again, I read. I went to see a hand reader, whatever the fuck. And he says that we should stay friends. And that fucking, I'm from another planet. And I always knew I was from another planet. Something just crazy talk. I had to put my glasses to actually look at it. And that she told her mother, and the mother said she's honored that the planet gave her to raise. And I'm like, wow, this is fucked up. I didn't even answer it. I just erased it because it was too heavy in the morning. I can't deal with that I can't deal with that heavy. Remember, I got a 12-year-old. She's going to come down the stairs any minute with some fucking nonsense. And I sit there and take it. You know, I'm to that point where I just turn the chair around and sit there and watch her just speak about something that I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, but that's...
But then I thought about it throughout the day. I'm like, this is my hook to torture. I got like one of those lights that people put up in front of those clubs in front of New York. You know what I'm saying? When you pull up in your limo and the light's going around.
Right.
You put one of those things in front of a house like 50 yards, like a beam of light that just shines through the window when she's watching TV. And we'll set her up like that, little by little. Leave like Martian shit on the car or something.
You're going to like pause you and go nuts.
So who cares? She's already nuts. If somebody goes to a palm reader, like if I went to a palm reader as a goof and this motherfucker told me that I was from another planet, How did you feel? What would I do?
Yeah.
I tipped them and walk out of there. I don't know. I don't fucking know, but I wouldn't believe it. I mean, I don't even want to get into that because then the fucking conspiracy people come at me. But it's just fucking weird what's happening in America today. It really gets. Grab the water. It's okay. Did you see that? He just had his hand up like Chiller Theater. Remember? He had that little Jew hoof up. Like he was scared. He couldn't even know what a. This is 400 million. And I ate like 6, this motherfucker.
I didn't see you eat 6.
I ate 2 here with you. And I ate 1 on the way up. And I smoked a blunt on the way up because it was bumper to bumper traffic. And I couldn't see. So I said, fuck it. If you're walking on ice, you might as well dance. If you're not going to see with all this rain, I had this half a blunt left, dog. I smoked it yesterday at my daughter's game. On the way to the game, because I was running late, I was fucked up. My wife went and got McDonald's for her, but I killed that shit. And then me and her were both sick last night. We had stomach aches. I had like 6 of those McNuggets and some fries. And a Dr. Pibb, and I was fucking fucked up. Mr. Pibb, whatever, Dr. Pepper, I don't even know no more. What happened, Lee? You're not going to give me the hand? He had the hoof. Fool is right. Yeah, I told you. We ain't fucking around here no more. We're adults now. You know what I'm saying? The church in LA was something different. You took 2-3 years off. And I told you, we're going to kick it back up again. And then you started fucking around with those edibles from New Hampshire and the faggy bagels and the whole fucking deal. And then now this is why you like this. You can eat 400 and fucking do backflips when I met you.
No, first of all, no, I couldn't.
Yes, you could. Now you eat 400, look at you. You're not even going to remember the score of the Celtic Knick game tonight. That's how fucked up you are, cocksucker.
It's not going to be good.
No, but it's okay. You need this once in a while. You too much of a...
What do you mean?
Last week you had a faggy week. That's bullshit. Work, a surprise party for mom. Come on. We got to pick it up a little bit. You got to tell me about some sex clubs. I got to have I got to have Eric come back in. Take you to the sex club. That's what you need.
I don't want to go to the sex club, but I love to see
You need something. You need something because you're too,
Dude, there was one.
You live in the city, you eat a bagel in New Hampshire. I've never seen anything like this. What?
There was a sex club that opened up in Connecticut right next to a church they just found.
Did you join?
No.
Then why you bothered before? Did you bring me a coupon so you could call them up and harass them?
No, I think they're closing it because it's like right next to a church.
I don't understand. They work from strength because if you want freaks, go to a church. That's where all those people that pray to God, they're the ones that fucking fuck little hookers on Tuesday nights after bingo and all that shit. They go down there and fuck a black chick even though they tell their wife they're racist. Right. That's what Christians and Catholics do. They're disgusting people. So a fucking hooker house next to a church would be the perfect fucking thing.
Well, it wasn't a hooker house, but yeah.
But anyway, I'm thinking of taking this girl like an Eddie Bravo Browns.
Oh my God.
Like running an all assault phone, video, tap into a house, make little fucking woo, like make those noises, outside the window.
Isn't she gonna watch this?
Huh?
Isn't she gonna hear this?
She what?
Wouldn't she hear this?
No, she don't watch this. She's too stupid. She wouldn't even put this on, even though that she's too stupid.
How long do you think this assault will take?
Right now, it's May 6th. By the time I get the wheels going with some torches, because you can't just hit them with one torch. You got to hit them with 3 in a row, like something in the car, like they got like a beam of light in the car, and that's easy. That's easy. That's around the corner. I don't know where she lives. That's the problem I have. That's the only thing. I got to follow her home one night, my wife's car or something, and fucking yeah.
It's so secretive. It's my wife's car.
I just gotta. When somebody tells me that they're from another planet, now we gotta work this. We gotta put like a little, like the hat Norton wore when he thought he was Captain Video, like one of those hats, the Space Rangers. The space hats that you put on.
Right.
We should put one on her car, just to let her know we're coming for you or whatever. Well, I gotta watch that movie with the Martians and the old people. What's that movie when the Martians come to the old folks' home and they got all that energy to fucking swim?
I don't know.
Come on, none of you motherfuckers ever saw that movie? One of the greatest movies of all time. Yeah, they're old people and they're in an old folks' home, and Martians came and put the eggs in their swimming pool. So if you swam in the fucking pool, you got the strength of the Martians. And these guys were 60, 70 fucking breakdancing. That's right. I did see it at your house. That's right. With Wilford Brimley and the guy from 48 Hours. The old guy from 48 Hours.
Is it Cocoon?
Cocoon. Cocoon is a badass fucking movie. So I could put something like that. You gotta watch Cocoon to see how the Martians attack. Maybe War of the Worlds. But everybody thinks they come in satellites and shit. So I gotta work it differently. We gotta hit her from a different perspective.
Or you could just leave her alone and hope she goes and tells someone else about this stuff.
Nah, it's too much fun. We gotta push her over the hill. One time we got just a little push over the hill to make her believe she's a Martian.
Oh my God.
That's what we need to do. I need to make her believe that she's really from another planet. And then she'll fucking listen, I don't need to do anything. I can just move on, you're right. But come on. I haven't had that type of fun since Eddie Bravo with the CIA. You know what I'm saying? When I told Eddie about the Joe as the CIA, that was my best work up to date. And when I used to call you and tell you not to pick up the phone because the cops were going to call you, don't say a word,
yeah,
and I hang up on you, same thing. They're all done like I go to a house and steal one of her shoes. Like, right, you break in a house and steal all her shoes, but only the right one.
Oh my God, that's
and
diabolical.
Leave a note. The Martians only dance on one foot. See, I'm thinking already. This is what I need. I need a little group here to help me. And we can fucking do this correctly. Push her over the top. She leaves the state.
And
she moves to New Mexico and wait for Martians.
Is that the goal? Like the goal is to get her to leave?
I have no goals. No, man. I just want to giggle, smoke dope. It's fucking insane how Friday night, I didn't want to tell you guys. I was really upset. I told my wife when she got home Friday night. I told her that right to her face. I go, I did this, I did that. I went to the weed store, I did a couple of things. And she goes, why? They went to see a play Friday night. And she goes, why didn't you go out? Why didn't you? And I'm like, I sat there all night thinking about what I was going to do. And then I said, you know what? I got Patreon, like Patreon money that I never spent. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'll cash it out and go to a strip club and just throw a bunch of singles up in the air. Right? Like, I even thought of that. And I'm like, nah. And I was thinking about all these. Maybe I'll go up north. Maybe I'll just walk into a disco. I was thinking about going to that fight. Now I kick myself in the air. It was at that fight at Times Square. Brutal. We fucked up. Mike Tyson was there with Bro Durant. I would have died because there were VIP seats. I would have just sat next to Bro Durant and picked his fucking mind all night. He loves talking Spanish, whatever he can remember of it. Huh? Garcia lost, yeah. What do you think? It's fucking, that was Monday, cocksucker. You don't think even a bird by now came over and told me, hey, Garcia lost. But, I just felt bad. Like, I could see, like, weekends, I used to lose my mind. Like, when I robbed the lady downstairs, or the lady upstairs from me, it was a Sunday. Because I get bored. On the weekends, I don't listen. I don't eat on a Wednesday, it don't bother me. I don't smoke pot on a Wednesday, it don't bother me. But on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you gotta be doing something. You gotta smoke some dope, eat some food. And that's when I would just rob you. Like, by Friday, I did my worst crimes on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because I just didn't even have the patience. Like, enough with this shit. I'm eating a steak. I'm getting Chinese Szechuan beef. And all I wanted was Szechuan beef, pork fried rice, and egg roll, and a $20 bag of reefer. I don't ask for much. I can see if I was saying, well, I want to go to Club Venetian and walk in with a helicopter. No, I didn't want all that shit. I just wanted shredded beef from that Chinese restaurant in Fort Lee, pork fried rice, and egg roll, a little wonton soup with some noodles, and I'd walk across the bridge. How's that be? I'd walk across the bridge to save on bus money and burn the calories I ate from that fucking Chinese food. But after a while, and this Friday, it hit me. When my wife came home, it was this close to crying. and going, what type of man that's 60? And I told her, I can go to that fucking Bourbon Street and throw singles up in the air. That money's not going anywhere. It's just single money. I could just throw it up in the air, like $1,800, like, and just go, ooh, and make believe I'm a big shot. I'm like, no. Why would I want to do that? I mean, nothing seemed good.
There's nothing like, what about no trip you'd like to take?
No what?
Trip?
On a Friday night at 8 o'clock or 7:30 at night? There's no fucking trips. I'm talking about immediate. What can I do to get my fucking whistle hot and to keep my powder dry on a Friday night? There was really nothing. I mean, I'm not going to one of those Jersey restaurants with the chubby chick with smoke around her and she's doing some belly dance routine and they got the John Wick music when they shot the Italian chick. Oh, in the background. I don't want to see that shit. Like, what's her name? Lori? What's the chick from North Bergen that goes out every week with the hairpiece? She's got the fucking hairpiece and the whole thing. And she goes
she's
to
loving this conversation.
Yeah, they go to some club in like Teaneck, and there's always that chubby Arab dancing. I don't want to see no chick dancing with her stomach out when I'm trying to eat fucking food. And they got that creepy John Wick music in the back. All these New Jersey people that are fucking basically white trash are sitting there making believe. There's a bunch of mopes walking around with giant shirts on a Friday night with hats, jet hats, and tattoos. And I'm like, nobody's getting pussy in that place. Look at the shape of that fucking place. Ain't nobody getting a fucking piece of tart in there.
No.
So I was like, when Terry got home, she goes, you didn't do nothing. I went out for a ride. I did this. You know, I couldn't get myself. There's some days, bro, I love to eat at a restaurant. You guys know. I fucking love it. If I didn't have to eat at home, I'd be the happiest man in the world. But every time I go to a restaurant, it's drama now. Except when we go to all little restaurants. But even tonight, this motherfucker's got chicken noodle soup. What am I, 80? I'm 62. Fucking give me some love in there. But every time, like if you go to a good restaurant, it's what water do you want? Do you want a cocktail? Just give me the fucking food. Yeah, can I get a selfie? You're like, you know what, man? I'm just trying to fucking eat my food, you know? So I don't even go out. Friday nights is a shitty night to go out anyway, by me. All the restaurants are packed. There's a wait list. Where you going? You want to go fight people? It's not even worth it. The food comes late. They don't come at all, you know. Yeah. What happened to my fucking steak? You wanted a steak? No. I'm sitting here because fucking, you know, Moses is making a comeback. You know. The fuck is wrong with people?
And it would be better to do it on a slower night because I went when it was busy and it was really loud, so it was like hard to hear people in Boston.
Yeah, you went out Friday night to a surprise party.
Yeah.
With 80 people in the room that you don't know, you fucked. Anyway.
I'm just saying it's hard to hear, so we went on.
Sure, it's hard. I can't hear anything as it is.
Right.
If you have a conversation with somebody, I can't hear you. I'm lost. So never mind music and John Wick music. Whatever that shit they listen to. And I'm supposed to be impressed. Oh, I love this. You're from fucking Carney. Okay? Knock it off. You're from Carney. You've been sucking dick since you were 8. And now you want to tell me about fucking, yeah. What the fuck is wrong with people? I don't know, man. You don't need to have an idea, my brother. It's another week. What do you got for comedy this week?
This week I have a couple of shows. I have a show actually. I had a temple on the Lower East Side on Thursday.
Okay, bomb alert. Bomb alert. There's going to be 3 cops out there and shit.
And then on the 9th, I'm going to be at Morristown at the Colonial Comedy Show.
What is that? That's not the dojo?
No, it's next to the dojo, or it's near to the dojo. It's cool. I got it vetted by Vic. It's cool.
You're burning bridges.
I'm not.
I get nervous already.
I'll give him a call about
Ali Akbar. Anyway, that's what you're gonna hear outside your little Jew show Thursday night. Ali Akbar, the spitball.
But yeah, and then I will be with Josh Wolf in Virginia at the end of the month.
That's the end of the month. Why are you confusing people?
Because you brought it up earlier.
Huh?
Because you brought it up earlier.
No, then May 17th is done. We got next Thursday, we're at the dojo. We're a 3-on-2 show. This Thursday, I'm going to stop by Alfred Robles on Thursday night. George will be gone. be at the Stress Factory maybe Thursday night to see my brother Al. Wednesday, maybe the dojo. You know, I got to get my shit together. You know what I'm saying? I'm slipping. Fucking slipping. Last week was just, the stitches got loose. I started my court case last week on fucking Zoom. Listen, I don't know if you've ever been to court. When you go to court on Zoom, that's a complete different fucking sound. I don't know who I'm looking at. And the judge looked like me, but she was a woman with glasses on. And when she popped up on the screen, I'm looking at my wife going, these motherfuckers, that's a meme. That's a meme with me with glasses on. And the judge is like, hi, good afternoon. Thank God she didn't hear me. Thank God.
What happened?
Because I'm like, she didn't move. She just came on the screen and was looking. I'm like, that motherfucker put up a meme with me with glasses and a black wig on. She got a bunch of wrinkly face like mine. I'm like, what's going on with this fucking woman? Next thing you know, she goes, hi, she wasn't really a judge. She was a mediator. So in LA, you have to have a mediation first, court ordered mediation.
Okay.
And then it goes to trial June 30th.
Oh, shit.
I started trial June fucking 30th on Zoom. Every day after 5 o'clock. Because 5 o'clock is 2 o'clock back then. So June 30th at 2 o'clock, we're in court. And it's not criminal charges. Right. It's a civil suit against a weed company. Right. Like 4 of them. For using my likeness. This motherfucker went off, Jack. He went off.
I don't know. I don't know what I can ask. So
ask with your little clown.
I don't know.
What's the matter? God damn it! I'm gonna have to drop you off at children's hospital.
You have to like sit in and you don't watch a trial go on.
It's not. I don't know if they're doing jury. It's just a judge, and now we gotta sell how much money I get. That's it.
Cool. That's cool.
Yeah. I'm not gonna get rich. It's not like I'm gonna see a millionaire, but at least I make this guy fucking pay. You know, that was the most important thing. He gave me his word, the whole thing. Thank God I got an attorney, and he put it on contract. And then the guy tried to play a Louis L'Amour, and my attorney was like, "Nope, not this time, motherfucker." And it's heavy duty. Like he's got nowhere to go because if he doesn't pay it, they take his license. And even if he doesn't pay it, then they go into the weed store and we sell weed and make a profit until we get our money on 100K, whatever the fuck it is. And then there's the taxes and attorney fees. Like I said, this is why when people say to me, do you want to get into a weed business? I tell everybody no. It's not, I don't have the time. If I had the time and if I knew what I was doing, like I had a scientist next to me that was growing the weed, and we just combined forces, I would be interested. But I'm not. And people, first of all, I hate when people ask me to go into business with them and they show up with like 25% weed. Obviously, you didn't listen. So you failed. You failed already. Right. I've been around 12 years preaching the same shit, smoking the same amount of weed. Anybody, except that idiot in Jersey City that gave us that fertilizer. 20 bags of 23%. You know, unless you didn't know. You didn't know, so I don't even want to do business with you. Because you didn't even take the time to study it, that my tolerance is off the chain. And you're showing up with that bad breath weed, 23%, that don't do nothing to fucking nobody. I got to give it away. Right. And they all say the same. Well, this stuff's going to kill you. Listen, this stuff ain't going to do a fucking thing to me. I'm up there. My tolerance is up there. You know, I was telling the chick at the weed store, when they gave me that RSO, first thing I put it on was the edibles that George gives me, the 2,500 milligram chocolate bar. They wanted me to put on a 5 milligram. I'm like, a 5 milligram doesn't even go in my mouth. Just out of principle. Because I failed myself. So I would break them, and each piece would be $12.50, and I put that thing on it, and then I make a s'mores crunch. I put another piece on it, and a fucking another layer, and I ate it one afternoon. Oh my God. Was it a fucking mistake? It was a mistake and a half. Hey, I'm a big boy now.
But how's it a mistake? You like purposely made this sandwich. That's so, dude.
Let me ask you a question.
What?
When you went to McDonald's and got the fish sandwich, and you looked at it and said,
first of all,
okay, whatever, it's the same thing. I choose to edible myself to death and didn't think about it. You looked at a Whopper and said, okay, this is my third Whopper. This ain't gonna do nothing to me. It's the same.
Dude, yeah. But I've never heard of an RSO sandwich. That's like what,
And Michael
8,000
Jackson
milligrams?
cheese. Whatever it is, it is. C'est la vie. Life is, you can't walk on one leg. Pretty soon we're gonna be dead, Lee. Did you ever think about that? Like, I'm fucking pissed off. I'm 62 and I got a bunch of life left.
So
I have
why do
a
you want
bunch
to
of
be
life.
fucked up?
Seriously, like I have a bunch of life left. I feel like having a party and hiring like 10 hookers and stabbing 8 of them and pulling their hairs and fucking and sucking, but I can't. I'm a fucking old man. I can't. I have a hard on for 8 minutes and then it disappears for 2 hours. The chicks are sitting around biting their nails on my fucking money. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of fucking things going on, and I feel good about it. I never thought that I would have like that. I'm lying to you if I tell you I have a lot of things. I have nothing going on. I have a podcast. I do a couple comedy shows, but I have a lot of things going on in my house, and I really like that. This is a whole new set of life for me. I always ask myself, what would I rather be doing? That's my game I play in my head. What would I rather be sitting here? Or would I rather be somewhere blowing bottle rockets out of my asshole? That's the game. Well, what's worth it to me? I'm really happy at my house. I can't believe I tell you this, guys. I remember when I would have friends and I would ask them, why do you leave the house? Bro, it gets boring in my house. You got everything in your house. You got a pool table, you got a TV, you got a VCR. This is back in like 2000, the 90s. It used to drive me crazy when people went out. And I used to always say, I can't wait to have a house. You'll never see my Cuban ass. And that's exactly what's happened.
Why would you want to leave your house? It's everything you like, no matter what it is there.
I'm a lazy fuck in the sense that I can come up here and train jiu-jitsu. I won't. It's 2 hours out of my life. I don't have any. I don't have it. It's not like the old North Bergen. I come up at 1 and there's 18 people on the street having sandwiches somewhere. It's not like that. But at the same time, I like everything about my house. I'm lazy.
That's
I want everything to be 10 minutes from my house, 15 minutes.
But you're not like that's where we were talking about like the delivery. Like you don't do that. Like that's one level you don't, because there's people who don't leave the house at all.
No. Listen, that's stupidity. Okay, that is stupidity. I'm talking about getting up at 7, reading, drinking coffee, writing a little bit. You have to go to work, whatever. You have to leave the fucking house, okay? Those are losers. Those people are fucking losers, okay? You got to wash your pussy every morning because those are the people that complain the most about life. And I'll tell you, you get in the fucking shower. I look at the contrast. I look at the difference. I think about 94 when I would wake up with not a dime in my pocket. Not a dime. Hungry, puking from the night before, did everything I did in coke, sold every CD I got. So before I get started, I got to walk to the hill and steal a Bruce Springsteen album and walk it to the store and sell it to get $12 so I could eat breakfast. Now it's a different scenario. Now I wake up and okay, whatever. But every morning, the first sign of depression starts when you don't shower. That's number one. Get up, don't shower, walk around with a robe all day. Do that 3 days. It's like shoot heroin 3 days. You're hooked. So first thing I do after I drink that coffee is I wash my pussy. You open up that curtain and go, God, thank you for giving me a fucking another day. I'm going to be better than I was yesterday. I'm going to be stoner than I was yesterday, in my case. If you thought I was high yesterday, God, wait till you see me today. This Forrest Whitaker eye is going to be all the way down by 6:30. I give 0 fucks, Jack. But it's crazy. Like, then you do what you got to do. For me, listen, I always have a good day if I go to the gym. And if I have good numbers at the gym, my tickets are
good numbers in terms of what, like what your workout was?
Like I went to boxing today and my thing was 14.5. It's never been 14.5 in the year I've been here.
Oh, you're on your Whoop or something?
Yeah, my Whoop. It's just a strain went off. Just because I see the exercises now that get my heart going. So what I did was I wanted to get my heart at 175 and stay there.
Why is that?
Because that's what doubles. I should be at 150, but I want to improve my cardiac intake. So I go to 175 and keep it over 20 minutes. It's like a long pace, So that's what I did. That's my best day. I stop. I get a fucking freshly made juice. I go home. I take the garbage out. I do whatever errands my wife needs for me to do. Sometimes I gotta go food shopping. Sometimes I gotta go to fucking CVS and get 18. You know, I gotta do shit at the house too. That's not bad. I mean, after like 3 o'clock, if I go home and I'm like, Mercy's home, my wife is home, I'm home, the cat's home, and I got 2 bags of weed. Where we going? And just chicken on the biscuit upstairs. I got those cookies last week, old school chicken on the biscuit. And you put that cancer cheese on it. Ooh. I should be getting a lump on my neck any fucking day now. Tremendous. It was so fucking good, George. You know, and that listen, you have a home, have a computer there, have 4 TVs, 5. You can watch TV anywhere you want. Old TVs, new. I got the TV I bought with Terry in 2001 in my bedroom. Fuck yeah, bro. That's the first TV we brought together. The fuck? You don't throw that shit out. That's the first thing we ever bought together. Took a year. We got a new TV. $250. I went to one of those gigs up north. On the way back, I stopped at one of those outlets. The TV weighs 800 pounds. 8 people need to carry this fucking thing. But dog, it's still that motherfucker still works and it still looks good. Yeah, you just can't get the other thing out.
Sound?
No, that sound be Momo. The other thing, you know, what? Yeah, I can't get that. What's it called? Roku.
Oh, okay.
I can't get Roku on it, but I have Netflix on it and I got HBO on it. Yeah, Netflix is on the remote, so. When I find comfort, I got a punching bag in my garage. I got kettlebells. I got a fucking thing that you connect music now, and it's louder than fuck. So I go in the garage at night, I hit the bag. Fucking Bob Lingus just sent me a great book about Rodney Dangerfield. I went for like the 2nd chapter. I got to call him tomorrow and thank him. I'm getting back into reading, so it's different. I don't want to be around a lot of people. You know, I still haven't been to New York to do comedy. It's been 5 fucking years.
Why not?
Just that thing going over the bridge just scares me. The tunnel, I don't know. Maybe someday I'll break the fucking. We could probably make it over there tonight and do Aaron's show, but you're in no shape.
No, I wonder why.
Look at the shape of you, cocksucker. Like I said, I got nothing this week. They're all guest spots. If I do anything, I've been writing. I'm really excited about the 27th. I'm really excited about Philly on the 17th. Then July, we'll figure out what the fuck they got. I'm trying to get a little bar by my house. Something close to my house. You know?
There has to be something.
It has to be like 20 minutes from my house, the most. I can go to once a week, bring a comedian down, pay him, and do 30 minutes.
You know what would be cool? Like if there's a coffee shop or something that's closed, usually at night.
Yeah, but I want people to drink. I don't want people to drink coffee. What is this? What is this? I want people to feel loose. I want people to be able to get an appetizer if they want. I don't want this bar that's huge with like a hole in the wall so people can hear the, no. Like a side room in the back, like what you're telling me at your buddy's, Cafe Tivoli, I'm just not making the hour drive. I'm not making the hour drive. That's never going to happen. Right. So, yeah, dog, at least I'm honest. At least I'm fucking honest. That's why, if I'm going to make the hour drive, I might as well go to a comedy club. You see what I'm saying? Right. So it's 10 minutes by my house. Somebody, like the Brass Rail has an upstairs. But then people got to go down those stairs and fall. And that's what scares me. Or you have to throw somebody out and they fall. Or my fat ass falls. You know, so this is what I want something that has a back room, 85 people. It's nice. Give me a waiter or a waitress. Give them a limited appetizer. Let's do it right. Sound. And we could start building something little by little. But I don't want to do 800 seats. No. That shit. Just like what Willie Barcena had in Los Feliz. It was upstairs of a Mexican restaurant. And every Monday had 20 people there that would go off and eat, drink margaritas and tacos. And we did it every Monday. I would go up there and do it. 10 o'clock show. And that's what I'm looking for. So if I could get my hand on something like that, I would be real. That would take a big chunk of my responsibilities out. But I had a definite place to perform once a week. The hour, the 25 minutes, that shit ain't gonna work. I want something in my neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's it, and that's that. It's been another interesting episode of the New Testament. I don't know what happened to Lee today. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean you don't know what happened?
All I saw was
It's
little
a
claw
mystery to
hands.
you what happened?
All I saw was little
I have
claw
no
hands.
idea.
I have no idea.
You came in here. Here's 2 of these.
2 what?
Of the 200 AVX.
Yeah, because I told you we were going to shock the system.
Why?
Because you've been fucking around going to surprise parties for 70-year-olds and shit. And eating with Jews that don't know nothing on a Saturday night.
I had a party for my mom and her
eating
family.
bagels and shit. God damn it, from New Hampshire. This is it's just bad. It's just very bad. So we had to shock your system tonight. Hopefully when you get home tonight, you go down the stairs and get a nice, decent, real bagel to get you back on track. And that's it. I don't know what to tell you motherfuckers anymore. We will have 10 guests next week, and we'll be back. Lee gave you his day. Look at me, evil eyes.
I'm not.
You look like Netanyahu after the attack yesterday.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Netanyahu's going off again.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, that's it. They did something yesterday by the airport. So, he's giving them the Hoochies. The Moochies or something. Those motherfuckers. Until I bump into one of you Hoochie motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? Shooting down chips and shit. They're the same people that killed Tom Hanks in that movie, right?
It's the Hooties?
The one about they stole the boat, the African with no teeth. Anyway, who gives a fuck? The New Testament will be back next week. We love you. Stay black. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, every once in a while you need a little boost in the bedroom. Like me the other night. It was like 15 seconds and I blew a gasket. You know what I'm saying? Blue Chew is the OG brand offering chewable tablets for better sex, and it's now better than ever. Trust me when I'm telling you. Introducing Blue Chew Max, which combines the active ingredients of Viagra, Cialis into one powerful chewable. Ba-bam! Listen, you take one of these things, you put it in your wallet, you bump into a pigeon on the pond, and there you have it. You pop one of these pills, she asks you what it is, you tell her it's a breath mint, and then you go fucking bananas. Great sex is just a few clicks away. Sign up on their website, answer a few questions. It's very easy, all right? And if you're approved, you'll get your prescription in just days. The mailman delivers it, nobody knows nothing, not even your mother. Maybe you live with your grandmother in the basement because you're a mook, but you're a mook who slings dick. You know what I'm saying? Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the church family on a Tuesday morning. You ready for this? Try your first month of Blue Chew for free when you press in promo code Joey. Joey, Joey. Ladies, if you're listening to this, go ahead. What do you got to put 5 of those in your little purse? You go down the shore, you jump up and down with your men. They're a little lame. They're drinking cocktails. You blast them with some coffee, and you hit them with a Blue Chew. Forget about it. 12 minutes later, you're in the bedroom getting your hair pulled. You follow me? Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. And I want to thank you guys also. What's happening, beautiful people? It's Tuesday, the 29th of April. We're almost done with this month, baby. Bring on the dancing girls. It's the church New Testament coming at you live on a Tuesday morning. Welcome back to church! What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey with his beautiful and Jewish co-host, Sayat.
Shalom.
Looking beautiful on a Tuesday morning. What's happening?
I've been good. I've been missing the Netanyahu minute. You've slowed down a little bit on that.
Listen,
did someone get to you?
Information's coming in very cloudy. I don't want to say stuff, and then people say Joey's putting out misinformation.
Can you imagine if you were like, what is that called? Where like you're a plant for Israel?
I don't fucking
You're
know.
an industry plant for Israel?
Yeah, no, I'm not an industry plant for nobody. I'm just a fucking guy trying to get it together. You know what I'm saying? I'm old. I'm just trying to do some stand-up. I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore. I was telling you on the way in here, I had a situation last week with the fucking friend of mine. I like to say dear friend of mine, but I feel bad because she called and I could see that it was a setup to something, and then finally the clouds parted and showed me the true color of the sky. She's like, can you come over here for my birthday and buy dinner? Like, that was the last fucking thing. And I just felt like, like I was telling these guys, if I see you every day, you're like, come over and buy me dinner for my birthday, or come over for my birthday dinner, I'll go over there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I haven't seen this person in 2 or 3 months. 2 months tops.
I can't, I don't get angry at a lot of people. There's a big difference between come over for my birthday and come over and buy me dinner for my. I hate more than anything people assuming that you're going to do something for them. I'm a generous. You're very generous. I'm not as generous as you, but I would buy a friend something just because I wanted to. For anyone who would ask me for that, I don't think would be my friend. To be very honest,
no, it's just
that's a terrible thing to ask someone.
They're fucking wacky. They have certain expectations and stuff, but it was one of the wacky, and I didn't even get mad about it till like Tuesday.
Because you didn't realize what you had said.
I didn't even think about it. Like, I have so much going on in my coconut that I just realized on the drive now, a week later, that fucking this is what went down. I'm like, that was the weirdest, because I never heard from her again. What a coincidence that you don't call the next day and go, hey, I'm sorry how that came off.
Right.
I was just goofing with you, blah, 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 blah. No, never again. That's why it proved to me that that's what they call for you to just to go buy a dinner and make believe you're their friend for life
and those people
take pictures and balloons and shit.
She didn't buy you dinner for your birthday.
I didn't even see it for my birthday.
Exactly. Like, that's such a fucking bullshit thing to ask somebody.
I didn't even hear from her on my birthday, I don't think. But I'm the type of guy, I don't worry about that.
Right, of course you don't.
Listen, people have lives. How many times have you sat there and it's 11:30 at night and you're watching the news or you're about to watch, after the news, and that guy that always comes on, hi, it's Wednesday, April 30th, and you're like, April 30th? That's a familiar fucking date. And all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, that's my best friend's birthday. You've been so busy all day. Now what are you going to do? Pick up the phone at 12:30 and call him? No, you got to call him the next day and go, dog, how long we been friends? I'm sorry. So if you don't think that happens in my world, it happens. When people call me a week later and go, dog, I didn't even realize it was your birthday. You think I sit there and hang up on them?
No.
You think listen, life is so fast and quick. Life is fast and fucking quick, man. And after a certain age, you're like, I don't even worry about birthdays.
Bro,
you got a kid. You know what I'm saying? But your friends, you just call them up and say happy birthday. You put it on the Facebook page,
Right.
Happy birthday with explosions or whatever the fuck they put on there, That's my deed for the day. I go on Facebook in the morning, somebody's birthday, I fucking send them a happy birthday.
That's more than anything.
Going, what the fuck, this guy, how come he said, I grew up with you. You fed me once. Something happened that just propelled me to fucking happy birthday to that.
And that should be more than enough. Like, dude, I can't tell. I'm a weird person, I guess, but I'm busy. And for my birthday, what I love more than anything is to not have to do anything. Is to just stay home and get like something I want to eat and not have to do shit like that. To have like a birthday month and they have like 8 activities planned.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that shit. I have people who celebrate that birthday. Let's say their birthday's on Thursday, they start Wednesday night, and they go straight to Sunday. And Sunday is like the big day, and you're like, you're not gonna get me on that day. You got 1 day out of me. I'm not doing 4 days a year because it's your fucking goofy birthday.
No,
it's 1 fucking day. Unless you got a pound to blow. Then we go till we go. You know what I'm saying? Then we go till we go. But I'm not gonna sit there and listen, man. Some people are really weird about their birthday. Right, and everybody loves having those birthday dinners. And the problem with those birthday dinners is that 10 to 12 people show up. And then it's a fucking challenge when the check comes. It's a challenge. The people were like, well, I had 2 drinks at $12.95. Well, bitch, there's a thing called tax and tip.
Okay, so $12.95. That's $26 right there. I expect to see a 40 out of you. Without even hesitation. You bring up the crowd. That's the thing that kills me. That's why I don't get involved in those. That's why when I go to those, I make sure I pick up the tab. Because I don't want to sit there when Jeopardy happens. And they pass it to each other. And then they put the calculator. Listen, either take the card out or don't put the fucking calculator out. You're fucking embarrassing me.
Oh, it's the worst.
Just put the fucking card out. So if you go to dinner with 12 people, at 100 a shot, 3 of them got to be outies. Right? 4 of them out of 12 got to be, they're going to sneaking drinks, $16 martinis, trying to get one on you. Now you got, that's $1,200 plus, that's $1,600.
Right.
I can't cover, I'll tell you all to suck my dick, $1,600.
No, fuck
$600,
that.
$500, I'll cover on the American Express, tell my wife a lie and fucking, But that shit of 12 people, I don't go to those.
No.
Once it's more than 4 people, I don't want to, because once the check comes, everybody, I don't know what happened. They start talking about the past, the future. I gave you a gift last year. I gave you a pet elephant. Listen, that was last year, motherfucker. The tab just came. And right now, I saw you over there having a good time drinking Zombos and fucking, eating everybody's food and shit. Now the check comes and those people who show up to your birthday thing and they're like, I'm not going to eat. I'm not hungry. I'm dieting lately. I've been fasting. Wait till that first fucking Chinese spare rib.
I'll just have one.
And then they have one. Then they have a piece of egg roll. Then your fat sister can't finish the lo mein. Fat people always get lo mein. You always know.
We really do.
They love lo mein, fat people. The fucking bag of fucking spaghetti. And then, then the check comes and nobody knows nothing. Then she sits there. I just drank water. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You ate half the fucking check here in cat little morsels. And just come, you came. Throw at least $50 in.
And it's always, have you ever had this where like they act like they're a big baller and then comes time to tip? Like I was just out to dinner with somebody and it was like a $200 tab and he was like, he wanted to leave $20 for the tip. And it took me a minute and I was like, hold on. He's like, that's enough. And he's like, it's in cash. They're going to love it. And I was like, wait a second, that's like 10 per, you can't, and I don't know the server, but like I would feel so terrible doing that. Like I was just in a hotel and that episode of The Sopranos was on where that server came out talking shit to Chris and Paulie, I think, and they hit him in the head with the brick and killed him.
Yeah.
And then like, dude, I can't imagine. I as a server, I'd want to yell at people, and I never did. And I can't, like, the people who under tip piss me off just as much as those people.
I was never a server. If you know anything about me, people under tip piss the shit out of me.
Oh yeah, it's like the worst thing.
I always eat an extra tip. Like if I go out with 3 families, and one of them decides to, I go, you know what? I pulled the chick aside, especially if there's kids at the table.
Oh yeah.
If there's kids at my table, I'll always tip happy, and I'll pull her aside. Not the fucking bus boy, because that shit will go back to the door, whatever the fuck. You know what's crazy about those migrants? They really like their little backpacks, don't they? They're like half retarded. You always see them with their little fucking backpacks. I just saw like 10 of them. And they all got that military hairdo. Like, I don't know who cuts there. It's not even a flow beat. It's something else, because it's a flow beat unleashed or some shit. It's like go straight up this way, but all of them are like half momos with these fucking backpacks. I don't get it. I can't. You put a backpack on. I can't put a backpack on.
What do you mean you can't put a backpack on?
Fuck, you like such a retard. When I see somebody with a backpack, that kid, I would have mugged him in high school, or even now I'd mug him, just for general purpose.
What do you do with your shit?
If you gotta carry that much shit, then you need a new life. Where the fuck are you going with all that shit?
They're looking for new lives. That's all they
where
fucking
the fuck
have.
are you going? They got those bags, and it's like they're in the Marines, and they're walking down, 8th Avenue. Where you going? Where the fuck are you going? I'm just curious. Where the fuck are you going?
Yeah.
What's in that fucking thing?
Supplies?
What kind of supplies? A computer? Okay.
A computer? Oh, for me or because I love a backpack.
Yeah, I could tell. But you see me, I've had a backpack for years. I put something in it, and I carry it like a man. I'm not gonna put it on my back like fucking.
But
Agent
that's
Orange.
why you have it. You flew to Texas And all you had was, I think all you had was your sleep apnea machine as your carry-on. Like, you didn't have and headphones.
And headphones.
What if you don't like carrying a sweater,
it's on my
charger?
It's in my sleep apnea bag.
Now, what about, because I've never had, knock on wood, but like, what if they lost your bag and you don't have shit? You don't worry about that?
Listen, I always got weed on me. Just in case for the luggage.
Clothes or
Fuck clothes. We can always buy clothes. You can't get the weed we're flying. You know what I'm saying? You can't smoke that weed. So there's always weed. There's always edibles in that bag. And that goes right to security. They don't even stop me.
No.
I put the weed in my sneakers now. They don't give a fuck.
Well, dude, we just had the DEA guy on. He said they don't give a shit about anything.
No.
Which is crazy.
But they do. They do, but they don't. You're not going to go through the airport with a pound of weed on your shoulder.
Right.
But you got to hide it a little bit, dope it up, not let it stink.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then there's weed in my bag. So if the weed gets there, the only thing I need from that bag is a hose. I could borrow one of those. I get one from Amazon, delivered to the hotel in 8 hours.
Oh, what, for the sleep apnea machine?
Yeah, so the only thing I don't put in there is my hose. But everything else is in there. Computer, glasses, wallet, nicotine gum, even for a day, just in case. Look, I'm hip. Sometimes you get to the airport and they tell you got a 9-hour delay. What are you going to sit there like a fucking Momo? Nah, now you go back to the hotel room. Right across the street, go right back, listen. And on the way back, you got no gel, you buy a hat. I got like 3 hats from places that I wouldn't even put a hat on. I just went to the airport, I doped it up. Before it pops back up, the monkey spit wears off. I put a fucking hat on there, and that's it. I'm looking good.
I really don't have that problem, but I can't find a hat that fits my head.
No, look at it. Look at the size of that fucking thing.
And I bought a hat recently, and I like it, but I feel like such a douchebag.
Oh, that little Puerto Rican hat?
Yeah,
keep wearing.
That's like an old Jewish man's hat. What am I'm trying
to fucking faggot on roller skates. What are you doing roller skates?
Dude, can you imagine me on roller skates in New York City? I would die immediately.
Hat on? Oh, you'd make $10,000 in the morning.
Well, how?
Renting that asshole on roller skates. Because there's nothing more than a fag like to fuck you in the ass while you're on roller skates. You give him some roller skates and he's behind you. He's fucking in the ass of Saturday Night Fever.
Just on the way to work.
Just staying alive up the ass. You could be doing that fucking thing. What do those people do in the Olympics? With the skates and shit?
The synchronized skating or something?
Yeah, staying alive. He's just fucking with got a whistle, a Judas Priest hat. Forget about it. Who's better than Lee with roller skates? I would pay to see 2 faggots fucking on roller skates.
Yeah, I think so.
If you think this episode ain't gonna get 18 and under,
fuck
it's all
now.
over already.
Oh my god!
Listen, guys, if you're sick of this 18 and under shit, just go to Spotify and Apple. We're trying our best, but obviously it's not working no more. They want to put us on 18 and under. We don't even smoke pot on the fucking show. We don't even play music. We've taken away so many fucking things because, it's a shame.
It's crazy how far YouTube has fallen.
So you could use music on Spotify if you subscribe to Spotify.
Yeah.
You could use their music on a podcast or something.
Yeah.
There's something weird. So, can we stream on Spotify or fucking do anything?
We can put video on there. I don't think they do live streaming yet.
This is, you can't say what's in your heart no more. And I'm not going to sit here and amendments and, the freedom of speech. That's bullshit, okay? That's bullshit in my fucking world. That's for comics that want to just make something up. We're Avengers. Yeah, okay, good. You haven't paid your taxes in 3 years, but you're trying to fucking normalize life by fucking saying some fucking amendment or something. I don't even know what the fucking thing is.
But dude, it's crazy. Because think about it. When we started podcasting, whatever it was,
each other on fire, farting.
Oh my god,
we were doing everything, and then something happened. And listen, this is what it is now. I'm not mad at YouTube. They went corporate. Rules tightened up, and this is the way it's going to be.
It is, but it's also like, because I don't know if you knew this, YouTube right now is the number one it's the number one place in the world where people watch and listen to podcasts. And the reason why people love podcasts is because of the hosts. They have a relationship with them. And podcasts like ours started like that. We're the reason why YouTube is up so high. I mean, yeah, a lot of it, but and then for them to be so short-sighted, I understand if you want them to be 18 plus, but don't hide us. Don't not tell people that we put up a video we're not even doing anything that crazy. We're like it's so wild where things have gone.
And then what the consumer doesn't understand is they watch an old podcast and they watch one of these and they go, these guys changed. We didn't change. We didn't change. Just the rules changed.
Yeah.
Still quite. If there was no foul, no harm, no foul, guys, I'd have a 3-foot bong in here. I got one somewhere. I got the power one. Don't we have the power one with the fucking hoses and shit?
Oh shit.
This is it. Don't you think I like to talk about music? We had Dina. We didn't talk about music. Couldn't even put it on.
Yeah.
That's not us. It's not that we're lame. It's the rules that they... Listen, I spoke to my friend who has the highest podcast in the world, and they 18 him over when they see Potsdam.
Mm-hmm.
So, guys, this is the business. We have to find a platform. We could go nuts or maybe put one up like that once a week somewhere. We could just go nuts and, naked women and whatever the fuck. That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
I want to get some naked women in here. I want to get a guy and a girl and roller skate dancing and fucking jumping around. You know me, dog. I'm a freedom fighter. But this is bullshit.
And it is like the old, you know what? Maybe we should put it up on Pornhub. Because Pornhub doesn't give a fuck about anything.
Yeah, but nobody wants to see me and you on Pornhub. You understand?
Can you imagine how disappointed you'd be?
You get home drunk, you're looking to jerk off, you pop up a site, and all of a sudden that fucking headless head.
My big head's right there.
Forget about it. Take that hat and light it on fire when it's in your head. That's it. Next time you promote a date.
Why do I want it to be on my head when it's on fire?
Because that's the best thing you could do. Like, you're sitting there, you have like a control in your hand, and you just and light it up a little bit and watch the smoke come out. People will fucking love it, Lee.
Yeah, but my head will turn on fire.
Who gives a fuck? I have no hair. If you had hair, then you don't want your head on
Yeah,
fire.
but if I had hair, then it would hide the
You
burns.
get spots once a month from sun. This summer, you'll get something. You got to go to a jacuzzi. The girl's going to take you somewhere. You're going to get the fucking dead eye again.
I haven't gotten spot. I haven't been in a jacuzzi probably since then. And yeah, the spots. Dude, if I don't wash my face like 3 times a day, I'm fucked. I don't know.
You washing your face 3-4 times a day.
No, but with like I bought like special shit.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
It's I never had to do that.
And a fucking
It's not
towel,
soap.
hand soap. And you scrub that dead skin off your face and let the new fucking face revitalize. God damn it! I don't even go with the loofah no more. That's a ripoff. That's for white people. Fuck no. I get fucking shit that's coarse, and that's how I make my asshole one. I cut that in half and put it on a stick, and you rub your little muffin to get that gunpowder out from around.
You really need to start selling that. The asshole cleaner that you have.
I'm trying to patent it, so relax. Don't give the fucking cat out.
I apologize.
I don't want the cat to get out of the bag here, but I get that hard. I've always loved those hard towels. And you scrub and you
like SOS pads? What are you talking about?
No. SOS pads where you scrub your fucking balls with after a long night in Vegas. No. I'm talking about the hand towels. Okay. There's some that are very soft and there's some that are coarse, like a little coarser.
You like hard ones?
I like, because you want to get that dead skin off. That's what you're opting for. You want to exfoliate your legs. All that skin comes off. All that dead skin comes off. So you want to, like my ears. Some girl tells me that my ears are very shiny. I love that when people tell you ears are shiny. That means you're fucking getting in there with that cloth and you're scrubbing it. It gives you a nice little shine. Then you put some cream on there.
I had no, dude. Do you ever have a girl or a woman like wash you in the shower? It was one of the weirdest.
Very nice.
It was nice, but it was one of the weirdest things over the summer when I was in Indiana. This girl I was hooking up with just like decided that she was like, and she loofed me hard. Like it was.
Yeah, because she wanted to get the dead Jew germs off you and shit. That bitch is smart. When a bitch washes you, it's because she knows you're a filthy motherfucker. And she wants to make sure that asshole and those balls are clean before she puts her beautiful mouth on them.
But no, it was after sex.
The what?
It was after sex.
That's right. She doesn't want you to take her odor with her like a cat.
Oh my God. That was wild. I never had anybody do that before.
It's tremendous. When a woman bathes you, you just sit there. But by the time they go to bathe your knees, you get a hard on, it's all over. You know what I'm saying? They never get to your feet, those women. They never get under your knees. Once they bend over, you see the head in the area. Your dick just gradually stands up like a Ouija board, like one of those fucking Indian things. You know, what are you going to do? And then it's all over. They never get to do your feet. Anyway, back to the migrants with the backpacks.
Okay.
What the fuck? Why do they have backpacks? Can somebody Will somebody please fix this microphone? No, don't get up. It's just a joke. I don't want to talk about the migrants with backpacks either. I don't know what they carry in those things. They brought those from Mexico.
They must have some food in there, you would think. Like, they could probably set up a taco stand pretty quickly.
Anyway, they can set up. They have no knives. There's no pots.
They definitely have knives.
No, well, they're Spanish. They definitely have some type of knife. But I don't see a frying pan.
Yeah, you're right. It's sort of like Oregon Trail. Right. You don't see that?
Yeah, no. They're not going camping, these people. They're not campers. Well, they live in the mountains, these poor people.
Fuck.
They jump through rivers and mountains and shit. They should be the real CrossFitters, those motherfuckers.
Oh, you're going to start a whole new fitness trend of just send white people to cross over the Mexican border.
What a great idea, the migrant worker. 7 and 9 every day. You climb hills, you jump out of a burning building, you run away from fucking coyotes, run away from more Mexican people. They chase you in Central Park. That's got to be good. They throw you in a mud bug. You got to see if every time you see a green truck, you got to dive on the floor and shit and do a burpee. Every time you see an immigrant truck, you got to do a burpee. That's a good idea, guys. Don't be stealing my idea, immigrant fitness. Shit is on fire. That's it. Workout. That's everything.
Yeah, you could have George Perez be the trainer.
That's right. You have to run the fucking hills with the backpack.
Right.
Come on, dog. I'm always thinking. Thank God I smoke weed. I'm always.
You could have one for each country. Could have a different workout. If you think about it, the Cubans could have swimming. The Migrant Olympics.
Oh my God, that's even better. We could get, and those Hondurans in that jail, they just go till they live or die. It's like a Spanish Squid Game for those fucking. They just sit there all day with They just sit there all day with underwear and tattoos and hugging each other. You see that? You see those poor little fucking people in that jail? They just sit there. 50 fucking Mexicans sniffing each other's farts with their legs open in between each other. That's demoralizing.
Yeah,
that system is meant to break you, motherfucker.
And dude, have you seen
that system is meant to break? It's like a Cuban jail, no clothes on. You want to shit in that hole in the floor. Paper, toilet paper. Good luck. That's why those 2 hands are for.
Oh my God, are you serious?
And Moro, fuck yeah, dog.
You've told me about the shitting in
a hole. It's like when these people come here, Russians, Yugoslavians, all these people, they go to our prisons. They're like, are you fucking kidding me? This is Club Med. You got to fight for your food in those prisons. There's no food. They throw out like a chicken leg, and there's 8 guys in there. Somebody's dying.
Fuck that. Have you seen? I forget if it was Mexico or somewhere, but like they were just on like the gangs, just like the cartel or whatever, still runs the prison.
Yeah.
Like they have. Well, one of them had like their families were still there. That's wild. I can't imagine. What about like going to like a country like that and going to prison there just by accident? If you were on vacation.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Oh.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody. That's why people say to me, I'm leaving the country. Listen, don't buy no coke. Don't buy no weed from a Chinaman. In Thailand, don't they kill you?
One of those, yeah.
One of those, they just kill you to death, and you don't know.
I think it's the Philippines.
Yeah, I'm not in the mood for none of that shit. I know what happens here. And nobody's going to throw me in jail for smoking dope here. Nobody's going to hit me in the knees.
Oh.
And you think, Joey, you're shallow. I am. Because I don't want to get in trouble. I'm the kiss of death. All I do is go to a fucking hotel. The guy pushes me. I say something. Next thing you know, I'm getting beheaded. And I'm doing 50 years, and the government's on TV begging for me. Nobody wants me. The Cubans, the Pope will let Joe Diaz live. I don't need this.
You don't think the government would come and try to exchange you?
Dog, the government don't give 2 fucks about you. That's why I was talking about Russ Perot the other day. Because when his fucking people got kidnapped, his employees, he got a guy that was retired to train his other employees to save the ones that were locked in. And he made a promise to their families to have them back by Christmas Day, and he did.
Really?
And that's why in my world, I like Americans like Ross Perot. Because everybody else will tell you a fucking story. Kissinger was trying to block him. He went around Kissinger. He was like, fuck this. My people are not going to spend the holidays in that fucking Iranian jail.
Oh, that was the Iranian Contra thing or whatever?
Well, this is more like
that Ben Affleck movie?
No, I don't think it was. Maybe it was. But there was something else, weren't there?
I'm not really good at.
I forget what that was. I'll find. I got to get that book again. I read that book in prison. The Ross Perot story on Wings of Eagles. That's the name of the book. They made a series on NBC, 3-part series on NBC. I was already locked in jail.
I'm gonna have to go look at it because I don't.
Jail didn't have NBC. You know what I'm saying? So
that's fucked up. So he was just a business owner.
Ross Perot?
Yeah.
He was. He did something. Oil. I don't.
No, we'll have to look it up.
He's a Texas guy.
Oh, of course.
And they went over there to do something. They held him, and he promised the family he'd be home by Christmas, and he did it. He had his own people break into the fucking jail over there with that dude. He was supposed to be like a Marlon Brando and Apocalypse Now type of dude.
Oh, okay. Jesus Christ.
One of those commando type motherfuckers. Very interesting.
I forget if I.
Yeah, he ran for president. He lost to Clinton.
I thought I knew the name, so I didn't realize he was a business guy before.
He would come out and go, "These guys are paying for this with your money. I'm paying for this with my money." Because we looked it up on the Rogan podcast. He was worth a couple billion.
Dude, I like him a lot now.
Oh, he was tough. He had big ears and shit. Tough little guy. He fucking meant what he said, and he said what he meant. Old school American. Old school fucking dude from Texas. Just old school. This is old school. When they say something to you, they fucking do it.
I can't imagine getting like your employee out of fucking prison.
Well, I got 2 old guys that I would have lived like that if I had that money. Him and that other dude that married the fucking Playboy bunny when he was 90, that'd be me. If I had all that money and my wife was dead.
The one who died like a week later or whatever it was?
Whatever.
Anna Nicole
She
Smith.
had to suck his dick one time. I don't think they had Viagra then. That's the problem. Like, he couldn't put it to the test. But with that kind of money, I'll go to New York and make them give me an implant that squirts and fucking things come out of the ceiling and fireworks, that type of shit.
Oh, yeah.
I'm having a good time.
Those are the only 2 options for you? Either you're going to be a guy training his employees to save his other ones?
No, I don't have parole money. I'm just saying if I did have parole money, I would live like he lived. But I also like Marshall. What was his name? Edgar Marshall or something like that. Marshall, that's the guy.
Yeah, I would go that way.
Fucking old. The guy had fucking blood spots on his head. He went into a strip club. He saw it. He just fell in love with it. He gave her like a fucking diamond ring. When you could give a woman something and not even miss it.
Oh my God.
Like when I could take $2 million out to buy a woman something and it doesn't even put a crack in my account.
And even if it did, he knew he was dying. He was like, I'm going to have a fun whatever it was.
I'm going to die my way, motherfucker.
Yeah, why? Fuck your kids.
My rules. I'm not going to die sitting in a room with ukuleles and priests taking my money. I'm going to get myself a big, fat, fucking looking blonde with a big ass and big titties.
Yeah.
Who doesn't have a conscience and wants to live comfortably for the rest of her life. Like, listen, man, I'll give you my $60 million fortune, but you're going to suck dick until I drop. When I drop, you're going to be licking my nutsack with fucking whipped cream on it.
And good for her. How much, I think that's worth it.
Fuck yeah, to suck an old dick and to have $60 million. And then at the end, she got nothing.
She really got nothing?
No.
I didn't follow
the son took everything. Something. They got pissed. They're like, we don't think he was in the right mental state. But she wasn't. He's 90, and she's putting that 23-year-old fucking monkey in his face that smells like barbecue chicken and God knows what else. Forget about it. He's like, ooh.
I think he was in the exact right mental state. His kids probably weren't helping him, hanging around, visiting him like once a month or something.
The dude did that from what was that team when the guy told her she couldn't date black people?
The Clippers.
The Clippers. He was old too. He just fucking said, I'm getting myself a young chick. You know what? I don't get a hard on, but it's better than looking at my old fat wife. I'm going to get her to dance for me with bikinis on and shit.
I think women are doing it too. Aren't they doing it now? Like I hear a lot of like, maybe not as big of an age difference, but like women are going for like 20-year-old guys when they're like 50 to 20. I would do it, dude.
Well, I love an older woman. I always have. There's a woman today I saw at the dentist this morning who had to be 58, 59, just stunning. Still had a little body, still had cute little feet. You know, usually when their feet start going, that's it. When they start getting those bunions and it goes crooked and shit.
Right, but dude, if you're in your 60s.
But you gotta see my feet. They ain't no portrait of Europe either. I was looking at my feet the other night. That's not, I have to go like a foot specialist. And they gotta start from scratch. They gotta pull nails off.
They have to pull nails off?
I got a nail that points up like It goes north now.
What did you do to your feet?
I don't know. I don't listen. This fungi thing, I've done everything. And every time I eat mushrooms, they grow. Like I think the mushrooms from the fucking mushrooms go into my toenails. Because the other night I buffed them out and I got high in the room. I was seeing shit. Dog, I buff them out and it lands on my finger. You got to smell that finger. It is god awful.
So you get secondhand smoke from your toenail dust?
Oh yeah,
that is fucked up.
And I sprinkle them on the edibles when I give them to you. So
I know you do. You keep saying he keeps giving me these coconut ones that have this white powder on it.
That's it.
That look like they were like you packaged them.
And it had a weird taste to it.
Yeah, they use like they're sugar. They don't taste like sugar.
Yeah, that was like the Nectarine, whatever they put.
Oh my god.
The sugar substitute.
Oh my god. Fucking crazy, dude.
What are you gonna do? We're getting older,
Yeah, but
my feet are fucked up. I mean, I looked at them the other day. I put cream on them. I got like blood spot. It's a nightmare. Like if I ever turn 90 and get a 16-year-old girlfriend, whatever that dude is doing, 23-year-old girlfriend, I'm gonna have to get my dick sucked with socks on. You know how embarrassing that is.
You don't like doing that?
With socks on the backpack. No.
Look at Bill Belichick. He's 73. She's 24.
No, that's abuse. That's abuse.
Dude, she has a joke.
This is a joke here. Okay, this is a joke. I don't think I could show my balls to a year. Listen, if you're 55, yeah, you can look at my balls. That's what you see every day of your life when you're 55. But when you're 26, you don't deserve that as a woman.
She's running for like Miss America, but she's like as Miss New Hampshire or Miss Maine, one of those two I just read. She has a job at the University of North Carolina.
Right, he got her a job.
And she was in the Dunkin' Donuts Super Bowl commercial.
Right, because he put her in there, not because
Dunkin' Donuts exactly. So I'm saying,
so it's a
his balls must not be that bad.
The what?
His balls must not be that bad.
No, they are bad. That's why he has to get all those jobs for to stick around.
Oh.
He's giving us 3 different fucking incomes.
Yeah.
Okay, so it just doesn't look good. Like I know he's got a daughter or a son somewhere, and they have a hard time with that.
Oh yeah,
they have a hard time with that.
He has multiple kids.
Dog. Yeah. So I mean, when you have a 24-year-old girlfriend and your daughter is 38, it's just some shit that just doesn't look good.
Obviously, I know you're married. Nothing's ever gonna change. But like, I had a rule when I was last single that I didn't want to go under 25. If in a different world at 62, what do you think the youngest you would go is?
45.
Okay.
I have something to discuss with her.
Right.
I have something to discuss. What am I going to do with a 30? Dog, listen, 30-year-olds are great. They're great. They're cute. They're silly. But come on. There's not a lot of 30-year-olds that are going to hold you every day, that you're going to hold the conversation with every day. Now you're going, Joey, who the fuck are you kidding? You're in it for the blowjob. No, you don't. Because I come in a minute. What am I going to do for another 23 fucking hours? Okay? I mean, that's how you have to look at it. I had a rule when I was younger. And as much people want to know or not, when I was doing coke in the 90s, before I met my wife, that whole 9-year run, I had a rule, man. And it's a simple rule. Look at her and talk to her. If you can wake up to her in the morning, bring her home with you. But if she's going to annoy the shit out of you, you might as well go home and jerk off. If she's already starting to get annoying late in the night and drunk, and now she's going to go back to your house, she's going to be even drunker, and then she's going to pass out, and you're not going to get, then you got to wake up to her with that drama in the morning, with that alcohol breath and God knows what else. Now you got to give her a ride home and shit. Think about it. Oh, so after I was like 30, after I left Boulder, I had more control of my mind like that. I had more control of what am I getting myself involved in. Because when I left Boulder, I was sleeping with women, but there was nothing. They call me at 2. Hey, you have any blow? Yeah. Can I come over? I have and some of them will call. Can I bring my girlfriend? No. Because then I got to work 2 chubbies. You know what I'm saying? No.
So did the rules change?
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed these girls calling you at 2. Or you going to a bar and seeing them and going, hey, man, I got a gram of coke. And like, let's go back to your place. But after a while, it got old because there was nothing there. I'd see him a week later. And it was like nothing was there. And listen, everybody likes to have sex when they're coked up and shit. But it wasn't working for me anymore. By the age of 32, when I left Boulder, I'm like, when I get a girlfriend, I'm getting a girl. And I met a girl, and I dated her for 4 years, and it was okay. And then after that, I went off for 2 years. And again, I was bumping into comedian chicks, you know, on the road, whatever. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing again? Then I met Derek.
Oh, I hated just dating for exactly the reason why you said it.
I like, listen, do you want me to tell you what I like?
Yes.
I like picking you up, or you picking me up, smoking a joint, going and getting something to eat, going someplace else and getting a couple cocktails, talking a little bit. Listen, we all want to bang on the first night.
Of course.
But then again, I mean, now people are banging in 2 nights.
Listen, dude,
people are banging in 2 or 1 night.
They're banging in an hour.
In an hour, you know. So it's kind of very. I always like working for it. I don't mind working for it. When something's too easy, you're not going to do anything with her anyway. When a chick tells you, okay, I love to suck dick, you're not going to get your dick sucked at all. That's just stupidity coming out of her fucking mouth, and then your little ears get clogged up. You're buying her drinks at the bar, and next thing you know, she leaves with a chubby dude with a missing foot, and fucking you're drinking that. You're like, I don't, you know, dude. You know, I like the struggle. I like meeting a woman and talking to her, and meeting her mom and talking to the mom and the dad. That's another thing. You know, talking to them and seeing what you're going on, and then you want to eat their ass and have fun. That's something else, but at least you got something out of it.
Right.
Even if it don't work tomorrow, when I see you next time, it's gonna be cool. I didn't do it for a month. I didn't do it for 6 months and get everybody going or starting. There was just little things, and it was just weird. After I got married and divorced, and then I went through that shit for 2 or 3 years of just coke chicks. Very seldom did I ask a chick out for dinner.
You just didn't want to?
I didn't meet them in that capacity. I would always meet chicks out at night when they were doing coke. Nobody wanted to eat them when they're doing coke. I can't even take it for a cheeseburger.
And so none of those coke nights ever turned into like, hey, let's actually go and be in a relationship, or all of those were like
2 or 3 times we'd hook up after that. Maybe I'd go to the house and smoke a joint one day. I was walking in the mountains, and I would go by the house and smoke a joint or something, and then, you know, a week later, she's at a show with some other dude. And then a week later, they're calling me up, going, hey, can I come over at 3:30? No, yeah, what the fuck? I'm sitting here with my dick in my hand. You might as well come over.
Right, but then like, do they even stay the night, or are they just, as soon as
Some
the
of them
coke's
stayed
gone,
the
they're
night.
done?
Some of them boogied at 4 or 5 in the morning after the deed was done and the coke was gone.
Wow. Because what you said, I think, was exactly right. If you're annoyed with them, or if they're not, if there's not someone you want to hang out with, it's always going to be bad. It's like what you were saying, like, of course guys want to get laid. I'm sure women do too.
Yeah, they go out, they get dressed up, they did their toenails, their fingernails. They don't want to go out to talk to somebody about insurance.
But that's different. That's different. Going to a club or a bar and hooking up, I think, is different than the dating apps. And because if you hook up and meet, I've had a couple women just come right over on the dating apps, and none of them were anybody that I should have been with. And it, not like I was 300 pounds too. I was
late at night, and you invite them to your house.
Yeah, no, it was 100% on. I'm not blaming them, but I'm just saying.
You know, meet them at McDonald's and see if they order what they order. They order the fish sandwich. They smell like shit. Just keep going. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, if I got into McDonald's, just come home. Like, do you remember there was a girl you called Milkshake, and she wants my other friend, same girl. Her nickname was Tater Tots because she Uber Eats tater tots and then got into an Uber to my house. Like, people like, and at that point I wasn't a prize either.
Uber Eats tater tots.
Oh, plenty of people.
That's some fucked up shit.
Oh yeah, the crazy one to me is Starbucks. Just getting coffee delivered.
I see that. Hey, listen, man, people live in that world. I don't like nobody touching my shit, so I'm cool with it. It's really weird that I'm telling you guys this because it's a true story. Like, when I met Terry, I was ready for Terry. I was so ready for Terry. I didn't get serious with Terry at all for like 2 months. It was sporadic. We did coffee. I would go to her house for lunch. I would see her at the Comedy Store at night. Some nights if she was working, I wouldn't go down there. Then I'd disappear for 2 weeks. I wasn't really with her in the beginning.
You were like building a friendship?
Yes and no. We were swapping spit. You know,
okay.
Shit. But I still remember one, like 2 months in, Like, and this is when I knew. I go, I got to get my life together. 2 months in, I finally started hooking up with her. And one night, we met at Ralphie's house. I told her I wouldn't see her for a couple of days. I was coming to New York. I go, I'm not going to see you for a few days, but I'll definitely see you when I get back. And she showed up at Ralphie's like 2:30 in the morning. She goes, you know what? I want to hang out with you a little. And we hung out. We stayed up the whole night. I'll never forget. I had maybe 4 cigarettes. That's the time I came through Denver and went behind the bar and just stole a pack of cigarettes from one of those coffee shops at the airport. That's how broke I was. Probably had 4 cigarettes, maybe a joint, maybe $20. It was like a Tuesday night when I was leaving. It was her slowest night, like Wednesday night. She made like $35. She gave me the whole $35. And I go, what are you going to do for the day? And she goes, I got change at the house. And I'm probably going to sleep half the day anyway. And that's when I go, you know what? I got to get my life together. When I come back, I got to start dating. She just gave me the last money out of her purse, the last pack of cigarettes she had, and she drove me to the fucking airport.
And dude,
and usually you're embarrassed in front of a girl.
Yeah.
If you need to do that. You're fucking embarrassed, okay?
And you didn't ask for it, I'm sure.
I didn't ask for it.
And like just to like tie this back into what we started the podcast with like your friend who was like, come buy me dinner for my birthday. That's why you married Terry. And it's like that kind of like, yeah, I'm sure you must think about that all the time. I would.
All the time. All the time. Pal. She gave me that money, and I remember coming to New York and going, I got to get my life together. Like, this is something that she's okay. You know, I got to do something. And after that, I think I moved in with her maybe a month or 2 after that. And she still tells the story that when I got there, she goes, bring your clothes and your stuff. And I showed up with 1 bag. And she goes, where's the rest of your stuff? And I go, this is it. And she goes, don't you have a lamp? A radio, a TV, anything? And I'm like, no. This is it. I had a bag, guys.
Fuck.
When I moved in with my wife, I had a fucking bag.
And it probably wasn't that big. Like, it was just a duffel bag, right?
It was a fucking army duffel bag. 4 pair of pants, a couple sweatshirts, a CD player, some socks, toothbrush, gel. I had no underwear. I couldn't afford them.
Well,
there was no underwear in those days. It was cocaine or underwear.
I was going to say, you could have afforded it.
What's window number 2?
Because, by the way, underwear is like a one-time expense. It doesn't have to be like a weekly.
But still.
Like you buy a couple bags of underwear.
Why waste the $8 on 3 of them? You know what I'm saying? $8 times every 3 months, that's what? Fucking
every 3 months you're buying underwear.
Yeah, every 3 months you gotta buy underwear. You're disgusting. I got big balls. My fucking, you know. But there's a pic today. I saw a video of my balls. Somebody put it on Instagram. The one from when I took my balls out to the Comedy Store.
Okay.
Thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's on YouTube. Got like 92 million hits. I haven't gotten a dime. Fucking balls. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they probably demonetized it.
Yeah, they demonetized it. They kept all of mine. I guarantee there's 20 ads on my balls. Fucking DV fucks. But yeah, man, that was, you know, it's weird that I'm about to have an anniversary with her this year. And I've been thinking a lot about that. But we got to cut to a break real quick. We're going to talk to you about DraftKings, Yule, and Nick. All right? We'll be right back, cocksuckers. Hey, I want to welcome Yule to the church family. Listen, if you want the taste of a real milkshake without the extra pounds of a milkshake, you need Yule. Yule is a complete meal in a bottle that tastes just like a milkshake, but it's good for you. It has 35 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals to keep you going all day long. Me, I love the chocolate. I haven't tasted the vanilla yet, but the chocolate is scrumptious. You know what I'm saying? Choose between chocolate and vanilla, because both of them are incredible. Join the community of hooligans with this exclusive offer for new customers, okay? 15% off plus a free gift when you press in code CHURCH, CHURCH, at Yule.com. Again, 15% off plus a free gift for new customers with code CHURCH at Yule.com. See our show notes for terms and conditions. But do me a favor, unlock a healthier, easier way to eat with Yule. You're on a run. You're on a move. You're the real deal. You ain't got time to cook it up. 35 grams of protein, 27 minerals and vitamins. Nutritionally complete meals
in minutes so you can focus on what really matters. Yo, DraftKings, get excited because the NBA playoffs are here. If you're looking to score some cash, try your hand at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. If it doesn't have to be crazy, just start out by placing a bet on your favorite player's performance. Like tonight, I got whatever to do over 25 points. Not bad. Think they'll drop 30? Put your money where your mouth is. You could win big. Listen, you know me. I love DraftKings. The same game parlay, NBA. They got the pool. You got the casino. It don't stop. You got to check this out. They got something special for first timers. You ready? New DraftKings customers. Right now, new people. You're going to bet $5 to get your 200 in bonus bets just like that. 200 bonus bets instantly is a lot of money during NBA playoff time. So make it to a playoff run to remember with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now and press code Joey, J-O-E-Y. That's code Joey, J-O-E-Y, for new customers to get 200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5 instantly. Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here for Nick. Listen, if you want the easiest way to get that nicotine fix, Nick Pouches is where it's at. They're made with natural coconut fibers, so they're not going to slice up your gums, and they come in a bunch of great flavors, like strawberry, watermelon ice, which is tremendous, wintergreen, and berry lemon ice. Me, I like the berry lemonade, tremendous. You get to choose your nicotine strength, whether you want 3, 6, or 12. Are you kidding me or what? Nick has you covered. Coming soon, they even got an option with 0 milligrams of nicotine. So if you're trying to come back, if you're trying to cut back, use one of those every so often. Now listen, I love this berry ice. You put it under here, heaven. It's time to upgrade to nicotine pouches, just like I did. Right now, church listeners get 35% off when you order through my link, nykdpouches.com/church. Again, nykdpouches.com/church. Use this code up to 3 times. Don't wait. Get 35% off now of Nick Pouches, nykdpouches.com/church. And check out the church bundle with some of Uncle Joey's favorite flavors. That's right, nykdpouches.com/church. Again, remember, NYKD products only for adults of legal age. Every order is age verified, so don't try it. Also, this product contains nicotine, but you already know that because nicotine is an addictive chemical. How's that for you? Right now, get some Nick products and get the party started. We're back in black. You know, I was talking before the break about that this year, this June, will be 25 years I'm with that crazy one.
That's crazy. 25
years. When she mentioned it to me like 2 months ago, what are we doing for anniversary? I'm like, what anniversary? And she's like, July. We've been together 25 years, Joe. And it destroyed my insides. I'm like, how the fuck did I last 25 years with a woman? I never thought I could make it past 4 years. Like, I lasted 4 years with my ex-wife. I lasted 4 years with the girl after that. You know, I was a 4-year man.
And I love you, but do you ever think, because like for Terry to put it, like to deal with, because Joey Diaz, 24 hours a day, like that's 25 years, like I don't think a lot of people would have made it. Like, you're a great husband. I'm not saying you do anything wrong.
It's not as bad as you think. It's not like it's.
I'm not saying but I'm just saying it to last. For anybody to last. But you know, like you've talked, and this is not a negative thing about you at all, but just you've talked about, like, especially at the beginning, how wild you were to last through those years. It's not easy.
For 7 years, she didn't know if I was coming home or not.
That's crazy.
Even when I was home, she's like, when is this motherfucker? When is the phone going to ring? And when is he going to leave again? She used to get really upset. Like, you were home at 12. When I went to bed, you were home. I got up at 7 to go to work, and you were not home.
Where would you go?
I would fucking go out in Hollywood.
You just didn't like being home, or like...
Dog, I had a drug problem.
Oh, okay.
When you have a drug problem, you don't want to be at fucking home. I would bring the drugs home, do them, and then go, what am I doing? I got to get out of here. And I get back, wait till I sober up a little bit, make some calls, and get the fuck out of there. And in those days, there was always somebody up in Hollywood. Always. I had a friend over on whatever. She was a drunk, and there'd be people over there. She went to the bar. So at 3, she'd go home hammered and bring gay guys over there. They'd be doing coke and shit. And I'd slip by there. I had a couple of Mike Favormans. I'd slip by his house at 2. In those days, there was always action. The guys at the store would hook up again at 2 and go to some parties and shit. And I would let them know, and they would call me. It was a different world then. And then, like, by 2005, the paranoia started hitting me different. I wasn't going out after I got home at night. It slowed down a lot. Then I got offered in 2007. The rest was... But it's funny, I was thinking about that neighborhood. That one night I went downstairs to meet I had 3 dealers at the time. And I didn't want them to know what I was doing. I didn't want them to know how much I was doing, so I would go to all 3 of them instead of just sticking to one. And the guy at night, he was a bartender. His name was Johnny Blade. I used to call him Johnny Blade. And he would come over on a motorcycle. He got out of work at 2. He'd be by my house like 2:25. I could time him every night. Because it was 2 blocks away. And I'd be downstairs. And I remember one night I'm waiting for him. And I'm out there on the steps and I'm looking. And there used to be a light. Not on my block, but a YMCA. But down the block, there was a light. And I'm looking at this light. And I'm looking at this car, and the light turns red, and he's in no danger of stopping. I could hear the engine going, and he's like, oh, and he blew past me. And not 2 seconds after, the car was chasing him. I was shooting with a gun. And you could hear the bullets, and pow, pow, and I'm out there, fuck. Maybe I should go inside. Fuck, no, I'm waiting for my coke. I don't give a fuck who gets shot.
Holy shit.
Like, that neighborhood used to be fucking insane. So that's what I'm saying to you. If I was out, I would go to Sergio's house. Sergio always had parties late night over there. He would fall asleep, and I'd take the coke out of his pocket. And then he'd call me in the morning. What happened, man? I had an 8-ball in my pocket. Somebody took it out. That chick. That white chick. Blame it on her. Oh, it was just a different fucking world, Hollywood, back then. I would do spots at the store, and that's where the party started.
Right.
It was at the store where the party originated, you know, in those days.
And meanwhile, you're like starting a relationship with Terry. So yeah, and then there's been a few different phases because then like you stopped doing coke.
Terry was phases because I still remember Terry waking me up one morning like after breakfast and, well, I need to talk to you. And those days, Marilyn Martinez would call the house every night at 3 in the morning. Like just to see. In those days, Dice used to call the house at 3 in the morning.
And was it a house phone or a cell phone?
It was a house phone, so the whole house would ring. And one night I wasn't home. And Marilyn called at 3 in the morning. And when my wife answered it, she goes, cocksucker. And Terry fucking blew a gasket. My wife loved Marilyn, God rest his soul. But she kind of got a little like, you know.
At 3 in the morning, cocksucker's a little bit much.
Yeah, and when the next morning we had breakfast, and she's like, I got to talk to you about something. She goes, you know, I've dated guys, but this is fucking insane, Joey. The phone rings, you got to go out. Fights at the Comedy Store, fucking. That was the heyday of the Comedy Store. She was watching everything. Remember, I would host on Sunday nights, so she was watching everything. There was always a dilemma up there. There was always an argument. I was always torturing those fucking guys, and she would deal with all this. She would have to deal with all this shit. You know, and, you know, there was a lot of times when you're at the Comedy Store, man. You're at the fucking comedy store. You do a set, you get off, women are going to talk to you. And the other waitress is running and go, Joey's talking to a girl in the hallway. But look, even if I was talking to her outside, I'm talking in the hallway, so she would know. That's why my wife don't give a fuck about nothing now. Because my wife was at the store those first 4 years, and she saw it.
Right.
She saw it. She saw the life of a comic, and then she came home with me. So she saw the life of a comic from the inside out. Like, she saw it. And she understood it, and she heard about what the other comics were doing. And then she just left me the fuck alone. Until this day, I have, as a husband, I have one of the longest ropes in the world. If I call my wife right now and go, hey, I'm not coming home tonight, I'm going to stay at the office, she wouldn't say nothing to me. She trusts me that much. So she would go, okay, just be careful tonight. You're going to go out? No. If you go out drinking, we don't even talk about drinking.
Right.
But there's no, like, she doesn't, she walked into Osteria one night. I was talking to two women. And she came right over. I introduced them. The women were like, oh my God. You know, she knows. She fucking knows. I tell her pretty much everything, even though sometimes it takes me a week or two. But I still tell her. And she giggles, and, you know, she likes it. I tell her about stupid chicks, and she fucking giggles. And she's been with me. Dog, she was with me at dinner one night when a fucking girl said something to me. And she was pissed. She was like, how dare that woman say that in front of me?
A girl hit on you in front of your wife?
Oh, yeah.
And she's alive?
We were at a big restaurant. The girls were there. There
Oh,
was
okay.
kids there and shit. And I got up to go to the bathroom. And when I was coming out, there was two girls. They're like, we take a picture. So my wife was going to the bathroom with the girls. And my wife heard the whole fucking thing. I even said to my wife, honey, I'm going to take a picture and get to the table. She goes, don't worry, I got to go into the thing with one of the girls and the mom. And as she was walking, that's when the girl said it in my ear. Said something really like out of control. Like, I just sat there and go, this is a confused girl. I show her my balls. She's going to faint 3 times and gag. But she had to be a prostitute. She was really good looking, very flamboyant. She looked like she was a prostitute.
If she's talking about that stuff with your wife right next to you,
oh,
she's
yeah.
something.
Like, they say crazy shit. My wife giggles, you know. You got to remember, the people I hang out with in my neighborhood are women. I hang out with 2 women pretty much in my neighborhood.
You always hang out with women.
They're both married. I have a great time with them. I made one my partner. I made little stupid videos of it for goalie and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Steve's wife.
Of course.
And then Ravioli. I always talk to Ravioli every 2 days about something.
You know what? I don't think we've ever talked about. How did you feel about dating her when she worked at the store? Because that doesn't seem like something you would allow. Not
something that I wouldn't allow.
Just for yourself personally, like just dating someone where you work there.
Listen, I'd been going to when I met Terry, I'd been going to the store for 3 years. I was a regular there. Never really had any drama in there. I know rules. There's rules to comedy, especially on the road. Rule number 1 is don't hit on the waitress. Even if they like you, don't hit on them. Because that club owner watches everything. And eventually he's going to fire her, and then you're not going to be able to go there, especially as a feature act. Because feature acts are wild. When I was a feature act, I had to do 30 minutes and just hang out by the bathroom.
You hang out by the bathroom?
Yeah, wait for girls to come over. Hi, that was funny. Oh my God. You know, and especially when I opened for Rogan.
Wow, yeah.
Just they would come up to you. Oh my God, can you introduce me to Rogan? Yeah, but, you know. No, I'm just saying that it was when you're a feature act, you're buck wild. You make mistakes, man.
Right.
And I made them, and I never went back to those clubs. And they would make 1,000 excuses, but at the end of the day, I knew why. I either did coke with a waitress, I slept with a waitress. There's just little rules, you know, and I wasn't paying attention to them. I love to tell you, you know, I was paying attention. In those days, I didn't give a fuck. If it wasn't the Improv or fucking the theater, I didn't give a fuck. I would never think, I never thought I was going to get back. So I wouldn't mind burning a bridge from time to time. But back to your question, which is a very interesting question. When I saw Terry, there was something about Terry I liked, her eyes. And we started talking, and I was like off the kilter. And that's why I was like hitting on her kind of lightly. Because I know Mitzi didn't allow it. I know Mitzi didn't allow it and she didn't like it. But if you were in already and she found out, she wouldn't care.
Right.
She didn't find out that we were already living together. It was too late. I already told Mitzi we're living together. Oh.
Would she have been mad if she found out not from you?
Yeah.
That's wild. That's crazy. That's a whole nother
I
thing.
didn't like it either. Listen, if you think I like dating a girl that I live with at the fucking comedy store, you're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But in reality, it kept an eye on me.
Right.
It watched over my career because I got to made a bad mistake those years. And she was right there to justify it and go, no. And it was funny. After she started working at the store, there was still some nights of craziness. Don't get me wrong.
Right,
Some stuff that she saw, not from me. Not from me. So she started understanding the game. And then she would put labels on it. Like, if that happens to you, Joey, she's not, we would discuss it. So she got to see that also. The craziness of what is women in the audience. When they're there with a man and they come up to you and go and fuck you upstairs and then go back and sit with that man. That never happened to me. But it happened at the store. It's a reality that it fucking happened. So, listen, I don't know how it worked. There's days I'm like, fucking 25 years and a kid. And a kid. I had a woman who ran from me when we got divorced. She fucking ran like her asshole was on fire. Ran. Talked about me, fucking tortured me in the courtroom, tortured me in life. I took a beating. I didn't ever want to get married, and I didn't ever want to have a child again. But I met Terry. And in the relationship, I was like, this ain't gonna last. This ain't gonna last, because I'm a fucking animal. At that time, I was out there where the buses don't run. But she calmed me down a little bit. And then I got off the coke. And then, like a year after I got off the coke, there were some problems at the house. She was like, I'm getting old and nothing's happening here. And I was like, I told you when we hooked up, there's no marriage in this fucking house. I already did it. I failed. No reason to do it again. Once you fail at something like that, like marriage, like I failed the most basic thing you could fail at, communication. That's basic. Communication is basic. And we get together with women for different reasons. And yes, it's okay if you don't like somebody after 8 fucking years.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. There's nothing wrong with you. But in that situation, I failed because I had everything in front of me. I had a job with her. I liked her family. But I also wanted to do fucking comedy. I also wanted to do comedy in a bad way. There was no way I was going to go fucking sell roofs for the rest of my life. I had to at least know that I failed at comedy, and then I would go back to a job happily. But there was no way at that age I wasn't going to get into comedy. It had been on my mind for too long,
Right. And then, I don't necessarily think you fail. It wasn't a great end to the relationship. But I think it's better. I honestly think it's better to break up than to stick around for the kids.
I see it now. I see it now when I go to softball games. Parents who don't communicate, the kid knows.
100%.
The fucking kid always knows. So in my house, listen, when you walk in my house, especially with my daughter and shit, I wanted my house to be completely opposite of the house I grew up in.
Mm-hmm.
We all do, right? We're like, I didn't like that about my house. I didn't like that about my house. And I didn't like that about my house. If I get a house someday, it's going to be different. And that's what I've done with this house. And one of the things is like a no pressure. Like, we don't have to get up at 8 and everybody has to jump in the shower and you run out of hot water. Like, she gets up, let her jump in the shower, and my wife, and I lurk. I lurk till about 9 o'clock. Then I jump in, I get out at 10 after 9. So that takes a lot of stress. There's just little things that nobody drinks in the house. Nobody drinks alcohol in the house. So there's no fucking arguments. There's no drunk talk. There's none of that shit in my fucking house. I smoke dope in the garage, or sometimes I go outside in front of the car. Nothing's in my fucking house. Like, I don't want no smoke upstairs. I don't want, you have to, this is what I have to do to maintain this house with a daughter in the house.
Would it be different with a son?
Yes and no. You still have a child in the house.
Right.
So there's a certain way you have to act when you have this child in the house. I don't want to smoke pot in my living room.
No.
I'd rather she don't see me and she
have her suspicions, maybe.
Have her suspicions. I'd rather her do that. And she knows.
Right. Well,
she even told me when she knows where my stash is. But I don't want it to be the Grateful Dead in my house with a bunch of fucking people drunk. That was never going to happen.
No, dude. And it's crazy because I have this written down. Another word I would use for what you're talking about, I think you've used it before, is peace.
Peace.
Like, it's crazy how much of a difference that has when you have when you have like a peaceful life. How much of a difference it makes in your whole life.
When I tell you, George, Nick, my wife, Christina, that I love you. When somebody tells you they love you, like, what the fuck? What are we, gay? What are we, faggots? No, that's a promise that I'm never going to bring stress into your life. That's a promise that a cop's not going to call you at 3 a.m. and go, George, come bail him out. All the things that would upset George, would upset you, I had to do that. That's when you tell people you love them, I'm not going to put no drama in your fucking life. Nobody's going to knock on your door, go, Joey killed somebody at 3 a.m, come down to the state. No. If anything, I'm here to help you. If anything, and if I don't have it, we'll get it. We'll figure it the fuck out. George knows I'll climb through a fucking window. George saw me on a Friday, took a stereo with the fucking Social Security check. He knows. George knows. Don't fucking test me, motherfucker. Because I'll take it. I'll take everything. I'm an old school fucking thief. I will take everything. You understand me? But nobody's going to starve in my camp. No. Not in these days. Not no more. Not like when we did. Nobody's going to fucking starve. We'll steal it. I don't give a fuck. What are they going to do? Throw you in jail? No, they won't. No, they won't. You know what I'm saying?
They might.
Who gives a fuck? But that's really it, man. 25 fucking years is a long time to be with a woman. And listen, man, I love her just the same in the beginning, even more now. Now we just giggle and shit. It's great. Now you know each other. I smell her farts. She can't tolerate mine. You know what I'm saying?
25 years. Yeah, that's
25 years. And when you heard that about people, like people been together 30 years, you're like, that's never going to happen to me. I'm going to be with the same fucking pussy for 30 years and look at it turn gray and old. Dog, it's an adventure. It gets better. Everything gets better.
That's cool. And especially because it happened, like, there's probably a lot of people listening who, like, had a marriage fail. Or really, everyone's had a relationship fail.
We all have shit, but you know what? I always believe that God didn't put you here to die by yourself. There's an ass for every seat. Remember Dale Jones used to say that? There's an ass for every fucking seat. Okay? And women panic. Women are the worst. Women are the fucking worst. Because once they hit 34, they think this is it. I got to meet this guy. Then they meet a guy that's the worst one they've ever met. But they don't see sheep, what's that expression? A wolf in sheep's clothing, because they're so overwhelmed with the child and the fucking marriage and, pigeons and my cousins coming in from Hialeah, and they don't, and that's the biggest mistake they make. Now they're 43, still looking good with 2 fucking kids. And that bum ain't paying child support. And he sees the kids once a week. So you ended off in a worse position than you were by not just getting dick. It's like my friend's mom, my dear friend, called me. And we were talking about her daughter. 34, I'm the 20th boyfriend, And you're like, after a while, you got to say to yourself, wait a second. This pussy is making some horrible fucking choices. I'm going to get off the dick for 1 year. I'm going to get off the dick, like what I did. Get off the pussy for a year, just to focus you, to make you realize what you really want in a woman or in a man before you make a bad fucking mistake. We've all made mistakes where in our mind, this is going to be it. I'm going to marry her, pigeons, I'm going to live like a doctor. No, it's not always that way. It's not always that way because you went with a preconceived notion. It happens for men and it happens for women. When you're 34 and you want to get married as a man, and you've been dating whores all your life that cheat on you, fuck your brother, steal your car and crash it, you got to change dicks. You have to look at it from a different perspective and go, you know what? I'm not going to date a woman for a year. No more fucking websites, no more none. I'm taking a year off from pussy to make me really realize and build the woman or the man I want in my head to pop up next time. I know what I want, and this is what I'm looking for. Yeah, everybody wants a chick with fake tits who can suck a dick. Listen, 3 years in, you don't make the car payment. Those bitches are gone to another guy who'll fucking pay for their tits. And I always learned something from Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee was a good-looking Chinese guy, international star. His wife was no fucking playmate, but she stood by him. And that's the woman that calmed him down, and that's a lesson for a lot of people. When you're 21, everybody wants to marry Farrah Fawcett. When you're 30, you'll marry that chick with the missing toe from the bartender at that fucking dump bar you hang out with. Because that's it. The window's closing. And that's what we all do. We start getting desperate. Oh, my God, I'm not going to have a child. Oh, my God, I'm going to die alone. And we make the worst fucking mistake because we're going in there with something. We're not just getting together, sucking my dick, I eat your pussy, we smoke a joint, you go home. Let's start with that. Let's start with a walk to Carvel, and we'll take it from there. I'll suck your tit in the car. You know what I'm saying? What happened?
What happened on the third date?
Huh?
What's the third date?
Ice cream. Whatever. Carvel. I don't know. But these are all the decisions. If you're gonna go to a bar and you're gonna hit on a girl and she's snorting coke with you, and she just broke up with her boyfriend and he's an animal, and you're gonna get engaged to her, that's not gonna work. She's been getting fucked at bars for 20 years. What? And when she dumps your ass, she's going right back to that fucking bar. Yeah. These are things you gotta know. You know, like people, you want to meet a whore, go to a fucking bar and get one of those chicks with the tight shirts on. You want to meet a smart chick, go to a fucking library. I met my wife at a fucking comedy store. What do I know?
And but it worked, dude. And it's crazy. Like you've talked about your other relationships. Like it sounds like you might have put like a little bit more effort in with Terry than you did with other ones, or like you.
I didn't want to get married to the other ones. Like I didn't. After I got divorced, what? Listen, I met my wife when I was basically 20 fucking years old. 21 years old, I met her. And here's the scary thing.
Your first wife.
My first wife. This August, I'll know that bitch for 40 fucking years. I met her August of 85. It's April of 2025. Yeah. She knows me like the back of my fucking hand, that bitch.
Even though you haven't spoken to her anymore?
Yeah. Because she was there in the beginning. She saw the animal.
Wow.
So I met her in 85, and we were done in 91, maybe. You got to figure I didn't see her for 6 months. I was locked up. Listen, man, you know, it is what it is. And I wasn't going to get married again after that. I lost everything. I paid debt till fucking 10 years ago. I paid debt on that fucking divorce.
So you said like you weren't going to get married. What made you decide to finally get married?
I wasn't going to get fucking married.
Right.
And I had met other girls, and some of them were nice. Some of them were, nobody was marriage material. Honestly, you want me to tell you what made me marry Terry?
Yeah.
When I woke up at 4 a.m. one day, and she had my football suit out for the longest yard. And I was like, what the fuck is going on here? This ain't a regular girlfriend. This is not a regular girlfriend. Up with me, because I had to be there at 5. So I would have to get up at 3:45. Sometimes I just stop smoking coke at 3:30. She would get up, fucking I'd take a shower, put the football suit on. She'd make me a little breakfast just so I wouldn't drive down there 45 minutes with nothing in my stomach. A lot of people don't do that. They wouldn't give a fuck if you left hungry. So that gave me all the consideration. It's really funny. There's an episode of Sopranos when he's going to go out and meet the realtor. And he goes to a house, but that's the night that she helps him button the shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? She helped him button his shirt. That's a really good scene. At least it was for me, because I understood. And then he went to this girl's house, and he was dying to fuck her. But as he was taking off his shirt, he thought about his wife. And he goes, what am I doing? What the fuck am I doing here? I just got shot in the head. She was by me for 6 weeks. And then I was home for fucking 4 weeks. And there she is. And now I'm going to fuck the first chick that moves around. And I learned that when I was like 20. The guy who used to own the gas station across the street from North Bergen had everything. The Porsche, you know, he was 25. He had a Porsche, a house in Miami, a truck, you know. And all these women would go to that gas station because he was a good-looking Spanish dude. And I remember a girl that has a boyfriend that was going to get married came up to me one day. She goes, you're really tight with him. Tell him I want to sleep with him one day on the side. Nobody will know. I go, okay. Next time I saw George, I go, hey, man. We started talking about girls, and he goes, yeah, she's pretty hot. I go, listen, you didn't hear it from me. But she told me if you wanted to sleep with her, she would give you a piece of ass. And he looked at me for a minute, and he goes, she's really pretty, but it's not for me. And I was like, what are you talking about? He goes, bro, he goes, I've been with my wife, and we lived in a one-bedroom apartment with no money. What kind of man would I be now to cheat on her? And I was like, that's character.
Yeah, I think it, and it would just destroy them. I think. It's great. It's like even when you were saying that when you showed up at Terry's house with a bag, and to think about what you have now, but like she's been there for the like to see what you guys have built is pretty crazy.
That's why I tell her everything. It doesn't matter what the fuck I do, I'll tell her. Because she'll look at me and go, what the fuck, Joey? I just tell her, because why lie to her?
It's not good.
Anything I do with anybody, I pretty much tell her.
When did you start doing that?
I started doing that like 8 years in. If I have an experience with a woman, I tell her. I get it off my chest before she hears it secondhand or sees a picture. At the end of the day, nothing happened. But I sat with her for 3 hours at Joe Rogan's bar.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? A couple people said something to me about that.
Why?
It was that girl. I was like, listen, she's a dear friend of mine. I'm 62. I'm in no mood. This shit don't get up all the time. This dick don't get hard like it used to. You know, what if you make a call and your dick don't get hard? How embarrassing it would be. You know what I'm saying? So I cover my bases. At home, I could fail. I could shoot a dud at home. She threw me for 25 years. Fucking some young chick. I don't talk. It's not even, you know, it's fun. I love going out at night and talking to fucking some young chick. You know, I told you I went to a strip club about a month ago and I was talking to a black girl all night. Didn't ask her for a dance or anything. At the end of the night, she goes, you're going to give me $100? I said, absolutely. And I just gave her $100. I needed that $100 the next day. But I made her fucking world. And that's when it come back to me tenfold. And I didn't try to fuck her. And she's still my friend on Instagram. We'll be back next week, cocksuckers. Tip Top Magoo. What do you got this week? Anything?
Yeah, May 4th, I'm at Broadway. Greenwich Village Comedy Club.
There you go. And me, May 8th, May 17th, Philadelphia. It's sold out, so I don't even know why I'm promoting the date. Go to the Excite page and look to see if they have tickets for August. I'm sure they'll have a bunch of tickets. Come on out, knock yourself out, have some fucking cheesesteaks at Berlino's, and do what you need to do. I love you, cocksuckers.
Love you guys.
Have a great week, and we'll be back next Tuesday. Tip Top Magoo. It'll be like May 8th or something. Stay black, cocksuckers. Love you. What's happened, you bad motherfuckers? It's Tuesday, the 22nd of April, the day the devil was buried at sea. The church of what's happening now, New Testament, coming at you. Let's get this fucking party started.
Welcome back to church! We're back. What's up, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here. My main man, Lee Sayat. We're solo. Just how you like it. No guest today. Nobody busting your balls. Just us coming at you direct. You know what I'm saying?
Just you to bust my balls.
Nah, you're going to be funny, cocksucker. We had a great last week. Well, anybody who came out to the Paramount, I want to thank you with all my heart. You guys were great audiences. I was fucking really nervous in front of you guys. I didn't know what to expect, but you guys, it's quite. I was going to Texas. Who the fuck am I kidding? I'm happy Lisa Act came down. We had two great sets. He got fucked up the first night at Terry Black's. He had to eat an Adderall at fucking Mitzi's.
Well, then I found out a lot. So I didn't get fucked up at Terry Black's, but I think you brought me to Terry Black's on purpose. Someone reached out and was like, "Hey, edibles hit you harder when you have fatty food." So you brought me to the home of fatty food.
When you're eating those carnita lizard skins, you get just as high, right?
You eat pork tacos.
When?
All the time you have carnitas.
When?
All the time in LA you had carnitas.
I don't know what you're talking about. Did you see me eating carnitas off the food truck?
No,
I got agrebasado, the fucking steak.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't eat pork.
You used to get mad at me for eating steak tacos.
No, I don't eat pork on the road. I'm Cuban. I respect that shit. We're the kings of the pork. Why would I go out with the minglets and eat that shit that they make? That pulled pork shit, you can take that shit and shove it up your mother's ass. I hate pulled pork more than anything in the fucking world.
Oh, me too.
And barbecue pork, and fuck you. You want to rock with me? Come down to Las Brisas and get the pork chunks and then come fucking talk to me. Or get the fucking pernil, that meat that's clean, Bobby, with the yolk on the side. Yeah, I don't want to even eat that shit. I just want the fucking pernil. If it's not that, I don't want it. You know this.
No pork? Okay.
No, I don't never eat carnitas out. That's a percentage of ruining your asshole. You have to look at carnitas and lizard skins and go to yourself. What are the percentages of my asshole surviving? The guy's got one glove on. The other hand, he just picked his nose. He scratched. He's changing dollar bills. He's got cocaine in his hand, dirty hands, and he's in your fajitas. Now, don't get me wrong. Sometimes that adds to the seasoning.
Yeah.
Right or wrong. I had a fat black dude in Dallas one time sweating on the pork chop. Best pork chop. 400 pounds, armpit off his forehead. When his head sweat would hit the pork chop, it go. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I ate like 8 of those motherfuckers on white bread at $2 a piece.
Oh, he was just selling it like out of his car
I
or
just
something?
stayed right there. I was high than fuck. After a show, it was a black show, and this chubby little black dude was out there, one of those Bahama Mama white beater shirts with stains on it. Somebody shot him with a musket. He had different holes in it. And he's out there fucking making these fucking pork chops with the bones in them, George. It's 99 degrees. It's Dallas.
Oh, my God.
It's 8 o'clock at night, and this guy is drenched. He's just dropping titty sweat and armpit sweat, and the pork chop would go, yeah! And I would go, give me another one. Frank's hot sauce with a can of Coke. 8 of those motherfuckers. The last one, I ate him on a white bread. He gave me he gave me the elbow at the end, the fucking hard part that you give to the pigeons and the Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, my God. You had 8 pork sandwiches?
Oh, my God. I was 400 pounds. What did you expect me to get? But see, that's why I was 400 pounds, because I was eating pork on the road. But that was tremendous. That was not that. I studied him. I watched him. Yeah, I was watching the night before. I was watching how he was marinating the pork chunk, and I also watched how he was dipping them in the fucking thing with the seasoning. He was a savage. He was putting like the Cuban shit, not the Cuban shit. The other mojo or the other one, adobo. He was putting them in adobo. So I knew the motherfucker knew what he was doing on a grill, and then he would smash them. And he had 400 pounds of bone and sweat. Oh, you know what I'm saying?
So when you were that heavy, like you wouldn't mind eating in public? Like when I was that fat, I would hate eating
I had no choice. I had $28 in my pocket. Like I could stroll into fucking the Palm and Edgewater.
No, I mean like I would be the go.
You know, I'm trying to eat clean meat, but I told you in '95 I was getting Subway sandwiches, veggie and cheese. And even still, I wouldn't eat the meat in my lowest times. I would never eat that lizard meat. That's just to let you know. I'm not like you. You don't eat that fucking pigeon meat.
I don't think I've been to Subway in 10 years because
it doesn't matter because you got medals from Subway. They sent you a plaque. You and that pedophile, that motherfucker that's still in jail.
Oh Jesus,
that motherfucker's still in jail.
Last time I heard about him, he's getting like super fat again.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
he
getting
just
super
gave
fat
up.
because he's eating carbs. What do you think they give you fucking lean meat in prison?
Oh, I heard it was like honey buns. Like he's going
Oh yeah,
old
he's
school.
going on, and he's sucking dick. They're raping him in there. He's getting beat up. Remember, an article came out like 3 years ago. He's getting beat up. Like the first month, he had a black eye and shit. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They got him. And once they know you're a pedophile, they give it to you. If somebody finds out, they suck between every place you go. They're gonna fuck you.
And trust me, I'm for that. But like, how do they make that rule? They're like, okay, pedophile, we're gonna kill you. You killed 30 people, but you're cool. Like I don't get where the rules.
You kill 30 people, they put you on a death sentence, right, or life in prison. If you got the death sentence, you exhaust it with appeals.
Right.
And someday you'll have to face the music, but by that time it might be 18 fucking years from now. So you could buy yourself 18 years. A pedophile, unless somebody dies, they just put you in jail. They do that liquid castration.
Oh shit!
They give you those pills to knock your dick off, and so you don't get hard. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. So I just heard about this maybe 2 or 3 years ago. That some prisons give you.
Yeah.
If you have a long sentence, they give you that medication. No, not saltpeter. It's something to fucking.
Yeah, it's chemical castration. Yeah.
Chemical castration. So in time you're done, you'll never bother nobody again. You know, by that time you.
Dude, it's crazy. Did you see that they're executing people now with like the firing squads, like guns?
Where?
In America, a couple of over the last couple of months, there's been a couple of people who have chosen firing squad.
That's fun. I mean, you have to really. Let's say you shoot somebody, right? And you get the chair. You ever go see what happens to you in the chair?
Yeah.
And if the chair don't work, you're still half alive. Your eyeballs hanging, and they're like, shoot him. They're giving you all this shit for your heart. I'd rather listen. That's the best way to go. If somebody says, "Listen, you got to go in the morning. Pick your poison, cyanide, fucking whatever." You like that? You walk out there, they raise the flag. Da, 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 da. There's a guy behind you, a little drum. Da, 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 da. They put you to the wall. They take the mask off you. You have the thing around your hand. Any last request? Would you like a cigarette? Yeah, they give you a little cigarette, right? Whether you smoke or not, you take the cigarette. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
You kill an extra 3 times. That's extra 3 minutes. You're out there. You fucking smoke that cigarette to the fucking filter. You got another one? No. Just one cigarette and shit. Then they put a blindfold on you. It's not like you're watching the guy shoot you. If they put the blindfold on, then you start praying. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for. And you're more. That's it. You're dead. That's the way to go. But you want to be sitting in a place and they fucking pray and then they put a mask on you and they shoot. Why are we talking about this? Who's going to the chair?
Thank God.
Why are we going to the chair? I didn't even do nothing.
That's where I felt like I was going on Wednesday in fucking Austin. Dude, that was the highest I've been in a while.
And all you had was 200 milligrams and 2 coconuts.
So I had 300 milligrams and
he was fucking falling asleep next to my friend.
Oh,
I was talking to my friend and he was like, and finally, thank God, she's a savage. She goes, Lee, take an Adderall.
I was scared.
After that, he was drinking fucking, what was he drinking?
Maker's Mark and Diet Coke.
He had like 2 of them. He's like, I want to go home. Okay, let's go home.
I had a few. I had some fun at that.
Stop. You had 1 or 2. That was the end of that fucking.
How many did you have? You actually did have some margaritas. I forgot about that. You never drink.
Never. I was popping spicy margaritas with the good tequila. And you saw me walk out of there. Alcohol does not affect me.
It's not.
Saturday night, I had to meet somebody. I was sitting there for 2 hours, and I finally go, fuck it, give me a margarita. And I drank it on the way home. I had to think about it for a minute. Am I fucked up? I'm like, not at all. In fact, I even tried cutting the lines just to fuck with people. In case there was a helicopter out there or something, you know what I'm saying?
But that was a lot of fun. That was dude, because I've been, like, that Austin was the first place I ever did anything on the road. You let me do, like, 3 minutes on a late show at the old Cap City. And I was so fucking nervous that after I got off stage, my legs shook. I had to lean against the wall. My legs shook for like 10 minutes. Like I just couldn't deal with the adrenaline that I had. And then I've been back a couple of times, but it was the biggest room I've ever done. And I think it was the first festival I ever did, which is fucking awesome. Thank you. That was a crazy experience.
You know, I remember when I was doing comedy 8-9 years, and everybody would have festivals. And nobody would ever invite me to these things. After a while, you're like, what the fuck? Then I finally get invited. I get invited to the Toyota Comedy Festival in New York City. like 1999, and your whole family comes out, and I don't know who else. And I get there, and the kid keeps telling me, "You're gonna go up in 5 minutes. You're gonna go up in 5 minutes." I got a hot audience here. From 10 o'clock to 12, he told me, "You're gonna go up next." Then he put a salsa band up. And then I went up and ate a bag of dicks. And when I got off stage, he gave me $25. And I went home, embarrassed with people who came to see me. I felt like such a fucking asshole. And I saw that motherfucker years later, and he's like, "Hey, man, that night," I go, "Don't even fucking say that to me. That was a setup, you motherfucker." And guess what happened to him? He died of cancer. Fuck him. Fuck him.
I love how you keep track
of slow death. He was on one of those GoFundMe, like, skeleton and shit. Fuck him. I ain't sending that motherfucker dying.
I was going to say, did you send him like 20 cents?
Nothing. That's what you get for putting me on after the salsa band. He was fucking a horrible comic, and he didn't want to get shown. You know, he was like the host. You remember that night. I think you were there, George. I was fucking furious that night, but that was it. Every other festival gave me shit. I wasn't good enough. Meanwhile, I'm at the store killing motherfuckers, and they're like, "Nah, you can't come do off." And then I start looking at the schedule, and I'm like, "These are okey doke motherfuckers anyway.
Yeah.
What am I gonna do with these fucking peasants?" And then they would give you like $50 a set. Like, remember they had one in Ojai and all those every year?
Oh yeah.
They offered me. They're like, "Yeah, we'll give you $55. Save the $55. I'd rather do the spot at the store."
Yeah, or they'll be like, "Oh, we'll give you a hotel room, but you have to share with 2 other comics."
And now at least don't hit me up and give me an option to like headline a festival.
That's cool.
Like, be one of the 3 guys or whatever. And I don't mind doing that, but I'm bringing people that would have to fight to get to a festival. And now you're in there.
Yeah.
Now it's your credit. Whether they like it or fucking not, you actually performed at the Paramount fucking theater. Whether they like it or not, that's it. Whether they put your name on a flyer, who gives a fuck? You did it.
Right. I didn't even think
about
about
that. Matters. Sold out. And that's all that matters. And that's why when you do those festivals, I like to take people that, you know, are going to fight for their life to get to a festival. You're not with 3 managers or 3 certain agents. They're not going to look at you for those festivals.
So is that how you get it? Like at your level, I know that like your agent, who knows?
But no, I never got a call for a festival before until I started saying, "Put me in some fucking festivals."
Oh shit! Okay.
Because they're like 1 night, 2 nights, and I'm out of there. I'm not going to a festival premiere. I'm not going to any of the fucking parties. I'm not gonna. I don't want to sing. I don't want to play the bongos. I don't want to do anything. I just want to focus on my fucking show, do the best I can at my show, and get the fuck out of there.
And I'm surprised to hear you say that you were nervous. You didn't seem nervous.
Always fucking nervous.
Well, you're always nervous, but like it's how you didn't like. You said you were nervous to go out there. Didn't say like.
No, I'm not gonna sit there with my knees banging. You know, not that type of nervous. Listen, I told you 1,000 times. If you don't get nervous, quit.
Right.
Quit. If you don't give a fuck how they're gonna feel or what reaction they're gonna give you, quit. You always have to be a little nervous. And then when you touch the microphone, the thing comes out of your stomach, a little fart comes out of your you hold the microphone, that's when you know you're on. Whatever's in that midsection, whatever butterfly, whatever heart palpitation you're having, once you touch that, what was the movie? Carrie. When the guy touches the microphone, he chokes to death on the stage. I just saw it the other day. It was on last week at about 2 PM. I went home to watch it with my wife. Tremendous. The last half hour.
Oh shit! Where the blood comes down.
Yeah, with the go, and then she goes home, and the fucking mother tries to stab her. Fucking tremendous movie.
Fuck, I haven't seen that in a long time.
Well, it's time. Anyway, yeah, that's what I don't like about all that shit. The festivals, the people you see are people that have big people that are agents, and when the festival people call them, they go, "Oh, you're looking at Joey Diaz." Yeah. Hold on. You got to look at Lee first. You got to look at this guy. You got to look at this guy. He's making waves. He's getting spots at the store. His podcast was number 88 on Global. You know. And they get him in because you're calling for me. So that's what you get as an agent is leverage. When you have a name, you have leverage. You have, you know, Shane Gillis. You have Chris Rock. You have Joe Rogan. That's leverage. And then you have the bottom guys, the guys that were me 30 years ago on the bottom that are looking up, waiting for fucking something to drop. There's anything that fucking drop from up there. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy. Because I applied to a bunch of festivals. I got into the Boston.
$35.
Oh, yeah.
And you gotta send, go fuck yourself.
Go fuck. Who the fuck are you to judge me? And I got to give you $35. You know what I'm saying? At one point, as a comedian, or even as a human being, you got to sit there and go, let me think of this dynamic one more time here. Okay, I'm a desperate comic. I'm trying to get on the board, but how desperate am I? By sending a $35 gift certificate, whatever the fuck you got to say, a certified check for $35. And trust me, people have been doing this for years. And I remember when I was that comic, and had to go to a black club mix. That club ended because they shot 4 people on comedy show.
Oh my God!
I had to go down there and make a tape on a Wednesday night to send it, which I knew if I was fucking got a standing ovation on that tape, they weren't going to put me in the festa. And this is 1995, 94, and I had to pay $35 then. Never heard from them again. Then they made me. They wrote me, if you want to be whatever, a volunteer and work the show. I was so fucking embarrassed. I felt like fucking crying. So now you're taking my $35 and you want to give me a volunteering job so I get experience, so I can learn what a stage looks like. Really? Ain't that a bitch? You know what I'm saying?
Why do you think some comics forget about this stuff?
Because they're not looking at the big picture. They're not going, wait a second, I'm sending $35 to somebody who I don't fucking know. This guy don't run a network.
No.
This guy don't run a network. This guy doesn't know what talent is. Who are we sending this to? I want you to figure out who you're sending it to. Some guy, Joey Diaz, been in various films and performed all over the world. Show me the money. Show me his resume. Show me that IMDb. What movies has he been in? Oh, he was an extra on Cha-Cha Man, and that's not over, and that's what we buy into. I see it now. I subscribe to comedy pages to see all the scams. I don't have the balls yet. There's like 4 guys on there pitching their Zoom comedy
classes.
We've done thousands of cruise ships and thousands of whatever. And young comics want to meet those guys. I took one class at the University of Colorado for $35. And I took one at the New York Comedy Club for $50. And listen, the guy was mediocre, but I learned one thing. That stand-up is you something where your beliefs are is against the world beliefs. And that's it.
You told me that for a while.
For a long time. So, they have all these scams to try. Listen, when you get to Hollywood, Hollywood's about to go under. But here's the funny thing. When you get to Hollywood, you sign with an agent. You finally get an agent. And then they're like, all right, let me look at your headshot. Oh, we don't like that headshot. We never liked that headshot. We want to get you in front of big names. Here, take a list. Call one of these people and tell them you want headshot. That Sandy sent you. They'll take good care of you. Oh, my God, Boris. Oh, my God, the headshots he does. Now you call Boris. Boris wants to charge you $800 because they already told him what characters you're going to. So you have to take a picture of you as a fireman, you as a pizza man. Those are all $300 a piece. Then these motherfuckers make you go get copies.
Oh, yeah.
Which all those businesses are out of business in LA because the headshot is obsolete. Nobody has a solid headshot now.
I think I was the last person to buy headshots.
Yeah. And you still have to throw them away.
Oh, I threw them away when I left LA. I threw away boxes of them.
I got still some headshots left, but they're fucking useless. They're from 30 years ago. Jesus. So then they get you there. Then you get a commercial agent. And they're like, we love your look. There's the paperwork for what you got to do with your headshots. Now you got to go to La Brea, stand online, and pay another $80 to get into a fucking web thing. So the agents could look at your headshot. Then they bang you with another website. Then they bang you with another website. Listen, it's a bang fest. And you're 21. You just graduated from college. You were going to go work for your father. But you called your grandfather and told him that you really wanted to be an actor. You and your friends used to jerk off and watch Saturday Night Live and thought it was the best thing you ever watched. So now your grandfather's going to go, okay, I'll give you my inheritance up early. And he gives you like $100,000. And you go to Hollywood. And you fall for all the scams. They see you coming. Breathing exercises for acting, how to move and balance and acting. It is unfucking real.
Oh, dude! When a year before we left LA, I did a commercial acting class, and I did it. And then this commercial agent reached out to me. I went down to his office, and I swear to God,
his name Maluk.
I thank God I can't remember.
Zulrich.
Maybe.
Zulik or something like that, yeah.
Dude, I was in the waiting room, and there was a little person in his office, a girl. He calls me, and he goes, and this was when I was over 300 pounds. And he looked straight at me. He's like, yeah, I think we're going to do good things. The only other fat guy I have is a ginger, and it scares people. So he was just, all he did was look on that website for like weird looking. He had the little person, he had the fat guy.
Yeah.
That was all he had, was just weird people. And that, like, it was, and I still I got more auditions when I left LA. He still sends me emails somehow.
Remember he sent you in for a show as the fat guy to wiggle and you wouldn't do it. I don't want to do it for 3 hours.
Oh, I didn't, dude.
And I'm like, dog, you're supposed to set your career on fire. And he's like, I don't want to do it for 3 hours.
I moved. I was in Massachusetts. I got an email to fly to LA to audition to be the fat guy, like dancing on Tosh.0, like tomorrow. They're like, you got to be here tomorrow. And I'm like, no, I don't want to be the fat guy dancing. And I'm not gonna fly there to probably not get it either. Oh my God, I had never experienced that. Like I went to like 3 auditions. And it was like how everyone, whenever you hear about auditions on like podcasts, like, oh, you go and there's 80 of you in a room. I went and there were 20 of me, and it was scary. And they were like, because you were supposed to be like outside in your pajamas getting the newspaper, and so all the other guys were in pajamas. It was not. I think that was rock bottom for me. Just realizing what I looked like.
And that's non-union too.
Oh, it was all non-union.
Yeah, that's a fucking nightmare. That's where they keep you there all day for like 500 cash.
Dude, I was talking with someone recently about when I met you. I was there editing reality TV, and literally, I think a week before I left my job and we just did this full time, I went to a meeting to join the editors union. And like, it was crazy, dude. In another life, like I'm 600 pounds in LA, either dead or editing. Like it was crazy, like where my life almost went. And yeah, they scam you there. When I was editing, I got a call one day to edit the poker TV shows, not the big one, like the small one. They wanted to give me like $800 a week, and then they can use you. This was the best. They said, listen, you know how every other job you work 5 days a week? Here, you have to agree to work Saturdays, but we almost never ask you to do it, which means they ask you to do it every week.
Yeah.
6 days a week for 8, and I have to pay the dues, like you have to pay the dues. That would have been crazy, dude. It was it's wild how that happened.
It's crazy how you go to school for something.
Yeah.
And then you get there and you're like, fuck. That's the same what I signed up for. I was looking for the bitches.
Oh, yeah.
I was looking for chicks in bikinis and shit and porno. And
in my mind, I thought I was going to be editing like Scorsese's movie. Like that was my dream, to edit like a fucking cool movie. And I got to do some really cool TV shows, but it was the peak of what I was going to do was reality TV. And now I'm talking to people and like, they're not even getting that. They're getting like, you're editing someone's YouTube channel. Like that's what I would have gone to school and paid all those college loans back for, to be some YouTube. And you can make a good living doing it, and there's nothing wrong with it, but that's not what my dream was.
It's crazy what they sell you out there. And now it's just going down. That's it. It's over. Production companies are moving out of there. People are working for tax breaks from other states. They have to get a state to agree to like a 5-year tax break. And that state's going to fucking blow the fuck up.
Oh, yeah.
And every state does it for about 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go, we can't do this no more. And that's the end. That's it. Houses dry up. Jobs dry up. We need a state that'll do it, just like California. What happened to California was it got so expensive to shoot in California.
Mm-hmm.
Say this to me again. It's like you telling me it's too expensive in Detroit to build a car there. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened in California. That's why. And production, listen, when I got there, bro, there was always auditions. There was this, there was that. It was kind of a joy. I had more options. On Fridays, I would have to snort coke. I would have to snort coke from all the movies I auditioned for and the commercials and where I was hanging. I couldn't wait till Monday now to find out. Maybe Sunday night, it's Friday. I don't have any fucking money. I got to pay the rent. It was stressful, that game of fucking sitting there all week and waiting, So,
right.
And then it just ended. After 2007, whatever happened in 2007, that was the end. That was the end.
When like the economy crashed.
Listen, I fucking did great 2000 till 2005. My career went down after the Longest Yard came out. With usually, most people go up. Mine went stuttered. It just fucking stayed there flat. From 2000, I shot 20 fucking things for TV and movies and Taxi and this. Then I was shooting these short films and these fucking low budget things. And then I started picking up steam. I got sober and I'm like, oh shit. Oh shit. And all of a sudden one day, I'm in fucking Sacramento. And I'm opening up for Gabriel. But Gabriel's coming on Friday. But they wanted us there all week. So it was me and another comedian. We're going to work Wednesday and Thursday. And then open for Gabriel. This is like the craziest week ever. And fucking Wednesday morning radio, I got into an argument with the other comic. We almost went to blows right on radio.
On morning radio?
We were going to go outside and fuck it up. And the manager had to go in there, the radio staff. So we did the show Wednesday night. I didn't like what was going on. And fucking Thursday, I go to Red Lobster to eat lunch because it was right next to that hotel. I got a fucking call. And it's an agent of mine and a friend of mine. They're like, dog, Greg Garcia is looking for you. I'm like, are you fucking, for what? And they're like, he's got a new, My Name is Earl.
Right.
And they're doing like the whole season about a prison. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. So I'm in Sacramento. And I go, what time I got to be there tomorrow? And they go, you could be there by 1. So I said, fuck it, I'll be there. I did that last show Thursday. Friday morning, I woke up, took the 6 a.m. flight to L.A., walked in that room, had them laughing, booked it before I even got to the airport to come back. And at the airport, I got a call already. It was Rogan telling me, listen, what are you doing this weekend? He goes, Ari, got a commercial. Come to San Francisco to Cobb's and do 5 shows. I was like, fuck it, I'm on the plane, cocksucker.
That's wild.
So I came all the way down, did the 2 shows with them, and then I did 5 shows up there, and I booked Greg Garcia. So now, he's fucking calling me at 4 in the afternoon. Greg Garcia, what are you doing? I got a scene for you. Come on down. We're an hour away, and that's how it was. Once or twice, they actually called me and gave me a call sheet. I said, you got to be here tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon. First time I showed up to that set, 0 fucks were given. I was sober from coke, but I was smoking weed like a fucking soldier. And you guys will never see this. Find the shirt. Find the picture of me with a weed thing on my shirt. Right? I'm not a fucking poster child. I smoke weed. I don't have to fucking advertise it. That's my belief since I was a kid. Right. But somebody gave me a shirt from a weed store. They gave one to me, and God rest his soul, Ralphie. They actually went out of their way and made Ralphie like a 7X. And they made me like a 4X because I was big. Right. They made me a 4X, but once you wash it, it just felt your body. There's not too many shirts that do that, but that 1 or 2 shirts you have that just, you go, damn, my shit's looking tight.
Yeah, I love those shirts.
You know what I'm saying? And from the side, you're still a fat fuck. From the front, and a certain angle, your shit is smooth. You look like fucking, Superfly walking into Harlem. Like that type of shit.
Oh, yeah.
But I love this shirt. It just felt good. The guy spent money on it. And I had like a big weed thing. And I had camouflage shorts on. I went on the set of this. Now, usually you walk on a set, people don't say dick to you. As soon as I walked on that set, people would turn around, look at me with the shirt and go, yeah. And I'm in there 8 minutes, and I'm like, oh, these motherfuckers are smoking weed on the set. Oh, shit. So I went right into my green room, fucking rolled up a bone. They had a little vent over the fucking thing, and I'm in there fucking puffing. They knock on the door, Joey, you're on cook. Come on, go in there. Then they put me in a prison suit. That was the prison thing.
I remember that.
So I did 1, 2 episodes on the books, and then he would just call me at 4 and go, Joey, come on down. I want you in the scene. Don't worry, you're going to get paid. Don't worry. I would go down, and then he called me, and he goes, what's your comedy schedule look like? After the 2007, I go, or 2008, I go, I'm wide open. I just got weekends with Rogan. He goes, we're going to shoot 13 more episodes in that fucking prison, bro. I'm like, oh, shit. And in my mind, I'm like, I'm going to be on TV during pilot season. which never fucking happens. That means people are trying to pick their pilots and they're watching you on NBC on some show you might be reoccurring on or something. It was perfect. And the fucking strike came. And that was the end of that.
And did you at all think like maybe when the strike's over they'll just pick it back up?
I knew that once the strike went on for a few months, and by the time they got everything back together, they had changed the storyline. People had moved on, you know.
How many people do you think, like, there must be hundreds of people who have stories like them, like they could have been the next big fucking anything, but then something happened.
Did you ever see the Green Book?
Yeah.
Remember the beginning when they stole that guy's hat? He was at the club and somebody stole his hat.
Yeah.
And Viggo Mortensen brings his hat back. That dude was one day from being one of the biggest fucking stars in Hollywood.
Holy shit.
One day. He was the original character for Don Johnson. They had put him on retainer, $750,000 if the series went, everything. He had it till that Friday. And Don Johnson walked in with a suntan, looking like Johnny. But this Italian guy was good looking too back then. That's why they had him. He was a really good looking guy. He's old and he's still fucking like, oh, that's a good looking fucking dude. He's got to be 70 now. And I guarantee he's still slinging dick. With Viagra and shit, he's got the teeth in, he's out there. Oh my God. But yeah, that dude was one day away. That Friday, so they gave him the deal on Monday, and that Friday, Don Johnson walked into that room. Can you imagine how much I would have taken that $750,000 and snorted coke just like he did, all the way till my fucking heart gave out?
I don't know how you don't. Like, I don't, because like if I don't make it because like I'm just not as funny, like as much as that would suck, I would understand it. But like if I feel like I like got screwed for some reason, that has to kill you.
We're going to go to a break real quick. Remind me, what are we talking about if you make it?
Okay.
I just want to clarify this. We're going to go for a break real quick, talk about DraftKings. We'll be back. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, the playoffs have arrived, and you should be throwing some bets with DraftKings. They're the official sports betting partner of the NBA. If you've never bet before, there's no better time to give it a try. Listen, take a chance, Columbus did, all right? It's a whole new season. The birds are out. The clouds are beautiful. Anyway, it's the perfect time for you to get your sports betting career on track. Listen, you're going to have a great time. It's exciting, whether you mess around with the casinos. But what are you talking about, Joey? Talk to them about the playoffs. They got something special for first-timers only. Uncle Joey's here to crack that little virgin. Ha, ga. Anyway, new DraftKings customers bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly, all right? Make it to the playoff run right now. Make it a playoff run to remember with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Press code Joey, Joey. That's code Joey, Joey, for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Who's better than DraftKings? Nobody. Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours. Get it together.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, I get it. We're all living in a crazy economy. It's time to figure out how to lower our bills. Mint Mobile is the best place to start. Their premium wireless plans start at just $15 a month. Listen, $15 a month. So you can call your mom whenever you want without breaking the bank. Listen, I love Mint Mobile. It works. The sound is great. Listen, what am I going to tell you about phones or services? You get the unlimited talk and text and high-speed data on the nation's largest 5G network.
It doesn't get better than this. Don't overpay for call service. Shop data plans at mintmobile.com/church. That's CHURCH. That's mintmobile.com/church. CHURCH. Upfront payment of $45, and you get the 3-month 5 gigabyte plan required, equivalent to $15 a month. Come on. New customer offer for 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra, but do me a favor. See Mint Mobile for details. All right, give them a shot. We're back, you savages.
I remembered this time.
What were we talking
I wrote it down. We were talking about, I said, if I make it.
Okay. Define make it. Because I'm sick and tired of hearing make it, or I'm going to be a millionaire, or...
No.
Because people throw that out into the fucking wilderness.
I know exactly what I want right now.
Okay. What do you want?
I want to have the ability to do any comedy club in the country. I want to be on the road between, as much as I want to be. In my head right now, that's 30 to 40 weeks. Later in life, that might go down. But I want to be able to headline, and I want the shows to be sold out because people want to come see me. Honestly, sold out is, that's a end goal. Right now, I'd be happy to have like 200 people want to come to every show. That'd be bad. I can't even. It's like I see it because I'm around people who do it, but to like have that is like a dream to me. That's like, it's amazing. I can't even comprehend having that be my life.
What about just being funny?
I would love to just be funny, but the reason I talk about it like professionally is like that's what I was saying before. If I don't make it, I don't think I'd ever stop. But my goal is to make my living doing stand-up. And it's crazy, but unfortunately, just being funny isn't enough to make that happen.
Well, I came from a different background than you, Lee. You went to college, you invested your fucking time, okay? You have a relationship right now. How old are you?
36.
36. I mean, you're still a young fucking man. I'm just trying to be realistic here. What happens? What's the next move for you in life? Do you think you're going to do Jimmy Kimmel, or are you going to get engaged?
First?
Yeah, this is all involved now. This all becomes a ball now. Okay, and now it's like you have to look at that. I started comedy at 28, and it's 3 months later, I was divorced. I was separated. Those first 5 years, and I'm not saying nothing bad about being married or having a relationship in the beginning. You started, being pretty tight with it. You're telling me about 40 fucking weeks. No woman's going to allow that. They'll be kicking your ass after the first 20, We'll see. But we'll burn that bridge later. 40 weeks is a lot of weeks later.
And I've never done it.
Listen, I've done it, and you can do it for about 3 years, sustain it. With a base somewhere that you go and settle for a few days.
Right.
From 98 to 2004, I was out until I got the longest yard. It was nonstop. Holidays. I was never home for this poor girl's birthday. My wife, never. The 28th, Christmas Eve, never. I would tell her, just go home to your parents' house. I'm not coming home. Because Houston would book me for 2 weeks. The best comedy club in the country at that time would tell me, come in the 22nd, do that week, and the week all the way to New Year's Eve. And then New Year's, I'd bring in Jim Gaffigan, and I would shoot to the Comedy Store. It's like I didn't lose a fucking thing.
That's awesome.
You follow? And then I would work that, but I would always be gone. For me also was mixed an addiction. I knew that I could go on the road and go into deep places, and nobody would see me like the people right in front of you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's the best way to disappear.
And that's the thing, is I don't want to disappear. So when I say, honestly, that was my goal, like even before I moved to New York. Now that I'm here, part of those, and I'm just 40 weeks. I think I did like 30 something last year. I want to live in New York. I never want to leave here. So if some of those weeks means I'm doing 2 spots a night at major clubs in New York, that would be amazing too.
You know, when I was 36, it was 1999. I was living with Ralphie. I would live with Gavin. I would live wherever. Whoever was out of town, that's whose bed I slept. And there was always somebody out of town. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I was just, in those days, it was so crazy. Nothing was important. Like by 99, I was gone. Gone. Like not on drugs. Gone, comedy-wise. Like I was overstimulated. Like I didn't have an apartment. It was like being homeless and being a comic. So if I wasn't home at night, sleeping on Josh's couch or something to do with that, I was somewhere writing with somebody. I was at the front of the store with your T-shirt off, stealing sodas from the store. You know, I mean, you improvise. But what I'm trying to say, it was like going to a 6-week training camp for me in those days. But it all ended with cocaine or somebody's couch, not having money, waking up in the morning. There used to be a gas station on Sunset. You would have loved this place. Since I'm a professional, there was a gas station on Sunset across from where the old Denny's was, where they put that restaurant that was kind of Jewish. They were from Israel, and they had the bread.
Yeah, the Israeli food, the Mediterranean food, yeah, right
there you go. That used to be a fucking Denny's. That was the worst Denny's in America. That was rock and roll Denny's. Everything on that block is called rock and roll.
Yeah.
Rock and roll supermarket, they're rock and roll because, dog, it's a party. Friday night, that supermarket before 3 o'clock, you walk in there, you don't know who you're going to see. When I first moved in, I saw the kid with the bandana who's bald, you know, moving in things, Poison. I saw him one night in there, like at 2:45. But every time they closed the bar at 2 o'clock, Rock and Roll Ralph sells booze by the gallon, dog. And all you had to do is sit out there at 20 to 2 just to see the motherfuckers that came in last minute. So that extended over to Rock and Roll Denny's. I remember one night, I'm at Rock and Roll Denny's, George. I got no fucking dough. I got $12, $13. You know, I don't have to lie to nobody. It's 19. No, it's like 2001. And this is the last $20 I got before I go to Kennedy Airport and come into New York City to audition for Analyze That on my birthday. And I go to Denny's that night. I'm fucking starving. There ain't a soul in there. Maybe like a waitress or something. It's about 1 in the morning and I'm eating. I'll never forget 2 eggs with that fucking ham and toast. And they give you those artificial potatoes chopped up. I don't know what they call them. And I get like the iced tea. I'm sitting there minding my business. And dog, something slides into me. And I'm eating. And I go, what? And it's a fucking white girl, pretty, but all cracked up. This could only happen to me in Hollywood. All cracked up. Bruises on her thighs. And she's picking up her dress to show me a pussy. And I won't bite. I refuse to bite. She's like, look at this. Look what I have between my legs. I'll give you a good deal. Do you have a car?
Oh, shit.
And, oh, yeah. And the waitress is watching me, and I'm looking at her going, what do I do here? Somebody help me. Somebody fucking help me. I'll never forget this. She's rubbing my shoulders. And I'm not going to lie to nobody here. At a different time, if I had a package in my pocket, that chick was good to go. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to lie to nobody. She wasn't bad looking.
Right.
She was having a rough night, you know. And I'll never forget, like, I ate the eggs. I dipped the fucking bread. I ate the 2 yolks. I looked at it, I go, you know what? You're right. You look hungry. And I left her the ham. And I got up and fucking tipped the fuck out of that dog. It was over.
Holy shit.
That's Rock and Roll Ralph's. That's Rock and Roll Denny's. Then they shut it down. But anyway, we're getting to Rock and Roll because there was a Rock and Roll gas station across the street.
Oh, shit.
And he ran it by himself. And I would wake up, George, and just go in my pocket and pray. In those days, I would just go in my pocket and wake up in the morning and see, let's see what's in there. Some mornings, coins, some days it was $1 and coins. It was a really hard time. But I was at the store every night, and that's all that mattered to me. I was at the store every night following Paul Mooney, going 50 for 50. I didn't know what was going to happen after I followed Paul Mooney. And then I would make my living going to Felipe Esparza's rooms, Willie Barcena's rooms. When we bumped into those dudes on the street. We were eating tacos the first night. That dude,
Alfred Robles?
Alfred Robles came by us. I gave him a big hug, and we started eating the taco, Alfred. And I go, and Alfred goes, Joey Diaz is, because I say, congratulations, Alfred. I love Alfred Robles with all my heart. And he goes, Joey, I just want you to know that all this started at the fucking whatever lounge. And he just, because we used to have a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And I picked up $40 a night. That's $120. I got a half gram every night, and I got gasoline. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I still can't believe you budgeted for cocaine.
You gotta show up with a 20 to the store just to get the party started. Maybe you mingle with the wrong person. They go, you know what? I got a $100 bill. Go get 5 packages. Now we'll take this to the next level.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
But anyways, you were saying.
But I would make a living from those Felipe rooms. Then on the weekends, somebody would take me on the road. Well, I was pretty aggressive then. I would always go on the road. But my whole life was surrounded around those spots at night. Sitting back there, watching whoever came in. In those days, the store wasn't the store either. It wasn't nothing. It was Paul Mooney who came in. Then Dice started coming in. Everybody else was Rogan, people that nobody knew. Nobody knew these people. This is before news radio. This is news radio before Fear Factor. It was a fucking nightmare there. Our Tuesday was 8 people. Tuesdays was 8 people. Wednesday was 30. Thursdays was maybe 60. Was a great night, and the weekends were sold out. It wasn't. It was nothing like the way it is today. But when you say make it, I just want you to understand what you're saying, because a lot of people say make it, and they don't classify it.
Right. No.
Like for me, making it was being funny and not being an asshole. I didn't need a fucking ship. I don't need a butler. I don't need an assistant. I don't need none of that shit. I just wanted to be a regular fucking dude that nobody would bother. But the ability to wake up in the morning and fucking tell you, I want 2 eggs. I don't have to go in there with my change and shit.
Right.
That's success to me. Like a fucking dude like me, I don't give a fuck. Me going to Nobu with 20 people and jumping up and down and, being Johnny Banana, that's never been a big deal for me.
No.
That's the last thing I want to fucking do in the world. Which I like to go to Nobu and get some nice sushi. You drop a couple 500, whatever. At least when I go into Nobu, I'm just getting 20s from the ATM. I walk in, every fucking Japanese guy gets a flip. They'll call me, what's that sushi? Sushi Dynamite? I'm Kid Dynamite. If you're going to go into a fucking sushi spot, that's the only way to do it. Go to the ATM, take 20s and start that hot black girl at the sushi place, because they always got a hot black girl at the counter.
Yeah.
Always, with a nice black dress and nice black shoes on that looks like Whitney Houston and fucking my other girl put together, and you're like, God, here's a 40. Every other Japanese gets a strict 20. You know what I'm saying? You're looking that good, you bad motherfucker.
What does that get you? That'll get you like the table.
That's Johnny Bananas. No, that's what everybody wants to be.
Right.
Nobody wants to walk in a club with a fucking frown and bunny rabbit he is. And like, put me in the corner table so I can smell everybody's asshole as they walk by. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, all of us in this room at one time said, fuck, we can't wait to walk into a club in New York City and go, here's 10,000. Everybody suck my dick.
Oh, yeah.
Whiskey for everybody. Isn't that a dream for anybody, or was it just me? To walk in the club, I don't give a fuck if Trump is sitting there. Walk in there and go, suck my dick, and put $100 grand down. Drinks for everybody, and just walk out.
Dude, mine was similar, but mine was casino. I want to be able to go in with like 10 grand and just sit. I saw one guy do that at the Stratosphere. He brought 10 grand to the blackjack table, and they had to count it out and give him 10 grand chips. And he made everyone wait. He could have gone to the cashier, but he made the whole table. And I was just like, he had 10,000 and put 1,000 on each hand.